welcome to another Throwdown Thursday 2017, Rich. I'm Mr. Sill, joined by...
Filthy Rich.
That's right, and we got an exciting time. This is a special version of Throwdown Thursday. This is our draft. So we talked about last week, kicking off our new Breakaway Office League Season 2. And we're doing it with a draft. So last week we had action happening on the field there. We saw two teams play against for seating position. The community got to vote on who they wanted the draft pick. And let's remind everyone who the 4 GMs are.
That's right. The 4 GMs that are going to be participating in today's draft are going to be Just Call Me Bao. We also have Otterhead at the number 2 position. Then we have Zin Ramu at number 3. And last but not least, we have Berserker Mike.
There you see them. They are there at the draft board waiting to determine which players are going to form their team. And each person is going to draft 3 additional players with themselves making the 4th person. And it's important to note, for Season 2 of the Breakaway Office League, we decided to take a page from fantasy sports. And we've assigned everyone a point total out of 100. So we've taken volunteers from the dev team. There's about a draft list. You can see it here. There's about, 30 or so names. And ranging from 89 is the top person on the draft board there with Fred Cachero, a.k.a. Great Trip. You guys have seen him here in Throwdown Thursday. He's Indian all the way down the list there to a 54. We won't talk about that person because, that's kind of insulting. But
What's really cool is that throughout this broadcast, as the players are going to be selected, we'll be calling out some of the stats that we've acquired over the tests and, of course, over the Alpha weekend, which will tell you a little bit more about the teams as they start to build up as we go through each round of the picks.
Absolutely, Rich. We have some next-level stats here that we've gotten from, you guys saw him last week, Charles Chang, a.k.a. Rusting Salamander. He actually pulled some stats for us looking at the alpha telemetry, so we were able to see in real time which characters these guys tend to favor, how they tended to play, and all the ranks I'm going to shout out here when we go into these stats are all based on the rest of the people in the draft. So when I say, this person was the ranked 7th Alona, that's out of all the people in the draft. So just so you guys have some context. But we think it's going to be pretty exciting. Let's get this show on the road. So we have different team names. Each GM was able to pick the name of their team.
Yes.
Kicking it off in the first draft position, you called it earlier, Rich. It is the GM, Just Call Me Bao. His team name feels Bao, man.
Yeah, I mean, soon, this is already a great concept because we got to make an emoticon or an emoji around this. Feels Bao, man. One of the most famous Twitch emojis out there, now embodied in Bao's amazing play, and I'm very excited to see what he picks as a GM.
All right, he's got 2 minutes on the clock. Now, again, 300 points is the total that each GM gets. And
Yes.
according to Bao, he's actually at a little bit of a handicap because Bao's rating is a 98 out of 100.
So he's going to, again, as you mentioned, he's going to eliminate 98 points out of the 300 that he has in total. And, it's one of those decisions. The first pick is great, but he has to be on point because he doesn't want to make it harder for the later rounds.
Yeah, you got to be thinking the long term, right? So you got to think the long game. He's got to think about, the 3rd round, the 2nd round is critical because he can't run out of points. That's illegal. So we have our esports manager here, our marshal, if you will, Alex Charsky. He's doing some of the refereeing here of the draft, making sure that everything's in order. The way it'll work is Bao will make his draft pick. He will hand it to Charsky. Charsky will do the calculations, see if that leaves him enough points. When the pick is good, he will let us know, and then we will determine it. And it looks like the first pick is in, Rich. And coming in, the first pick of the draft in Season 2 of the Breakaway Office League is none other than Butter Beanie.
We've got a chance to see a lot of Butter Beanie. Last week we did our 2016 highlights. You saw 2 plays which involved Butter Beanie with her amazing defensive plays with a lot of the saves, but also getting that clutch territory win. She's definitely been a fan favorite, plays very well. She did very well on stream, so I'm excited to see her on Bao's team with the leadership of somebody like a GM like Bautista.
Absolutely.
I think it's going to be great.
And I think what's interesting about Butter Beanie is we see her in Throwdown Thursday playing a lot of Alona.
Yes.
She's an amazing Alona player. But if you go to the Alpha stats, we can see that Butter Beanie played 52 matches in the Alpha, and 58% of the time she actually played as Spartacus, not Alona.
That's right. But you know what? There is still hope for the Alona lovers out there, as she's played 23% of her other playthroughs with Alona, so she still has it in the pocket just if needed.
That's true. You get some great action there from Butter Beanie. She can decide to play as Alona. She can decide to play as Spartacus. It could go either way. 2 very different plays with a DPS in Spartacus and a healer in Alona. Looks like Otterhead's pick is in. Otterhead's team name is Squirrel Posse. Decides to go away from otters, move it to squirrels for some reason. But his pick is locked in, and with the second pick of the Breakaway Office League draft, Otterhead has selected GL Tovar.
GL El Tovar, another Alona main that we've seen over here on TDT. Seems to be, I like this trend that we're seeing, that the Alona players are being some of the early picks, but in general, Tovar has an amazing defensive play style that we like to see. He's always there to get us kind of hype as commentators because he's coming through out of nowhere, saving it, but again, he's an all-around great player. I think he's the ability to play different characters. I mean, you got the data, David. Tell me what happened over the weekend.
Yeah, what's interesting, if you look at the alpha, he played 54 times. So two matches more than Butterbeanie. And he played Alona 63% of the time, Rich. You nailed it, man. He plays Alona all the time. His next closest character was an Anne Bonnie at 20%. So that's a lot of Alona. You mentioned him as a healer. It definitely feels like the first two prominent healers have been taken off the board here.
That's right. So he's going to have the diversity, again, similar to what we've seen with Butterbeanie. But in general, the player has great map awareness. He knows how to play the game. I'm excited for the next pick.
All right, man. Well, let's talk about it. So Zin Ramu, he has decided to go with team name Team Feed Me, his favorite now. He's got to work on that because it's totally not Ezekiel Elliott quite yet. We'll get you there.
Yes.
But his pick is in, and he is going with the man who made his debut right here on Throwdown Thursday last week, Matty Awesome 20.
Yes. I mean, this guy played such an amazing Rollins. It's kind of different from what we've been seeing. More of the defensive play. I believe that he forced 23 fumbles in one round, 30 in another. So just in general, from the first time that he's been on here on stage, which again, like, is very frustrating. You know, as a player, you can see some of these guys, they're making comments to us that, hey man, I was playing super shaky, but he did so well, and I'm very excited to see that he was first pick for Zin Ramu in his team.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned it. I mean, it was some on Rollins play, which we've never seen anything like it before.
Yes.
Like, definitely playing more of a defensive player, if you were going to use the soccer analogy. He didn't really cross the midfield line all that much. He held back. He's definitely a team player. This guy is so selfless in his play in Breakaway. He waits for his team to get in position. He throws the relic to his other teammates. He's not going in for all the glory. He's hanging back. He's playing defensive. He's using Rollins' moving and shooting abilities really to be a great defensive player. That is a great pick for Zin Ramu.
Absolutely. You know what? We do have to remind you folks about the snake draft where we do have back-to-back picks. David, can you fill them in a little bit more about this?
Yeah, so typical what you see in other drafts. So the fourth pick is actually going to happen from Berserker Mike, and he's actually going to get two picks. He's going to get the final pick in the first round of the draft, but he's also going to get the first pick in the second round of the draft, because otherwise it just wouldn't be very fair. So Berserker Mike is on the clock. He's going to make 2-minute pick for his first pick, and then he's going to have another pick for his second pick. And Rich, it looks like his first pick is in. And it looks like a fan favorite here, a man who is very active on the Discord channel. He's active on the boards. Thrillhouse VH is the first pick for Berserker Mike.
You know, I've seen Thrillhouse play Thorgrim. I've seen him play Spartacus. But again, you are the man with the data. Let's see who he played over the course of the Alpha weekend.
It's important. Thrillhouse played a whopping 82 matches during the Alpha.
He broadcasted it, and I was one of his viewers, and we loved it. Who did he play as?
So Carlos, 39% of the time, he played as Thorgrim. And 30% of the time, he played as Anne Bonnie. So it's almost a split between Thorgrim and Anne Bonnie. So you really could go two ways here. You go tank, you go long range, attack, defense, or DPS with Anne Bonnie. Like, lots of variation there. It's kind of the wild card play.
And I think that's a great call from the GM, having the flexibility within your team to build different team comps, because I believe we're going to be playing best out of 5 for a lot of these matches. There are times where, as a coach or as a GM, you have to be able to adapt to something that could be beating you, and being able to switch from a non-DPS character over to a straight damage range character like Anne Bonnie is great. And as a main, I've seen this guy. He's played amazing since day one on both Atlantis and El Dorado. I wonder now what is going to be Mike's second pick, since he does have the second pick.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point, Rich. And you mentioned, you nailed it on they're playing best of 5.
Yes.
So it's really important to be able to pick people who can play multiple characters in case you need to change up your characters on the fly. And it looks like we have another pick is in, and this is coming in all the way from Berserker Mike, I should say. His second pick is Knock Naz, none other than the art director on Breakaway, Simon.
So, fan favorite. So far, this is probably going to be the fan favorite team from what I've seen. 3 players on there. Lovers of the community. Knock Naz is on our art team. You know, this is the guy that helps create things to make sure that they look awesome. But he's also a phenomenal player. Let's talk about some of the stats that he had for his weekend.
You know, it's funny about Knock Naz. This guy is a ninja. He smurfed his alpha account. We don't know.
But I heard we found out. But did we? Is it true? Or
There's
is
some
this going to be
rumors,
the mystery card?
but we don't know. We heard he plays a little bit of a loner,
Okay.
but we don't know.
You know, I think that that's something great to have in your pocket. Right now, we're talking about kind of the characters and the players and who they've been playing, and it's something that one could take note of and strategize, start to build some team comps around it. But the fact that they have a wild card like Naknaz, who you definitely have to be able to give credit to, because as a player and as a member of the studio, he's definitely very active as a player. That could actually be very helpful in just a long-term strategy, because this isn't just a one-match event. We're going to go over a course of many weeks, and maybe that is the reason why we'll let pick though. What was his point value?
Knocknaz had the point value of 71, Rich.
So again, right, like out of 171, that's
pretty
still
good.
a pretty good rating. So he's confident. Wait
All
a
right,
second.
the pick is in on Zinramu. He is going with our broadcast technical producer. So I don't know what is going to happen here when we do our future broadcasts, because Gucci Pants has been selected into the draft. And we can see Gucci Pants in the control room doing the feed me. He's actually doing it properly. There it is there. Team Feed Me is now got, not only they got Matty Awesome,
Yes.
but they now have Gucci Pants, an amazing rusher. This guy plays Thorgrim all the time. I don't
Yes.
think he even tried. I don't think he even knows who the other characters even are in the game.
I had the pleasure of being able to play with him over the weekend. We did broadcast over here. I know that he's starting to pick up and learn more about Spartacus. He wants to add more DPS into his playstyle. I'm sure that we'll see it over there, but we can't deny his playstyle. He loves to run the relic. And I think somebody like Zinramu as a mentor, like as a GM, to guide him and give him everything that he needs to be able to path and navigate through any one of the maps, El Dorado or Atlantis, and just give him the path that he needs to run the relic. This team is looking powerful. You have the offensive play of Gucci Pants. You have somebody in the back line like Matty Awesome. Who's going to score? Like, they're either going to farm up the whole round and just sweep 3 rounds straight, but then again, like Zinramu, right? He's been dying and itching for a super team, and so far, they're looking really, really strong. What's his point value?
I don't. You gotta wonder though, because here you have Matty Awesome, who plays super defensive.
Yes.
And Gucci Pants is super offensive. I could be a little oil and water though. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see if those teams are able to play well together.
You're absolutely
They are
right.
very polar opposite in how
Absolutely
they play Breakaway.
right. Again, this is where Zinramu needs to level up his strength as a coach, as a GM, push it through. But it looks like our next pick is in.
That's right. The pick is in, and Otterhead has selected with his third member of his team. He is taking Orgoth.
Oh, Orgoth. Yes, we've seen him. He was on his team during BTP, a winner, a champion already. Already we're starting to see many champions of many series over here. Great player. Very sensible towards being able to pick many, but I know that he plays an amazing hand, Bonnie. He also played Rollins during the matches that he's had over here at TDT.
Yeah, Orgoth all over the map. We look at his alpha stats. He played the alpha 72 times, and it's basically down the middle. I mean, he played Victor 31% of the time. He played Rollins 22% of the time. He played Morgan Le Fay 22% of the time, and Bonnie 18% of the time. This guy is basically a jack of all characters here in Breakaway.
And I think Victor could be the wild card pick that, just because he's a brand new character. If you're not practiced up against how to play Victor, and since the general strategy of a lot of teams have been to group, run the relic, go for the buff, everything is just grouped up, the Victor pick could actually be really advantageous for him and his entire team. Going in there, again, we saw it for the first time last week when we did our broadcast. Every single time that Maelstrom was dropped, it could just be the unfamiliarity with the character and his abilities, but that thing going in, just melting people completely, that could take place at any point in the game. And with somebody like the aim and control of Orgoth, all these teams are looking really even, David.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I mean, it's definitely interesting to see, like, an Otterhead, and again, this guy's an amazing coach,
Yes.
right?
It's the coaching, too, right? Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So we got Bao on the clock there. It's about halfway down the clock. Again, Otterhead there, amazing coach. Who does he have on his team? He's got himself. He's got Tovar, who we know is a great healer with Alona. Now he's got Orgoth, who can pick anyone. And now with the 8th pick in the draft, Feels Bowman, GM, just call me Bao, has selected Tick Trip for his team.
So Tick Trip, a.k.a. Wes, is going to be jumping in there. We had a chance to see him over a Throwdown Thursday. But again, this could be, again, the sleeper strategy.
Yeah.
let's remind the people at home though again that Bautista does have the ability to pick twice because it is the back-to-back pick since he's over at the end. But he also has to deal with, I wouldn't say the deficit, but the fact that he is a 98-point value player. So he has to choose how to spend his points wisely.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely reached a little bit for Butterbeanie in the first round there. That was a great pick because she's an amazing player both on offense and on defense. And now it looks like he's got Tick Trip on the team there. Tick Trip played the Alpha 19 times. He tends to favor Black Knight 37% of the time, 21% for Thorgrim. So you combine the two tanks. He's a tanky guy. He's got 58% of the time he's playing as a tank. And with the final pick for Team Feels Bow, man, he's got Spooky Forest.
Spooky Forest coming into the mix now. I hope I'm kind of accurate over here. Him and his team made it to the semifinals of the BTP finals. So the guy has experience and he knows how to play with the team. It's just a matter of what character is he going to bring into the comp. Like how does he close out an amazing team like Bautista, Butterbeanie who can run the relic, and then we have Tick Trip again, like somebody that many may not have the experience playing against, but I know that he is a very good listener. And now we have Spooky Forest, who
plays
again is another sleeper.
He plays a lot of roles. So if you look at the comp here, you got a healer in Butterbeanie. You got DPS with Spooky Forest playing Rollins. You got Tick Trip, who is definitely playing a tank. And Bao himself, who likes to play a little DPS, sometimes Spartacus. You see him as Black Knight. That's a pretty good team, Rich.
That's right, folks. Let us know at home what you think about this team. As Feels Bao Man is now locked in, throughout the course of the next few weeks, hit these guys up on Twitter. If you have like strats to share from things that you've seen, please let us know. These are the GMs. They have full control of all the action that takes place. And looks like our next team is about to get locked in.
All right, the final pick for Team Squirrel Posse, led by GM Otterhead, is Daniel McGowan.
Oh, Daniel McGowan. Now, let me tell you a little bit of what I've seen from this guy. Daniel McGowan actually subbed in for the team that won the BTP finals. He was on Team Juggernaut for a little bit and was in there, and I felt that he may have been a huge contributing factor to getting the team in semis and all the way to finals because we didn't see him in the finals. He was actually subbed in. We got to see Q Fuzzy Evil, who took his place, but again, did an exceptional job. But
he played Alona there when he subbed in.
Yes, he did.
He's got the Alona ability.
Has the ability.
But in the Alpha, Daniel McGowan actually played Rollins 86% of the time.
So
you got a potential DPS.
You have a character specialist on your hands.
It's interesting because you have Tovar, who is predominantly a healer.
Yes.
And now you got McGowan, who can either be a healer or a DPS in Rollins. And if you look at the rest of his team, you have Otterhead himself. He's, again, we talked about it, amazing coach. Tovar is going to definitely be their healer. Orgoth, he could play any position. He's the wild card.
Yes, we've
so
also
really
seen him as an amazing Rollins. He had one of those epic blasts that actually rained out a person like in one of the matches that took place over here. But there could be conflict again with these two Rollins players because he is a character in demand in majority of the comps that we've seen.
Yeah, Otterhead, maybe he didn't think a little much about his team comp here. I'm going to say, draft score for Bao, I'm going to give him pretty much an A. I think that team's pretty stacked. Otterhead, I'm thinking this is probably more B-.
You know what, there's a reason that him and his team are the champions. So there may be something that we don't understand and that he may be plotting. And if that's the case, that's some damn good GMing and coaching, right? We don't know. All right.
The pick is in for Zinramu. He is rounding up his team with none other than the executive producer of Breakaway, Matthew Priestley, a.k.a. M. Priest, rounding out the team.
This is a fantastic pick, David. Let me tell you why.
Because he's your boss and you're sucking up?
Yes, right? Like Zinramu he played the politic game in a video game.
Absolutely. You got to hand it to him.
Would you shoot the guy that pays the checks?
Is this Game of Thrones or is this Breakaway? And we definitely did the Game of Thrones pick here. So Priestley comes to the mix here. Priestley played look at here the stats. He played the Alpha 44 matches. 95% of the time he played Bonnie.
Character specialist. We did get a taste to see of how he played over the Breakaway bounty. He was in a very giving mood that weekend where him and his team were able to just contribute and give back to the community.
Put a lot of names on the credits.
But you know what? Again, this is going to be guided by an amazing GM. Zinramu is going to be supported by amazing players. Gucci Pants and Matty Awesome. So
What's interesting here, though, Rich,
We'll see what happens.
is that if you look at it, so we saw Zin Ramu play healer in the first round of our seeding match here last week. So you got to wonder, is Zin Ramu now, is he training himself to be the healer for his team since he did select someone who plays DPS with Rollins? He picked a guy who only knows Thorgrim and Gucci Pants, and now he's got Priestley here who pretty much is only Anbani. So I don't think Priestley's picking another character. He's locked in at Anbani. You got two characters who are ranged characters, though. That does make a little bit of a risk there. So we'll see what happens here, as now the last pick for Berserker Mike is in, and he is going with none other than our esports manager referee. I don't even know if this is legal, but Charsky, you have been drafted on the Berserkers.
One of the smartest picks that we've ever seen. You know what? Let me just call out the Charsky himself had created a strategy that just was birthed over here at the studio that really went viral in the community during the Alpha weekend.
The Gold Farm.
Which is the Gold Farm Destruction build, where he actually took it to the next level, where regardless of the characters that he played, because we've seen him play Thorgrim, we've seen him play Rollins. I actually want to figure out what the official stats were for the weekend, but he has a play style that contributes to his entire team. It's low risk, very high reward, and can pay out extremely well because they can just completely close it out, and Charsky closes it out. So it looks like we have all four teams in what we're going to get into right now.
So this is real interesting, though. You talked about him destroying buildables coming up with this. Charsky, of all the Rollins players in the Alpha who we have drafted, who are on the board available to draft, Charsky ranks number 1 in buildables destroyed with the Rollins character for the draft. He also ranks number 1 in buildables and healing. Wait, that's messed up. Sorry about that. He ranks number 4 in terms of gold earned. So he doesn't earn the most gold as Rollins of everyone on the draft board, but he does destroy the most buildables.
But that completely accommodates what I was saying earlier, where he actually shares his gold with his team. Because his strategy is based around demolition, and when you get the heroic demolition, you're actually extracting 1,000 gold versus 500 if you get the last hit. So he's going in there, collecting his catch, and he's moving it and sharing it with his team.
All right, so now we got a coaches round here. So each team is going to get a coach here. It'd be interesting to see who is available that these guys are now going to pick as their coach. And since Berserker Mike had the last round draft spot, he's going to get the first to be able to pick his coach. The pick is in for Berserker Mike. The coach he has selected is none other than Grey Trip.
Grey Trip.
Look at that. That is nice. Greg Knowlton, you may know him as Earl Grey. He goes by that name in our throwdown. Oh, I'm sorry. Grey Trip.
The amazing Rollins player that we've seen.
Fred Cachero.
Almost, I believe, undefeated over here on TDT on any one of the exhibition events. Is an amazing pick. Now, quick question. Can a coach play, David?
A coach cannot play, Rich.
Okay. But a coach knows how to play.
But he certainly knows how to play, and definitely when you're talking about Fred. I mean, Fred, if you take out Bao, he's the number 1 guy on the board. So this is your freaking Ezekiel Elliott pick here. He's picking one of the best players of Breakaway in the studio as a coach. That's a good pick there.
That's a very good pick. Could be a steal pick because he doesn't want anybody to have the second highest player up on their team. And it looks like Zin Ramu is on the clock. You know, going back to Mike's team, you have somebody like Charsky who's very objective based, and then you have somebody objective DPS and defensive based like Grey Trip. I think it's a really good thing to put together. I don't know how he's going to work with people like Thrillhouse and Berserker Mike.
You know, it's interesting, though, because this is definitely the fan-favorite team, as you mentioned it, right? Knocknaw's always on the scale here. Thrillhouse is always chatting in there. Berserker Mike's always chatting. Charsky does a little bit of chatting. And Grey Trip, he's active as well. He's in our Throwdown Thursdays. He's rocking it hard. And now we see here that Zin Ramu with the Team Feed Me, the coach of Team Feed Me for second season of the Breakaway Office League, will be Earl Grey.
Earl Grey coming into the mix, one of the strongest Alona players out there. He is part of Team Salty Runback, who did an amazing job when they had to defend their dignity against DEFCON 5 and were able to score that win. He was a part of that team. So he's an amazing player, and he plays Alona, where one of the responsibilities of the Alona is to call shots, have an understanding of everyone's HP. So in general, his mindset is there. He knows how to watch over the players, watch the enemies, and I think he could actually take everybody to the championships.
I got to say, Rich, this is a brilliant pick of a coach because we talked about their team. You have a Rollins player, a Thorgrim player, an Anbani player, Zin Ramu. In order to make this team successful, they have to have a good Alona, and that has to be Zin Ramu. and now you picked Earl Grey, one of the best Alona players, is right there to personally train Zinramu and make him actually figure out how to play. That is a brilliant move there. That is gold star there for Zinramu and his team. He clearly knew what he was doing. And now we go to Squirrel Posse Otterhead. Now, this is going to be interesting with Otterhead because he's an amazing coach himself.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see who he selects. And his pick is in, and he is going with none other than A Shrine. You may know her as UX Killa from TwitchCon. Ashley's coming to play here as the coach of Team Otterhead, a.k.a. Squirrel Posse.
Now, she did an amazing job over the course of the Twitch weekend where her and any one of the teams, they made it to the final stage. So, wait, is that correct? Yes, it is. Anyways, Ashrine, again, is an amazing coach. But let's talk about what happened last week, right? We keep talking about Otterhead as an amazing coach. We don't really get to see him as a player. But last week, his play was so amazing. It could have been the shot calling and then the execution to accommodate that. Then we get to stack another coach on top, somebody like Ashley who knows how to work with a team that she hasn't been with. Now on for 6 weeks.
It is worth noting, at TwitchCon, Ashley was one of the highest rated coaching percentiles. Like, she made it onto the Breakaway, battle of the stage. She made it on the stage multiple times. It was her and Old Rusty Robots were some of the best coaches there. So definitely got a good coach in there with A Shrine or UX Killa.
And again, let's talk about
great work there.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but
please.
How she did, again, the traits of an Alona player is one that can see for their team, but as well as understanding how their team they're playing against does. She played Alona 56% of the time during the Alpha weekend, but she also played Rollins. So it's a great set of minds as in terms of characters that she knows how to play, but now she's coming on with the responsibility of a coach.
Yeah, and again, I think it's a great move there. You got Ashley there. She sits right next to Tovar, so they're going to be talking strategy all throughout the day. He's going to probably play as Alona. She tends to favor Alona, to your point, Rich. And again, I think there's some great pick there. And you still got Otterhead, so he's a coach in himself. So with the final pick of the draft, though, Team Feels Bowman, he decides to go with none other than Boba Fett, Tony Barnes.
Oh, you know what? This guy has. I feel like we need. You will see him for the first time. Boba Fett is a personality that the stream will fall in love with, but he's an amazing player.
Plays a lot of Rollins.
As far as a little bit of backstory, this is somebody who's heavily involved with a lot of the stage designer level designs. So there may be some nooks and crannies that he could be keeping in his back pocket to kind of guide Just Call Me Bao and his entire team because of his wealth in knowledge in the actual maps and things that exist. I got to see some stuff over there. Call them exploits, call them strats, whatever it is. I think it's an amazing, amazing pick. Somebody that none of the teams have any familiarity playing against, and I think he just brings, again, a wealth of knowledge to bring with his team.
No, that's a great point, Rich. I think Boba Fett's a good move there. You got an environment designer. Bao's a combat designer. That's a 1-2 punch right there, to your point. Let's take a look at all the teams now that have been selected there. You see Feels Bao, man. He is selected, obviously, himself as a player. Butter Beanie. You got Tick Trip. You got Spooky Force with the coach there, Boba Fett. You got Team Squirrel Posse with Otterhead in the lead spot there as the GM. GL Tovar, Orgoth, Daniel McGowan with the coach A Shrine. You got Team Feed Me, Zinramu the GM there, Maddie Awesome 20, Gucci Pants, M Priest, and of course the coach Earl Grey. And then finally the Berserkers led by of course GM Berserker Mike, Thrill House, Knock Naz, Chark, and of course the coach Grey Trip.
So we're gonna have an amazing series of events that takes place live over here on Throwdown Thursdays. It'll happen every Thursday, but you know what? That's just the start of it. In about 5 minutes, we're going to have our first official match take place in just a little bit, and I think everybody should be very, very hyped for the match that takes place.
Yeah, no, this was great. We're excited about this draft. Hopefully you guys are too. Talk to us on the chat. We're going to put up the 5-minute screen as we get things ready. We get the teams brought in for our first match. Chat it up on the stream. Who do you think had the best draft? Do you think it was Bao? Do you think it was Berserker Mike? Do you think it was Zinramu? Do you think it was Otterhead? Who's your pick? You feeling pretty good, huh?
All right,
guys.
So we'll see you in a little bit for our awesome first round Throwdown Thursday of the Inter-Office League. All right, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of Throwdown Thursday, live over here at Amazon Game Studios, Orange County. I am Filthy Rich, and I'm joined by Mr. Sill.
What's up, Rich? It's good to be here. Hi, everybody. Hope you guys enjoyed the draft we just did. The teams are getting ready, Rich, so we're going to stall a little bit. But the exciting thing is we have two amazing teams going on for tonight's matchup. You want to fill people in case they didn't watch the draft?
You know what, just in case, we are going to be archiving this so you can get all the awesome info there. However, playing today is going to be Squirrel Posse versus Fields Bowman. These are two of the more favorited teams between David and I. No, just kidding. They're two of the strongest teams that we've seen over here, but we still haven't seen the other two. But as far as a first show, it's definitely going to be a great kickoff just to see some high caliber breakaway play, as we're going to be seeing some first-time faces playing over here on Throwdown Thursday.
Absolutely, Rich. So before we get into it, though, let's give a quick shout-out to our sponsor, Asus. They are the official monitor and system provider for Breakaway. The VG248QE, it's a 24-inch monitor well known in the competitive scene in esports for its 144 Hz refresh rate with 1 millisecond response time. With this monitor, you won't miss out on quality experience or performance. Also, the G11 desktop sheds light on uncompromising performance. This powerful machine allows you to play Breakaway without compromising your gameplay experience and allowing you to stream with the best possible quality. Rich, tonight you mentioned it, Squirrel Posse, Fields Bowman. What we're doing is the draft you just saw leads into a round-robin season, if you will, where it's for the next 6 weeks, these teams are going to be playing against each other, with the top two teams based on win-loss record will face off in a final to see who is the champion of the Breakaway Office League Season 2. And I got to tell you, Rich, the match we're going to see here tonight, I think this could be a preview of what we will see 6 weeks from now in the finals.
Yes, and today's show format is obviously going to be a best out of 5, so we're going to see a lot of play between these two teams. You could see some character swaps, but all in all, just seeing some of our favorites. We have, the GM, Just Call Me Bao, one of the highest scoring players that we've seen from all the data that we've grabbed, but just, their opponents today, just all together, are so well grouped, and I'm very excited to see both these teams go heads up.
Yeah, and I think the other thing I'm really excited to see is that one team in particular, Rich, they actually went all out and themed their team around their name. So I give mad props to them. You'll see that momentarily. That's in the industry what we call a tease. But let's give it up. We're going to kick things off going into the red team. Tonight, the red team is Fields Bowman, and kicking it off for that team is none other than Spooky Forest.
Yes, Spooky Forest, as we saw from the draft, this was a committed player who loved his Rollins play over the Alpha weekend.
He only played Rollins.
He only played Rollins, and looks like he's going to be locking it in with no question whatsoever. And I'm excited to see if he's going to be an attack damage Rollins, or is he going to be going for buildables or mobility. Whatever it is, it's going to be awesome.
Absolutely. Next up on Fields Bowman, none other than the man himself, the GM of Fields Bowman, it's Bao!
Just Call Me Bao, a man of many different characters. We've seen him play the Spartacus. We've seen him play a lot of the running roles. And it looks like today he's going to be locking in that Spartacus. And you know what? The DPS, Just Call Me Bao, is my favorite to watch, and hopefully you guys will be able to see that.
Now I have to give a shout out though to Just Call Me Bao. Like, he's wearing that, he's rocking the Gutter Magic t-shirt. Is he rocking it because it's Gutter Magic, or is it because he is a GM now?
He does get to talk to Gutter Magic, who is one of the strongest Spartacus players that we've seen. So we might see some GM action over here for today's broadcast.
All right, third up for Team Fields Bowman, none other than Tick Trip.
Yes, Tick Trip, another man of mystery. You have seen him play two tanks. You've seen him play a lot of Black Knight as well as Storgrim. He does play a Rollins, but looks like he's going to be locking in that Black Knight. So far, so good. This team is looking pretty good with the Rollins, of Black Knight, as well as the Spartacus.
All right, and then none other than the final member of Team Fields Bowman. Give it up for Butter Beanie!
One of the strongest defensive players that we've seen ever play this game. Some of the smartest decision-making that we've seen with both Alona as well as Spartacus. We've seen her play Spartacus for the weekend where we were broadcasting, but looks like today we're locking in the Alona. So all in all, we may see some epic saves again from Butterbeanie.
Yeah, this is a pretty stacked team, as I mentioned before, Rich. You got Bao, who is the highest-rated player in the draft we just did, and then Butterbeanie going with the first-round pick of the draft. So this is looking pretty good for this team.
And we can't forget about their coach. It's going to be his first time over here on TDT, but he's somebody who's heavily involved with the development of these stages and the levels that everybody's going to be playing on.
It's
going to be the one and only
Bubba Vet, the coach of Team Fields Bowman. As you mentioned, he is a level designer on the team, so you got to wonder, is he giving the extra ins and outs, letting people know the shortest route to get to the relic and whatnot?
Regardless of what it is, it's looking like a really, really strong team. I'm very excited the fact that this team is playing for week 1.
All right, and let's see who they're going to be facing off today. It's none other than Team Squirrel Posse, who came dressed to impress.
Yes. Look at these guys. Oh, no. They're ready to rock these guys.
Wow, and they even have choreographed moves to boot. Kick it off for Team Squirrel Posse, none other than GL Tovar.
GL Tovar with the Alona play. I'm hoping that it's going to be her again. Looks like, hold on. There it is.
Look at
GL
that.
Tovar repping it very well for the Squirrel Posse. Are we going to see the Alona play? This is a player that I love to see playing Alona.
Oh,
but
changing
looks
it
like
up.
he's going to be mixing it up with the Spartacus. You know, all around, he's a very great defensive player. He's been playing that safety, if you know, as you would call it. And but with the Spartacus, you have so many different options. And for a player like Tovar, it's going to be pretty good.
All right, next up for Team Squirrel Posse is the man himself, the GM, the defending coach champion of the Breakaway Office League Season 1. Give it up for Otterhead.
Again, the last time we've seen Otterhead play over here, you know, we didn't know that his skill level was that high. We've always called him an amazing coach, but seeing him play the last time for Throwdown Thursday, a little bit before the holidays, we just got to see how impressive of a player he is. So him now in the player seat is going to be awesome to watch. He is definitely somebody to look out for. Looks like he's going to be locking in that Thorgrim.
All right. I wonder, are they actually going to play the game with their hands in the little mittens? Because that could be added handicap there.
It could be, but it could be something we just never seen before. Maybe it'll give him a special power.
Maybe. All right, third up for Team Squirrel Posse is none other than D-Mac making his Throwdown Thursday debut.
Yes, D-Mac was one of the players that was in the semifinals for the BTP tournament that we've
Not
had.
making his Throwdown Thursday debut.
No. He wasn't on the broadcast, but he was
okay.
in semifinals where, you know, he was one match away from making it. So now he is on TDT, and he's going to be bringing on that Alona. You know what? I have to say, from the play that I've seen, because we were casting for those events as well, he was a very, very impressive Alona, very aggressive versus defensive, and we may see a frontline Alona for the first time here on TDT.
Nice. And then rounding it out in the cleanup position for Team Squirrel Posse, none other than Orgoth.
Orgoth, the man. We've seen him play Buck. We've also seen some of the most epic shots. Like, I remember seeing his Rollins shot on the top 10 plays of 2016. I'm going to be excited if it's going to be Rollins. However, you know, I'm always going to be ready for some of the twists because it is going to be best out of 5. And looks like he's going to be locking in Victor for this play. And it's the first real time that we've had a main pick for Victor, especially in round 1. So expect a lot of surprise, a lot of DPS coming from this entire team. And I'm thinking it's gonna. This is one of the hardest matches to pick a favorite on.
All
However,
right, well, let's give a shout out to the coach, though, of Team Squirrel Posse. She's so awesome. She doesn't need a squirrel hat. Give it up for A Shrine.
A Shrine, again, you know, a brand new coach up into the mix. Not new to coaching, but I'm very excited to see her on TDT. She did an amazing job over at TwitchCon. The fans love her. She did such an amazing job over the broadcast that we have over here. And I think with the team that we have over here, there's 3 coaches on this one side alone.
Yeah, you know, you got raw talent versus coaching talent, and it's going to be interesting. But if I had to bet, I'm going to go with feels Bowman. What about you?
You know, I'm going to be happy to challenge that bet and going with the Squirrel Posse. But regardless of what it is, let the best team win. Again, folks, this is going to be a best out of 5. So please, for all of you at home, let us know who you think is going to win. Is it going to be Squirrel Posse or hashtag Feels Bowman? Here we go. Match 1 underway. So here we are. This is the most exciting part. One of the buys, it looks like Spooky Forest is going with a level 2, and it's going to be countered by GL Tovar with a demolition as well. And while we have 3 characters on their team going for Midas Touch, which is letting the players passively build up gold over time.
Spooky Forest, as you mentioned, Rich, he is going for that destructed buildable build. We've seen that with Rollins. It's more of a try to get as much gold by taking down buildables early on. We'll see if that continues. As it does look like the blue team, Feels Bowman, is able to take down the gold, which is just adding to the issue of the fact that these guys are going to be swimming in money pretty soon like Scrooge McDuck in the old cartoon, man.
So right now, again, you're just calling out that gold buff is an amazing 750 gold to every member that is on the team. So just imagine the buys that you can get, because there are items that cost 500, and at this point of the game, you and your team can go back and just have a great equipment item advantage and just take advantage of the round.
Okay, we see Butterbeanie for Team Fields Bowman in the center of the field, throwing the relic over to the right side. Tovar picks it up and now is getting healed on the fly by DMAC, who does get stopped though by the Thorns activated by Tick Trip as the Black Knight. Thorns is an ability that pulls you closer as he just gets damage done over time. With Tovar though, able to take the relic, does get hit by the Rollins though, forcing the fumble as we see that Alona falls off the map. And now we have Butterbeanie with a 5-second timer before she gets to come back in the match. Ways to win in Breakaway. The first way is you take that relic. That's the ball that everyone's fighting over on the top of the field there. You bring that into your opponent's base and you will score. Another way to win is you see every time you take down a player, you have that respawn timer. If you're able to wipe out the entire team before they can respawn, you will get a team wipe. And we'll talk about that third win, should it happen when time expires with 2 minutes and 25 seconds left to go in the match.
Oh, look at that Maelstrom in the backline now going in. Maelstrom is Victor's ultimate, but we can see Just Call Me Bound Butterbeanie now moving in with the two-man formation and not having too much to deal with as D-Bag is really low in his HP.
All right, we see Otterhead jumping into the mix there, using that shield wall. That's his defensive ability as Thorgrim, with Tovar taking the relic, throwing it up to the right side there, trying to make it an offensive move, but Butterbeanie picks up the relic though, and is taken to the other side of the field now.
You can never count Butterbeanie out. She's always going to be where the relic is at. And again, an amazing defensive play. It looks like there's a lot of action right here in mid. David's looking really good, even with that gold advantage.
Yeah, these teams look pretty even there, Rich. We mentioned that this would probably be one of the best matches that we see here in the round robin phase, and it's definitely living up to it so far as the team seems very balanced there. We saw a back toss there by Thorgrim. That's when he throws the character up with those giant horns. You see Just Call Me Bound now going up the elevator shaft here in Atlantis, our new map that we debuted in the alpha, with a nice throw there, but does get picked up by Tovar, who's now going to try to take it out and clearing the relic for the blue team side, as the red team is just right there to swarm it and just continues to make the oppressive stance, if you will.
I like the two-man formation up on here on top. Butterbeanie always there just to heal, but she is so low in health, she may have to just exit out of there and go back to base to heal.
Okay, we see action back again midfield. This could end up being territory as now it's in play with 57 seconds left to go. You see that yellow line appearing at the center of the map. Wherever the relic lands, if it's on the opponent's side, you will score the third way to win in Breakaway. So with 47 seconds to go, we see a push happening though. Could the red team get it in? With the rebound, they try to make it, but the blue team's there to stop it as Squirrel Paws is able to save the day. Nice back toss there by Otterhead, throwing the Spartacus character off the map for Team Fields Bowman. And now we're in a power play situation with 32 seconds left to go, as 4 seconds left to go on respawn for Spartacus, as Tovar pushing him, making a push on his side. He throws it up, but just in time, Bow comes in to mash, but Tovar dashes in and scores with first blood, going to the Squirrel Posse.
Such an amazing play right there by Tovar, but it's the entire team that was able to move forward. Could this be the power coaching that we were talking about with Ryan? I think this is it. I mean, you have 3 coaches on the same team. Just so much coordination in the last 15 seconds of that score, and really impressive play in that first round.
Yeah, absolutely, Rich, you called it, man. I mean, I think the coordination there you saw at the end there took advantage of the power play situation. They knew that Bao was down, so he had the 4-on-3 advantage, and they rushed for it, and they were able to get it. So mad props to Tovar using that dash ability. Whenever you pick up the relic, you are able to get an invulnerable dash. That's when your character glows white for a second. You saw him use that as an offensive weapon to dash himself right in there to score. Beautiful play there, as now we enter into game 2 of the first, round 2 of the first game.
Again, right there, as that was going on, you could see the gold buff sniped once again by the Squirrel Posse. Talk about that 750 gold along with the stack of Midas. Oh, wait a second, David. There's too much action going on.
Okay, you saw the offensive move there by Fields Bowman. They tried to get the early rush, but they weren't able to do so, as now we see that Team Squirrel Posse was able to get it back to midfield now, as Otterhead is doing everything he can to field off the team as Thorgrim there, using that Rib Splitter ability, using his, every ability at his disposal to try to just fend off the team, but it was on a 3-on-1, and that's just pretty dangerous there. So finally his team was able to step it in there, as now we see Tovar has the relic there. He's just kind of stalling, waiting for his team to get in position. He's going to go off that ramp. That's a buildable ability that Spartacus has, so Tovar put that ramp down earlier. Now he's able to go off it to get that extra mobility jump. Otterhead does a nice job picking up the relic as we're going on the left side there. We see DMAC getting into the mix there. But look at that, amazing work of the Thorns, and then you saw it happen where you saw the ultimate ability getting thrown down there. That Maelstrom from Victor just does damage if you're caught in that mosh pit, as Butterbeanie now with the relic, taking it up there to midfield.
You know, this entire time earlier I was mentioning just the bonus of Midas. Again, there's 3 players on Squirrel Posse that's acquiring gold while nothing is, like, while these team fights are happening, while the scramble for the relic is happening. So hopefully by the next round, they're just going to be so stacked. And already right now, the 14,150 net worth versus the 9,100, something like that in round 2 is really, really hard to do. And I think just Call Me Bao and his team are going to have to figure a way just to balance out the goal difference.
We see D-Mac now with the relic going up right side there. He's completely on his own. D-Mac could throw it in there, but doesn't charge it enough as it falls just short, and Just Call Me Bao is there to pick up the relic. Tries to clear it though, but now we see a push happening on the blue team side. Squirrel Posse trying to get it in, but it's not enough as Bao comes to the rescue there, picks up the relic, tries to get it away, but there's Otterhead there with the Ragnarok. That's that ultimate ability from Thorgrim. Jumps up and drops down that big hammer on everybody. It's a great AoE attack, pushes everybody out of the way. It definitely caused the relic to get lost in the mix there as Tovar tries to recover it, but he's just getting nailed by Spooky Force, who's doing some nice defensive Rollins action there. Just Call Me Bao really low on health. He's forced to go back to his base to recharge as Otterhead now has the relic and trying to go on the offensive.
Just see it earlier. Just Call Me Bao did have to exit out of there. Wait a second.
Hold on there, though. That was some nice moves there from an amazing flying Spartacus there on Squirrel Posse. Great job there, picking up the relic from Otterhead. He jumped in through it, which gave it more distance, but it wasn't enough, though. And now we're back in a territory situation with 51 seconds left to go. Again, you have that yellow line. If you are on Team Squirrel Posse, you have to get that relic, cross that yellow line before time expires. Wherever the relic lands, when the time ticks down, your team will score if it's in your opponent's zone. We see D-Mac now with a nice breakaway situation. He's trying to go left and right, just stalling. Nice pass up to Tovar. He does get stopped by Just Call Me Bao. We see, though, the Rollins character, Spooky Forest, does get sacrificed in the mix, though. And now another power play situation with Squirrel Posse, who has both buffs now, the armor buff and the gold buff. Look at that Ragnarok from Otterhead. Just Call Me Bao with 18 seconds left to go. 17 seconds left to go. He throws the relic just to get some extra time, though, but quickly picked up by Squirrel Posse with 12 seconds left to go. Someone's got to stop Oregon. He's going to make a tear. He throws it upfield with 7 seconds left to go. 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Tovar, he's just going to be, but should we just score right now? Is D-Mac able to score? No, he's not, but Just Call Me Bao cannot throw it in time. His time expires, and it's a 1-2 strike for Team Squirrel Posse.
Squirrel Posse up 2 points to none right now. Basically up on their first game, potentially closing it out right here. And the thing is, I'm excited to see what the item purchases are going to be, because at this point, you can see that the Midas have been doing work. Now, the way that the Midas works, as you can see, it's the emblem with the hand on them. For every person that has that, as long as you have a heroic, you're actually building gold, not only for yourself, but your entire team. But now it's multiplied by 2, and look at this gold difference. 33,000 to 15,000. It's going to be nearly impossible for Bao and his team to come back.
Yeah, you almost don't even see any red on that gold differential chart. As we see Orgoth there just trying to pick off people with a distance there. He does get stopped by Tick Drip, who finally gets to him and says, you know what, you're not going to just snipe my characters on my team. If you're Bao, though, you got to make some sort of fast action here because you are losing the time game. Look at that beautiful defensive move by Bao. Just jumps up and snatches the relic in the air. Butter Beanie now trying to go a little bit on the offensive, but she's got to watch out, though, as now we see massive action happening from Otterhead, doing a great job of just taking down the red team, just distracting them. There you see him there. Every time you get hit, remember, you lose that relic. So Otterhead jumping in.
Oh,
but, the last second, Butter Beanie with the save there. Just hits him, forcing the fumble. She is certainly living up to her name as first-round pick here in the draft of the Breakaway Office League Season 2, as Butter Beanie able to take the relic all on her own and clear it all the way to midfield.
Such an impressive defensive play by Butter Beanie. Never ceases to amaze us. Again, so close right there, having to deal with that, and is able to take it towards mid. You know, that could be something that just completely shifts momentum. Right now, all these players have the skill to almost put the equipment purchases aside, and I think, you know, if it were to be one team, Just Call Me Bao's team could be the one to actually deal with the 15K net worth deficit.
All right. We see Spooky Forest trying to do some defense. His aim needs to get a little better, though, as the season progresses, because he's kind of a little all over the place, though. But he is able to cause the force fumble there with Tick Trip able to pick it up there. Tick Trip running up right side. Tick Trip all on his own there. It's just Tick Trip and Tovar, but Tovar is able to stop him, though. We see Thorn get activated there, pulling in Tovar to him. Can he take out Tovar? He's not able to, but Just Call Me Bao comes in and whoops him out. And now we see Spooky Forest with the relic in control. He does get stopped by Orgoth, though, who's able to snatch the relic and go, thank you, as he starts running up the left side there, all in his own. You got Tovar in the distance, just doing a great job of playing defense for his teammate. Orgoth on the breakaway, does get stopped finally by Spooky Forest, doing a nice job there, getting back into the action, staying with the momentum. And Spooky Forest activating Barrage. That's the ultimate ability of Rollins, where he just unleashes a fury of bullets, doing a great job to do last defense as much as possible. We're seeing here the final push, passing all around. They can't figure it out. Tovar throws it up and scores! And there it is, the first game won by Team Squirrel Posse.
That was a great array of passes right there, able to put it in. I mean, just 3 passes nonstop, making it so hard for Bao and his team, just nearly impossible to figure out, like, hey, where do I jump in? Even somebody like Butterbeanie wasn't able to capitalize on that. That was really, really good play right there by the Squirrel Posse.
That was amazing, and you got to hand it to the coaching there. You called it, Rich. They know that, they know that Butterbeanie is an amazing defensive player. You've seen Bao made some amazing defensive moves there. So what did they do there? They just kept passing it all around, and you were like, I don't know who has the relic. I don't know who has the relic. They say, Tovar's throwing it and scores. I mean, that was a great play. I mean, between that and the gold, Rich.
Yes. I mean, at that point, you're talking about the gold. They had the equipment to be able to put on that pressure. So if it's HP or if it's armor, they just had all of that. This way, if they did push with a 3-man push, they weren't losing as much because they were soaking in as much damage as Fields Bowman was able to dish out. And, at that point, when you're able to sustain that much pressure, a couple of nice passes, as well as an awesome fadeaway shot right there is going to let you score a 3-0 in the first round. So great play by both teams, but amazing play by Squirrel Posse.
Now, Rich, I got to be honest. I did not see Bao getting just swept here in the first game. Like, what advice do you have for them? I mean, clearly he missed the gold thing. So aside from that, though, what can they do? It
was really, really tough for Bao and his team. Bao had he had Orgoth to worry about, and we got to see it every single time. Every single time Orgoth was in the back line, you would see the flank by Bao. However, the trades just were so even that even if, we saw it in the one-team fight, Orgoth did get eliminated, Bao had to retreat just to get his HP back. He's one of those players that if he's taken out of the equation, it's almost... it'll be too easy for the other team to go in. So he was making the right plays. However, he may just have to improve on the one-on-one fights. All in all, I think the team just has to, again, on a map like Atlantis, you can't let the team that's buying Midas get the gold.
That's a good point. And I think the other thing I noticed, though, it did feel to me, at least, I don't know if you guys noticed it or you all would notice it watching at home, it just felt like Bao was just kind of being the Bao show a little bit. I didn't get a lot of sense of cohesion and teamwork from Feels Bao Man. They just felt like, it was Bao kind of running all over the map. He's doing offense, he's doing defense, he's all over, and it just didn't feel like they were working as a cohesive group. And it's important to know it's week 1, maybe it gets better, but I thought that was a little interesting.
I think, again, you just called it out right there. It's week 1, the draft just completed, so teams are playing for the first time, especially at this level together. And, one of the things is that you have a team on the other side, Squirrel Posse, where the strengths are around communication because they are coaches. So that could be one of the strengths that they have to deal with. I think over time, we may even see it in this set where by the end of the day, Just Call Me Bound team could have their communication on point and could reverse sweep or, again, maybe just take it 3 straight right now, but we'll see.
All right, well, we're in game 2. We're back on Atlantis. If you're Boba Vet, hopefully you're coaching your team to, play a little bit more like a team. I know it's hard, to your point, Rich. First week here, you didn't have a lot of time since the draft, but hopefully we see some changes happening here.
Yes.
As we see Otterhead now in midfield there, he is able to use that Ragnarok. Nice, well-placed. The team goes flying. You got that well-placed ramp if they're just able to get it, but no! Look at that. Field Bao Man does a great job of taking out that ramp. Those ramps are probably one of the most deadliest buildables in Breakaway today, Rich.
The cool thing to notice the fact right now is that Lovar or Geo Tovar went for attack damage instead of demolition. So it may see some more DPS, a counter to the counter of Midas buys, but look at this pressure by the entire Squirrel Posse.
Absolutely. Again, Squirrel Posse doing a great job of playing together as a team. Tovar almost went up the elevator, decided not to, though. As Spooky Forest takes the relic. He tries to throw it, but Tovar intercepts it. Nice pass upfield to Orgoth. Orgoth going on right side. Orgoth couldn't make the quick score. Orgoth does get hit by Bao at the last second. Beautiful move. He got tick trip now, activating his pull ability, doing a great job stopping them. They take out the ramps there, though. So they're not quite out of the fight, but that was a good move, a little bit more coordination. So it looks like Boba Fett is doing a good job of coaching his team. We are seeing them work a little bit better together. They're staying together now. It's not just kind of the one-man show or one teammate show. It's definitely more of a cohesive group we're seeing here in the second match here with these two amazing teams, Rich.
And now look at Otterhead finding a way to deal with this, even with the Yolota. That was a 3v1, but is able to stay and have even more than 50% of his life. But look at this counterplay by Tick Trip. Now moving in towards the middle, but having to deal with that damage pressing GL Tovar right there.
We see Tovar now with the Relic there. The first match went to Team Squirrel Posse with a great job of Tovar scoring in for that Relic dash. Now we see action again happening midfield there with Otterhead taking up the Relic there. He's doing everything he can to try to just avoid the offensive of all of Team Field's Bowman. Does use his dash ability to clear the ground though, but it's not enough because that team is just keeps swarming. They are sticking together. They got the message, Rich, but it doesn't seem like it's enough. But look at the net worth, Rich.
Now look at this fight right here by the elevator. You can see that great toss by Otterhead as he moves forward with GL Tovar. Look at this offense right now. This entire team is so good. Amazing interception right there by Just Call Me Bao.
Never count Bao out. Him and Butterbeanie, probably two of the best defensive players that we've seen here on Throwdown Thursday. This is nice to see, but they need to start doing some more offense as we see Tick Trip throwing up right field. Again, all the entire team now working together. It's just a sea of red everywhere you look. But DMAC does able to try to escape as much as he can, but it just goes back to midfield. We just see action happening midfield after midfield, and you kind of wonder why we don't see Victor doing more damage since the red team is just keeps huddling in together.
You know, that's the type of play earlier. I just want to call out the fact that DMAC is playing that front line alone, of being so aggressive, just using the mobility that she has, and she always has possession of the Relic. And I think that's just the pressure that's very, very hard to deal with. But watch this Slovar as he goes in.
All right, Butterbeanie able to pick up the Relic, charging left side. She's going to heal a little bit with that healing shrine. That's one of the Alona buildables. So not only does that character heal, but she has a shrine which allows anyone who walks near the shrine to heal as well for her team. So there you go, Otterhead versus Tick Trip. It's a battle of the tanks, and the Black Knight seems to win that match. As now we see Butterbeanie trying to go on the aggressive. Nice doing it, just everything she can to juke past Tovar, but he doesn't let that slide. He's able to take her. Again, anytime you get hit with the Relic, you will have to cough it up. And there we see Tovar coughs it up, but is able to take his own rebound. And now we see DMAC with the ability to score, but he gets stopped by Butterbeanie. He goes down. Is Tovar able to take up the Relic? Yes, he is. Tovar picks up the Relic and scores.
Tovar with the back-to-back rebound is able to take it right there. You can see it, just that last fadeaway shot was on point, and it is now 2-0. And again, this pressure is very, very tough to deal with for Bao and team.
We're seeing a lot of coordination happening here between Bao and Butterbeanie. They are definitely trying to figure out how do we stop this team. This is not looking good.
You know, it's a defensive set of players over here between Just Call Me Bao and Butterbeanie. So, you know, it's one of those things. Maybe they're thinking like kind of like boxing, where they want to exhaust all the offense of their opponents. You know, this could definitely be a strap, but right now, you can't discount the fact that Squirrel Posse is playing so immaculate together.
They are playing incredibly well. So you see again, it's just more and more. It seems like every round that we're seeing just seems to follow the similar pattern where Phil's Bao just kind of pushes in the middle of the field. They do some mosh pits, ball goes back and forth, and then next thing you know, eventually Squirrel Posse just wears them out, and then they take it in for the score. So hopefully we see Boba Fett is on it. You see him looking intently on Spooky Forest's screen. He's probably giving some coaching to him because he definitely needs to step it up a little bit more, as Rollins doing a much better job of being defensive there. There you see him using Barrage, but he's on a different level, so he's not hitting the carrier. So you just got to make sure that we're just focusing a little bit better there on making sure that if you are Rollins and you're playing that defensive Rollins like we saw with Matty Awesome last week, you have to hit anyone who has that Relic. As Orgath now throwing it up midfield, does get intercepted by Bao. Bao trying to do what he can. The Relic does hit the wall though. It is able to get picked up by Tick Trip, but now you see DMAC coming up with it, and he tries to take it to the other side. DMAC very low on health though, but uses his nice Blessing of the Sun to heal himself.
He was playing with fire right there, so close, and I was like, is he going to go to the shrine, or is he going to use Blessing of the Sun? He didn't get to heal many allies, however, he was able to heal himself. But again, look at this counterplay by the entire Squirrel Posse as one member goes down from Just Call Me Bao's team, and DMAC again with possession of the Relic.
And now we see it, Squirrel Posse up. They're on a power play situation, but no, we saw that the healer, Tovar, healer just went down. So now it's not as much of a power play. Power play switches to the other side as Otterhead now with the relic. He is trying to go midfield. He does get stopped, but Tovar picks up the relic. Otterhead and Tovar are definitely doing a great job playing together. You're seeing some really nice play happening there. One time you saw Otterhead go up the elevator. He decided to just lure people following him. He passed it back to Tovar. That's definitely the 1-2 punch, if I'm going to call it, on Team Squirrel Posse. Similar to the Butter Beanie Bow connection that we're seeing here with Team Feels Bow Man. Just Call Me Bow with the relic up left side, very towing the line there, almost falling over as Orgoth able to pick it up. There you go, Otterhead passing it to DMAC this time. DMAC going on the opposite direction. Do they even notice? This is where we get low. This could be the Mr. McStabby. But no, there they catch up on it as action now again back to midfield. As both teams just seem like they're just playing very defensive right now. Super cautious there if you are Feels Bowman. And Squirrel Posse's now down 2 characters. This is a super power play situation. And the respawns just get more and more every time you die. We see that Orgoth is down 5 seconds now as Butter Beanie tries to make a play. Butter Beanie able to score it in for her team. And there it is, the first score for Team Feels Bowman.
It's going to be from Butter Beanie, the MVP, first pick. You know what, the team right now, Feels Bowman, they're grouping better. They're starting to win a little bit more of these team fights. I think just they're starting to find a counter to the triple Midas purchase pick. And again, you saw in that first round, they were able to deny that gold buff. And this could be the turnaround. Again, great play by Feels Bowman. They just got to keep the momentum up. And look at all these purchases. There are 2 heroic items on Spooky Forest, as well as the cooldown heroic on Butter Beanie. So we're going to see a lot of heals as well. Don't forget that attack damage also scales with all the heals for Alona. So she's going to be healing for a higher volume of HP for all the members of her team for any one of her abilities.
Yeah, and you saw Spooky Forest. He picked up the parchment equipment. You don't commonly see that used in competitive play, but what that does is it gives you gold every time you kill someone. So if Spooky Force is doing a lot of kills, his entire team is going to be getting more and more gold. Butter Beanie with the quick push. Just short, though, as she falls victim to it. But look at all those Light of Judgments. Those are amazing buildable, they're like turrets that Alona puts down, and those things stack, and that is just super powerful.
You can see right now just the difference in gold between the 2 teams. There's a lot of kills, and you can see Just Call Me Bow. This is now his 3rd round on fire. So he's had over 5 kills. We probably have way more than that. But the entire team looks like their combat's on point. Looks like their defense is on point. This could be the turnaround that they need.
All right, here comes Trick Trip left side. Tip Trick tries to score. It does get stopped by Tovar, who picks up the rebound. And look at that great Ragnarok there from Otterhead. And Orgoth comes up with it. Really sneaky move there by Victor. He runs it up and clears the relic midfield in record time. That was a great push from Squirrel Posse, just getting the relic out of there as fast as possible and as far away as possible, as Just Call Me Bow now loads up and ready to fire the offensive one more time.
But Just Call Me Bow, you just see
Hold
he's starting
on, Butter Beanie tries to score. There she is! Butter Beanie from downtown!
With the second scorer. So good right there. But, you know, Butter Beanie with these amazing offensive plays able to get the score. But then you also have Just Call Me Bow nearly just erasing anybody in his path. This team is being very strategic with their play. They almost, I almost want to say like they might have sandbagged that first game.
Ooh, I don't know about that, Rich. I don't think you sandbagged the first game.
Yeah, you can. Let's talk about some of these item buys. We already have an epic Midas touch, so that's going to be giving gold to everybody thanks to Otterhead, but we also have cooldown to deal with the cooldown heroic for both Alonas. So this is going to be a super action-packed final round over here for game 2.
That's right. This is game point here for the second game here, and we see, could they tie it up? We'll soon find out. If Feels Bowman's able to score, they will tie it up in a 1-1 series thus far. Remember, this is best of 5. Butter Beanie on the offensive. Butter Beanie going right side. She throws it up, even though she's about to get hit. Just tries to get it in there as far as close to the opponent's base as possible. And now we see action happening there with Tovar taking up the relic. Just Call Me Bow, quick to strike though. He's now has it. He's waiting, getting his team in position. We see some coordination happening there. Tony Barnes doing a great job of coaching his team back from the brink of defeat. Now it's into a deadlock match point here. And now we see Tovar with the relic, not sure what to do, just waiting for his team. But look at how well. They definitely took the advice, Rich, and they are playing so much better. Look how coordinated Feels Bowman is.
Spooky Forest is doing so much buildable damage in the backline, just clearing everything, and on top of that, getting gold. Here we go.
Just Call Me Bow with the score. There it is. They are back in action.
Just call me Bao. Just figured it out. You know what? It was all about the defensive plays. They just they got all the gold needed, and they didn't leave much for Squirrel Posse to choose from in terms of offense. As soon as they made that Midas purchase, that's a hard commitment. And if you can't deal with team fights or anything, somebody like Bao with his offensive capabilities, along with the backline defensive line of Butter Beanie as well as Tick Trip, you can't beat him that in the late game.
And you know what? I criticize Spooky Forest a little bit.
It's a little rough, man.
But you know what? I will give him props though, because you saw all those buildables when that third round began, and Butter Beanie jumped in. There was like 5 lighted judgments just like freaking nuking her. And then next thing you know, Spooky Forest is on the attack, taking down buildables, making it rain gold everywhere he goes, doing a great job of taking down the buildables. And, you know, I don't even know if Squirrel Posse even noticed, because right there, it was a 1-2-3 quick strike once those buildables went down.
Again, I don't know if the Midas purchase was a gimmick. It could have been. It could have been a way to kind of sneak some of the later game strategies that could also work. But I love being able to see these type of oddities in terms of equipment purchases. I'm wondering now if they're going to go back to, you know, some of the standard stuff. If it's going to be attack damage, movement speed, or maybe armor to kind of deal with the offensive playstyle that, you know, they put on Bao. They put Bao on the front line, murder everything in sight. And you can almost do that, especially when you have somebody like a Rollins playing the back line and Butter Beanie just ready to catch every interception. But we'll see. Game 2 is about to kick off, and you know what?
Game 3, Rich.
Oh, Game 3, excuse me.
We're tied 1-1.
Yes.
I told you guys this would be exciting. And you got to say, though, Butter Beanie definitely does a better job playing offensive defense, because we saw once she stepped it in and said, you know what, I'm going to play the offensive Alona, they started raining in goals left and right.
The offensive DMAC, you know, Alona could have been an inspiration, but just like the quick flip right there by Butter Beanie, switching from defense to offense, Bao just going in. He was on fire that entire game, David. So, again, you're acquiring extra gold. You're just becoming that threat that exists on the map, whether if he touches you or not. And we'll see. I don't even know how to call or predict what their third match is going to do, but it's going to be pretty exciting between these two guys.
I think what I like seeing now is both teams operate at such a high level of play that we are seeing it's mind games now, Rich. It is 100% mind games. You saw it with Otterhead when he was Thorgrim. He went up the elevator. He lured teammates, and then next thing you know, he passes it back down to Tovar, who tries to run it up the right side. I mean, we are in full-on mind game mode.
That's right. Some of the strengths that I've seen from Squirrel Posse has been their passing plays. As long as they're within, you know, the scoring zone, just the decision-making in terms of, like, who to pass to, when to actually shoot for it, you know, they have to embrace that a little bit more. They may have been engaging in way too many team fights, losing a whole lot of life. You know, you have somebody on Victor, which is, you know, somebody that you guys need to protect as a team, but if you don't, you have to retreat, get him back his health, and then just make another attempt. They went all in a lot of times. Even it may have been because they were up to 2 rounds in that last game. But here's the thing. Orgoth plays Rollins as well as Anbani. We may see the switch up from Victor to either one of those characters. And something as simple as that could totally change the dynamic of the team and maybe be the thing that they need just to kind of bring the pace back, take it on their side. Right now, I think Bao and their team, they just have to do what they're doing right now. Just go in, rush, you know, encourage team fights as much as possible. Again, Spooky Forest came through that last round.
Yeah, you know, absolutely, 100%. You got to hand it to Boba Fett. We saw him in the beginning of the match. He's kind of hovering around the middle, sitting on the desk. Towards the end there, when it's, you know, they're getting close, like, wow, we're going to get smoked. Next thing he does, he basically plants himself right behind Spooky Forest, and he's just like, okay, I'm going to teach you how to play Rollins real fast. So definitely seemed like it paid off there. I agree with you, Rich. If you are Team Feels Bao, man, you are basically saying, whatever you did that past game, do it again this game.
That's
because they didn't have an answer for it yet, and it'll be very interesting to see here as we go into Game 3. Does Team Squirrel Posse able to counter what the new battle plan is for Team Feels Bao, man? Well, let's find out right now as the match is firing up. Once again, we are back on Atlantis match, and we are seeing that I think there's some new team dynamics potentially, Rich.
You know, we're going to find out just a little bit. Again, for you folks at home, please let us know who you think is going to take it. Is it going to be Squirrel Posse or is it going to be Feels Bao, man? Let's see. It is now 1-1 between these two. You know, this point in terms of the set is the most important of it. But look at this Orgoth now going with the Rollins, and I think that that's a great pick. He's going to be on buildable destruction duty, but he's also going to have to deal with Spooky Forest. And I love knowing that there's two characters, or one character per team that has to do this, because that is a fight that they have to, you know, encounter each other first just to figure out who's going to destroy the first buildable. It looks like the fight right here is for the gold buff, and it is secured by Orgoth. Great pick, great play.
Yeah, it looks like he definitely listened to you during that pre-match setup, because he's like, you know what? I think I should switch to Rollins. Good idea, Rich. As we move into the action there, we see that Tovar is able to pick up the relic for his team. He's going midfield, trying to do a quick push, though. Does get stopped as Trick picks up the relic. He does get hit, and GL Tovar going back for the relic. He is the relic magnet on the team for Squirrel Posse. This guy always has the relic, throws it upfield. DMAC able to pick it up. DMAC hovering around that armor buff. Does get hit, though, forcing himself to lose control of the relic. Relic gets picked up by Just Call Me Bao, who decides to take the elevator, but does get hit on his way up there by Otterhead. Again, Nice doing a great job there, taking down those ramps from Spartacus. Every time you see that speed ramp, watch out. Trip tries to throw it, does get stopped by the defensive play of Orgoth, doing a great job there stopping him. As Just Call Me Bao picks the rebound, trying to go up there midfield. Bao just waiting back, getting healed a little bit by Butterbeanie. As we see Tovar able to take the relic, takes control. And again, action just happening right there. Look at that beautiful Ragnarok from Otterhead.
That pull start from Trip just started it all, but let's not forget, look at this amazing pairing that Butterbeanie and Just Call Me Bao have. Every single time you see him, she is right there behind him, whether it's to catch the rebound or perhaps to get the score. But now they're taking a lot of damage. And look at this return from GL Tovar as he's able to move it past the midline.
Oh, he did a great job passing it past Spooky Forest. As Orgoth there upfield, Orgoth going to make a push left side. Orgoth gets stopped though by Butterbeanie. Does a great job of using her ability to just hit him. That's all you gotta do, just touch him once, he's forced to fumble it. Tovar picks up the relic though, whoa, hold on, I don't wanna go off that ramp. And now Bao able to pick up the rebound, throws it over, tries to clear it, but Tovar's right there to pick up the rebound. Tovar's fighting down there, right at the foot of the base of Team Fields Bao. Are they able to score? No, they're not, because Trip gets right in the face of Orgoth and is able to clear the relic with Butterbeanie right there in the action now. And now we see momentum shifting now as Team Fields Bao Man is able to try to save off the attack this time for Squirrel Posse.
It's going to be pretty tough for the Team Blue to move forward because they were taking so much damage in every single one of those trades. Again, if they're going to be fighting at their base, the team that is closest to base will be regenerating HP. At this early in the game, where somebody like Alona doesn't scale as well as she does versus the later rounds, she has to be a little bit more defense. But we got somebody like DMAC on board and on deck, ready to take on that front line. You know, it's all in all the time. It could be good, it could be bad, but we'll see. Right now, we have 1 minute left.
We just saw Butterbeanie get melted there, but she tried to use her defensive ability, just kind of warp out of there, but it wasn't enough. She quickly goes down from Orgoth's shot from Rollins, and now we see Spooky Forest doing everything he can to just trying to run defense, trying to build enough time for Butterbeanie to come back into the action, and of course she's back with 59 seconds left to go. Just Call Me Bao able to take the rebound. You see that yellow line again midfield with 54 seconds left to go. If Team Bao, if they are able to cross that yellow line and get into the Squirrel Posse territory when time ticks down, they will be able to score this first point in Game 3.
You know what, no matter what's going on, this constant pressure by Squirrel Posse is still, you know, unstoppable at this point. They don't really care about how much life they have, but Just Call Me Bao and their team, they are doing a great job just fighting it out.
Oh! Butterbeanie gets completely stuffed. That was the ultimate shutdown there.
Again?
But Butterbeanie tries to throw it again, but Otter has a bam! No, you will not get that relic past me. Trip throws the relic out of bounds. It spawns back to the nearest point with 13 seconds left to go. If you are Team Fields Bao Man, you've got to get that relic across that yellow line. We see Team Squirrel Posse doing a great job there. 5 seconds left to go. 4 seconds. GL Tovar throws the relic even closer to Fields Bao Man territory. They're not going to be able to club it. Chuck this one up for Team Squirrel Posse.
Squirrel Posse answers back, and maybe this, check it out, the dance is live. We're in the mix. You know what? It was in sync. They practiced that. It was one then the other. But that was an amazing play. The Orgoth and his play on Rollins right there was exactly what they need. Great defensive plays all around by the entire team for both sides, actually. I can't even call it just one. But right there, you know, I think Orgoth and his pick on Rollins, he's such a character specialist when it comes to him. And There it is. Look at that. Wow.
Spooky Forest using the barrage, trying to get that gold buff, but Orgoth just sniping it at the last second. That is the difference, folks. And there you have it, another gold, 750 gold goes to Team Squirrel Posse. And when you're playing a game like this, any bit of gold will absolutely help you. With Butter Beanie taking the relic, using her dash to get it upfield. The relic goes midfield, but Orgoth all over it. Takes it up the other side now, but look at that, Just Call Me Bao catching the relic. But he's also catching a fistful of hammer from Thorgrim there, as Otterhead does as much as he can to just cause some mayhem. Butter Beanie taking the relic there, but Orgoth quickly able to get it, throw it back in the other direction. Just Call Me Bao answering in return, and it's just going back and forth here in midfield as Otterhead does a really nice Ragnarok just because he can.
Thorns activated into the heal just is going to be something any team would have to worry about. Squirrel Posse was able to escape out of there with nobody dying, but on the other side, never mind, Thorgrim is down. But I like how the fights are now starting to take place in the middle of the map, David. Showing some balance between the two teams. Nobody's scared of each other, and it's a matter of like equipment and who gets, their hits in right.
Yeah, I mean, Otterhead doing an amazing job. He keeps using that Ragnarok. He's got that thing on mental countdown timer. So he just keeps waiting. As soon as the thing's ready to go, he pops it again, takes out more people. There you go. Tries to use that back toss. Totally throws off Bao off the map. And the nice Thorgrim move we like to call it now on Throwdown Thursday, with Otterhead picking up the relic there. Otterhead again using his ability there with Thorgrim. We see it time and time again. There's that back toss. There's that shield wall. Otterhead just firing all of his abilities, doing everything he can just to lay as much destruction as possible against Feels Bowman. Butter Beanie somehow coming up with the relic, but she quickly gets stopped. She picks it up again on the rebound though, but she's got low on health. She's got to figure out how to get healed as it's the battle of the healers, but there's Otterhead. That guy is everywhere, Rich.
Yes, he is. We got to call out Butter Beanie, an amazing defensive play right there, using Sunburst to just push it out.
Hold on, Rich. Orgoth on the attack. Oh, he gets stopped by Bao. It's an amazing jumping interception, saving the goal, because that was sure to go in there as Otterhead tries to pick it up. Otterhead really low on health, but he is a tank, so he may survive this one. As we see Butter Beanie now in the offensive position. Butter Beanie doing a nice job from Tick Trip, actually, just taking that damage away from Orgoth. Just allowing Butter Beanie to sneak in off the other side with the relic. But there's Tovar waiting for her, as we see Thorns get activated by Tick Trip, bringing in as much attention as possible towards him, and just leaving the back line there.
And look at that fight that happened in the front. Just Call Me Bao, just completely eliminating Orgoth. Again, Just Call Me Bao's getting to the point where he starts to become crazy dangerous again, and it's only in the second round right now, David.
That barrel that you're seeing, those are exploding barrels. That's a buildable ability from Rollins there. So Spooky Forest doing a nicely timed barrel dropper. That buildable will just keep dropping exploding barrels, and whatever they hit, they will explode. So we're down again, as you mentioned, Rich. We're at 48 seconds now. There's that yellow line. Again, if you are Bao, you have to work on your territory win gameplay, because it's certainly impacting their team. They've lost a couple rounds now because they just don't have it when time is ticking away with 36 seconds left to go. Again, the relic is now in Bao territory, meaning that Squirrel Posse could score yet again with this nice pass. Tovar up from downtown, throws it and scores!
Great positioning right there by Tovar, using the dash just to move on in to get more out of that pass from his teammate. And, uncontested, just score right there. Right now, Bao still is on fire. Again, you're going to be acquiring extra gold as you kill more people. Let's see, it is final round, and this team is pretty used to this position. They do better on the ropes.
I think you're right, Rich. This could definitely be a team that they just like it when the odds are stacked against them.
Yes.
But this time, though, they don't have the gold advantage like they had before.
Yes, you know what? While Just Call Me Bao does have one heroic, there are two heroics that exist on Squirrel Posse, but on Feels Bao, man, there are three, and so many close to four.
Oh, quick strike happening here. Orgoth rare with Tovar. Orgoth tries to throw, puts it away, able to do it. Look at that. That's a 1-2-3. Is that a Mr. McStabby or just a full-out suicide blitz?
That was a suicide blitz. Run all around. Again, just with two players being that committed to going in, it's hard to say that there was anything that Just Call Me Bao and team could have done to stop that one. They committed so far out. If the pass were to go, sure, they can get it. If not, there were two members that were going to die, and then again, the reverse counter push right there could have resulted in Bao getting that point. But Squirrel Posse does it again, and now it is 2-1 in terms of today's match set.
Yeah, I mean, if Squirrel Posse is able to pull off the next game, this will be Game 1 of Season 2 of the Breakaway Office League going to Squirrel Posse in the upset. Because Bao, I mean, you got Bao, you got the best player here in the draft, the first-round pick going to Butterbeanie. This team, it's got to be more than just 2 people. I mean, you give them great coordination between Bao and between Butterbeanie, but there's 4 people on your team, Rich.
Absolutely. You know what? Again, we got to call out that we're going to be having these events throughout the next set of weeks. You know, you're going to be seeing all the 4 GMs playing, bringing on their teams. This is the first time, and again, these guys practice every day, but they have their own teams. This is a new team for everybody, for every single one of the GMs and the coaches. That's why you're seeing 3 coaches on Squirrel Posse, and right now I believe there's only 2 on Just Call Me Bao's team. We'll see. Again, they've done very well with their back to the ropes, and last time was in the game. Maybe it has to be within the set. But we'll see. Such a dominating force by Squirrel Posse. Running, passing, they're fighting. They're not even fighting. That's the thing. They're capitalizing and recognizing the strength that exists with Fields Bowman. And combat is one of their strong points.
Yeah, like, they have done an amazing job. I think, you got to give hats off to Coach Eshrine. She's done an amazing job of coaching her team. You see her coaching her team right now. I mean, they have done a great job. Whoever told Orgoff to get off Victor and go to Rollins because he's a better Rollins player. I mean, that was the difference there, Rich. I mean,
yes.
Bao had no answer for that.
Bao, he did answer towards the Rollins, but, again, Rollins, for his forced fumbles that he's going to create, for the mobility that he's going to have with 2 dodge rolls, and Org got shot. Like, the guy doesn't miss.
That is the difference. Like, again, I don't want to pick on Spooky Forest, but that is the difference, right? Like, you saw Spooky Forest going in there early, using his barrage on the gold buff, trying to take it, but then right at the end, it gets sniped away from Orgoth because he knows the timing. It's just that extra bit. That's that skill gap that just makes the difference of a player who's on the caliber of Orgoth and someone who's just getting there, and it's just very. It's impressive. I mean, it really kind of you get to. That's why we do part of these Throwdown Thursdays. Is you get to see the difference in, like, a player who is super seasoned, who spends every day, every hour just working on and knowing all the intricate mechanics and knowing that when that health bar is 3 millimeters before it's gonna go, that's when I need to fire, and that's the difference.
There's also one thing to call out. I'm pretty excited. I'm already thinking about next week. Today we have 2 of the strongest teams. We say that now, but let's not forget about next week's team, which is going to be insanely strong as well.
You got Gucci Pants. You got, everyone loves seeing Gucci Pants. This guy's crazy. Like, he's a Thorgrim player who does anything but play tank.
Thorgrim player, great play, but, his coach as well, Zin Ramu, they're all on the same team, and he's going to be going against the Berserkers.
Yeah,
Berserker Mike and his team.
You got Zinramu, Matty Awesome, Gucci Pants, and the executive producer of Breakaway, Matt Priestley. They're coached by Earl Grey. I mean, that's a very powerful team in and of itself. And then, like you said, Rich, they are going up against the Berserkers. You got Berserker Mike, Thrill House, Knock Naz, and Charsky. Like, great trips coaching them. I mean, this is definitely maybe next week is the preview match of the finals. Anything's possible. But here we go. We are loading it up again for Game 4, match point.
It could be match point.
This could be it. If Squirrel Posse pulls it out, they will win this thing, which would be a shocker, certainly for me, because I definitely have bet on Bao. And I think this is actually the first time that I would have lost a bet.
I was going to say, this, folks, cheer with me on my side, because this could be the very first time that my choice will win. Squirrel Posse, I really need you guys to win. I've been on a losing streak for the past few weeks, but it's not about me. It's about these guys. These guys have been playing so well together. I've been very excited to see. They came in dressed to impress with the squirrel hats and all.
You're right. Like, I should not have discounted that. You got to imagine a team that's going to dress together. They absolutely had some coordination, and we've seen that coordination. You've seen the amazing passing. We've seen, the great play where you always have Tovar is definitely more of the offensive player. He's got defense in the Rollins character. We've seen D-Mac do aggressive and defensive Alona too. Let's not discredit that.
I've been calling out that he's been a frontline Alona, but we've seen it on the back line, just getting there, being able to catch all the rebounds, just being in the right place at the right time, a great counter pick to somebody like Butterbeanie, who's going to be doing the same thing too, but knowing that He can play at frontline as well, but we'll see. Let's jump into our fourth game right now between Squirrel Posse and Felix Bowman. I don't want this to be the last one. Let's see what's happening. Let's talk about some of these buys. Got Just Call Me Bow. Go with the typical attack damage. Tick Trip. Now going with the Black Knight into the mix. We have Midas Touch on Butter Beanie and Spooky Forest. Hoping to get those assists right there. And let's, with that Parchment.
All right, Otterhead taking the move there, midfield. We'll see if Squirrel Posse, oh, look at that Ragnarok action. Does get stopped, though. And now we see that Otterhead is just kind of playing around midfield. We see action happening there on the left side there as we switch cameras over to look at Spooky Forest. Spooky Forest in the offensive position. Spooky Forest could score, but he gets stopped. I got a little too excited there, but Trick Trip's there to take the rebound, though, and they are continuing to push into a wall of red, Rich, as Just Call Me Bow is able to take the rebound and score in a quick 1-2-3 strike fashion. Look at that. Can we cut over to Spooky Forest? He was doing a little bit of a head nod thing. He was feeling pretty good about himself. There he is.
You know, that was an amazing play by him as well. The entire team, you know, was just, like you said, a wall of red just moving in, just completely overwhelming Spooky Forest. I mean, Squirrel Posse. Again, they could have been still celebrating their previous win, and Just Call Me Bow and his team were able to move on forward.
These guys are not out of it. They are down now, but they are not out for sure.
Yes. You know, let's not forget in that round one, Orgoth was able to secure that gold, so it wasn't too much of a loss except for the point. Let's see what happens. Look at this. Just Call Me Bound team, again, always on Relic, on point.
Yeah, they are on the offensive for sure, Rich. They saw that last score that they had against them. They're like, you know, we make the rush. We don't get beaten by the rush. As we see Bow on the top there of Atlantis. He falls down, though, as now we have control of the Relic from Squirrel Posse, with Butter Beanie coming up with the Relic there, throwing up there on left side. It's a sea of blue now, as D-Mac able to take control of the Relic. He does get stopped. An action now happening there with Tick Trip picking up the rebound. The Relic now passing over to Otterhead, who's taking it for the opponent's side. And I'm surprised to see that the gold buff is still in play, but there it goes. Orgoth using that barrage ability. That's that special Rollins ultimate ability where he just lays a barrage of bullets. He is able to take down the gold buff completely uncontested this time, as Tick Trip is just trying to use everything he can to just fend off the team of Squirrel Posse and get the Relic for his team. Spooky Forest getting a clutch heal there from Butter Beanie as he was about to go down. He does use his barrage ability, and they're trying to stop Tovar, who's just kind of jumping all over the place with the Relic, and Tick Trip able to come up with it, but now he's got to fight Tovar, and he's almost out of health.
He's still able to sustain and just finally dies out right now. And look at this counter push as Lovar and team are able to move forward. Look at this formation that these guys have, David.
Butter Beanie super low on health. She misses the elevator. That's going to cost their team. This could be the match, the round right now. But look at that great interception from Bao. We've seen that so many times. Bao is an interception machine. Beautiful ramp that they were unable to take down. Butter Beanie capitalized in it. Butter Beanie's on a breakaway. Butter Beanie about to get chased by Tovar. She's able to not make it as Tovar takes her down using that amazing no retreat ability followed up by the defensive ability. That's that 1-2 push that able to get Spartacus just gains so much ground with that character.
You know, we got to see a little bit earlier. Again, that sure shot right there by Orgoth. Just hitting with that Rollins blast. That does so much damage, David. Also pushes the opponents back and was able to execute right there. And look at this push right now by Squirrel Posse.
Here comes Orgoth up, completely undefended. Bao unable to intercept it this time. And there's a score for Team Squirrel Posse. And they are still doing the Squirrel celebration. But the GM getting a little tired there because he is unable to make the stand-up sync move.
Great play right there by both teams, but great closing right there by Squirrel Posse. You know, we got to see it. There was a lot of momentum that was riding with the entire Feels Bout team, and they weren't able to close it up. But let's talk about this right now. There is a heroic item. The Otterhead also now has Midas Touch, so he's going to be building up gold for his entire team. Orgoth now with heroic destruction damage on buildables. Again, what's awesome about that heroic item is that if he is the last one to hit it, there's 1,000 gold instead of 500 that he can take for himself or share with his team. Gold seems to be the play of the game so far for the Squirrel Posse.
Definitely. You saw that light adjustment try to get placed. That got stopped. Whenever you get hit and you're trying to place a buildable, your buildable instantly gets destroyed. And just a quick shout out to Tovar, because Tovar saved it for his team. If he didn't use that combination of his defensive ability plus that no retreat of Spartacus to gain that ground on Butterbeanie, they were certain that Butterbeanie was going to score. So mad props to Tovar there. Not only see an offensive weapon, but beautiful defensive play there as well. As Butterbeanie now just playing around with their team, you see Tick Trip activating his Thorns ability there. Butterbeanie with the Blessing of the Sun, bringing health back to Tick Trip, who is able to take the relic, but does get popped up in the air. You see that back toss happen from Otterhead. Otterhead doing massive amounts of damage there at Thorgrim. He's everywhere on the map as well. Tick Trip doing a great job at using the dash ability to bypass those barrels getting thrown there, but he does get stopped as Tovar is able to come up the relic and throws it midfield. Butterbeanie got in jail! That's a death penalty right there. And now we see Tick Trip trying to score for his team. Pass it back to Spooky Force. Spooky Force charging the throw, but he's so far back. What's the point? And it gets intercepted, and now we see D-Mac there with the relic, taking it back for the other team.
Now look at his turnaround right now, as Orgoth is the one now who's on fire instead of just call me Bao, but he's gonna be on Roland, so Roland's getting damage, just dealing that much damage, having the mobility. That's somebody that you don't want on fire, David, and looks like him and his entire team are now moving forward and could close it out for their second point of this match.
Yeah, beautiful pass by Tovar. Tovar does the Rich Bantegi move right there, where he passes the relic to himself, able to catch it, and then he is quickly able to go in for the score.
You know what, this could be it. This could be the final round for today. It is, again, week 1, so it's not like this is the end of the road for Felix Bao, man. You will be able to see him again.
You will certainly see him again.
Definitely. But right now, you know, we can't count him out. One more point needed. And let's look at this. Look at all the purple that is on the left side of the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heroics versus 1 heroic, which is on Just Call Me Bao. And let's not talk about that 32,000 versus 17,000 gold difference between the two.
Yeah, it's a mirror match of the first game that we saw there, with just the gold being completely dominated by Squirrel Posse. And don't forget, this is a round-robin match, so this next 6 weeks you will see all these teams be placing against each other in round-robin fashion. So we will definitely even see these two teams play up against each other. And now we see, though, that, you know, you got to hand it to you. I would say definitely the advantage is in the pace of Squirrel Posse, and they are looking like the team to beat here, because not only do they have amazing players on their team, but they are certainly complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses. As Orgoth now on a breakaway. Orgoth throwing it upfield. Butterbeanie catching it, though. She does go down. Or she doesn't go down, but she barely comes alive with her life. But that's okay, because Tovar has it. Tovar can do the 1-2-3 hat trick, but he gets stopped. But no, he goes in on the rebound. There it is. Your champions of this opening kickoff. First round of the Breakaway Office League Season 2. Give it up for your victors, the Squirrel Posse.
So Orgoth closing it out with that rebound right there. He's not on screen, but he's here at heart. He did such an amazing job. It was him pushing it forward, but it was all about that ramp. The ramp that Gio Tovar was able to take, just to get the positioning on the map, let him and the entire team just go in. Again, that passing game, so good with this entire team. And they were able to close it out 3-1 in that round.
Yeah, you know, that was certainly that was rough, man. If you're Bao, you got a lot of thinking to do. You're gonna have a long bus ride home as you walk across back to the studio.
You know what? There's a lot of weeks left in this entire series, and again, you know what's nice about this is that we're gonna start to see, you know, you as well as home, just to kind of, you're gonna get to understand how these teams are getting better. They're gonna learn how to communicate better with themselves. We could see some new characters up in the mix too. Again, it's all about the team formations and what these guys do for practice, and again, a lot of it is on the coaches. Yeah,
I mean, I'm definitely going to see, like, how does Boba Fett able to take his team. He's got to assess his team. I think he got a good sense right now of how his team is doing, but, you know, I definitely see a lot more coaching. But we now have a special guest here, GM of the winning team, the only undefeated team right now, because you're the only team that's played and won. Give it up for Otterhead, rocking the squirrel outfit.
Hey, guys.
Now, Otterhead, I got to ask. Did you always plan to buy these amazing...
So, you know, they let me pick the name, and that was probably a mistake. And things have spiraled out of control since then. So now we're all in, I guess.
You bought these on Amazon, right?
We did buy these on Amazon. That's true.
So if you want one of these
overnight
Squirrel
shipping
Posse hats, that could be possible. I have to do it. It's part of the job. So... Yeah. So what was going through your head? I mean, you guys had some amazing strategies. I got to hand it to you. I think my favorite was probably when you went up on the elevator, lured a bunch of people, and then passed it back to Tovar. Like, how much of this stuff did you guys plan ahead of time, and how much of it was just kind of on the fly?
So a lot was on the fly for sure, but the general comp and strategies we talked about before, and I got to say those were some of the hardest games that I've played. Like, it was incredible. Bao was all over everybody. I just kept hearing, he's killing me, he's killing me, he's killing me, and I was trying to peel mostly and disrupt, keep people moving, and Thorgrim's a beast. Thorgrim's a beast.
Now,
and,
in game 2, we saw that you guys were up, 2 rounds to none. Bao's team completely did the 1-2-3 shutdown and came back. You had a lot of time to talk. We saw Ashley getting in the mix there. Like, what were you guys talking about? How did you adapt your strategy?
So specifically, that's when Orgoth switched to Rollins, right? Because Bao was just too sticky. He couldn't get away as Victor. Anytime he got behind the back line, that's when the screams started. So I think the Rollins pick worked well. We were able to counterplay, get some kills, eliminate Bao a couple times, and that was key. So,
do you have any? Are you gonna change anything between this week and the next time you guys play?
This was my most feared match. These guys are all super good. Butterbeanie is unreal at the saves and moves. Like, you saw, she was like just about to score on that final match, like
Tovar,
with the breakaway.
That was a nice
crazy.
pick of Tovar. Good work there.
That's Tovar's tech on scoring is amazing. Everybody's just at a high level today. So.
All right. Well, there you go. Give it up for Otterhead. Congratulations on your first win, Team Squirrel
Thank you,
Posse.
sir.
Congrats.
We will see you guys in the next couple weeks.
Whew.
Rich, there it is.
So definitely a team to watch. Squirrel Posse is something to check out on. Again, if you guys want to learn more about these guys, we're going to be posting up a lot of information up on our websites as well as social. So please stay tuned to all that good news. Again, a great shout out and impressive play by Fields Bowman. And again, this is not the last time that you will be seeing them. They're going to be back here. They're going to be stronger than ever. But next week is going to be amazing as we're going to have Zin Ramu battle it out versus Berserker Mike.
That's right. It's Team Feed Me versus the Berserkers. We'll see what's going to happen. Zin Ramu's back there. He's already planning his moves. So we're going to see what's going to happen. For Filthy Rich, I'm Mr. Sill. We'll see you guys in the arena. Have a great night. Happy Thursday, everybody. Don't forget to check us out online. Go to our social channels, playbreakaway.com, @playbreakaway, twitch.tv/playbreakaway, which you're already at right now if you're watching this. So thank you, and have a good night.
I'm Filthy Rich, and this is Mr. Sill.
What's up, everybody? Good to be back here. We had an amazing episode last week as we kicked off our Breakaway Office League Season 2. We had Team Just Call Me Bao, his team. What is it? It's Feels Bao Man, of course. How can I forget that? Team Feels Bao Man played up against the Squirrel Posse. It was Otterhead versus Bao. Incredible action that just went down last week.
All right, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of Throwdown Thursday.
5 seconds, 4 seconds left to go on respawn for Spartacus. As Tovar pushing him, making a push on his side. He throws it up, but just in time, Bao comes in to mash. But Tovar dashes in and scores with first blood, going to the Squirrel Posse. Someone's got to stop Orgoth. He's going to make a tear. He throws it upfield with 7 seconds left to go. 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Tovar, he's just going to be, but should we just score right now? Is DMAC able to score? No, he's not. But Just Call Me Bao cannot throw it in time. His time expires, and it's a 1-2 strike.
Squirrel Posse up 2 points to none right now.
So Otterhead jumping in.
Oh,
Butterbeanie with the save there. Just hits him, forcing the fumble. She is certainly living up to her name. And now we see DMAC with the ability to score, but he gets stopped by Butterbeanie. He goes down. Is Tovar able to take up the relic? Yes, he is. Tovar picks up the relic and scores.
So Just Call Me Bao. You just see
Hold on, Butterbeanie tries to score. There she is. Butterbeanie from downtown. Hold on, Rich. Orgoth on the attack. Oh, he gets stopped by Bao. It's an amazing jumping interception, saving the goal. Again, the relic is now in Bao territory, meaning that Squirrel Posse could score yet again with this nice pass. Tovar up from downtown, throws it and scores.
Great positioning right there by Tovar, using the dash. Look at this push right now by Squirrel Posse.
Here comes Orgoth up, completely undefended. Bao unable to intercept it this time, and there's a score for Team Squirrel Posse, and they are still doing the squirrel celebration, but that's okay, because Tovar has it. Tovar can do the 1-2-3 hat trick, but he gets stopped, but no, he goes in on the rebound. There it is, your champions of this opening kickoff. So there you have it, incredible way to kick off our Season 2 of the Breakaway Office League. We saw Squirt Posse pull it off. Otterhead, you had the team of all-star coaches versus the team of all-star players. And this time around, it went to the coaches.
That's right. It was a great play by the coach right there. It was, we seen the pick from Orgoth on round 1, him going with the victor. I feel like Ashley did an amazing job just having him go back to his main without Rollins. We got to see the forced fumbles. Then you started to see all the momentum just right on their side. Offensive play was just on their side the whole time. We've seen them double up in gold in a few rounds as well. We've seen that one right there in the replay, 32,000 versus 17,000. That's a lot of items, David. And again, great call out to that entire team. Amazing play by coaches.
That's right. And this week, as we go into week 2, it's the next kickoff for our remaining 2 GMs. We have, of course, Zinramu and Berserker Mike. These guys probably been best friends for, I think, at least 10 years. Now they're going up against each other head-to-head. It's a friends, now foe throwdown.
Let's see where it ends. Woo! Oh, my goodness. Hold up. We're going to get it. It looks like the blue team.
Wow.
Oh, and the pass on hit so good.
Oh, intercepted. That was great from Zinramu. Great awareness.
Kill. But look at this fight over here by the red side base. Berserker Mike just melts out of there.
All right, Rich. These guys have always played together. Now they're head-to-head.
That's right.
What do you think? What do you think?
It's one of those things. I've never seen them play against each other. We've always seen these guys run an amazing duo comp where they're both running the relics together. We've seen them go against each other in scrims, but now this is the first time. Like, we have TDT as a platform for these guys, and there's something on the line this time around.
Oh, there are endless bragging rights here.
Yes. That is the thing. You know, we've got 2 amazing runners. Both are very well versed in their combat abilities. You know, but they do have the role of the GM, so they will be calling the shots throughout this entire game. How are they going to coordinate with their team? You know, I mean, we're going to find out in just a little bit.
All right, well, before we introduce the teams, let's give a quick shout out to our sponsor, Asus. They are the official system provider and monitor provider for Breakaway. The VG248QE, it's that 24-inch monitor well known in the competitive scene in esports for its 144 Hz refresh rate with 1 millisecond response time. And of course, you got the G11 desktop. It sheds light on uncompromising performance. This powerful machine allows you to play Breakaway without compromising your gameplay experience and allowing you to stream with the best possible quality.
David, I think it's about that time. Let's talk about both these teams, and let's talk about introductions.
All right, well, kicking it off here, we have the Berserkers. Leading it off for the Team Berserkers, none other than the GM, Berserker Mike.
GM Berserker Mike. Again, it's going to be the first time that we're seeing him play without Zinramu. We know he's an amazing runner, but here's another thing. He is a showstopper. He loves to showboat. We could be seeing amazing plays. Again, this is going to be a best out of 5, and let's see who his pick is going to be.
I will say... There it is.
There it is, the Spartacus. So he is going to be going for the Spartacus. I can't officially say that it's committed towards a DPS role. We know that he loves to run the relic. Spartacus has the ability to just move that relic forward, use shoulder, use defensive role. Again, many different options for a player like Mike. I'm excited to see him play.
Yeah, I will say, though, I'm a little disappointed that Mike did not have a cell phone meme for us this time around.
You know what? He's been slacking in that part of the department. We will look forward to seeing that again. Again, you know, every single one of the teams partaking in this is going to be building up points. He does have his Macho Man shirt.
That's true.
David.
And I think this is just a testament to the stakes of this game. He is so focused on winning that he doesn't have time to come up with a clever meme. So let's introduce the rest of the team. In the number 2 spot for Team the Berserkers, we have a brand new addition to Throwdown Thursday, making his debut, Thrill House.
Yes, Thrill House. It is his first time over here for TDT, but let's just call out some of the amazing action that happened over Alpha Weekend. He played a lot of Bonnie. He was doing amazing things with that character. He is a DPS-loving type of player. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw the Bonnie this time around. Let's see who it is for today, and it looks like it's going to be Thorgrim. So, my call of a DPS role, you know, could have been thrown out the window right there. But, you know, nonetheless, this is a player that has a lot of experience.
All right.
I'm excited to see what happens.
In the number 3 chair, another Throwdown Thursday debut. This guy's been all over the forums, but in terms of Breakaway, we have seen him as a total ninja. Not much is known about the illustrious Knocknaz.
Yes, as you were calling out, this is somebody who is on the boards. He's on the forums. He's on every single channel out there that discusses strategy. So let's not forget about that. He could be bringing in something under his sleeve, and looks like he's going to be bringing Alona into this pick. I love it. Again, I'm not sure what to expect from this guy. Are we going to see a frontline Alona that we've seen in the most recent TDT? Is it going to be the more passive backline? Whatever it is, it's going to be awesome.
And it's going to be a surprise because I will say we tried to do all of our homework to research matches on Knock Knock to look at how he plays. This guy has been a complete and utter ninja. He has avoided all of the telemetry data, so we have no idea how he's going to play here today. It's going to be pretty interesting. And to round out the Berserkers, we have none other than the man who reinvented and actually invented, debuted a Rollins buildable strategy. Give it up for Chark.
Yes, the man Chark. Again, just like David was saying, this guy invented the meta around, or just a strategy around, the devotion towards demolition and just acquiring all the gold by destroying everything on the map. Of course, with the use of Rollins, this is a player who will guide his team to victory. One of the cool things that Chark does is actually, as much as he is acquiring gold, he's sharing the gold with his team. So we could see another double in economy in this time for these set of games. No matter what it is, we know Chark has the ability to play as a team. He can also fight, but he will make sure there are no buildables ever on the field.
That's right. He is a buildable vacuum along with all of the gold there. He will suck up gold like no tomorrow. So that is very excited. And give a shout out to the coach here. Now, this is not the usual coach of the Berserkers. The usual coach, Fred, he's out today, so we have a sub coach. And what a better sub coach could you imagine than the man himself, Belichick, Old Rusty Robot.
Yes, Old Rusty Robot back into the picture. This is not a foreign place for him. We know that he performs very well over here. He's going to be playing with an amazing team. Let's see what he brings to the table today, because this is the alpha version of the build. There's been a lot of changes. I'm excited to see what he's going to be bringing, how he's going to be coaching his team in victory.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at who he's going to be facing up against as we look at Zinramu's team. This is Team Feed Me. Kicking it off, of course, is the GM for Feed Me, Zinramu himself.
Yes.
Does he get the motion right?
Let's see if he's going to do it. There it is, folks, for the people at home. The GM of Team Feed Me, Zinramu. I'm not sure who he is going to be picking today. We could be seeing some tank play because we know that he loves to run. However, again, this is a battle between friends, so we may have some awesome odd picks, just like this Black Knight, because he wants to prove something to Berserker Mike.
Well, one thing we definitely know is that the next guy is probably going to be picking Rollins, because I don't think we've ever seen him play anyone else. Making a revisit to Throwdown Thursday. This guy, he impressed everybody when we played 2 weeks ago, so much so that Zinramu drafted him on the team. Give it up for Matty Awesome 20.
That's right, Matty Awesome 20 up in the building over here. We've seen him play that amazing Rollins. I've never seen so many forced fumbles for a first time over here. An MVP rookie, if you will. Let's see if he's going to be Rollins for today. And there it is. It's confirmed. Rollins for the pick. Again, very defensive player. Knows how to play very well with his team. Will force the fumbles, but will not get greedy. Let's see if that type of consistency is going to exist in these set of games today. Matty Awesome.
All right, in the number 3 chair, we have Mr. Breakaway himself. Give it up for the EP of Breakaway, M. Priest, Matt Priestley.
You know, when you are Mr. Breakaway, you can play any character in this game. However, I've seen some amazing Bonnie play from Matt. I would love to see it again over here for Throwdown Thursday, and there it is. My wish has been granted, and Bonnie for the pick. A lot of DPS coming out from Matt right there.
All right, rounding it out in the number 4 chair for the team Feed Me, we have a man who likes to take his faction from 1980s. Give it up for Gucci Pants!
As much as I gas up everyone else on the team, this is probably one of my favorite players to watch. You will see this guy go into 4v1s with his Thorgrim. You will see him run a lot of tap and toss plays with that relic. Is it going to be Thorgrim? I'd be disappointed if it wasn't. Let's see who it is for today. And there it is, Thorgrim. It would be weird to see him play anyone else.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Matty Awesome play anyone other than Rollins, and I certainly haven't seen anyone play, he always plays Thorgrim.
Yep.
So Gucci Pants, Thorgrim, they're connected.
I mean, what it is really is like you have a set of players that are character specialists. They devote everything that they can into those characters, and they try to find balance, being able to extend outside of their archetypes almost, if you will. And, with 2 players like that led by...
That's right. Let's introduce their coach. Now, here's another coach change here. Usual coach is Earl Grey. He's not here today, so coaching Team Feed Me is none other than Bones.
I talk about Gucci Pants being my favorite runner, but without a doubt, Bones is the best runner that Breakaway has seen out here on the dev floor. He's going to be leading his team to victory, or try to at least. He is going up against a very stacked tag team. But Bones is an amazing player. I'm excited to see him as a coach. All these players, all these coaches are amazing. We're going to have an amazing best of 5 set today. Please let us know, who do you think is going to win? Hop on over to Twitter right now. Let us know. Is it going to be hashtag #ZinRamu? Or is it going to be hashtag Berserker Mike? Please let us know. Drop us a line. Don't forget to hit us up on chat. Let's get game 1 started right now for some good old Breakaway.
All right, tonight's matchup is between Team Feed Me and the Berserkers on Atlantis.
All right, let's talk about some of these buys. Look at that cooldown coming right away from Knocknaz. Again, she is going to be a character that plays such a major role later on in the game. But again, Chark with that level 2 demolition purchase. And Priest this time around, going with something that we've seen made famous by DM Brandon. Going with that demolition by level 2 on an Anne Bonnie. Otherwise, everyone else is going with a pretty steady build. Gucci Pants going with that bonus gold for a kill right there with that parchment. Again, a great purchase for somebody that deals a lot of AoE damage, a lot of multi-hit damage. But here we go, round 1.
All right, we see action happening at the center of the match with Berserker Mike quickly going after his longtime friend, now rival, Zinramu. As we switch over now to Gucci Pants, we see Gucci Pants just fighting down there at the foot of the elevator there. See lots of Ragnaroks happening. That's the ultimate ability of Thorgrim. You saw it happen both from Gucci Pants and also from the Team Feed Me player, who will come up momentarily. As now action happening now, Berserker Mike take the relic, is now going back to midfield, clearing it for his team, and we're seeing just quick pushes as typical with Bones, Rich.
You know what, Bones and his team, Bones is going to lead with that push every single time, but you can see now Mike and team, they're just juggling in the back line. The blue team, everybody on Zinramu, they are stacking 2 buffs, so that's going to be armor, and that's going to be the additional 750 gold, David. It's going to be pretty tough for Berserker Mike.
Here we see Thrillhouse with the push. Thrillhouse tries to get it in there, does get stopped though by Gucci Pants, and Chark is caught in jail. That's the death penalty, but he does get paroled in time, as now we see Zinramu with the relic, clearing it, bringing it back to midfield. Nice back toss there by Thrillhouse there for the Berserkers, with Gucci Pants picking up the rebound now, just waiting for his team to get in position, using a nice dash ability. 3 ways to win in Breakaway. The first way to win is you take that relic, which Berserker Mike is holding in his hand. You bring that over to your opponent's relay. That's the big portal area. That's the best way to score in Breakaway. Another way is every time you take down a character, they have a respawn timer. If you're able to team wipe the entire team, you will get the second way to win Breakaway. And we'll talk about the third way as time ticks down in the match with 2 minutes and 24 seconds left to go.
So far, what I've seen between these 2 teams, that the Thorgrim seems to be the main relic runner between the 2. They are advancing that thing, but we're also seeing some support as well from Zinramu. But every single time, right now, we are seeing Thorgrim handling that relic, and they're doing a great job. Thrillhouse every single time has full HP, and he's able to advance. Well, right now, the pressure coming in from Zinramu.
Zinramu tried to make a hero on his own, throw it in, but did get intercepted. Now you see a nice patch there from Berserker Mike to Chark. Chark passing it back to Berserker Mike. Berserker Mike passing it back up to Chark. Chark trying to dodge Matty Awesome, but he's doing a great job on defense as Rollins. And now we see the relic back in midfield with Berserker Mike taking control, trying to see where he's going to lead his team. Looks like he's trying to go in the other direction, but Zinramu is quickly there to pull him in and take the relic control now for Team Feed Me on the blue team side. With Gucci Pants now about ready to make a push, he passes up to Zinramu. Nice use of Ragnarok there, and a back toss there from Thrillhouse playing as Thorgrim. And we see a character caught in jail in the back. It's Anne Bonnie with Priestley stuck in jail. He's able to break free. It's a jailbreak situation as Thrillhouse now with control of the relic, and we're back at the foot of the red team base.
Get so much pressure right here on the red team base, as you were calling out, but looks like the Thrillhouse wants to exit out of here. This is a tough spot for them to be in, but they do have the Alona, David, and that could help them out in every single one of these pushes.
That's right. You see Matty Awesome now trying to push there, throwing it up to Gucci Pants. Gucci Pants, again, playing a little bit more teamwork than we've seen from Gucci Pants. You got to wonder if this is coaching from Bones. We're down to 57 seconds left to go. You see the yellow line in the center of the screen. This is the third way to win in Breakaway. As time ticks down, wherever that relic is, if it's closer to your opponent's side, you will score. So we see Berserker Mike just waiting, stalling out the clock there with 55 seconds left to go. Mem Priestley does a great job there of taking down, forcing the fumble. Whenever you have control of the relic, it just takes one hit from anyone to force you to lose control of the relic. And now the relic is at the foot where the elevators are. But if you are on the red team side, you need to start fighting more for control with 30 seconds left to go. The relic is down there right at midfield. We see Thrillhouse very low on health. as is the Alona character, Knock Naz. And we see, whoa, he's got someone just got completely melted in front of us. It was Berserker Mike. And now we see Chark is low on health. And 17 seconds left to go, 16 seconds left to go. Gucci Pants has control of the relic, throws it upfield just to buy some more time. Gucci Pants uses Ragnarok. We see another Ragnarok from Thrill House mirroring him with 8 seconds left. Zinramu has the relic. Zinramu trying to go for the score. He throws it and scores it!
Oh my goodness, right there, Zinramu was able to advance on through. Such a great breakaway right there. I think the team just got a little mixed up right there because there was that scramble, there was that team fight, but you can see right here, Zinramu almost uncontested was able to just take it right in with a simple toss, didn't even have to use his dodge. And first point for this game in game 1 goes to Team Feed Me. Wait, hold on a second. David, I gotta just call out the level 4 demolition. And this is kind of what we're talking about. The strength in Chark's strategy for being able to take out the buildables. Now, while we do see, you know, a 13 to 9,000 gold difference, Charsky with a level 4 heroic demolition item is going to make an amazing impact. But let's see what happens. It's still only round 2.
All right, we see Zinramu trying to do a quick Mr. McStabby. He gets caught in the action, though, as you have the Wrecking Hammer, which is a Thorgrim buildable. Each warrior in Breakaway has 2 buildables they get to put down. Thorgrim, he has the wall, and he also has the Wrecking Hammer there, which is great doing AoE damage as a defensive structure. You also see the Light of Judgment. That's that mirror you see in the distance. That's the buildable from Knock Naz or Alona. As we see the Rollins Chark tried to get the relic, pushed it out. Thruhouse has to help him. He gets the relic cleared. Nice use of the dash just to get away from Matty Awesome. He's doing a great job as defense from playing as a Rollins character. Thrillhouse now with possession of the relic. It gets intercepted by Matty Awesome, who's now being a little bit more aggressive than we've seen. Berserker Mike knocks him off the map, using a great job of his abilities there as playing as Spartacus. We saw a great Floor Glory there. It's a 3-hit attack combo.
Yeah, and exactly that last hit, David, is going to knock him off the stage. And as soon, you know, anytime any character gets knocked off the stage, they are immediately depleted from there, and they're going to have to respawn just like everyone else does. But here we are. I love how this match pace is taking place right now. The Alona Knock Naz maybe just preserving that blessing of the sun for maybe a team fight. It's a great bait every single time you see a team with low health. But when you're going in there and you're blessing everybody, your team can actually win.
That's right, Thrillhouse still low on health, but you do see that Radius gets cast there by Knock Naz. Radiance, that's that green line of health that's streaming to the healer character, Alona, and Thrillhouse, who's playing as Thorgrim. Thrillhouse with control of the relic. He does get stopped by Matt Priest, who used that hole buster. That's that giant cannon that he pulled out there as Ambani. Thrillhouse now goes down as Priestley gets a good kill there. We're now seeing a giant push happen. Gucci Pants tries to get it in there. He does get stopped. On the rebound, Zinramu throws it, does get stopped midfield. Zinramu with the secondary effort. He dashes in for the score.
So right there, great use of that defensive role. He saved it till the very end, was using every single opportunity. It almost was like he baited abilities for them to force the fumbles, but as soon as he was able to recover it, use that defensive role with the relic in hand, and again, scores that second point. Let's call out the amazing shots that M. Priest was calling out there. Just the sure shot himself, hitting people in round 1 with that hole buster, but this time we're starting to see sniper shot activated and many people losing a lot of HP. He's going to be combating Chark's demolition level 4, but look at the difference in items. He has armor penetration, he has attack damage, and there's a lot of different things out there that are just going to make him very impactful. Again, right now it's looking very strong for the team, but right now, as we're talking, the goal difference is starting to catch up now as Team Feed Me is actually under in terms of gold.
Absolutely, and give it up to Matt Priestley there with 3 kills, no deaths, and no assists. He's definitely doing a great job as playing Anbani, doing a lot of great backline damage, just getting tons of kills for his team. As we see Chark pushing it in there, using his dodge roll ability to get closer to the relic. Zinramu is able to pick up the fumble, though, as the action happening right by the center of the field. It's just going back and forth in this mosh pit field. Zinramu now with the control of the relic. He's going to decide to go up the elevator. Oh, he gets caught in the middle of the action there. Zinramu using his pull ability, bringing everyone in there. You saw Ragnarok get thrown down there. You also saw Retribution. That's the ultimate ability of Spartacus as he jumps up with his swords. Gucci Pants with a push does get stopped even though he uses the shield wall. Knock Naz getting a little too close to comfort in his own base. He decides to turn around, throws a relic just to clear it midfield. We now have a push happening on the red team side as the Berserkers try to figure out how they're going to stay alive in this round.
You know, Berserker Mike and his entire team, Berserker Mike as well as Chark are doing a good job just trying to clear that line to walk. But here we go, David, as we're moving in towards the first potential point for the red team.
Yeah, a lot of action there with we saw Spartacus there, Berserker Mike dashing in there with the relic. A lot of secondary, tertiary attempts. The Relic is still in dangerous ground. It is in the danger zone there for Team Feed Me. Great job clearing it out by Matty Awesome, I should say. And now we see Gucci Pants again using that Ragnarok ability to just clear the way and just get the red team out of there. But now on a third dare, quadrier, I don't even know what it is. We have Berserker Mike now going in on his own. He used the dash blade, but does get stopped at the last second, forcing the Relic to pop up in the air. That would have been a beautiful move if he was able to fully execute that. We see a lot of rebound attempts here, a lot of multiple efforts there. They're sticking with it, but Gucci Pants is able to come up with the Relic from the scrum and just clears it back to midfield, but Shark hasn't had enough of it. He passes it up to Thrill House. Thrill House going left side. Thrill House gets stopped, though. Matt Priestley trying to do everything he can. Thrill House throws the Relic out of bounds just to get control so he can activate his abilities. You cannot use your abilities once you have the Relic. So it's a good strategy if you see other players trying to go at you just to get the Relic out of there.
It was a good play. I'm starting to see the adaptation in this meta right now as players on both teams are reserving their buildables because both teams have characters that can quickly eliminate every single one of those buildables, acquire the gold, but looks like the pressure again is building up from Team Feed Me as they're moving in for what could be their last goal.
That's right. You saw a great Ragnarok happen there from Thrill House, just clearing out the blue team. Not only does Ragnarok deal a lot of damage, being that ultimate ability of Thorgrim, but it also does a good job of just pushing characters back. Now we see that Matty Awesome is down for the count. He's out for 7 seconds. We're in a power play situation. Not only does the power play, but they also have both buffs, both the gold buff and the armor buff. For Team Berserkers, this could be their chance to score here with 56 seconds left to go. Territory is now in effect. You see Chark there using Barrage. That's that barrage of bullets there getting shot by Rollins. But Matty Awesome's able to respawn back in time. He has control of the Relic. And he's getting hit, though, from Berserker Mike. He dashes it in, throws it, and scores. There it is. Give it up for the Berserkers.
And this could be the start of what could be a snowball effect starting on the side for the Berserkers. Right now, money's going to start to roll in. No buildables are going to start to stack up at this point. And we saw the lead a little bit between the two demo players, between Matt Priestley and Charsky. However, this screen says it all. While M. Priest does have a heroic, look at Shark and his items. 3 items. Armor pen, attack damage, as well as the buildable damage. He is not only making sure that there are no buildables, but he is melting everyone in his face. Let's see how round 4 takes place right now.
Okay, Berserker Mike, we're following him in the action. He decides to pull back there as Knockdown was getting a little too aggressive. Decides to pull back as well. Berserker Mike tried to throw him off the map with that For Glory ability. Was able to do so. Zinramu pushing the Relic up closer to the Berserker's base. Does get stopped, though, with Berserker Mike gets hit. He's forced to lose the Relic, but what a steal from Berserker Mike. He's on a breakaway situation. Zinramu's trying to catch him. Berserker Mike sliding to gain extra momentum. He thrusts it up, tries to now fighting Berserker Mike, throwing the Relic up for grabs. Matt Priestley picks it up, though, unable to hold control with now Berserker Mike able to take the Relic yet again. He continues his push down on the right side now. He does get hit by Matty Awesome, getting a fistful of bullets. But now Gucci Pants goes into the mix, sliding in the action. Nice back toss there by Thrill House. This action is just complete back and forth mayhem, Rich.
Yes, that's right. You're starting to see the characters that have been stacking up armor and HP starting to dwindle a lot faster now in the later games. You have some people like Charsky as well as Berserker Mike stacking on that attack damage and armor pen, so the character runners that are currently dedicated on Team Feed Me are starting to become more and more fragile, making it easier for these defensive plays to actually work in the favor of the Berserkers, David.
Berserker Mike able to get control of the Relic again, trying to dodge Matty Awesome's barrage of bullets. He was unable to do so, but Shark is now in the mix there, using his abilities, using his blast ability. He's using barrage, all arsenal that he has as Rollins, just to try to fight as much as possible, buy enough time for Berserker Mike, who definitely seemed to be the key pusher here for the Berserkers. Thrill House, though, with the Relic, does get stopped as he tried to make a jump right for the Wrecking Hammer of Thorgrim. You see Chark in the back there taking down those buildables. A buildable doesn't last more than 1 minute when Chark's there playing as Rollins.
That's right. You can see every single one of these waves as their team pushes in is getting easier and easier with no buildables in play. And every single time that they're actually jumping into a team fight, looks like Team Blue is not sustaining that fight at all.
That's right. Thrill House did a great job there using Ragnarok to his advantage. We see a lot of rebound effort there from the Berserkers. They need to just start throwing the Relic more. Good back toss there from Thorgrim. Thrill House doing a great job there. Matty Awesome able to come up with the Relic, though, as the momentum shifts now to Team Feed Me. Zinramu there off the left side. He does get stopped by Thrill House. Throwhouse is in everyone's face, man. This guy is definitely being impressive. He came to play some Throwdown Thursday.
Oh, amazing Ragnarok again, knocking somebody out regardless of how much HP they have. They will have to wait, and it's going to take 8 seconds for that Thorgrim. And look at the other. M Priest is also down. Their primary attack damage has to wait another 5 seconds.
And now the Black Knight goes down. But fortunately, Gucci Pants is back in the mix. But to your point, Rich, oh, look at that. Now they just lost their Rollins, too. This is a super power play situation there. You have 4 players versus 2 players. This is the time to score. Berserker Mike throws it up to Throwhouse. Throwhouse uses dash. Throwhouse just all the time. He wastes too much time trying to go center when he should just try to throw it. Berserker Mike able to take it, though. And now we're tied situation at the end of game 1. This is match point, folks.
You know, this is definitely a surprise, but actually it's not a surprise. We know that the Berserkers depend and they bank on that late game pressure right there. But this is where we're starting to see the right players with the right money and the right equipment just being able to steamroll and snowball. Again, look at the difference in the amount of buildables that are, equipment that's on each team.
There's a whole lot of purple on the red side, Rich.
You know, Knock-Knots with that cooldown heroic, again, because he has the heroic, every single attack that will hit will reduce 1 second of cooldown. So you're going to see a lot more heals from him, enabling a lot more sustain, but you got the damage. You have the armor on the team. Right now, they are the team to be scared of. Zin Ramo has to find a way to sneak it in right now, David.
That's right. Throwhouse using Ragnarok. We just saw him right after he placed both his buildables, both the wall and the Wrecking Hammer. We see action happening there again. We're just, the red team seems to be playing with him a little bit, just waiting for momentum to shift. You saw that Blessing of the Sun. That's the ability that just heals whoever's nearest you. If you are Knock-Naz playing as Alona, the healer in the game, we're down. This is game point here for the first round of Breakaway as Knock-Naz there passes it up to Throwhouse. Throwhouse getting some radiance and extra healing over time from Knock-Naz. We see Knock-Naz gets the relic back, throws it up to Throwhouse. Throwhouse tries to score it in, and he is able to convert. Finally, there it is. Game 1 goes to the Berserkers.
It was so good. That entire play, all starting off with Charcy getting that heroic, just steamed everything up. You'll notice in the later rounds there were no buildables, no defensive options other than the players themselves. Forzin, Ramu, and Team Feed Me at the very last round, like right there, it was free every single time.
Yeah, we're seeing some stunned Ramu here, I'm seeing. Not so much sad yet, but definitely stunned.
Yeah, definitely worth a Twitter mention. It's hashtag stun Ramu.
Stun Ramu.
Like, you know, when you're up 2 rounds, you're starting to feel the momentum. There isn't much of a goal difference between the two. It's really, really tough to imagine that the opposite team is going to come back as hard as they did. The 3 rounds, every single team fight was actually in their favor. Berserker Mike, with the sustained character instead of a DPS, winning these team fights is super surprising.
Yeah, well, is it though? I mean, you're talking about Berserker Mike. I mean, this team has a fighting game background. They love playing fighting games. They're playing this game like a fighting game.
Right.
It's not a surprise they're coming out of these fighting matches just completely dominating.
Yes, you know, we know that Thrill House still plays fighting games till this day. Mike as well loves to play share fighting games. In general, these guys prefer combat over relic running, and I think they took their turns right. They fought and they would run. I think another thing to call out too is that you have 2 Rollins out there, you know, a character that's built around mobility and moving the relic. The difference is that Charsky, because of his demolition build and being so forward facing and in the front of the line, acquired a lot more gold than Matty Awesome ever could.
That's right.
His gold could only ever come from assists and or kills, which are, you know, kind of rare when you're only forcing fumbles. But we'll see if Team Feed Me is going to be able to make some changes, perhaps some adaptions. We'll see what happens. This is crazy. First game to the Berserkers.
I'm feeling good about my bet. I forgot to make it on camera, though. I did it in rehearsal, but I'm feeling pretty good. Rusty Robot, I have faith, man.
Yes. To be fair, Mr. Sill had placed his bets on Berserker Mike, and I went all in on Team Feed Me. I have faith. Please, guys, for everybody at home, let us know who you think is going to win this match. Is it going to be the Berserkers or Team Feed Me? Let's talk about some of these buys.
Looks like Full Metal, man. He's with me. He's listening to me.
So
he's like, you know what? Berserkers are going to do it.
A shout out to Full Metal. Who thinks that the Berserkers, come on, who at chat thinks that Team Feed Me is going to take it? Let us know. Let's talk about round 1. Let's get right into it.
All right, again, Berserker Mike fighting against Zenramu at the center of the map. We see that time and time again. It happened every round last game, and it's happened again this round here. Zenramu with the relic. He's dashing it up the side. He could go all the way for the quick score. There it is.
Yes, there it is. That's quick. The Max Stabby, if you will.
That's not really a Mr.
You don't think
McStabby,
so?
no, because he just went balls to the wall, like all in. Like he didn't. This was like the complete. Put in all the chips in the middle of the table. I'm going right for the gut. That's the suicide run.
All right, so we got a report coming in from the guys in the back from our good friend
Mac and Jeeves.
wanting, is it
He wanted the Berserkers.
the Berserkers to win? Wow, 2 so far, 2 votes for the Berserkers over here at the caster desk. Look at this, M Priest now, he's still going heads up along with Shark, but that was a very, very quick point, David. I'm not sure, that's pretty hard to deal with.
Yeah. I mean, that definitely is a stunner there for the Berserkers. They need to start playing a little bit more conservatively. They need to do a little bit more defense there. We see that happening now as Knocknaz is kind of hanging back at the base there. Berserker Mike kind of, again, at the foot there. We see Thrill House, who was a key player in the last game. But Berserker Mike, or Zinramu did a great job dashing to get closer. Now Gucci Pants trying to score it in, though. He does get caught up with those Blade of Judgments. And we see on the rebound attempt, though, Thrill House able to save the day with that Ragnarok. Gucci Pants throws it, but completely whiffs it. Gucci Pants now pays the price for that terrible throw, and now Chark able to take the relic and clears it back to midfield. With Thrillhouse in control of the relic with 3 minutes and 14 seconds left to go in round 2 of the second game of our Breakaway Throwdown Thursday Friends Now Foes match.
Yes, even though they lost Black Knight in that fight, they do have the gold, so again, that's another 750 gold. However, the Berserkers do have the armor. They're going to want to sustain. They're going to want to fight since they do have an Alona, but looks like Gucci Pants and Zinramu are starting to build up unification that we're normally used to seeing when it's Zinramu and Berserker Mike. I don't know. Have we found a replacement? We might have.
Oh, I don't know. That's a bold pick, Rich. I think mainly more of Zinramu's trying to play the role of Bones.
Okay.
You remember in the season 1 of the Breakaway Office League, you saw a lot of Black Knight being played by Bones. Gucci Pants obviously playing Thorgrim. They were that 1-2 punch, that 1-2 connection, if you will. And it definitely worked well for them that time around. You got to wonder if Bones is coaching Zinramu, trying to give him there. With Thrillhouse, though, trying to make a push there up the right side. Chark saving the day, taking the rebound. Chark picks up his own rebound. Just gets stopped in the action, though, on the secondary attempt. We see a lot of Berserkers almost out of health. Berserker Mike's almost out of health. Thrillhouse is almost out of health. He is able to save himself as he runs for cover with Gucci Pants to control the relic now with 2 minutes and 4 seconds left to go. He passes up to Zinramu, passes back to Gucci Pants. It's the Gucci Pants Zinramu connection, but does miscue there as Zinramu does miss the pass there to Gucci Pants. Matty Awesome saves the day, picking up the rebound now with Berserker Mike doing his beautiful fur glory, kicking him off the stage, 300 style. And now Zinramu's caught in jail. Will it be a death sentence or will he get paroled? He does get the death sentence, ladies and gentlemen. With Gucci Pants down 2 characters on his team, he's forced to just wait there and stall as 8 seconds left on the respawn timer for Zinramu with 1 minute and 34 seconds left to go in the match.
Both teams are stalling up, but let's take a look at the avatar on top as we see that Spartacus played by Berserker Mike, who is currently on fire. What's good about this is that every additional kill, he's going to be acquiring extra points. However, there's an existing bounty on his head, so if you do kill Berserker Mike, that's a lot of gold for you and your buds.
All right, action down at the foot of the base. We see a good use of Retribution there from Berserker Mike. He's using his attack abilities. Chark picking up the relic, going up the right side. He does get stopped in the middle of the action, though. Knocknaz, great job forcing that fumble on Zinramu. Not 1 time, but 2 times. As 58 seconds left to go, we're under a minute. The yellow line is in place, folks. This could be a territory situation. Wherever the relic lands, the opposite side will score that point. So if you are Thrillhouse, you want to get that relic as close as possible to Team Feed Me on the blue team side. And he is doing a great job using that nice dash. Passes it up to Berserker Mike. He does get hit, though, as Berserker Mike tries to throw it back to him, forcing that fumble. But a great job from Chark doing some defensive Rollins ability, taking a page from the Matty Awesome book. And he's able to force a lot of fumbles with 30 seconds left to go. Zinramu pushing it out of his base as much as possible. Gucci Pants on the secondary attempt, gets hit by that back toss. Knocknaz coming up with the relic, throws it, but it gets completely caught by Zinramu with Thrillhouse now coming into the mix. This is a who's who of Breakaway right now with 15 seconds left to go. Knocknaz throws it upfield, gets caught by Gucci Pants. Gucci Pants tries to throw it, crosses the line. Now we gotta worry if you're the Berserkers, but there's Berserker Mike with the ramp. What a beautiful move with 5 seconds. It wasn't enough. He hit it a little too early. Chark there with the relic with 2 seconds, 1 second. This could be it, and there it goes, ladies and gentlemen. The Berserkers with that clutch ramp, Rich.
The power of the buildables right there. Berserker Mike using his brain right there. We're usually used to seeing his brawn, his muscle, his combat, but he waited till the very last second.
Oh, look at Gucci Pants. He does not look happy right now.
That ramp just gave him the positioning. Looks like Chark was all about it, ready on there just to take on a rebound, and he was, and here we are, round 3. There was a big difference in terms of goal, but looks like Team Feed Me has caught up this time around, but look at this, here we go. Zinramu again running that pressure.
Zinramu again, up the middle, does get stopped by Thrill House. Gucci Pants on the secondary attempt. He does get stopped in the middle of the action. Knock is doing a great job of forcing fumbles.
Yeah.
Very impressed.
I'm insanely impressed at the play that Knocknaz is showing off right now. He's keeping his team alive. Again, you have somebody like Berserker Mike on fire, acquiring all that extra gold, playing the role of a hyper carry. And I'd say that it's a lot due to Knocknaz.
Yeah, this team is playing so well together. They are playing to the strengths of each and every member of the Berserkers. You got to wonder if it's just raw talent or if it is coaching from old Rusty Robot. I mean, we see him talking to a lot of the players. This guy is eye in the sky, so definitely got to give some props to him. As Berserker Mike would control the relic, using that slide ability. Not many people we saw use the slide in the alpha. That slide gives you that extra momentum as you're going downhill. It's super valuable and a great way to not only gain ground, but just to improve your overall speed of your character. With Knocknaz taking the relic, using the dash to gain ground. You see Chark to the distance there, using that barrage ability of Rollins. Oh my god, though, Knocknaz just went down. He's out for 7 seconds. This could be a turning point, but no, Berserker Mike able to stall it out there with Knocknaz now back in the action. He put it in another quarter. Press continue as Thrill House now has the relic pushing up right side.
Well, look how low everybody is over here for Team Phoebe. One more hit as we have the Rollins go down. Let's see who else goes down.
Thrill House using that dash just to gain some different ground and change his trajectory. Berserker Mike throws it in and scores!
Berserker Mike, so far what we've seen has been 3 goals scored from these fadeaway tosses. And fantastic play. You know what it is? You gotta give love to Charsky over here, making sure that there are no buildables. There's no defensive units that are not people that are stopping the relic from moving on forward. They're looking really good. Again, another lost bet by Filthy Rich versus Mr.
Well, we don't know yet. There's still a lot more Breakaway to happen here on tonight's Throwdown Thursday. But I got to say, man, I am super impressed with the Berserkers. These guys are playing their roles to a T. This is textbook how to play together and play to your strengths.
That's right. You have, there's 8-3, a score of 8-3 in the lead of the Berserkers.
Ooh, did you see that face-off? That was a showdown at the OK Corral, and Matty Awesome definitely pulled that one out.
Yes.
Charsky's going for the goal. Matty Awesome going for Chark, and Chark, you don't survive that. With Gucci Pants, though, they're trying to make a push. This is it. This could be it, but there we go. Oh, my God, someone's caught in jail. Is this a death sentence or a parole? They got bailed out by their friend Zinramu with his secondary attempt. He gets caught by that light of judgment. We've seen that light of judgment nail people left and right there. Beautiful work by Knocknaz, dropping that as a great defensive and buildable. I guarantee you next time we do a public playtest, you will see a lot more light of judgments happening right at the foot of your base.
Look at that defensive play. It was about 10 seconds of absolute primo defense right there from the entire Berserker team. Oh, you know what, David, that was great. I can't believe that they were able to sustain for that long. They killed 2 people in the process, and now they have a full stick of butter in terms of health. Now moving on forward, and Priest is in a bad spot, though.
That's right. Berserker Mike with the relic. Right side, he's got Thrill House there in the distance. He's going to go up the elevator, taking the high road there. He's got Knocknaz behind him. He has multiple passing attempts. There's that Radiance ability, just bringing Berserker Mike back to full health. Berserker Mike on his attack run. He gets caught up, and Gucci Pants jumps up in the air, takes that relic, and brings it back to midfield there. You got Gucci Pants throwing down his Ragnarok. Thrill House just dropped his Ragnarok action with Priestley back in the distance, and we got Matty Awesome now running the relic, trying to take the offense. Very unique position for him.
That's right. So far, I mean, we got to see some amazing play. I love the 2 Thorgrims going up against each other. Gucci Pants made a right call earlier with his shield.
Hang on, Zinramu there with the push. Again, doesn't make the distance on the throw, and now they're caught up with that light of judgment. Zinramu very low on health. Gucci Pants tries to throw it, but again, misses trajectory. But on the second effort, Gucci Pants is able to take it in for the score.
Just able to walk it in. There's just a lot of pressure right now. You know, he's not
Priestley's doing some Tai Chi. I don't know what that's all about.
Good call. Good push by the duo tanks right there. Let's see, looks like we got a lot of fight at him, and there it is, a shot of the other counter tank on the other side with Thrill House and now Charsky. Very intense match. We're up to the final round for game 2.
Yet again, we're in game point here.
All right, so we have, M-Priest going with the cooldown reduction now in Heroics. So we're going to see more ability shot out by him, but very standard builds. Charsky doesn't have the lead that he had from last game. However, him and his team are playing very, very well. But they're good. Looks like they're going to have to play some D.
Okay, here's that Zinramu push that we know so much about. You got to wonder if that's Bones' influence, since he's definitely more of a rushing type player and definitely a rushing type coach. Now we see the relic back to midfield, though. Berserkers has done a great job countering that after they took the first kind of stunner in the beginning of this round with that quick score. Gucci Pants with the relic midfield does get stopped by Thrillhouse using that back toss, making him go high up in the sky. Back pass there to Berserker Mike, passes it upfield to Thrillhouse. Thrillhouse on the score. He decides to throw it, misses though on the connection to Chark. Able to get the blue team now with the relic, and the relic is in dangerous territory. Zinramu using his dash to clear the relic, throwing it back down as it gets the relic with 3 minutes and 12 seconds left to go.
Another scramble over here, but it looks like the return is now coming in from Team Blue, which is Gucci Pants and Team Feed Me. Let's see how far they get this time around in this run. That's a hard fight to place because of that shrine that was there, but it is now finally out of the picture.
That was a nice interception there by Thrillhouse, but he does miss the pass connection with a relic in danger zone. Berserker Mike able to come up with it. He's going left side there. He's just waiting for his team to get in position. That's very disciplined play there from Berserker Mike. Well done, but Gucci Pants with the interception throws it upfield. It's now caught right next to that Wrecking Hammer. That's that Thorgrim buildable. It's caused the team so much trouble in the past. They still have it up though, so they definitely need to do a better job of clearing buildables like they did before, with the relic getting thrown out of bounds so Thrillhouse can use more of his abilities as Thorgrim. Thrillhouse with control of the relic yet again, passing it, decides to run it upfield now. He does get stopped with a fistful of Ambani from Priestley, just unloading his rifle on her. And now we see Matty Awesome with the interception there. He's going to try to pass it upfield. He gets caught in the middle of the throw, though, forcing that fumble as the relic now, again, back to midfield with 2 minutes and 8 seconds left to go in the match game round. Game point here.
Oh, Knock Knock just out of the picture right now, but you can see both barrages are out by both Rollins, so there's not going to be much combo potential. Let's see what happens in these 3v4 fights. But as we see Alona, she's going to be making her way back into the fight, and the fight is back in mid. I love it.
Gucci Pants with the relic going right side there. You see that hole buster totally whiffed, unfortunately, from Priestley there. With that wall is going to just completely block the path of Gucci Pants. You see Matty Awesome trying to take down that buildable. The push happening from Gucci Pants. He gets caught in the middle of the action there. Good barrage there from Chark. And Zinramu, though, taking out the relic. And look at that, Feed Me coming back to life.
Team Phoebe now evening it up 1-1 between both teams. Looks like they wisened up against the demo type of play or strategy that's or the late game strategy that the Berserkers have. But again, there's a lot of crazy stuff. Let's see what type of. I'm curious. What is going to be the adaptation that Berserkers play?
Yeah, I mean, this was almost a complete opposite of the first game, right? The first game, Team Feed Me had the lead, and then Berserkers came back. This time around, Berserkers had the lead, and then Feed Me came back. So I don't know what's going to happen here. This is a battle of coaches at this point.
Yes.
It's a complete mind game.
Yeah, there were so many rushes every single time. I wish we had the stat on who had first touch on the relic, because we're always used to seeing Zinramu now moving that thing forward. Whether he was able to take it into the relay or not, just the force that him and his team were able to push onto the Berserkers, letting the Berserkers know that we're going to run this relic every single time. And, they don't even have a healer. However, in every single one of those pushes, in an event of a reset or a fumble, they fought this time around, and they were actually winning the team fights. So a little bit different. Knock Knock did a great job though as the Lona forcing those fumbles, but I gotta give props to to Team Feed Me as they were winning all these team fights. They moved the relic. They had a lot of relic control regardless of the gold deficit.
No, absolutely. I mean, this time around, I don't even know what advice you'd give either team. I mean, it's literally just try to fake out the other team. Like, these teams are probably more evenly matched than any other team I've ever seen here on Throwdown Thursday.
A very, very exciting match. Hope you guys are enjoying at home. Looks like we got Game 3 locked and loaded. Let's get this thing going. It looks like we're back in Atlantis, so here we are. Let us know who you think is going to win Game 3, the Berserkers or Team Feed Me. Here we are. Let's talk about some of these buys. Knock Knock again going with that cooldown reduction. Chark, you will never count on him choosing anything else. He's going with that demolition. And then Priest is going to be matching up against that as well. Matty Awesome again is the man of mystery. What is it going to be? We will find out in just a little bit, or will we not? We do have 10 seconds left.
He won a tag damage in the previous game, so we'll see if he's consistent.
He hasn't been playing that great role of that safety, but that last game, he was playing in the front line a little bit.
There it is. Okay, Zinramu, though, decides to let Gucci Pants be first touch. Does get a fistful of Berserker Mike, but Zinramu there quickly. You can bet they planned that strategy there.
Yes.
but it didn't look like it paid off quite as much in the playbook as Berserker Mike trying to go up against a tank, though. That's a little dangerous. He's low on health. He's got to go back to get some health there. There he does. Knocknaz bringing him back to life, getting some resuscitation. With Zinramu, though, with the push. Zinramu gets a beautiful defensive move by Chark, forcing that fumble. Zinramu didn't even know what happened there. Tries to throw it. The Relic does whiff with that beautiful ramp placement from Berserker Mike. He's able to get back to midfield, but there's Gucci Pants with the Relic, making a secondary attempt effort. The Relic is in danger zone, but Thrillhouse able to take the Relic, passes it back to Chark. Chark going to an opposite direction where there's not any defenders yet, but there's Matty Awesome to play some great defense abilities as Chark with the Relic passes it to Berserker Mike. Berserker Mike up to Thrillhouse. Thrillhouse going midfield.
You know, it's just crazy the amount of pressure that that Team Feed Me is able to put on every single time. Gucci Pants and Zinramu now going in, and I feel like it's a lot of defense that's getting played by Berserkers until the later minutes of each round. We'll see how this one turns around, but again, the pressure is still there. Team Feed Me is pushing, but look at the double buffs residing now for the Berserkers. That's a lot of gold.
That is a lot of gold, Rich. Thrillhouse with the Relic going right side. Priestley trying to hit Thrillhouse, is missing though, but you can't miss when you got a giant axe, and definitely the axe connects there with Thrillhouse, forcing a fumble as battle ensues in the center of the match. We see Gucci Pants now with the Relic. He tries to just toss it up just to gain some more ground, but there's Thrillhouse there picking up the Relic, taking it back to midfield.
And again, Knocknaz and team. Knocknaz doing a great job.
Knocknaz is everywhere, Rich.
Yeah, he is. And I like how he's not getting too greedy with holding the Relic. He wants to maintain the position of being able to heal. And, you know, he does get, sometimes he does get taken out, but he'll be back, don't worry.
That was a beautiful blessing of the sun, bringing his team back to heal right before that team fight. There we see Zinramu coming up with the Relic, though. And now there's Gucci Pants with the fast momentum there. He's getting hit up with Chark. He uses that Ragnarok ability, but Chark quickly dashes out of the way, so he does not connect. There's Thrillhouse now with the Relic. He gets popped up in the air. Chark with the ability of the Relic now. He gets tossed up by Matty Awesome. Knocknaz now with the Relic. Will he get forced to fumble? Yes, he does, because there's Zinramu right with it. And now Gucci Pants has the Relic. He gets the forced fumble. This Relic is all over the place, but Chark does a great job of coming up with it. Just throws it closer and closer to Team Feed Me's base. But there was Zinramu right there. Now more battle ensues with Zinramu using his Thorn's ability, bringing everyone closer. Gucci Pants comes up with the Relic, takes it back to midfield. Berserker Mike now on the counter push, going left side now. And there's Gucci Pants to the distance. Chark doing a great job just trying to take down Gucci Pants as much as possible. Gucci Pants forced to go back to his health, back to his base to get help. With Zinramu now being an aggressive tank character. Berserker Mike throws it up though. And now the Relic is just in stalemate, giving it just enough time for Berserker Mike to just kind of whittle away as Team Feed Me now is a little bit low on health. We saw the Black Knight get melted there. Thorgrim's down. Thrillhouse is also low on health. These are very low on health teams. Knocknaz, where are you, buddy? Start healing your team a little bit more. Thrillhouse in the center of the field. We're down to 42 seconds. There's that Radiance. There's that Blessing of the Sun. But Thrillhouse got out of range, so she was forced to heal herself. And now with 35 seconds, this is going to be a close one. We see Matty Awesome with the rebound, throwing it upfield. Gucci Pants has the Relic with 29 seconds left to go. Thrillhouse doing a beautiful back toss. Knocknaz almost out of health. He's got to be in danger zone. Priestley just getting into the mix there, throwing the Relic closer, and they're down to 20 seconds left to go. The Relic is in danger territory if you are the Team Berserkers. You got to throw that Relic across the yellow line. 14 seconds left to go. Thrillhouse with an inch of health left. Passes it, but does miss. Thrillhouse picks up his own rebound. Gucci Pants with the destruction. Chark forces the fumble with 5 seconds left to go. 4 seconds, there's no one on the blue team side. Berserker Mike crosses the line and forces the score for his team.
That was a really good call by Berserker Mike just to drop the Relic, go for the team fight. He knew that no one else was going to be in front of him. Didn't get too greedy because at that point, as long as there's going to be another person, David, I saw you we almost broke the TVs over here. That was very intense, but nonetheless, an amazing play right there by Berserker Mike. Good awareness of what's around him, the enemies that were there. And again, just took out that Thorgrim.
Yeah, he had a ton of patience there, so it was really impressive to see. Like, he waited, they saw that he had no one in front of him with 5 seconds left to go, and he's like, you know, I'm just gonna cross the line. Don't get too cute.
You know, these guys are pro. I love the play so far. Here we go, round 2, first point over here to the Berserkers via territory point.
Just like last game. We see some trading Ragnaroks there from both Thorgrims, both Gucci Pants and Thrillhouse. Again, there's 3 ways to win in Breakaway. You saw the third way. When time ticks away, wherever that Relic is, if it's closer to your opponent's base, you will score that point. The primary way to score in Breakaway, though, is taking that Relic, that object that Gucci Pants has, bringing it to your opponent's relay. And then the other way to win is you do a total team wipe on the opponent team. We see Chark there in the distance. He uses his barrage ability. Matty Awesome coming up the relic, trying to be a little aggressive, which is definitely out of character. Gucci Pants picking up the fumble. He does get taken out, though. But, oh my god, Thrill House goes for a ride. This relic is in dangerous territory for the Berserkers. But you got 2 light judgments, you got multiple jails, and Matty Awesome caught in jail. He gets paid the death penalty. Berserker Mike able to take the relic back to midfield. It's Berserker Mike versus versus Priestley. Berserker Mike passes up to Thrill House. Thrill House and Berserker Mike on the rush. Here we go. Will they be able to score it in? Matty Awesome back to life, able to cause some disruption, stopping that push there from the Berserkers.
Again, it's a counter push play that the Berserkers are banking on every single time. Here we go, David.
Berserker Mike with the push, tries to jump up in the air to throw, does miss on the second attempt. Chark picks it up, uses his dash, but he gets caught up right before it. The relic is in dangerous territory for Team Feed Me. They need to clear that relic. They're also taking out team members. Berserker Mike is out of the action for 7 seconds. Chark is down to about 40% health, and look at that, Gucci Pants sliding into victory there, throwing the relic midfield. He's able to save the day for his team, and he's on an aggressive push there, but Thrill House catches up, uses that nice back toss. He has control of the relic as Berserker Mike is back in the action.
Knock did get knocked out of there. He's going to be back in about 1 second to join his team. And they're looking pretty healthy. Nice balance fight right here in the middle. But again, look at what we got right here. We have the goal for the first time. On to Zinramu and Team Feed Me. That's actually pretty good. You want to keep Chark away from that thing. Him on gold is a very bad idea.
Yeah, actually, the Berserkers are leading in the gold, but as you said, Rich, this is very close. This thing's sliding either way. Who knows where the gold difference is going to net out? But right now, we know that Thrill House has the relic. He is in midfield. He is waiting for his team to get into position. You see Berserker Mike up on the left side. He's going to place the ramp. Ooh, this is a good strategy here. We're going to talk something. You don't want to tease it out there. Knock Nas with the relic there. They need to get it over to the other side. I bet you the strategy is to throw it to Berserker Mike, who can go off the ramp. You know that's the plan. Let's see if they're going to be able to execute that.
It's still there, David. Is Mike going to do it? Is this for
Berserker
the
Mike,
shrimp?
here we go. He's going to try to throw it there. He misses the relic, though. And now Gucci Pants, now they know they have that ramp, so that's going to be dangerous because there's Priestley in the background taking out that ramp. That was their attempt, and unfortunately, that one did not convert. 60 seconds left to go. There's that yellow line back into play there. A placement of the healing shrine does get taken out, though, by the blue team. And now we see Thrill House and Chark and Knock Nas just playing around, waiting for time to expire with 47 seconds left to go. Thrill House decides to go and push it. Thrill House going up, passes it up to Berserker Mike. Berserker Mike uses his dash ability, but does get caught up by too many characters there on the blue team side. You have Priestley doing a great job. You got Matty Awesome doing a great job. Thrill House, though, with the rebound. Dashes and misses on the second attempt. Chark!
Look at this jumping rebound by Chark, just in the right place at the right time. Thrill House set up that almost forced fumble, if you will, and was able to catch that rebound. That was so good as he was able to get that.
Oh, look at Gucci Pants. This guy.
It's really intense between these two.
He is not happy.
All right, let's talk about some of these buys. Now Chark is able to get that level 4 heroic damage item.
He's buying heroic attack damage.
You know, at this point, you know, we're starting to see a lot of these players out of character a little bit, but that's kind of, sometimes it's what it takes to get these points. All right. So it looks like we got a call out from some of our viewers. We got Novocaine wanting Team Feed Me to win. However, they are down 0-2. Let's see.
Okay, Gucci Pants with the relic decides it was a nice, beautiful pass from tank to tank, but it did not connect as Thrill House was able to quickly get in there and get the relic. Gucci Pants on the quick rebound. He gets the fumble action, but the relic is still down there at the danger zone spot if you are Team Berserker. So they got to clear that out there. Gucci Pants using his Ragnarok ability. You got that barrage from Chark in the distance there. Gucci Pants getting thrown up in the air due to that back toss from Thrill House, but Thrill House very low on health as Matty Awesome is doing a lot of damage to that tank character. But thankfully, if you're the Berserkers, you got Knock Nas healing you, so you're probably good.
Yeah, you know what? Every single time, I feel like the Berserkers are able to make these offensive attempts because they have so many buildables. Look at the mini-map that's placed on the top right-hand of the screen. The X represent buildables for that team. Now you can see all the X's for the red, but there are none for the blue, David, so you can imagine.
That is the power of Chark.
That is the power of Chark.
And that is not the power of Matt Priestley not doing his job as buildable destruction. You're going to buy that demolition.
And that is a tough
You better be doing it.
That is a very
here's the ramp. Can they go off the ramp? Thrill House. Oh! The fumble happens, and then the ramp gets destroyed right before he can go off it. But Berserker Mike on the second attempt, and he scores! And look at that scream from Berserker Mike!
It is 3-0.
He is amped.
Berserkers in the lead right now, in the series lead with 2 points to 1. However, you know what? I don't think that Team Feed Me or any of them are going to give up just yet. Again, it's going to be a 1st and 3, but there's a lot of momentum riding from that 3-0.
That was nice, man. I mean, we said it was a mind game, and they definitely changed their strategy. And I didn't see the strategy change too much on Team Feed Me.
I think the big difference right here is the in terms of roles, you have Chark versus M Priest, and Chark is making sure that his buildables are there, and making sure that theirs aren't.
Pretty much. That sums up the match, man. Chark is just rolling in the gold.
Yeah.
He's making it rain left and right on his team. He's buying heroic attack damage before demolition. That is unheard of for Charsky.
You know, I mean, we're noticing that from a team comp's perspective, there are duo tanks that exist with Zin Ramu and Gucci Pants, and these guys are just power runners. They know how to run the relic every single time. If you're not slowing them down, they will get the score via relic score eventually. So I do love the adaptation, and he's moving in to deal damage to these carries.
And let's talk about Nagnaz. He's come out of nowhere. This guy is everywhere. He's all over the map. He's healing his team. He's forcing fumbles. I mean, I've never seen this guy's the Swiss Army knife of Breakaway.
That's right. Very good play between these two guys. And there he is, the man himself.
Oh, look at him. Look at him.
Mystery.
He's like, yeah, I know. I'm awesome. What's up, guys?
Please, for everybody at home, do you think that Berserker Mike and his team, the Berserkers, are going to take the final game to close it out at 3-1?
Yes, we do, Rich.
Or do you think the Team Feed Me can come back with a 2? They have to win 2 straight.
They got to win the next 2. This is match point if Berserker Mike is able to pull this off.
Yes, we want to know. Again, hit us up on Twitter. Twitter is going to be the thing that we want to keep our eyes on. Let us know. Is it going to be between the friends or it's friends and foes?
Friends now foes, man.
Yes.
Ooh.
So can you be friends?
Zin Ramu, look at Zin Ramu. He's like, this is like it's more than I thought. I thought we were gonna win here.
Hopefully they can still remain friends because we would love to see more Breakaway in the future. Here we are, game 4.
It is interesting. I mean, M Priest, he is the EP, so technically he could fire anyone in the studio, and then their team could win.
Looks like we have a pretty standard build between everybody. How's everybody doing over here? Okay, Zin Ramu going to be going with attack damage. Here we are.
Let's talk a little bit about strategies, Rich.
Yes. Like right now, we're starting to see Mike and team just riding with the momentum of the economy build, right? It's suffocating the opposite team, minimizing their defensive options with no buildables, and just running it very freely. And I think that that's what they've been doing a great job of. I feel like David and the team for Team Feed Me have to be a little bit more reserved with putting these buildables around when they know that Charsky's hunting for them.
Yeah, and you can see that. I mean, they haven't placed the buildable yet. They're afraid now. They're like, what's the point?
Yes.
We're just giving them gold by dropping buildables at this point.
It has to be placed right, has to be put down correctly. You can't stunt yourself of not having buildables out there, but they just, again, they have to think it through.
Gucci Pants trying to be a hero here. He's going in all on his own, but it's not enough because you got 4 team. You got your tired opponents against you. There's no way you're going to score past that. He loses half his health in the process. He gets a nice back toss there, though, throwing Thrill Hup in the air. But you got that healer. It's going to be very hard to win a team fight, certainly in the early rounds, if you're just going to go team fight and you're playing against a team that has a healer.
Yes. M Priest did
Let's
switch
call
to
this
that
out,
Alona.
though. Yeah,
he did
that's a
switch
good
to that
point.
Alona. So we now have a healer on both teams. This is going to be the first time we're seeing M Priest on a healer. We've seen him on DPS for most of the time.
Oh, Thrill House goes flying from the program. Charsky about to die. He's got to watch out. He's got a half a fraction of health left. But thankfully, though, Thrill House is back in the action now. Zin Ramu in control of the relic. He switched to Spartacus.
Exactly.
Zin Ramu passing up to Matty Awesome. Matty Awesome tried to make a push, did get stopped. Thrill House using the Ragnarok. The pass goes in the wrong direction. And oh my god, we got another guy in jail. But it looks like his health is diminishing, but he will get paroled. He survives the action now as Berserker Mike passes up to Thrill House. Thrill House does get stopped, though, from Matty Awesome with Gucci Pants with control of the relic. We see that an aggressive Chark is trying to go after the armor buff. He does get stopped, though, as it does go to Team Feed Me. And now we see action happening on both sides of the action as we're back in control now with the relic being very close to Team Feed Me's base. We see Matty Awesome there, Berserker's base. Thrill House, though, able to get to the relic just in time. But this relic is not in a very good place.
No, I feel like Zin Ramu and team want to give Berserkers a taste of their own medicine, running the same exact comp. But let's see. I mean, you got a bunch of character specialists who are now switching off to their secondaries. But look at this pressure. So much pressure, David.
It's so much pressure, but you got to hand it to... Oh, whoa! Look at that. Rollins, Matty Awesome with the score.
Matty Awesome advancing onto a different role, maybe being a little bit more frontline, a little bit more offensive, along with Zin Ramo just dealing that damage. You know, Zin Ramo on Spartacus, he knows how to maximize on damage every single time. He will do a retribution follow-up, wait for you to roll, then hit you with for no glory, basically making you irrelevant and erasing you from the entire teamfight situation, which is very hard to do, but somebody with the hours and time that he spent on this game, I really feel like he should have been Spartacus from the
beginning. Look at that. No kills on the Berserkers.
No kills.
It's hard to win when you can't kill the team.
Correct.
Matty Awesome there trying to go for the gold. He's fighting Chark. They're just waiting. This is a mind game right here. Who will get the last hit on it? And it goes to Chark. Zinramu, though, passing the relic up to Gucci Pants. They're getting caught up with that Wrecking Hammer. But they take it down with that nice Ragnarok ability. But you got all of the Berserkers right there. Berserker Mike with the relic. He throws it upfield. Matty Awesome trying to do some defense. But you got great quick play happening from the Berserkers. Berserker Mike with control of the relic. You have Knocknaz giving him that Radiant skill. Berserker Mike going left side now, throws it upfield to Thrillhouse. Thrillhouse gets popped up in the air, forcing the fumble of the relic, and it gets controlled briefly by Gucci Pants. You see that Light of Judgment get put down by Priestley. He knows what's doing. As now we see Zinramu with control of the relic, switching momentum, now switching sides as well.
Looks like we got another fight in mid, and it seems that right now, Team Red, the Berserkers, are doing a pretty good job holding both buffs, even though they're down one round. Again, this team knows how to come back from a 2-0 round deficit. But again, Thrillhouse now with the rebound and is going to find a way. They can't seem to advance past the mid, Dave.
No, they can't. They have been unable to do so. They have to learn how to play against this team comp. I don't know if they even realize that they changed their players because they're kind of playing similar to what they did last game. And they need to change directions now because you got Priestley healing your teammates. He seems to be doing a great job, though, but he's low on health. He's got to go back to heal up. And now you also have Zinramu not playing a tank. They're not running that usual Bones coach dual tank push strategy. Oh. And look at that, getting knocked off the map. Gucci Pants going for a swim. Hopefully he brought his trunks. And now Thrillhouse with control of the relic up left side decides to change direction. Throws it to the right side with a charge throw, but Matty Awesome's right there to pick up the relic. But he waits for Gucci Pants to slide and pick it up, showing some style points there. And look at that, Zinramu gets knocked out of the game. He's got a 12-second respawn timer. That's a long time to fish in your pocket for a quarter, Rich.
Chark is starting to do the damage that he needs. He's a little bit low in health, but he's picking the right spots to pick the fights. However, him and his entire team are now moving on forward, and this is the advance that they need, David. They got to move on forward. They do have double buffs. Right now, the armor buff is going to play a significant role, and look at this. The armor, because at this point, there's not many people buying armor penetration, so you're going to be pretty tanky in every single one of your fights.
All right, let's call out what you just saw there. You saw some great play by Thrillhouse. Thrillhouse decided not to continue to rush the relic. He waited so he could save Knocknaz. Knocknaz was getting hit on by that opponent on Team Feed Me, and he's like, I need some help. And there was Thrillhouse there to help out his friend. That is teamwork, and teamwork will always win everything else in Breakaway. There's Berserker Mike with the ramp. He just barely goes off it, though, so he doesn't get the full effect. But the Relic's in dangerous territory. The red team could store. This could be Berserker's score here. Knocknaz now with the Relic. Throws it, but it gets popped up in the air. On the rebound, we see all of Team Red trying to do it. Can the Berserkers get that Relic in there? Push it in, guys. Push it in. You got 60 seconds left to go. Thrillhouse, come on. Get the Relic in there. Oh, look at that. Gucci Pants getting the Relic, clearing it out of the danger zone. But Thrillhouse on the next attempt. He misses, though. He's now going on the opposite direction. He gets stopped by Matty Awesome, doing a great job on Barrage. And Gucci Pants now with the Relic totally clears it. What a great defensive stand from Team Feed Me.
That was so good right there. Again, we've seen it earlier by the Berserkers. Now Team Feed Me is exemplifying the amazing play of defense. But look at this turnaround. The counter push, if you will, David, as... Never mind. It looks like it's going to reset.
We got 28 seconds left to go, so territory is in effect. Priestley tried to be a hero, throws it up the field, though. Does get stopped. He has to use Blessing of the Sun, which is a dangerous thing to use this late on when we're in a territory situation. He goes down. You have Matty Awesome down with 16 seconds, 15 seconds left to go. Thrillhouse is looking pretty good right now. This could be the territory win that the Berserkers need. Matty Awesome on defense. Thrillhouse throws it out of bounds to gain some extra time. Throws it out of bounds again with 2 seconds left to go. Are they able to hold it? The answer is... Oh my goodness, we saw it again! Oh. There is the Fairlight move right there!
Oh, Matty Awesome. You know, this is a guy that we haven't seen run the Relic or even touch the Relic for the most part for this entire series of games. However, we've seen him score. We've also seen him now score that territory win. Great play, great call by the GM and coach.
Maddie, I mean, Priestley proven why he's Mr. Breakaway with that move.
Yeah.
Remember, even though time ticks down, it's not until the relic touches the ground.
Correct.
Just like in basketball, you throw that air ball up at the buzzer, you hit the net, you win. And look at that beautiful move.
That was so good. Your Thrill House did an amazing job just trying to stall for as much as he can, but it was just all it took was 3 seconds, and Maddie Austin was in the right place, and there he goes again.
Oh, there's that quick push, but those lighted judgments there saving their day. Being a shield for the relic toss there from Gucci Pants. With Shark now with the relic, throwing it back up to midfield. Look at that gold differential, though.
Too close to call right now. Okay, yes, you're right. I didn't even notice that till right now. That goal differential. As
Berserker Mike with the push, it scores quickly.
And he goes in. He's so good at these fadeaway shots. You know, at times I feel like he's dodge rolling too early because you can always use that as a fallback. He's able to get this fadeaway. Watch him as he goes in between 2 players. They were both in middle of attack, and again, you know, in a game of Breakaway, you cannot intercept the relic during mid-animation of an attack. Great play right there by Berserker Mike.
I gotta wonder if Team Feed Me was still relishing over that amazing buzzer throw there.
You know, you have 2 attack damage carries right now with Shark as well as Berserker Mike. You have cooldown starting to build up for Knock Knocks. No heroics yet from Team Feed Me. We could see a snowball effect happening again. Again, look at that gold. 15,000 to 28,000. That's huge, David. I have never played a game like that.
All right, we see Gucci Pants there. Throwing it in there does get stopped. You have, again, look at the defensive buildables. Like, no one's on buildable duty. No one's on cleanup for Team Feed Me. That's not going to help you. I mean, that's like, it's Legends of the Hidden Temple over there.
You know, again, like you were calling out, very hard to get in. Maddie Awesome now with possession of the relic. He's been holding the relic, which I do enjoy watching. But,
here we go. We're on a rush
Mike.
here. Thrill House. You saw Berserker Mike pass it back to Thrill House. Thrill House toss it back to Shark. Shark throws it up to Thrill House. Thrill House gets the forced fumble, so he's tossed it up in the air. Gucci Pants comes up with it. He's on a run. He decides to throw it to gain more speed. He uses that rib splitter to stop the action there. Now he uses the shield wall ability to gain some defense, but Berserker Mike comes up with the relic and changes direction, but the action's now happening back and forth right at the midfield line.
they have so many 1v1 matches happening, even though these team fights. I love seeing the Thorgrims going heads up. Who's going to get the toss? But now...
Whoa. Gucci Pants had to quickly change direction there. He almost went right off the map.
That was so close.
There's Thrill House with the relic. He's got Radiance getting captivated by Knock Knocks, bringing him back to health. Thrill House and Knock Knocks on the left side. Gucci Pants trying to get into the mix there. Knock Knocks doing a great job of hitting Gucci Pants.
That Sunburst, very hard to hit people, but it will hit multiple and it'll knock them up. So great way to get...
Oh, Berserker Mike using For Glory. Knocking Gucci Pants out of play for 12 seconds. Here's the push that could score it for the Berserkers, tying up the match. We see action happening there right at the foot of Team Feed Me. We see Thrill House again. He always tries to go center and it never works for him, but Knock Knocks with the score! Give it up for Knock Knocks!
Knock Knocks evening it up. This could be the last game or the last round of the game if the Berserkers are able to take this round.
This is match point for the Berserkers.
Correct. You know what? I'm happy that nobody goes home and we still get to see more matches from all these teams, regardless of who wins. I'm starting to become a fan of the Berserkers.
That's a bandwagon.
It is. Yes, that's exactly.
Look at all those purples.
Yes, a lot of purples over here. 25,000 versus 37,000. Still, look at the buildables.
The buildables are insane.
Insane.
I have no idea how Team Phoebe's getting into the Berserkers base. You got jails, you got walls, you got earth. Whoa, he almost did it, but you got like 5.
Whoa!
Oh my goodness, I can't believe what happened. How did that happen?
Maddie Awesome going in again, talking about these crazy stacked buildables that exist on the opposite team. And
I don't know how he did that. Unbelievable.
And it looks like we're going down to our very
This is it.
last
This is
game.
sudden death right now.
Final match. It was just hard to imagine that the team was able to go in. So here we go, guys.
Look at Matty Awesome. This guy's just relishing. He's like, yeah, what's up? I did it. I robbed the bank. He basically robbed the bank, Rich.
You know,
he went into the vault. He cracked the safe. I don't know how he did that.
You know, there's a level of confidence that you and your team can start to build up knowing that you have the buildables there. But it's hard to anticipate that there's going to be 3 players that are going to go in, take damage for certain things. And again, like enabling Maddie to take that final shot. That was so good. He was getting tagged by 2 light up judges right
He had
there.
5 lighted judgments. There was like a whole wall every round. Knock placed a lighted judgment and no one took it. I mean, it was just you had a row of walls, a row of earth shatterers, a row of lighted judgments. I don't know how he scored.
That's right. Oh my goodness, so much stuff going on. What do we got? We have to remind the people of all these crazy things that are happening. So you're watching, if you're tuning in right now, you're watching the Berserkers versus Team Feed Me. Both these guys are being led by 2 GMs. We're running a series of events happening over here every Thursday for the next, starting last week, 7 weeks of awesome excitement. As each one of these teams are going to be playing for points, because over at week 7, we're going to have our finals to determine who is the best in our Breakaway Office League. And,
That's right. We're in a round robin situation going on right now. So each team will play against each other team once. Whoever has the best record, the top 2 teams will face off in the finals. And I got to tell you, man, I don't even know. This is, again, these are probably 2 of the best matched teams.
So far from
Every
what we've
single,
seen.
we have never seen a blow. We saw 1 round. There was one game that was a blowout from the Berserkers. But other than that, everything has gone down to game point. It's been round 5, round 5, round 5. Here we are again. Now we're in game 5.
Yeah, we're in game 5, final round. We're seeing 2 totally different play styles between 2 teams. One is the late game, if you will, being led by Chark with, getting all those, getting that demolition damage out to every single one of the buildables that are on Team Feed Me. But then you just have this constant annoyance, the push, the power push by Zin Ramu, by now Matty Awesome, and of course by our main man Gucci Pants.
I gotta say though, Gucci Pants seems a little bit quiet though. He did get that 1 score.
And he's the most focused I've seen him been in. Right now, I think that he is leading his team towards that aggressive push. He's giving the real estate that they need to stay on the offensive, and I feel like it's one of the reasons why Matty Awesome was able to get that rebound into final pass for the final score. So it is, it's Gucci I'm a fan of. I like to see him pop off and get a little crazy. That's my favorite. But I think we're about to get things underway.
This is it. It all comes down to this. Hang on, let me try that again. And it all comes down to this.
Yes, it all comes down to this.
So what do you think? All right, the slate's clean now.
Yes.
This is it. So what do you think? Do you think that the Berserkers are gonna win, or do you want to change or do you want to stick with your original gut?
I'm gonna stick
and go
with
Feed Me.
my bet. However, for everybody tuning in at home, please let us know, who do you think is going to win, whether it's here on the chat or through Twitter.
Yeah, go to
We want to
tweet
know.
us at Play Breakaway. Are we gonna see a happy Ramu, hashtag happy Ramu, a sad Ramu, hashtag sad Ramu? What do you think it's gonna be?
Yes.
I think we're seeing sad Ramu.
I'm still gonna stick to my team over here for being led by Bones as the coach. Guys, for anybody tuning in at home, we're just making sure that we have the last match set up properly. Everybody wants to play in Atlantis, so we're making sure that the players get to play in Atlantis, and we're about to get things ready. If you haven't already, please give us a follow. Hit that follow button on the bottom. Otherwise, you can follow us on Twitter, YouTube, Twitch.
That's right. We're Play Breakaway
On
all
everything.
day. And let's give a quick shout out to Lewis though. I don't know where Lewis is right now, but you see him there in the background with the signs. He's got his Squirrel Posse hat. He knows. He's like, whatever, dude. I'm still probably the best team here. You think that's true? I think that's probably true.
I think it's true. I love being able to see him. You guys over at home have been encouraging him.
Flipped up in the mix now, saying Sad Ramu. Balir, our own Balir Darkstone, throwing the Sad Ramu.
Hell yeah. So, starting to evening up. Nova Kane saying happy
He
Rama.
said that before though, so he has not changed his vote. I don't know, man. This is interesting. This is going to be interesting. You see the look on their faces. I will say though, one thing that I am impressed the most with is how both teams are playing so well as a team.
Yes.
Like, I am hard-pressed to say who is going to be the MVP for either of these teams.
Yes.
We've seen amazing play from Knock Knots. We've seen amazing play from Chark. We've seen Thrill House. We've seen Berserker Mike. Every one of them could make a case for MVP. I would say that Precy, maybe he was the weakest link, but that last-second shot he did, oh my God, that was amazing.
So here we go, the final match taking place over here for Throwdown Thursday. It's going to be the Berserkers over here for Team Red versus Zin Ramu leading Team Phoebe. Again, here we are, final game, final match. round 1.
We see Gucci Pants picking up the parchment again. He saw that in the first game.
You know, it's a great buy for him. He's a character or player
But he's
that
not
loves...
getting a lot of kills, though.
Again, so Parchment can contribute to gold, whether it's through kills. You do get a lot of gold. However, you also get a lot of gold through assists. So maybe it's the use of the Rib Splitter or the Ragnarok. Just the fact that he's able to touch multiple opponents. He just has to bank on everyone else killing them. And I think that that's where Parchment is kind of hard. Now that they have Spartacus, it could be helping. But we'll see. It's only round 1.
All right, Thrill House with control of the Relic. Does get it popped up in the air, though, due to Matty Awesome doing some good defensive work there. We see Gucci Pants with the Relic leading the charge, as we've seen before. Uses that Ragnarok ability, though, but he's got no one else on his team, though. They're not playing teamwork right now. He's going to need to readjust a little bit as Thrill House with control of the Relic. Again, we're seeing identical comps on both sides. We saw that switch happen there with the last game. Certainly paid off for Team Feed Me. We'll see if it works again this time. There's Thrill House again, waiting, getting in position for his team. They're doing a strike. Thrill House with the dash, throws it in for the quick score.
The commitment to intercept right there on Gucci Pants, using that slide to go down, just eliminates one person to be on that defensive line, and I think they just capitalize on it. Great play by Thrill House and his entire team. Look at this right here, just almost free. Knocknaz went for the projectile shot to force the fumble, but no go that time around. A quick 1 point right here on the side of the Berserkers.
Oh, look at that. I lied, man. It is a switch in team comp. Zinramu going with Alona and M. Priest back at Ambani with a heroic demolition.
The mix-ups. The mix-ups.
Their mind games are working even on us, Rich.
That's right. And again, the double up on gold right now. As the blue team, Zinramu, are double.
Yeah, that gold.
And I've never seen that before. Charsky down on gold?
Charsky, he's not even by this time he should be gold demolition, and he's not. This is mind games at work here because the blue team is not putting down buildables. That is their strategy. They're like, we're not going to use buildables because we know Charsky's just going to take them. This is brilliant. Zinramu in control of the Relic, throws it upfield there to Thrill House, catches the interception though. Gucci Pants with the rebound, throws it downtown and scores!
It gets in between two players right now. Wow, Gucci Pants, great score right there. You can see this is like the hardest point to score. When you're up 2, you just need one more point. Nerves start to kick in. Look at this. This is the quietest that they've been. However, I love it.
Look at the focus. That guy, he is cool.
Yeah, he's cool. Very calm and collected.
What do you think of the strategy, though? No buildables on Team Feed Me because they don't want to feed Chark.
I think it's...
That is amazing.
Yeah, it's genius. It's smart. It lets them... I feel like buildables will come to play once there start to be some team fights. But again, this is something new. Maybe something that the team wasn't ready to combat this time around. And look at this. Gucci Pants now with first touch. Yeah, again, you know, I'm kind of stunned with this play style right now. Very crazy.
It's unbelievable. I mean, this is, like I said, we said it was all mind games, but Thrill House in the hill. Thrill House does get stopped at the last second, unfortunately. Berserker Mike getting in the mix there. Knocknaz using that blessing of the sun, building a clearinghouse balance back to life. Thrill House jumps at center, gets hit again. Thrill House, stop jumping in the center of those pillars. You never score. Go to the left or to the right. Do not go in the center. That is my advice to Thrill House.
You know, but right now you can see the pressure by the Berserkers and Mike. And again, but they're dealing with a lot more. They're a lot healthier than the opposite team. So Gucci Pants now, unfortunately, wasn't able to pass it fully, but him and his team are now advancing past that mid.
This gold is not going to be good for Team Berserkers. They have to get the quick strikes because if they play the long game, they're going to lose here.
It is 1-1, David. Let's see what happens. But 17,000 to 9,100. That's really, really hard to deal with, and it's only round 3.
That's right. And once those heroics start popping, it's gonna be trouble town. So here we go. Thrill House with the Relic. There sees some gold in the distance there. Knocknaz should pick up that gold, but he doesn't. They're just letting it sit there. Again, dangerous because Gucci Pants, you know, he's not gonna let that gold go. But Matty Awesome picks it up with the Relic. I don't even know if they're even focusing on the Relic now. But there's Matty Awesome on the push. He throws it upfield. Thrill House. No, easy snatch there. Thrill House takes the Relic going right side now. Gucci Pants waiting to meet him with his giant hammer of Thorgrim. He gets the Relic, decides to use a nice dash to just clear it a little bit even closer there, closer to the Berserker's base, but there's Berserker Mike in the mix there. He's the GM of the team. He just got fully healed by Knocknaz. There's Thrill House there. Matty Awesome using his barrage ability, but Chark doing a great job of taking him to near death, but Zinramu with the clutch health. But now Matty Awesome is back down to almost dead. He's got to play a little bit more defensively. He's getting a little too aggressive there, which is very uncharacteristic of Matty Awesome. And now we see Gucci Pants in the center of the map with control of the Relic, throwing it upfield. Knocknaz, nice interception. Going up there on the left side now. Berserker Mike using doing a nice jump, doing a great job avoiding the attacks there. Here we go, Berserker Mike, can he score? No, he gets hit at the last second by Matty Awesome, doing some great defense as Rollins. Berserker Mike, though, with the second attempt. Thrillhouse trying to get it. He's unable to get it. Shark unable to get it in. That Relic is so close to getting into that base, but they're unable to do it. Beautiful job doing a massive save there for Team Feed Me, as Berserker Mike able to just get the Relic and wait and just regroup with his team as they try to make another assault here on the Death Star, if you will.
I want to see a ramp at this part, like an offensive ramp come on in by Berserker Mike, because we haven't seen a buildable yet. Again, David, I'm almost not used to casting on this because there's no buildable.
I think
this is a totally different style.
They're both afraid. They're like, you know what, the gold is too high. We can't afford to put a buildable and have it get shot down and let the team get the gold. This is crazy play. Like, this is so high-level gameplay we're seeing right now. It is complete mind games. With 58 seconds left to go, the yellow line is in effect here. Berserker Mike getting that nice clutch blessing of the sun, healing from Knock Naz. Knock Naz using Radiance to heal Thrill House. And now Gucci Pants there. There's the wall.
There
with 47 seconds left to go, we see our first buildable happen on this round. And Gucci Pants with control of the Relic. He's going to go right. He's going to go left. He's bobbing and weaving, waiting for time to tick away. 37 seconds left to go. Territory win is still a way to win in Breakaway. And there's that Ragnarok ability. But Chark is there to meet it with his barrage. 30 seconds left to go. The Relic is still in dangerous territory if you're on the Berserker side. Drill House with the Relic. Misses it. Gucci Pants throws it upfield. Oh my god, what a great interception from Berserker Mike. And now the action is happening right there close. Again, Gucci Pants tries to get it, but barely misses. 15 seconds left to go, and they're able to push it in and score.
All right. Gucci Pants with that non-stop pressure. I'm so impressed with his general playstyle, just being the annoyance for the Berserkers. Just out there every single time. He's unkillable at this point because then nobody has gold.
I don't
nobody
know
has the attack
who came up with this no buildable strategy on Feed Me, but it was sheer brilliance.
Yes, it
So
was.
if that is Bones, that is mad props coaching.
Yes.
If it's anyone else on that team, hats off, because that is sheer brilliant gameplay here as we're in game point now, match point, whole thing point for Team Feed Me if they get this in.
You know, this could unleash a beast that is with Charsky right now, just with that heroic damage item. We know that he's normally out there on buildable duty, but now he has the ability to commit to only attack damage. He could be doing a lot, but right now he also is going to need that armor penetration. But look at Gucci Pants, again, constantly out there, pushing
They have unleashed the Gucci Pants. He's been feeding, he's hungry, he's all in. He's
Yes.
full on Gucci Pants Hulk mode now. Because we see this guy everywhere. This guy has come to life. They have held him back for 5 games, and now it's full-on Gucci Pants. And look at that, knocking him off the map. Gucci Pants there, going right side. He throws it up to Matty Awesome. The fumble happens from Knock Naz, playing some defensive alone ability. Knock Naz now with the Relic, tries to clear it, but does get stopped by Gucci Pants using that rib splitter. Gucci Pants using the shield wall, plus the back toss. This is not looking good for Berserkers. Berserker Mike with the Relic, though, trying to change momentum, bring it over to the other side of the map. Clears it to midfield. Thrill House now with the Relic. Thrill House passes it upfield to Berserker Mike. Berserker Mike with the control of the Relic. Gets that nice blessing of the Sun Hill. Thrill House going left side. Taking my advice, not going up that thing. Passes it up to Mike. Mike passes it. The fumble's happening midfield. Can they get the Relic and use the dash? No, they can't. Gucci Pants takes it and dashes it. Oh, Berserker Mike gets melted. Oh my goodness, we have Thrill House down. 2 members down on Team Berserkers. This is not looking good. Charsky needs to abandon ship and just back up there. Knock Naz needs to back up. They are very low on health. You got 2 men down. All of a sudden, we have Thrill House now in the play, though. Matty Austin with control of the Relic. Chark almost out of health there. He's got to worry. We got Berserker Mike trying to stun, but Matty Austin's on a complete straightaway. Matty Austin from downtown. Oh my God! There it is.
From
Team
downtown.
Feed Me.
Team Feed Me clutches it out and is able to take it right there. Coming back from an amazing, you know what, that was really, really hard. That was insane.
I don't know what to say, Rich. Like,
Congratulations to both teams. I think it was an amazing example of how to play 5 matches of Breakaway in 1 set. You know, from the Berserkers, from Thrill House to Berserker Mike to Knock Naz to Chark, an amazing play by them, being led, of course, by their coach, Brian, a.k.a. Old Rusty Robot. But now, let's talk about the winners.
So we are joined by the GM of Team Feed Me, Zin Ramu. Happy Ramu.
Oh.
Congratulations. Hard-fought win, my
Oh
friend.
my God, that was tough.
Now I got to say, the first question. Who came up with the strategy not to use buildables?
That was all of us, man. We saw he was just destroying them. It was Chark, anti-Chark strategy. Team Feed Me wanted no more feeding. So
That was I mean, that was brilliant.
Yeah.
I mean, they had no idea. They had no answer. They were like, oh my god, that was like they couldn't do it. They couldn't stop it. So you switched over to Alona. Well, first of all, you started with Black Knight.
Yeah.
Then you went to Spartacus.
Yep.
Then you went to Alona.
Uh-huh.
Talk me through the strategy here.
Well, so the other problem was Nazcause. Their healer was doing an amazing job. Just kept the sustain. So anytime a round went longer than a minute, we were starting to fall back. And they were getting better at stopping our push. So while we got that the initial couple of rounds, we weren't able to do it at the end. So we had to prioritize the healer. So Spartacus was the plan to do that. Let me play Spartacus and get him. The only problem was Matt didn't feel super comfortable on our Alona. So then I switched off to that. He went to Anbani for
You're
DPS.
taking one for the team.
Yeah.
That's good, man. That's good teamwork.
It's important to know how to play many characters.
Clearly,
Yeah.
you clearly need to play many characters because you have to switch strategies on the fly, and especially invent new ones with like the anti-charge move. That will forever be known as the anti-charge strategy.
Anti-charge. I like it.
Now, Priestley, that last second at the buzzer throw to stay alive, amazing.
Fantastic.
Did you know he had it in him?
No, well, when moves like that happen, it's like one of the things that makes this game special, right? That line comes up and just a clutch throw. That's awesome.
All right, now you are undefeated.
Yes.
Phil's Bowman is not undefeated, but the Squirrel Posse is. What do you think if you had to face them? How are you feeling right now?
I mean, you know, Darren is a great GM, has been a great coach, and that team is very solid. But I'd give it to us. I think they're not going to be able to handle the
That's
rush.
the fighting words.
And also, we've got the adaptability, right? Like, whatever they bring out, as we've shown, we can counter comp, and we're in it for the long game. We may not win match one, but we'll win the whole thing.
You have to leave it at that. All right, Zinramu, congratulations.
Thanks
You are
again.
undefeated. Beautiful coaching job. Beautiful GMing. Rich, take us away.
That's right, folks. So if you're looking for more information on Breakaway, not only from this Twitch channel, please follow us on every single one of our social channels. Hit us up on Facebook, on Twitter, and at YouTube. Again, you know, we want to be as interactive as possible with you during these broadcasts, so let us know who's going to win every single week. Again, so for Mr. Still, I'm Filthy Rich. This is Zin Ramos.
He's getting it right now.
Team feed me.
We'll see you folks next week for Throwdown Thursday.
Have a good night. League Season 2 debut. We had Team Feed Me led by GM Zinramu and Team The Berserkers led by, of course, Berserker Mike. These guys, this was such a nail-biter, Rich. It went all the way down to Game 5, Round 5. With 8 seconds left, Zinramu has the route. Zinramu trying to go for the score. He throws it and scores it!
Oh my goodness, right there, Zinramu was able to advance on through.
But Matty Awesome's able to respawn back in time. He has control of the relic. He's getting hit, though, from Berserker Mike. He dashes it in, throws it, and scores. There it is. Give it up for the Berserkers. Berserker Mike throws it up to Throwhouse. Throwhouse uses dash. Throwhouse just all the time. He wastes too much time trying to go center when he should just try to throw it. Berserker Mike able to take it, though. And now we're tied situation at the end of Game 1. You see Knocknows gets the relic back, throws it up to Throwhouse. Throwhouse tries to score it, and he is able to convert. Finally, there it is. Game 1 goes to the Berserker. There's Berserker Mike with the ramp. What a beautiful move with 5 seconds. It wasn't enough. He hit it a little too early. Chart there with the relic for 2 seconds, 1 second. This could be it. And there it goes, ladies and gentlemen. The Berserkers with that clutch ramp, Rich.
The power of the buildables right there.
Rillhouse using that dash just to gain some different ground and change his trajectory. Berserker Mike throws it in and scores!
Berserker Mike, so far, what we've seen has been 3 goals scored from these fadeaway tosses.
Zinramu very low on health. Gucci Pants tries to throw it, but again missed the trajectory, but on the second effort, Gucci Pants is able to take it in for the score.
Just able to walk it in. There's just a lot of pressure right now.
The push happening from Gucci Pants. He gets caught in the middle of the action there. Good barrage there from Chart. And Jinramu, though, taking out the relic. And look at that, Feed Me coming back to life.
Team BB now evening it up 1-1 between both teams.
Drillhouse picks up his own rebound. Gucci Pants with the destruction. Chart forces the fumble with 5 seconds left to go. 4 seconds, there's no one on the blue team side. Berserker Mike crosses the line and forces the score for his team. Side, you have Freezy doing a great job. You got Matty Awesome doing a great job. Drillhouse, though, with the rebound. Dashes and misses from the second attempt. Chart!
Look at this jumping rebound by Chart, just in the right place at the right time.
Here's the ramp. Can they go off the ramp? Drillhouse. Oh! The fumble happens, and then the ramp gets destroyed right before he can go off it. But Berserker Mike on the second attempt, and he scores! And look at that scream from
Look at
Berserker
that.
Mike!
It is 3-0.
He is amped. Matty Awesome on defense. Drillhouse throws it out of bounds to gain
smart.
some extra time.
So
throws it out of
smart.
bounds again with 2 seconds left to go. Are they able to hold it? The answer is, oh my goodness, we saw it again.
Oh.
There is the Fairlight move right there.
That goal differential. As
Berserker Mike with the push, it scores quickly.
And he goes in. He's so good at these fadeaway shots.
We see Drillhouse again. He always tries to go center, and it never works for him. But Knocknars with the score. Give it up for Knocknars.
Look at the buildables.
The buildables are insane.
They're insane.
I have no idea how Team Phoebe's getting into the Berserker's base. You got jails, you got walls, you got earth. Whoa, he almost did it, but you got like 5.
Whoa!
Oh my goodness, I can't believe what happened. How did that happen?
Matty Awesome.
Time. There's Drillhouse again, waiting, getting in position for his team. They're gonna strike. Drillhouse with the dash, throws it in for the quick score.
Commitment to intercept right there on Gucci Pants.
30 seconds left to go. The Relic is still in dangerous territory if you're on the Berserker side. Drillhouse with the Relic misses it. Gucci Pants throws it upfield. Oh my god, what a great interception from Berserker Mike. And now the action is happening right there close. Again, Gucci Pants tries to get it but barely misses. 15 seconds left to go and they're able to push it in and score. All right, we got Berserker Mike trying to stun, but Matty Awesome's on a complete straightaway. Matty Awesome from downtown. Oh my god, there it is.
From
Team
downtown.
Feed Me.
Team Feed Me clutches it out and is able to take it right there.
There you have it, Team Feed Me
Oof.
finally getting not only the motion right, but pulling out the unbelievable comeback. Nobody saw that coming. They started out winning, then they were losing, then they pulled it out. That was sheer mind games 100% of the way.
That's right. I mean, Berserker Mike was calling it out right there. Mind games. But it was a 3-2 match between these guys in a best out of 5. So much action. Every single win condition was just exemplified in that match between these two Titans. Great play, but, Team Feed Me, they just clutched it out. Such a great call-out to what great coaching can actually do in a match of Breakaway.
That strategy of starving Charsky, not letting him use his demolition build, starving him from the gold. They completely dominated on the gold domination after that, and it was just sheer brilliance every step of the way there after that initial decision to do that. And then you also had Zinramu switching it from his character going over to the healing character, allowing Matt Priestley to stay on Ambani.
That's
where
right.
He's strong. I mean, that was just, again, like you called it,
Fantastic
great
play.
coaching. So this week, Rich, I got to ask you, have you ever had that gaming arch rival, that person that no matter what, you just can't seem to beat?
Absolutely. I have this guy. I have 2 in mind right now. One is my older brother. This guy would always beat me up in fighting games. So, it caused me to go out and practice that night, run to the arcade, and get in trouble for that. But, today I have a buddy like this, Bobino, fantastic player. Every game I play with this guy, he is always the one to help me kind of like keep my game up to date. So I would say that these are my arch rivals.
For me, I have to give it out to one of my best friends, Billy Kakis. We would play Marvel Superheroes. One of the most underappreciated games, I must say. Every time he played Captain America, just mop the table with me. No matter what, I couldn't do anything about it. He'd use that final justice, and I don't know. I'd be Wolverine, Iron Man. It didn't matter. I would just get totally crushed. When he picked any other character, I would dominate. He picked Captain America, I knew it was a loss. Well, we have that this week, Rich. We have 2 people who have been gaming together for years. And these guys are arch rivals. And no matter what, Berserker Mike tries and tries and tries. But Bao always seems to dominate him in these fighting games.
You know what? It's kind of tough to commentate as these guys are as close as they are to the table. But yes, when you're calling out, it's the fact that these two, They rival each other in every single game that they play. But I love what it brings out of them. It brings the best out of both these guys in terms of gameplay every single week, regardless of what it is. And I'm excited that Breakaway is the actual platform this time around.
That's
that
right.
we're going to be seeing some awesome gameplay.
So this brings the question, because who's going to win in this arch rivalhood? Now a different type of game, a game that crosses multiple genres. Will we finally see Berserker Mike take down his arch rival? We'll soon find out. But before we do that, let's give a quick shout out to our sponsor, Asus, the official monitor and system provider of Breakaway. Asus and that VG248QE, it's a 24-inch monitor, well known in the competitive scene in esports for its 144 Hz refresh rate with 1 millisecond response time. And of course, let's not forget the G11 desktop. It sheds light on uncompromising performance. This powerful machine allows you to play Breakaway without compromising your gameplay experience and giving you the ability to stream with the best possible quality.
David, it's about that time. The stream is hype, and I'm pretty hype over here. Let's introduce our teams for today.
All right, we're going to kick it off with a team coming off fresh from their loss last week. Give it up for the blue team. In the leadoff position on the Berserkers is the man himself, the GM. Give it up for Berserker Mike.
The Berserker Mike back into the mix of things. This is a fantastic player. You know what? Although they did lose last week, there was so much that I got to see out of Mike as a player and as a GM that, I'm expecting a lot of intense play over here, but looks like he's going to be locking in that Black Knight. Again, we've seen him as an amazing relic runner, but we've also seen him being able to dish out the damage whenever needed.
All right. In the number 2 spot on the blue team for the Berserkers, we have a sub. So Thrillhouse, unfortunately, is out sick today, so he's going to be covered by a man making his Throwdown Thursday debut. Give it up for Muskoy Mike.
Muskoy Mike coming into this fight. Again, this is his very first Throwdown Thursday, but let me talk a little bit about this guy. We've seen him in the studio play as Thorgrim as well as Spartacus, but bottom line, Mike is disruptive, and this time he's going to be on some DPS duty as Spartacus.
All right. In the number 3 chair for the blue team, a man who has no shortage of coolness. Give it up for Knocknaz.
Last week, it was a man of mystery. We were talking about not knowing about his character selection, who he would bring to the table, and what he's going to be bringing for the team of Berserkers. He played a fantastic Alona. He was everywhere. He was at every right place at the right time, and there it is, the Alona pick for today's Throwdown Thursday.
All right, and rounding it out for the Berserkers, a man who prayed last week on Throwdown Thursday when we entered him. We will see if that happens again this time. Here he is, Shark.
Shark, the man in mystery right there, but always praying to the Breakaway gods. Let's see who he's going to be playing today. We've seen him play an amazing Rollins this first time around when he was playing last week, and there it is. I'm hoping to see more of this play because he was such a major factor for that team and what his opponents had to do last week. Let's see if he's learned from that experience.
All right, and coaching the team, hopefully to victory this time around. Back from a sickness last week, here he is, the coach of the Berserkers, Great Trip.
Great Trip, again, he's one of the guys who is just the reason why Breakaway is put together the way that it is. He knows everything there is to know about combat, but he also has a great relationship with everybody on the team. Communication is a huge factor in this, and I know from personal experience that Great Trip is the guy to do it because he will guide any team that he has to victory.
Now, I got to ask about the Rollins pick on Charsky, because he's looking a little thinner because he wasn't able to eat all that gold last week. Do we think we're going to see a different type of Rollins play from Charsky?
It all depends on what happens in the first match that takes place today. If they're able to understand that the opposite team is able to adapt, sure, I can expect that, an adaptation so that maybe a character switch or just equipment purchase buy could be in a play. But it's an amazing play. It's very hard to fight against. We'll see if the other team has what it takes.
All right, well, let's introduce the other team. Coming off their devastating loss in Week 1 of the Breakaway Office League Season 2, Team Feels Bow Man. They kind of feeling bad man right about now. Can they get that redemption? Here it is in the number 1 spot, the GM. Just call me Bow.
Just call me Bow. GM, what an amazing player. Let's talk a little bit about what he's been doing. Yes, he called out that he was one of the first to play in this series. However, he's been playing in every single opportunity that he can on our scrims, and he's going to be locking in that Spartacus for today. Now, I won't say that he's just going to be out there for DPS, but it could be. However, we've seen him run the Relic in an amazing fashion. Whatever it is, this guy has great leadership skills. Let's see what he can do for his team today.
We did miss that epic Bow throat slash because we were on his character pick, so maybe he can do that again for everybody because I know how much the crowd loves it.
There
it is on the wide shot. Good job there. Let's introduce the rest of the team. In the number 2 chair for Team Feels Bow Man, give us, again, an epic man, a great player, Tick Trip.
Tick Trip, we saw him do so much with that Black Knight the first time that he was over here. Every player that encountered him in the Alpha got to see that as well. I wouldn't be surprised, and there it is. A Black Knight for the pick on Tick Trip.
Alrighty. Now this next guy, we talked a lot about him. We gave him a little bit of flack in week 1. I will say, he emerged from the forest this past week, and you couldn't find him at his desk. He wasn't in the capture. He wasn't anywhere except in this studio practicing Breakaway. Spooky Forest, everybody.
Spooky Forest. Again, let's just call out to the amazing coaching and leadership by the GM, but we've seen Spooky Forest in the lab playing with his entire team. I've seen vast amounts of improvement in his Rollins play, and I'm very excited to see it as it's locked in for his pick for Game 1.
All right. And rounding it out for Team Field's Bowman is none other than everyone's favorite Alona player, Butterbeanie.
You know, Butterbeanie is starting to become an issue when it comes down to having to put more plays of the week into our little reels. Because as you saw from the last time that she played, fantastic defensive plays, great relic defense, and there, packed along with that Alona, all the mobility in the world, and the sustain that she can provide for her team. Please keep your eye on Butterbeanie for today's games.
All right, and coaching Team Field's Bowman is none other than a man who is cool as ice. Give it up for Bobavet.
There you go. When you got a coach like that, calm and collected, visibility on 4 monitors just to be able to see everything on the map, you can definitely approach the match with confidence. This guy has an amazing understanding of the levels versus Fred's, which is combat. So we have 2 amazing mindsets that are very well integrated with how this game works. I'm excited to see what's going to happen. But please, we want to know who you are going to be calling out for your predictions for today's match. David, I have to say, I am digging Bow and Feels Bowman.
I'm going with the Berserkers. Give us your votes. You think the Berserkers are going to win? Give us that hashtag Berserkers. You think it's Bowman? Do a hashtag Bow. Follow us on Twitter, twitter.com/playbreakaway. Play Breakaway on every other social channel. Here we go. Tonight's matchup is between Feels Bowman and the Berserkers. Rich, this is going to be crazy.
You know, it's been crazy. I spent a little bit of time talking with both of the GMs, and as we go through each one of these matches, I'm going to fill you guys in on what I've learned. But, you know, I do respect the pick. I think it's a 1-1 match between these 2 guys. We are going to be playing for today in a best out of 5, so it's first team to get 3 victories. Here we are, match 1 right now.
All right, we're in Game 1, Rich. What do we know about this buys here?
Right now, I love the mirrored picks between these 2, Knock Nas and Butterbeanie, going heads up with that cooldown reduction. And we also have Muskoy Mike, who's going to be heading up against Just Call Me Bow. I want to call out Chark as he's doing the predictive buy. Since right now you do get to see what your opponents can buy, he may be opting out for both options of damage or demolition. We'll see what happens. Here we are, round 1.
We're following Butterbeanie right now. She's using one of those alternate skins, so we unlock those for Throwdown Thursdays. You can take a look at some of the variants of characters. We now see Butterbeanie midfield there with Alona. She's doing an aggressive push up the middle. Butterbeanie does get stopped, though, by Berserker Mike, who's playing that Black Knight character. It's called out the 3 ways to win here in Breakaway. The first way to win is you follow Just Call Me Bow as he dashes to throw that relic in the relay. That's the ball in the hoop. It's as simple as that. But Spooky Forest in the arena! Spooky Forest! Oh, my God!
And there you go. You know, we were calling this out. This guy is the right place at the right time and was able to get that rebound right there. While the fumble did occur, it Just Call Me By. He positioned properly. Any opportunity for any member, and Spooky Forest was at the right place.
Spooky
Got it
Forest!
for the toss, and he just exemplified how to get, you know, 1 of 3 ways to score.
That's right.
in a
There's
game
how
of
you do
Breakaway.
it, man. We talked about Spooky Forest spending all week training, and man, it's already paying off as a really quick strike from Spooky Forest. There we see Chark going with the straight demolition build.
And here we, right? Like, we also have level 3 items for both Berserker Mike and Knock Nas just to counterplay that victory in round 1. This is going to be a crazy round because right now both teams need to react to this. Bow needs to hold the momentum, but Mike can react and use that gold shift between the 2. Right now it is 1.5k, but that's huge.
All right, Spooky Forest there. You see him taking down that ramp. That's a buildable of Spartacus. Just Call Me Bow in the red zone. Gives it to Butterbeanie. Butterbeanie throws it, scores. Quick strike again from Team Feels Bowman. They are out for blood, Rich.
Yes, 2 for 2. Like right now we're calling out 2 members that are usually in the back line, securing the safety of that relic and that potential point. But they are the first 2 in the running to potentially close out this first game. Fantastic play so far from Feels Bowman.
Yeah, you got to wonder if Berserkers, if they've even settled down yet, because, man, You saw Bao with that throat slash. They are out for blood, and look at the gold differential, Rich.
Yeah, the goal differential is going to be the reason why, one team can snowball over the other. But let's call this out. Feels Batman have been winning those rounds so fast that they haven't been able to acquire the same amount of gold that the Berserkers have. And this is where we see the power of Berserker Mike as well as Charsky. But again, this pressure, it almost makes it hard to use any equipment that you buy, do anything.
Okay, we saw another attempt at a push early from Team Fails Bowman. Good job on the Berserkers, able to hold it off as now the action is just happening at midfield. Things are starting to settle down as now, look at all those healing shrines though from the Berserkers. That's a lot of healing shrines. Buildables not getting attacked there on the Fields Bowman side. They need to start clearing those buildables if they can stand any chance, especially if they're going to do team fights in the middle of the map, right where all those healing shrines are. We see action happening now at the foot of Atlantis there as Tick Trip trying to use his pull ability, Berserker Mike taking the relic, and action's just going back and forth now, and we haven't been able to move it past midfield here on round 3 of the first game.
We are starting to see a lot of the defense on Just Call Me Bao now being shown as we're starting to see one of the first defensive plays, but now Bao may be a little bit too low on this, and he's going to have to leave that alone this time around and hope for a reset. But let's call out that.
All right,
blue team does have gold, David, excuse me.
Absolutely. So we saw right there, we saw that the Black Knight on Fields Bowman just completely melted. That's Tick Trip. Berserker Mike with control of the relic, trying to reverse direction. He gets stopped by Butter Beanie, who does a beautiful job intercepting that relic and fumbling it, rather, as she takes it. But Berserker Mike back in action. He clears the relic back to midfield. And there comes Tick Trip back in action off the respawn as Just Call Me Bao in control of the relic now in midfield, waiting to determine which side of the field he's going to go on. He decides to make his push off the left side, and now more and more action happening again back in midfield. But Butter Beanie trying to clear out of that midfield. But again, this relic is slowly inching forward and forward towards the Berserker's base. They got to watch out for that, as there we see it. But Knocknos has his army of lighted judgments, which we saw last week. That's that shrine, the mirror there, that acts as a turret. That's a very good defensive weapon. We saw Knocknos use it to perfection last week. We're seeing it again today.
So now the team fights are becoming a little bit more easier for the Berserkers to win, as we saw 2 members down, Spartacus as well as Alona. And also, let's call out that both buffs. So you have 3,000 gold from the gold for the entire team, as well as 20% armor increase for everybody on your team, as well as the item differences between these two. Right now, it's looking pretty good for the Berserkers.
All right, we see Tick Trip there with the relic. He gets forced to fumble. We have Chark in the back doing a great job as Rollins, playing some defensive Rollins ability. He's attacking everyone who gets that relic. That's why you keep seeing it pop in the air. Every time you hold that relic, if you get any hit, whether it be a shot from a Rollins shot, or a hit from an axe or a sword, or Alona firing her ability, you will force that fumble. You will pop that relic up in the air. Berserker Mike able to get the relic. He passes it over to Chark. Chark throws it upfield with Berserker Mike now in control. He gets stopped as the relic is now back in the action there, but nice job from Chark taking down those buildables with the help of Knocknos and Berserker Mike. Knocknos using Radiance. That's that green line attack, or that green, I don't know what you want to call it.
It's an aura,
line
yeah.
of green health. As we're down to 54 seconds left to go, you see the yellow line in the center of the field. This is for the 3rd win condition in Breakaway, the territory win. As time ticks away, you want to get that relic off to your opponent's side of the field in order to score when time goes down to 0. We're at 43 seconds left to go. Chark now in the driver's seat. Chark throws it upfield. We're down now, 38 seconds left to go. The action happening. Berserker Mike losing the relic now. It's Just Call Me Bao has control of the relic. He tries to throw it back. We're down to 30 seconds. We see that all of a sudden on Fields Bowman, Butter Beanie out for 14 seconds. That's going to hurt as we're down to 25 seconds left to go. Rollins is down on the Berserkers. Chark needs to respawn, but he's only got a 4-second timer. We're at 19 seconds left to go. The relic is still very much in play as it's back to the line of scrimmage. But Berserker Mike trying to make his push, but Spooky Forest.
Oh my gosh.
Look at this. We're down only to Butter Beanie.
The follow-up combo right there. Knockdowns was there just to back it up. And here we go. The first
Berserker
point right
Mike,
here.
There it is.
Berserker Mike evening it up. No, it's 2-1 between these two Titans right now. Mike still has a road to climb as he has to get 2 straight points in order to get the win for this first game. But Dave, we almost lost our breath, and it's not even the end of the first game right now.
I know, man. Well, you got to see there, though, it's a matter of the fact that the Berserkers did such a good job of wiping out everyone else on the team. I mean, like Butter Beanie's an incredible player, but you can't handle 4-on-1.
Yes, not only that, but let's call out some simple stats right now. It's 10-2 versus 2-10. That's the KDA that's displayed on the bottom screen between these two guys, but just look at the color differences between these items. Every time you see a purple item, whatever that is, it's going to be awesome, and there's 1 each per team, and some even have 2. And here we are, round 4.
All right, right. We see Knocknaz with control of the relic. Knocknaz passes it upfield to Chark. Chark instantly gets smashed though, as they have a fury of pull. You saw a nice retribution there. That's Spartacus' ultimate ability when he jumps up with those swords with a 2-hit move. We see now Tick Trip able to take the relic, but briefly though, because Spooky Force is on the attack. Spooky Force, man, this guy, complete turnaround.
Complete turnaround. Such an amazing set of plays by this guy. But right now, again, they're having to deal with that uphill battle when it comes down to the economy and how much awesome equipment the Berserkers have. But it's great to see that they're able to still sustain as that Spartacus from Berserker was able to go down. But here we are. Look at that.
Look at that. Off the map.
Tick Trip nearly having 85% life right there, going out of that ring and having to wait a few seconds before coming into the next fight.
All right, so we talked about the 2 ways to win in Breakaway. Let's talk about the third. You saw as a player gets knocked out, whether they get a ring out or they get destroyed, their health goes all the way to 0. They have that respawn timer. Every time you die in Breakaway, your respawn timer increases until the end of the round. If you're able to wipe out the entire team, that's the team wipe. That's the third way to win in Breakaway. We see Spooky Forest on the high ground there, jumping up on that little hill, just picking people off below him. He's got to go back for help because there's Muscoy Mike on the attack. He's got Spooky Forest in his sights. Will he be able to finish him off? We'll soon find out. As we look at the action there with Tick Trip right by the relic. Tick Trip getting nice health there by Butterbeanie. She's casting Radiance on him. He's back to full health. Does a nice dodge ability, getting past Berserker Mike. But Berserker Mike, with the second attempt, able to stop in his tracks as now the relic has popped up and stuck there at midfield.
It's such a good set of challenges that we've seen from Berserker Mike. Every single time Tick Trip has possession of the relic, as he's going in, activating thorns and just causing a lot of trouble for the opposite team. And the second that they're able to do that, they have these counter pushes that are so impactful as so many members have so much life on their side. Now, you can see the difference in life between these two and a successful counter push. But here we are. We could get another point.
That's right. Look at this pass. Beautiful pass upfield to Muscoy Mike. Muscoy Mike, he didn't even have to throw it, but he's like, you know what? I'll show off a little bit. I'll throw the relic in. No one's around me. I will call out, though, there was a nice move there from Spooky Forest as Knocknaz tried to throw the relic, but right as he was about to pass, kind of like Tom Brady style, he didn't get the tuck rule, and he ended up forcing that fumble.
You know, one of the problems, or I wouldn't say a problem, but one of the difficulties that the Berserkers have to deal is that they're bringing in a new player into the mix. You know, while they've been practicing with Thrill House during the scrims, Moscow Mike is just there kind of there to observe, but you can see he's starting to find his place on the team. As he was able to receive that pass, it was an amazing set of zigzag passes. Here we are, final round. Look at that net worth, 40 grand on the Berserkers versus 23. Again, it's the economy game. Any team that Charsky is on seems to be doing very well with that.
Unless they starve him out, which we haven't seen happen. We saw a lot of buildables get placed from the Berserkers. They've kind of toned it down this time, so maybe they're learning, but we'll soon see. As the action's there at the midfield there, we see that, again, both buffs go to the Berserkers. This is definitely looking in favor of the Berserkers if the Field's Bowman is not able to just do that initial push. We see that Butterbeanie is now out of the mix. She's out for 7 seconds with 3 minutes and 24 seconds left to go in game point of the first game here on our Throwdown Thursday.
You know, what's making it really difficult for Bao, you know, you guys can check it out on the mini-map on the top right of the screen, the amount of X's that are on there. The blue X's represent the buildables and defensive, opportunities that the Berserkers have versus the one red X that's on the other side. So every run like this, David, could potentially increase your chance
for
a
score.
That's right,
Berserker Mike trying to do the push, does a nice throw, gets it right in there. Someone got caught in jail at a very inopportune time. Berserker Mike's pull off the win. Give it up for the Berserkers in game 1 of this arch rivals match.
You know, game 1, the 3-0 scoop, the reverse comeback, if you will, led by Berserker Mike and team. You know, what I got to see there, what you guys didn't get to see onto the screens was the coach for the Berserkers was so active. He was doing jogs back and forth from every single one of the computers, leading his team to get more knowledge and information on that match. You know, I got a chance to sit down with both these coaches, and hopefully it's something that we can see in the matches is that there are two strategies, very different strategies that I've noticed from both GMs. Maltese is going in with a big strat. He has one strat that he wants to commit to and just hopefully kill it. However, Berserker Mike's going in there. He's like, I'm ready to react every single time. Whatever they do, we have something for it. If they want to run the relic, we're going to fight. But if they want to play defensive, we're going to keep on pushing. So it's very exciting to see how these two things turn into a series of 5 matches. But right now, Berserker Mike and Chark, with that money game, has been so good.
Yeah, absolutely. And definitely give a shout out, though. You called it earlier. Great Trip has done an amazing job coaching that team. To coach your team from a 0-2 round loss in the first game to win the next 3 rounds, to win the whole game for that game 1, that is a sheer feat of coaching discipline, settling down your team, saying, okay, guys, calm down. We're in it for the long game. You mentioned it. They were playing the economy play, and man, did it pay out. If there's nothing else you learn from Breakaway, learn that the game is all about the economy. If you can withstand and do the long game, whoever has the most gold tends to always be the team that wins.
Yes. So it looks like we're getting into game 2. And you know what? Guys, you can't change your predictions, but remind us who you're selecting for today. I got ahead with Fields Bowman, and I have faith and confidence that they can do it this time around. Please let us know who you think is going to take it. Here we are, game 2. Let's talk about some of these crazy buys as we have Butter Beanie and Naknas going for that mirror. Those two have been going at it. It's hard to say who's been doing better. Right now, it's been against Berserker Mike and Tick Trip with that mirror match on Black Knight. Again, a mirror match across the board, but 2 totally different styles of play, David.
That's right. You saw Just Call Me Bao go off that ramp right away. He's trying to do that push, but now it looks like he's going for the gold buff there. That's the yellow crystals you see. Excuse me. As we go to action now at the center of the field there, you saw Retribution there from Musquoy Mike. We also see Berserker Mike there, getting a little hung up there in the action there. He gets healed, though. Nice clutch heal from Naknas as Tick Trip now with control of the Relic and 3 minutes, 36 seconds left to go in Game 2, Round 1.
Very quick, we saw Charcy go down on his first life. Moscow Mike now advancing onto the team.
Here we go, action happening there. As we get closer and closer, we see a jail about to get placed by Spooky Forest, but he does get interrupted, so that's forced to get, the buildable gets instantly destroyed if you get hit while you're trying to place it. Knockdowns now tries to fend it off as Berserker Mike takes control of the Relic, trying to just clear it out of their team. Tick Trip on the push, he's on a breakaway. He used that dash ability to gain the ground. You got Musquoy Mike in the distance, but Berserker Mike catches up because Tick Trip was confusing, wasn't sure where he was going to commit. Spooky Forest there in the distance, able to force that fumble as Butter Beanie comes up with the ball, and now the Relic gets tossed up there. Just Call Me Bao misses the elevator by a fraction. He uses a nice dash there. Just Call Me Bao on the breakaway, throws it up though, unable to convert. He gets it on the rebound, and there it is. Just Call Me Bao, proving why he is the GM of his team.
So close. You know, we've seen it in the last game right here where Bao and his team were able to get the first set of points. It's all about carrying momentum, but there was something that was amazing that was happening during that match. They isolated Chark very early in the game. We've seen him die within the first minute, and then he also got his second kill. So it's going to be hard for a power player like that to get gold for his team if he's going to be down for that much time. And you can see it shows right here in the balance in terms of economy and net worth.
Nice call. He is able to blow up the green, though. Or gold. He's on a 3rd tier demolition, so we will see he's able to go. Again, Bao uses that same strategy. He's dropping that ramp. His whole team's going off it. They are trying to rush the Relic as fast as possible. We saw that strategy work very well in the first 2 rounds of the first game, but then they sort of lost control. We see again Bao going for that gold, and he's able to get it for his team. And now the action happening right at the foot of the base there. You got that nice heal, light at Judgment there, but it goes down. More buildables getting destroyed there. Again, complete change of pace there for Fields Bao, man. They're playing much more of a game that's all over the place. They're not just focusing on rushing the Relic. They're taking down the buildables. They're now playing a full, really tight offense ability, and then they're playing the net worth game. As Butter Beanie, with control of the Relic, she's going upfield there. She gets the forced fumble, pops up in the air. The Relic just keeps bouncing up in the air because anytime someone touches it, instantly they lose control. Butter Beanie throws the Relic back to the starting spot for the Relic as Musquoy Mike picks up the Relic, uses a nice cut across dash. He gets caught in the action though, as Just Call Me Bao melts him. Butter Beanie able to pick up the rebound. She's going up on the opposite direction. You have that Spartacus ramp. You're going to have to watch out for that. That's problematic. Someone needs to take out that buildable. And there we see Spooky Forest in the distance, but he's got 2 people on him. We'll see if Spooky Forest is able to take it out before he goes down. As you see with their Bao with control of the Relic, he's charging up the throw, completely passes it. Spooky Forest does take down the ramp there. Nice work. Chark with control of the Relic now going upfield. Chark not sure which direction he's going to go, decides to waste a little bit too much time. He gets caught up by opponents there. As Tick Trip now with the Relic, and now Just Call Me Bao with the Relic. The Relic just keeps, it's like hot potato here, Rich.
It's a great battle for the Relic over here. It's also about positioning. However, right now it looks like the Berserkers do have an advantage if they were to keep it in the middle, as there are more buildables in that middle section. I feel like Bao and their team are keeping it on the defensive side, trying to make it as hard as possible. Here we are.
We see Berserker Mike making his push there. Berserker Mike, all he's got is one more. It's Butter Beanie, though. He tries to get a little cute with his pass, misses the vector, but on the second attempt, he still is unable to do it. Butter Beanie comes up with the Relic, and nice defensive move from Butter Beanie. And we see Berserker Mike caught up in jail as Berserker Beanie, Butter Beanie.
She kind of is the Berserker Beanie.
She is the Berserker Beanie, man.
Yes.
She does a beautiful job clearing that relic. Musquay Mike, though, now trying to make it, but Butterbeanie comes up with a relic rebound yet again, and there's Spooky Force. Spooky Force is everywhere.
He is everywhere, and so is Butterbeanie. These two are just shining in terms of players and what they're doing for this game right now. And here we are. Look at that reset. They're just trying to take control of this space because this is a tough spot to infiltrate on.
Yeah, Spooky Force, you saw him there. He tried to throw the relic. It hit the elevator. He might have tried to pass there. It might have been more successful. We see Berserker Mike coughing up with the relic, though. He's now going to go off the other side of the elevator. He's got Knock Naz on his back. We see Berserker Mike, Knock Naz using Radiance, giving Berserker Mike extra health. He uses that dash ability, but no, he comes up just short. On the second attempt, though, there's the score. Good job from Team Berserkers.
Yes, everybody on that team was on the relic and on this pressure. And as we watch in this replay, we do get the forced fumble as this crazy team fight's happening. But Chark is in the right place and at the right time. And what was great to call out there is the fact that he still had his role. Again, very hard to deny that point. 1-1 in game 2 between Fields Bowman and Berserkers. And here we are. This is where we start to get crazy as we have a level 4 demolition on Chark. He is down right now in terms of KDA with 0-2, but an item like that where you do receive a bonus amount of gold for every destructible that you hit for the last hit could, again, turn this swing. But let's call this out right now. Bao is in the lead in terms of economy, David.
That's right. They definitely took a lesson from last week, and as we see it happening again here, as the relic is in the air, we're near close there. Chark trying to take out those buildable Spooky Forest on him, and there goes Chark. And now we see quick. Oh, what an interception from Bao, proving why he is the top-rated player in the draft. That was an amazing defensive move there from Bao, getting that interception. He's on the rush, going up on the left side there. He's got Chick Trip behind him, passes up to Chick Trip. Chick Trip gets hit, though, by Chark, forcing the fumble up there. Spooky Forest on the high ground, just picking people off, doing some amazing defensive moves there. I will say, I'm most impressed with Spooky Forest.
Everybody on both teams are playing very well. That's the reason why it's 1-1 between these two. And again, the last match was 3-2. But you're seeing a lot of learnings. The skill sets that exist usually for one player are now starting to coexist for everybody in the team. As we saw Bao with an amazing defensive play, Spooky Forest on DPS getting all these kills. Really great play from everyone.
All right, Berserker Mike had the relic. Does get a nice big axe swing from Tick Trip, so he's the force fumble. You see Tick Trip there using that pull ability. That's the ultimate of the Black Knight there. As the overhead slash happens from Berserker Mike, he wins that battle. He gets that relic. He's got Knock Naz on his 6. Knock Naz there in his wing, ready to heal him. But Knock Naz, there it is. There's that Radiance. Berserker Mike has it, but he gets hit by Spooky Forest, who's on everybody. And now Tick Trip has control of the relic, and the momentum is shifting now back to Fields Bowman as they're trying to make their push, get it all over together. You see that pull ability. You got Thorns activated also by the Black Knight character of Tick Trip there playing on Fields Bowman with Bao throwing the relic up there. Chark coming up with the relic, though. He's going to try to turn it. He does get hit, though, from Spooky Forest as Butterbeanie with the relic now. And their team is playing so close together. Very tight formations.
Very tight, but you know what? Right now, in terms of combat, Fields Bowman is doing a much better job versus the Berserkers in every single one of these team fights. As you see, somehow Berserkers are going into this fight 3v4 every single time. As, you know, before it was Charsky that was down. Now it's Alona who has to wait for a little bit, giving them the advantage that they need to move the relic in their favor.
That's right. Musquay Mike down for 22 seconds on the Berserker. That's a powerful power play for Fields Bowman. Butterbeanie had a beautiful Blessing of the Sun earlier. That's her ultimate ability where she heals anyone. There it is again in the distance there. Butterbeanie coming back to health. Just call me Bowman. He's on his attack run. He throws it up from downtown. Does get stopped, though. And an instant throw to Chark. Beautiful pass to clear the relic. But Tick Trip there to intercept it. He uses a dash to get back in the action there. We see Tick Trip at the foot of the base along with Bao. Bao's getting juggled. He's almost out of health. He does get healed at the last minute, forcing Butterbeanie to get melted. It's now a switch in the other direction as Butterbeanie's down for 10 seconds with 1 minute and 3 seconds left to go in game 2.
We're getting so close to that point right now, but now that was almost about 30 to 45 seconds of pressure, and now for the first time, Berserker Mike's going to try to reverse it. They could go for that relic score just to close it out as quickly as possible.
There you see Spooky Forest trying to place that jail. He's able to get it down in time. We'll see if someone falls victim to it. He also places the barrel dropper, but there's Butterbeanie on her pass. She throws it in there. She does a nice, beautiful pass to herself using the dodge ability of Alona there to completely warp, but she falls off the map in an unexplained phenomena. She's out for 17 seconds. There's only 30 seconds left to go in this round. This is not looking good if you don't have Butter Beanie on your team active right now, as Spooky Force is almost very low on health. He's about to go down. You have Tick Trip also low on health, and of course, just call me Bao is low on health. You really need that healer now with 18 seconds left to go. Berserker Mike is on his attack run. He's going up there the left side. Tick Trip does a beautiful job activating the pull ability to stop that rush there. There's Chark in the distance there. The Relic is very in dangerous territory. If you are the Field Bow man, you have to get that Relic back across the midline. Butter Beanie with the final attempt with 2 seconds left to go. 1 second left to go. It's not going to happen. Give it up for the Berserkers.
Chark was on the ball every single time, forcing fumbles non-stop back and forth. If Butter Beanie was able to get that tossed out, would have been the score for them. However, Chark was on there, but I don't know, David. This is getting too close to a call. Regardless of the deficit in terms of goal between these two teams. Now, it's crazy to see that Chark is the one that's actually down. The team that he's on is down. But I like the way that the Berserkers are still playing it. Right now, Feels Bowman is using that advantage to its maximum capacity as they're almost up. Look at that, almost 20,000 goal difference between these two.
Yeah, I'm going to have to eat my words, Rich, because I said that whoever team has the most gold tends to be the one to win. And this is not looking good because the Berserkers are doing an amazing job of just finding a way to win despite the odds. So we see Butter Beanie now with the Relic. She's going left side. She decides to do a nice pass up there to Spooky Forest. Spooky Forest does get stopped up by Musco Mike, though. Tick Trip's there to stop him. And we're getting closer and closer, but nice interception there from Musco Mike. He's about to go down. He gets melted, though, because it's a 3-on-1 situation. Knocknod's like, I'm getting out of here. I got to go back to base. We got Bao throwing it up to Butter Beanie. Butter Beanie playing very offensive as Bao throws it in and scores!
Bao using that jump instead of the dodge roll was a great option at that point. David, you may not have to eat your words this time around because it's 2-2 between these two right now in game 2. And again, watch this replay. Uses that jump because it's going to be really hard to intercept at that point. You know, you're anticipating a roll, maybe you'll walk in, but here we are. Final round, David. Feels Bowman versus Berserkers.
And just look at that kill differential, Rich.
Yeah, 15 to 5 is really big. It's great to see the combat capabilities come out of Feels Bowman. We know that this is one of his stronger parts. Again, this pays back towards that rivalry, right? These guys always had, they love to fight, whatever it is. But this time, Breakaway, and 15 to 5 kind of shows you who's being boss when it comes down to fighting on the battlefield.
But that's definitely the interesting thing, though, about Breakaway. Bao is 10-0.
10-0.
But you know what? It's not just about the team fights. And that's the interesting thing. There's multiple dimensions in Breakaway. You have to deal with the relics. You have to deal with the buildables. Here's Butter Beanie on a pass. Butter Beanie getting away from the Knocknaw's invasion of Light of Judgments, but stinks, he goes down. And oh my goodness, beautiful job. Look at those Light of Judgments just wrecking havoc of everybody. That's Knocknaw's signature move right there. Place as many as possible Light of Judgments. Those things completely melted Butter Beanie. She didn't know what was hit her. As Musco Mike now with control of the relic, changing direction and momentum as we enter in. This is game point for game 2. You go anywhere, Rich.
Yeah, it was a great return right there by Moscow Mike as the pressure is now coming in from
Berserker Mike going up there on the left side. He does get stopped, though, as his attack is Butter Beanie's back to life. She's very low on health. Does she have Blessing of the Sun? Yes, she does. She activates it as Tick Trip with the Relic. He's in the closest to us. He gets stopped by Knocknaw's, who's playing some defensive Alona ability. Tick Trip uses his dash just to gain ground, and the gold is completely unclaimed right now as that gold buff just chilling there, looking at everybody. There we see Knocknaw's take a little bit of it, but he decides not to go for it as the team fight right now is more important. Butter Beanie coming up with the Relic. She's going right side now. You see Berserker Mike in the distance as the Black Knight. He tries to use his pull ability, but misses, but it doesn't matter because you have 3 other players from the Berserkers there to take her down and cost the Relic completely up in the air with the fumble. But there's Spooky Forest in the action, causing the fumble where Butter Beanie is able to capitalize on, and now the Relic's back in midfield.
I love being able to see these team fights right here in the middle section. Usually you see the team that wins that advance, but even in instances where that happens, the defense that's being played by both teams is just putting a stop right as soon as the opposite team's at the steps. But here we are, an amazing fight as Spartacus goes down. Muscoy Mike is actually, that was his first death in this match.
Butter Beanie with the Relic. She decides to continue the assault on left side, but nice move from Chark, forcing that fumble as Berserker Mike has control of the Relic there with the Black Knight. He uses the slide ability, very underappreciated ability in the alpha. You can slide down any incline to gain extra momentum there. We saw Berserker Mike use it to gain extra ground. Butter Beanie completely low on health. She's going to go in, though, on the low health. Uses that Blessing of the Sun. Just call me Bao on the attack run. You got to worry about those knock-knows invasion, but it doesn't matter. He is Bao. That's why he's able to score.
An amazing string of navigational combos for Just Call Me Bao, but it wouldn't have all happened if his entire team was helping push that pressure. That was so good from him and his whole team right there.
A lot of smiles there on the team of Feels Bao Man.
And they're closing it out in that game, 3-2. Such an intense set of matches between these guys.
Look at Great Trip. Great Trip is so focused right now. This guy's like, dude, we have to play better.
Yes. So, I'm glad that the matches are as even as they were from last week, because last week's event was really tough to top.
That was crazy.
But this time around, we got to see a little bit of the baked-in strats that we were talking about from Bao. It seems like, I spoke to him. Let's get down right to it. They needed to stop Charsky. I don't want to talk too loud because I'm sorry. They wanted to stop Charsky because they noticed that he's one of the guys that actually make a huge dent in everybody's pockets when it comes down to playing against them. And they did a good job shutting him down. We saw him in the early rounds just really killing Rollins. So if Rollins isn't out there and he's buying demolition, it's going to be hard for him to get gold for his team. And they did that every single time. Once they got the advantage in gold, they used it to their advantage. They started to win these team fights. T-Trip was on amazing relic roll running and just defense all around. And even with that said, Berserker Mike answered back. They reacted, which is what his strat is. Like, I'm going to react to whatever it is that they do. And it's the reason why it was a 3-2 victory versus a 3-0.
I will say, though, I sound like a broken record, but I am probably the most impressed with that guy right there, Spooky Forest.
Yes.
This guy by far was the weakest link of his team in Week 1. Cost them the game. This time, though, this guy has got MVP caliber. He's all over the place. He's forcing fumbles. He's scoring relics. He's everywhere.
Here we are. Let's jump into Game 3. It's one game apiece between these two right now, and today is going to be a best out of 5 for today's Throwdown Thursday. It's the Berserkers versus Feels Bao Man. Round 1. Here we go.
All right, again, they're using that same move. Put down that ramp, get to the center as fast as possible. But it looks like this time it got swiped, though, from Berserker Mike. As he uses the Thorn ability, he's attacking everybody around him, bringing the Relic. They're trying to find the Relic, and the Relic is right there, right at the foot of the spawn point there. As Spooky Forest coming up with the Relic, there he is. Maybe it's something about that purple suit for Rollins. Spooky Forest he just needed that.
It could be, again, like we said, we are enabling all the costumes for these players. So if you want to see your favorite player pick a particular costume, please let us know. But watch this formation, David. So good, even though everybody's caught up in Berserker Mike's Thorns. It's round 1, so it's not going to do that much damage, but it's going to be very disruptive.
All right, we see Butter Beanie there trying to jump just to stay alive, get away from Chark, who's picking everybody off. We see Chick Trip with a nice overhead slash there at the Black Knight. That's one of his special abilities there. There's another swing. Black Knight able to do it. He takes it down as Tick Trip. It's the battle of the Black Knights. Tick Trip comes out on top right now, but he gets stopped by Chark, who forces that fumble. Tick Trip on the second attempt, able to take it, but again, it gets fumbled up. And we're down in midfield. That Relic just keeps popping up and up. But there's Berserker Mike coming up with the Relic this time around. He loses a quick sense of direction there. He's getting a nice heal, though. That's that Radiance. That's the overtime heal. The green aura ability you see going from Knock-Knows, hitting up Berserker Mike right there at the center of your screen. We're down with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. This match is definitely in anyone's hands. Anyone can come out with the win here. We got Berserker Mike throwing a nice pass. I'm sorry, Butter Beanie throwing a nice pass up there to Just Call Me Bao. Bao's waiting for the elevator. He's hearing the music. He's got to deal with Chark. He does a nice job of throwing that Relic. Using that. Oh, what a beautiful Floor Glory. That's that 3-hit combo. We see Tick Trip there's caught in jail. He's able to escape, and there's a score.
Wow. Back-to-back, Floor Glory to knock off Charsky just to catch the rebound and get the toss in. Again, his team was always there to catch that rebound just in case anything happened, but right now I'm feeling a lot of momentum for Feels Bao Man as their team is doing good. A lot of smiles. Stone Cold Tony is still Stone Cold.
He is. That guy.
Bubba Vet is still Stone Cold, very focused.
He's cool.
And I love it. I love it. Here we are. So, round 2, we are starting to see level 3 buys over here between Muscoy Mike and Butter Beanie, but we're starting to see that damage output coming in from Just Call Me Bao. It's that contract that actually may have been amazing.
It was interesting that Chark is not building demolition. It actually is going to Muscoy Mike.
Wow.
So switching strategies there as we go into game 3 here. We see Bao using his Retribution ability, trying to take down Chark. This definitely seems to see, to your point, Rich, that seems to be the strategy. Take out Chark first, and then deal with the rest of the team.
Just call me Bao again, trying to be the superstar that he needs to be for his team. And I just love the formation that they're able to react to every single time one of their players has possession of the relic.
Okay, we see Berserker Mike trying to get into the mix there, but it's 2-on-4. That's hard odds, but you do have Knocknoz coming into the mix there. Tick Trip doing a great job of getting away from it. He has the relic for half a second before Berserker Mike comes in. Nice dash there from Tick Trip. Tick Trip on the breakaway. He could go all the way. No, just short. But on the second rebound, it's Butterbeanie to take it in.
You know what? I just don't want to sound like a broken record. You will never find just one player out there on their own. This was a great attempt right there, even though he did get pulled. But Alona was there in the back line, saved everything that she needed. She also had that defensive role, and so far Butterbeanie scoring relics over here.
Butterbeanie does it all, man. She does defense, she does offense, she heals you. That's that Sun Grace ability. That's when she teleports. Very, very powerful move there we just saw there. She teleported past everybody. Chark didn't even see her coming. She teleports, gets the relic, and bam, there's a score for your team. You're now up 2-0.
Muscoy Mike also has a heroic available in his arsenal. He's definitely somebody to keep an eye out on, but Butterbeanie, as the camera's in the right place at the right time, has possession of the relic, and here we are, movement from the red team.
That's right, Butterbeanie going right side. She decides just to clear the relic, but throws it to herself. That's a Bantegi move right there,
So
passing it to yourself.
That's a Butterbeanie move. That's hers.
Oh, but she gets melted right in front of the cameras. That's not good for Mom. As we see Berserker Mike there with control of the relic. He's going there on the other side now, passes it down to Muscoy Mike. Muscoy Mike's not sure where to go. He decides just to lose the relic so he can fire off some of his abilities. Knocknoz now with control of the relic, throwing it upfield. Knocknoz again has the relic. Knocknoz on a breakaway, but no, he gets stopped by Butterbeanie using that beautiful primary attack. Forcing the fumble, Butterbeanie taking momentum. She's got Bao in position. Will she pass it to Bao? We'll soon find out. No, she decides to go up the elevator. But no, you got to run up the elevator with Muscoy Mike. Somehow she's able to survive that. But there's Muscoy Mike taking the fumble, getting the relic back there, popping up in the air to battle the Spartakai up at the top there. You see Chark using a nice dash, using his roll just to get the relic. He's moving there. Tick Trip trying to chase him. What a beautiful pull there from Tick Trip. Saying, bam, my relic.
Get over here, says Tick Trip, as Berserker Mike is going to answer back and try to get it
Mike,
for the score right now.
Right here, all the way. Butterbeanie tries to do it, but not enough as he throws it right before Butterbeanie can activate her primary attack there. There's the score. That was a beautiful play from Berserker Mike.
You know, there was a string of awesome moments that happened beforehand that almost served as a distraction to their own team as Berserker Mike was able to take it in advance for that relic score right there. Great point by Berserker Mike.
That whole round is going in the highlight reel next week.
Absolutely. So it is 2 rounds to 1 in favor of the Berserkers as they seem to be evening it up. I love this equality and balance between these two. Both of these teams do have heroics in play. However, there are 3 that are on the Field's Bowman side. Let's see if they could use that to their advantage. They are down in rounds, David, so let's see what happens.
That's right. You saw the net worth now is completely in the middle there. Both teams playing for the gold. And we see Knocknoz, no, Butterbeanie, sorry. She has the relic going up there, jumping around, trying to avoid Chark's fires. Muscoy Mike coming up with the rebound. Butterbeanie taking it on the second attempt, passes it upfield, does get stopped there as Berserker Mike is able to slide, go off the ramp. And he's halfway across the map right now, but Bao using his no retreat ability, but it's not enough. Berserker Mike is going all the way. There's the score for Berserker Mike. Talk about buildables, Rich.
So much pressure on this running the relic power, and I love to see this Mike for Berserker Mike. There's a lot of intense things going on over here in the room, but everybody on both sides have been playing amazing. The sigh of relief from Chark, the build change on Chark was a great call right there too.
Never underestimate the power of the Spartacus Bram.
Yes. So here we are.
We're back at game point again.
Yes. Please let us know right now as we are 2 rounds apiece between these guys. Who are your predictions for today's match? Final round between these two. Look, dead even in terms of net worth.
That's right. Send your tweets of support. Just send a tweet out to at Play Breakaway. We'll read them here on the air as the action's happening there. Just call me Bao with the relic. He's going up there a little sneaky, but Chark doesn't buy it. He takes him down, and now we see the relic popped up on the second attempt. Bao has it. He's going to go all in for glory there. Passes it up to Butterbeanie. Butterbeanie misses it, fumbles it up. Bao going up the center. Bao, can he score it? There it is, Bao! And look at Boba Fett. The first time I've seen emotion out of that guy.
With the fadeaway shot. Just Call Me Bao was able to get it right there. So much pressure by every player on the team. They have to worry about the Butterbeanie runs. They have to worry about Bao. There it is. The neck crank has been activated. Just call me Bao.
Just call me Bao.
Feels bad, man. Fantastic.
But
play.
you know what's crazy, Rich, is we're tied.
You know what? We are at that point where we are tied between these two.
It's going to be a late night, Rich.
It is gonna be.
Oh, they're
Well,
up 2-1. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It felt like a tie because both rounds are going all the way to 5.
So right now we're starting to see a shift in gameplay. It wasn't as extreme as it was, for an anti-charge strat, which is not putting buildables down. But I'm starting to see these amazing purchase orders between these two guys. Moscow Mike on attack damage is a great pick. I love that. Shark on attack damage has also been great to see as well. We usually see him on demolition duty, but let's call out some of the favorites that you've had today. Spooky Forest.
Spooky Forest, dude. This guy, he was the X factor for their team. Like, you got to hand it to Coach Boba Fett. It really came down to if you could get Spooky Forest to some level of, ability to match the rest of the team, then that team's going to be unstoppable. And we have seen Spooky Forest. He has delivered. He has answered the call today.
Correct.
He said, you know what? You made fun of me in the first week. My family was watching that. Unacceptable. Now I'm going to dominate.
Yes, he's back with a vengeance. But, Butter Beanie and Tick Trip. Tick Trip just forcing so many fumbles out there, and Butter Beanie always there to respond with the rebound. They're getting the real estate that they need to play that offensive game, that pressure game that maybe Mike needs a lot of energy and resources to react to, and they may have got a good read on their players.
Yeah, Rich, I will say that this is definitely this Office League season. This drafting scores were pretty amazing because we have seen some incredible games here today. You got to wonder, though, something tells me Butter Beanie's score is going to go way up in the next draft.
Yes, I mean, it's exciting to see. Let's see what happens right here. Game 4 between the Berserkers and Feels Bowman. So now it is 2-1. Bow in the lead. Let's see what happens in this game.
All right. We have Berserker Mike with control of the Relic. He forces the fumble. He gets the fumble forced on him as Butter Beanie now with the Relic. You saw that retribution there happen in the distance. Shark switching to Thorgrim, Rich. What is that?
You know what? They may be going for that duo tank push, that pressure. They've noticed that there's a little bit of difficulty on Bao's side to be able to defend against the runners. But let's see if they could do it.
Ooh,
Again,
Knock melting Butter Beanie in the distance there.
It's very late in the game, but here we are. First kill. Alona's got to wait 2 more seconds before she could join into the fight. And Shark with relic powers.
Shark pulling his Gucci pants impression. Decides to go, not sure where to go, left or right. You see Knock in the distance taking out the healing shrine. That's the ability of Alona to heal. He does get hit right when he's trying to pass, though. Tuck rule not in effect as we see Butter Beanie coming up with the rebound there. Butter Beanie again on the second rebound ability. She's able to get the Relic. Muscoy Mike in the distance, though. He forces the fumble. He now has control of the Relic. And there's Spooky Forest all over the place, forcing fumbles left and right. We see Butter Beanie coming up with the Relic. She's going down there. She's following us all the way. Can she keep going? She's jumping. She does finally meet Thorgrim's hammer there as Shark takes her down. He gets the Relic now. The Relic pops up. He fires his Ragnarok. That's Thorgrim's ultimate ability. There's a massive area of attack of damage. Pushes people back as now Tick Trip there in the mix there as Black Knight. He gets fit with the retribution from Spartacus of Muscoy Mike. The blue team now has control of the Relic. Berserkers, there's all Berserkers on these team fights now. That Thorgrim switch from Charsky seems to be paying off right now, Rich.
Yeah, from a combat standpoint, Chark and the auto attack that comes from Thorgrim just puts a lot of stun on each one of the players that he hits. Followed up with the Spartacus 2-hit combo and then Berserker Mike and anything that he does. Really, really great comp. I'm excited to see what happens. Here we are.
Comes Knocknaz there. Knocknaz with the Relic. Decides to throw it. Does get intercepted, though. Throws it up on the second attempt. They're getting injured, closer and closer to the relay. All right, but no. What a beautiful clear there from Spooky Forest. Bao now on the massive attack, using that slide to gain that extra momentum. Bao completely leading the team. You got Spooky Forest in the distance. Spooky Forest taking down Chark as much as he can. You got Knocknaz trying to get him. Bao is completely able to avoid him, but now you got Chark in the mix there. And Tick Trip now with the Relic. Tick Trip in control. Decides to throw from downtown. Barely misses. Knocknaz coming back from the relay, doing a beautiful defense there from Knocknaz. And now the Relic's back at the foot of the base. Here comes on the third attempt. No, it's failed. Here comes the fourth attempt, but no, not enough time because there's Bao getting the Relic, or Berserker Mike rather, with the Relic, throwing it and clearing it for his team.
So much healed right there by Butter Beanie.
Here comes Butter Beanie up to Spooky Forest. Spooky Forest like, whoa, I don't know about this. Beautiful. Ooh, look at that ramp place in this. It's like a little soft about that. That ramp could be dangerous. But they don't even need it because you got Bao running it right in on the 7th attempt, I think that was. Nice move for first blood here on game 4.
Every option was secured right there for that entire team. There was a Relic in the backline just in case there was a return from a rebound. But Bao Bao was able to close it out. It was going to be epic. We almost saw Butterbeanie get the in-air rebound into that score. But right now, as we jump into round 2, we have a level 2 armor item by Berserker Mike. We have Chark along with Contract, so it looks like he's going to be tapping as many enemies as possible. But on the other side of the screen, 3 level 3 gold items. But we're also starting to see Demolition for that Spartacus on Bao's team.
There goes Bao going for that gold again. Rich, I'm a little disappointed because that secret ramp, I wanted to see that.
Yes, yes. I mean, sometimes there's moments like that where, we got to whisper to add to the hype. But here we are, round 2.
All right.
A lot of gold over here on this side of Bao.
That's right. We see action happening there at the midfield mark. You got Chark going off the ramp right before it gets destroyed, but he jumps right into Bao. He's like, all right, bam. And now we see Tick Drip there trying to hold off a team of 4. That's probably not good. Spooky Force there in the distance. You got Butterbeanie throwing down the Lighted Judgments. She's doing her best Knock-Nose impression there, dropping those Lighted Judgments like they're candy. And now we see Butterbeanie coming up with the relay. Relic, she goes down there, uses the momentum with the slide, just tries to clear it as she sees that Berserker Mike is coming with the Black Knight. Berserker Mike completely melts Spooky Forest. And there goes Berserker Mike trying to use the dash ability. You got Knock-Nose in the distance. I will say Knock-Nose is definitely doing a great job of Alona.
Absolutely. Let's call out to Berserker Mike as well. That combo to overhead smash, which is such a strong move for Black Knight, was able to kill out.
Okay, Butterbeanie on the attack run. Sorry, Rich. Here
No
she goes,
worries.
dashes it up and passes it. There's the score. Butterbeanie saying, you know what? You gave Knock-Nose props of Alona. I'm going to show you some Alona play.
You know what? There's moments where you got to stop by the high. Butterbeanie with an amazing play right there, able to take on that play. Such an aggressive play throughout this entire set of games by Butterbeanie. It's really impressive to see this side of her.
Butterbeanie, I will be surprised if she's not the second highest rated player in season 3 of the Office League.
And let's not forget,
she was
right?
first pick.
She was the first pick in this draft, and an amazing pick by Bautista as well.
Absolutely.
So again, I love the balance of the economy between these two guys, but it looks like they're so coordinated, David. We just can't stress this enough. They are everywhere together.
It's like they hold hands when they go off that ramp at the start of every round.
But a team that holds hands seems to have the lead when it comes down to relic scores right now.
This could be the last round, everybody. Match point. If Bao is able to pull it out, they will be the champions here, and they will finally get the win that they so deserve after playing amazingly tonight here on Throwdown Thursday, Arch Rivals Week.
An evolution to every single player participating in this week's event, but I just got to call out, man, all across the board. Feels Bao has been doing amazing. Just great mastery in his navigation. If you guys watch these replays, just watch how Bao moves along the map, using that slide to just minimize the amount of space that he's in the air. It's really, really good. I'm all hoping to see you guys take some notes for the next time that we actually have a playthrough session with the community.
Absolutely. As you see Chark coming up with the relic, we see Chark trying to throw it there just to clear it. Butterbeanie picking up that rebound. She's able to get the relic going back on her side of the field. She's in it for blood here. Butterbeanie on the attack. Can she go all the way? No, Chark there to stop her. The relic pops up in the air. Berserker Mike takes it for the counter push, but there's Bao. As you said, Rich, he's all over the map. He's the fastest moving guy we've seen today in terms of mobility. He's there. Tick Trip now coming up with the relic. Tick Trip on the attack. He throws it, though, but Muscoy Mike is there to catch it and takes it back in the opposite direction. Butterbeanie now on the third attempt there. Does not able to hold it, though. The relic is popped up right at the center point there. You see that little encampment of healing shrines in the distance there for the Berserkers. That's not going to be good if you were in a team fight situation. So if you are on Feels Battleman, you need to move the team fight away from those healing shrines. Butterbeanie again coming up with it, using that patented jumping strategy. That's why they call her the Butterbeanie for some reason. Jumping Beanie, I should say.
Jumping Beanie.
And now we see Chark there coming up with the relic there. Back to midfield. He uses Ragnarok. That's that jumping ultimate ability of Thorgrim. We see Chark now trying to do the Butterbeanie jump, the Jumping Beanie, as he passes it up to Berserker Mike. Berserker Mike he's getting forced to fumble there by Spooky Force. He's about to go down. There he goes. And now we see Chick Drip pulling there. Chark, it's a battle of the tanks. Which one's stronger? Who's going to win? Is it going to be Berserker Mike? Is it going to be Tick Trip? Tick Trip decides not to get into the fight as he tries to go for all relic. He gets smashed, though, getting tossed back in the action, though. He's able to come as Chark fires off Ragnarok. We see another member, Butterbeanie, goes down on her team. She's out for 13 seconds left to go. This could not look good for Bao's, man. As we have all 4 members of the Berserkers, we see that Berserker Mike is on fire. Berserker Mike with his attack. He does get stopped at the last second, though, but there's the score.
There is
Muscoy Mike.
Muscoy Mike was able to make it out of that scramble, but they just dominated so much in that team fight, David, and I think that that's the thing. 2v4 right there. When you're so close to the opponent's relay, you know, they did a great job as a team to secure that. Great plays on that Ragnarok from Charsky earlier, just to kind of diffuse the whole situation and just isolate all the DPS characters. They did that very well and is now able to even up two. No, I'm not evening it up, but they got one round and they're now on the board
17
in
assists
game 4.
there. All right, we see Muscoy Mike kicking it off for his team for the Berserkers. They need this win if they're going to stay alive here in Throwdown Thursday. Muscoy Mike going for the armor buff there. In the distance, you see the yellow crystals. That's the gold buff. No one seems to be getting that right now. Everyone's out for blood here. Muscoy Mike, you saw him there trying to use Retribution. He did miss a little bit on that. That's the ultimate ability of Spartacus. Nice back toss there from Chark. Chark trying to use that Throgrum ability, but he's unable to do so. And now Butterbeanie coming up with the Relic, and now we are staying in midfield here as their teams are just going for each other's throats.
So it seems like team fighting seems to be one of their strongest assets right now, and it was a great call by Muscoy Mike securing that armor. That's going to grant you 20% armor for you and your entire team for that round, and it's definitely going to encourage team fights just like this. As you're seeing it not doing too much damage, but look at this
Nice
advance.
pass that from Bao to Butterbeanie. Butterbeanie doing a great job as Bao just distracts Muscoy Mike. Butterbeanie on the attack, throwing it from downtown. There's the score and the win. Give it up for Butterbeanie and Fields Bowman.
Fields Bowman advances. They do an amazing job getting this week's win. Let's give props to everybody on the team. Just Call Me Bow, Tick Trip, Spooky Forest, Butterbeanie, and of course their coach, Bubba Vet.
Boba Vet, beautiful coaching, man. You got to give this guy a massive win here. Clutch win, complete dominant win, and a coaching win by training Spooky Force.
Yeah, these guys all played fantastic throughout the entire series. Right now, you know, it's just a matter of a battle between these two coaches, right? We have one guy who wanted to react. We had a guy that just had a commitment towards one play style. We're gonna get our GM, Mr. Bao, over here.
That's
for
right.
Some questions.
Let's talk to the winning GM. Bao, congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much.
That
Thank
throat
you very
slash
much.
definitely
It's-
paid off this
you
time
know,
around.
It pays to get people hyped up with that kind of stuff.
Now,
So, you know,
I gotta ask.
Yeah.
Spooky Forest.
dude,
Where did he come from?
he's leveled his game up. I mean, that was one of the things. Like when we first started off, we were
Hey,
talking
get
about
in, don't
we
worry,
were talking
you're a
about
champ.
all
Let's bring the
kinds of
champ in.
crazy strats, all kinds of in-depth stuff, and we're like, let's actually bring that back to the basics. Let's work on some aim. Let's work on some positioning. And we just been practicing, like hitting that lab almost like every day, and it's obviously paying off. So I'm happy with the way things are going now. So.
Now, this was Arch Rivals Week.
Yeah.
You have a history of always beating Willette, and it looks like history repeats itself.
I just want to continue that tradition. I don't want to break things up. So
Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe since this is a round-robin format, your next opponent will be Zinramu and Feed Me. That team looked pretty powerful last week.
yeah,
What are you thinking right now? What's your strategy going to be when you take them on?
for our strategies have always revolved around the players themselves, their play styles, their comps and stuff. And we have the flexibility with Butterbeanie and I to basically adapt to whatever play style they can come up with and counter it. So that's like basically we're just gonna be hitting the lab and watching the previous matches and basically just break things down.
All right, there it is. And what about Boba Vet? Tell me about the role of the coach here as you play in these matches.
Boba Fett has been crucial to identifying characteristics in the ebb and flow of the matches themselves and highlighting moments okay, we got to push here, we got to focus here, and just keeping everybody just focusing on track to obviously just push to a hard victory.
Now take it back to the game one. You guys are up 2-0, two really fast super wins. We didn't even know what was coming on. We were just getting ready, and next thing you know, bam, you guys are up 2-0.
Yep.
You lose that round, though. What happens? What goes on in your mind?
So right there, we lost a bit of momentum. We lost a little bit of focus. I think we got a little bit too ahead of ourselves there. And it caught up to us pretty quick because we allowed Charles to build up, and from there he just steamrolled us. And that's why the next match, my entire focus was to make sure that I was shutting him down, and I'm not allowing to snowball.
We definitely see a lot of anti-Charsky strategies
yeah.
when everyone plays Berserker Mike. Whether you steal him out, come on, buddy, you keep running away. Get in here, bring it in. You saw Lewis with the sign. We got to give you a hug there. But no, man, like everyone shuts down Charsky. Is that the kryptonite? You take out Charsky and the team's gone.
Well, that's the thing. It's Charsky breaks down your back line, and he's actually really good now at picking up all the gold that comes out of it, and that allows him to just start the snowball. And like we saw, the first round, he started with just pure breakable stuff, and then the next round he was almost at heroic damage. So we're like, oh, okay, we got to keep an eye on that. And that's, like I said, after that, I just sat on him the entire game just to make sure that even if he was trying to be in the mix, that he was actually getting shut down the entire time.
All right, there it is. Bao, congratulations. You are in the hunt.
Thanks again.
Congrats.
We'll see you back on the battlefield when you face Zin Ramu.
Yeah, hang out here for a little bit. Don't worry. And for all you guys at home, thank you very much for tuning in. If you haven't already, please make sure to give us a follow. Hit that follow button on the bottom of the page over here. And if you aren't already, please check us out on Facebook. Don't forget to check out our tweets. One of our, we love to post some awesome gifts. So please let us know what you like over there. And if you want to watch some amazing gameplay over here or any of the trailers featuring Breakaway, check out our YouTube channel. So for Mr. Sill, I'm Filthy Rich. This is Throwdown Thursday. We'll see you folks next week.
Have a good night, everybody.
Welcome, everybody. You are watching Throwdown Thursday live over here from Amazon Game Studios. I'm Filthy Rich.
I'm Mr. Sill. Rich, we got an amazing show here tonight. The battle of the undefeated teams here in the 4th week of the Breakaway Office League. But before we get to that, let's talk a little bit about last week.
Oh, my God.
As we had the Berserkers going up against Fields Bowman. Both teams yet to win. This was an incredible matchup. Not only did Fields Bowman unleash the power of Bow, which we always expect. They unleashed the power of Butter Beanie, which we expect.
Yes.
But out of nowhere, Spooky Forest. It's called out the 3 ways to win here in Breakaway. The first way to win is you follow Just Call Me Bow as he dashes to throw that relic in the relay. That's the ball in the hoop. It's as simple as that. But Spooky Forest with a readout! Spooky Forest! Oh my God!
This guy is the right place at the right time.
Forrest.
Oh my gosh.
Look at this. We're down only to Butter Beanie.
The follow-up combo right there. Knockdowns was there just to back it up. And here we go. The first one right
Mike,
here.
There it is.
Berserker Mike evening it up. It's 2-1. So every run like this, David, could potentially increase your chance
That's
for
right.
a score.
Berserker Mike trying to do the push. Does a nice throw. Gets it right in there. Berserker Mike pull off the win. Give it up for the Berserkers in game 1. And now the relic gets tossed up there. Just Call Me Bow misses the elevator by infraction. He uses a nice dash there. Just Call Me Bow on the breakaway. Throws it up though. Unable to convert. He gets it on the rebound and there it is. Just Call Me Bow proving why he is the GM of his team.
Well, here we are.
We see Berserker Mike making his push there. Berserker Mike, all he's got is one more. It's Butter Beanie though. He tries to get a little cute with his pass. Misses the vector. But on the second attempt, he still isn't able to do it. Butter Beanie comes up with the relic. And nice defensive move from Butter Beanie. Shark trying to take out those buildable Spooky Forest on him. And there goes Shark. And now we see quick. Oh, what an interception from Bow! Proving why he is the top-rated player in the draft. Butter Beanie completely low on health. She's gonna go in though on the low health. Uses that blessing of the sun. Just Call Me Bow on the attack run. You gotta worry about those knockdowns invasion, but it doesn't matter. He is Bow. That's why he's able to score. Pick Trip doing a great job of getting away from it. He has the relic for half a second before Berserker Mike comes in. Nice dash there from Tick Trip. Tick Trip on the breakaway. He could go all the way. No, just short. But on the second rebound, it's Butter Beanie to take it in. You see Shark using a nice dash, using his roll just to get the relic. He's moving there. Tick Trip trying to chase him. What a beautiful pull there from Tick Trip saying, bam, my relic.
Get over here, says Tick Trip, as Berserker Mike is going to answer back and try to get it
Mike,
for the score right now.
Right here. All the way, Butter Beanie tries to do it, but not enough as he throws it right before Butter Beanie can activate her primary attack there. Now we see the relic popped up on the second attempt. Bow has it. He's going to go all in for glory there. Passes it up to Butter Beanie. Butter Beanie misses it, fumbles it up. Bow going up the center. Bow, can he score it? There it is, Bow! And look at Boba Fett. The first time I've seen emotion out of that guy. Beautiful. Ooh, look at that ramp placement. This is like a little soft about that. That relic, that ramp could be dangerous. They don't even need it because you got Bow running it right in on the 7th attempt, I think that was. Nice move for first blood here on game 4. Hey, Butterbeanie on the attack run. Sorry, Rich. Here he goes. Dashes it up and passes it. There's the score. Butterbeanie saying, you know what? You gave knockdowns props, Malona. I'm going to show you some Malona play. We have all 4 members of the Berserkers. We see that Berserker Mike is on fire. Berserker Mike with his attack. He just gets stopped at the last second, though, but there's the score.
There is
Muscoy Mike.
I've seen it not doing too much damage, but look at this
Nice
advance.
pass that from Bao to Butterbeanie. Butterbeanie doing a great job as Bao just distracts Muscoy Mike. Butterbeanie on the attack. Throwing it from downtown. There's the score and the win. Give it up for Butterbeanie and Field Bowman. There you have it, Rich. A decisive victory, a 3-1 victory for Fields Bowman. You had Bao, Tick Trip, Butterbeanie, but Spooky Force. We said that was the key to that team, for them to get to victory, was training up Spooky Force. And man, that team looked good last week.
That's right. You saw him score the first point right there, just in that flashback right there. And throughout the entire game, he was just on point every single time, but it was a great team effort from them. I'm glad that they actually came through on it. It was a tough fight, 3-1, it was still fight. They fought every single round, but they were just able to pull through, do what they needed to do, and perform on a clutch.
All right, there you have it. That was then, this is now. Let's talk about tonight's matchup. We have, of course, Team Feed Me going up against the Squirrel Posse. Now, this is what we literally call the brains versus the bronze. So you have Zinramu, his team, these guys are the bronze. They're heavy-hitting players. You got Gucci Pants, you got Matty Awesome, of course you got Zinramu and Priestley. And then they're going up against a team that is just coaches after coaches after coaches. They're the brains.
Yes, I mean, both these guys are bringing 2 different types of strategies into this. I got a chance to speak with both of these, and we're going to talk through this as we go through each one of our games. But I'm hoping for a couple of the surprises that I've learned about as I've spoken to these guys. But I do not want to spoil. I'm going to save it for the live events that take place. Again, this is going to be a best out of 5 match. And I'm hoping that something that's written down on these notes appears for the broadcast because it's going to be hype.
Yeah, I mean, we started seeing it happen in week 2 with the mind game starting,
Yes.
right? The starvation of Charsky. And then that manifested last week even. We saw even more mind games happening as both teams really trying to play not just the game, but play the mind games and how they think the other team is going to play. I think we're going to see that in spades today, as I know both teams have surprises in store for each other. But before we get to that, let's give a quick shout out to our sponsor, Asus, the official system provider and monitor provider of Breakaway. Asus in the VG248QE. It's a 24-inch monitor well known in the competitive scene in esports for its 144 Hz refresh rate with 1 millisecond response time. And of course, let's not forget that G11 desktop. It sheds light on uncompromising performance. This powerful machine allows you to play Breakaway without compromising your gameplay experience and giving you the ability to stream in the best possible quality. Rich, we talked about the teams. Let's introduce them.
Let's go for it.
Teeing it up for the red team, the Squirrel Posse in the start-off position, none other than the GM of the Squirrel Posse. Give it up for Coach of the Year, Otterhead.
Otterhead, again, he played so well the last time we seen him. It's probably one of the reasons why this team is undefeated in this season's BOL. I'm very curious to see what his pick is going to be. However, we've seen him run the Relic. We also knew that he could deal a lot of damage. This guy has amazing communication skills. Let's see who he locks in for his pick for today.
All right, pick is in, Rich, and it is Thorgrim.
Yes, we have a very disruptive Thorgrim, but expect an aggressive one as well. He's very precise with every single one of his tosses, but he knows when to use every ability in his kit. Let's see what he brings for today's match.
All right, in the number 2 chair for the Squirrel Posse, give it up for your environmental lead artist. Give it up for Orgoth.
Orgoth, we've seen this guy play such an amazing Rollins, never missing a blast, hitting every shot of all 12 hits of the barrage on any opponent that is in his way. Let's see if he's going to be bringing out that exciting Rollins for today, because it's definitely one that I want to see. And there it is, folks. Rollins locked in for game 1.
All right, number 3, we have none other than a man who is so amazing in the game, he doesn't even need a handle. It's just Daniel McGowan.
D-Mac, D-Mac in my book, this guy is so good with his Alona. Again, when we seen his Alona for the first time on Throwdown Thursday, it was more of a frontline Alona, ready to take on the possession of the Relic and move his team forward. Let's see who it is for today. Wait a second, David.
Changing it up.
One of the surprises that we were talking about. Looks like we got a double Rollins comp so far for Squirrel Posse.
And look at that. We see that action happening over Feed Me. They don't know what's going on. They're like double Rollins. We didn't plan for that. And of course, in the final cleanup position for Team Squirrel Posse is GL Tovar.
This guy's been performing some of the best top defensive plays that we have ever seen in the game of Breakaway. To date, we've seen him play that defensive line, but somehow this guy magically appears on the front line with his Alona plays or Spartacus. Let's see who he picks for today.
All right, looks like his pick is in, and it is.
I think it could be the Spartacus, David.
Ooh.
There it is, the Alona. You know what, we were just complimenting his navigation throughout the map, his defensive ability, his ability to switch gears and move it to an offensive line. This is looking crazy right now.
All right.
Double Rollins.
And of course, the coach of Team Squirrel Posse, the coach formerly known as Ace Ryan, now known as the UX Killer.
Yes, UX Killer, bringing her expertise for team coaching, is on board this time around.
She's probably one of the most animated coaches I've ever seen, Rich.
Yeah, definitely.
Like we saw her
figuratively and right now, literally.
Absolutely. We saw her in week 1. She's running all over. She's yelling at her team. Definitely gets into it. Ashley's done an amazing job coaching her team, and she's going to need it because Greg Knowlton, the coach of Feed Me, has definitely been doing his homework.
Yes.
But it looks like this team is stunned right now. Like, we saw a lot of action happening when they saw that double Rollins. We saw Priestley look over to Gucci. He's like, I don't know what to do. Well, let's see if they know I have an answer now as we introduce that team. Here we go. Team Feed Me GM in the leadoff spot. Give it up for Zin Ramu.
Yes, Zin Ramu leading the force with Team Feed Me, the other undefeated team over here for the Breakaway Office League events that we have. He's played the Thorgrim. He's made Throgrim an actual thing. And if you played during Alpha, it's an actual perk. Wow, and there it is. The Alona pick this time around. Let's see what his aggressive playstyle is going to bring to the table, but I bet it's going to be awesome and exciting.
Yeah, I had a chance to practice with this team yesterday, and I will say that if he plays anything like he did yesterday, he is probably one of the most aggressive Alona. Like, he turned Alona, more support character, into a complete offensive weapon. It was amazing.
Awesome.
In the number 2 chair for Team Feed Me, the man who loves to be fashion, repping the ATL. Give it up for give it up for Gucci Pants.
Gucci Pants back into the mix. You've seen this guy stream whenever we do our casual Fridays. He loves his Thorgrim, and I think the community loves it as well. I'm hoping to see that Thorgrim in today's play. He's very aggressive on every single angle.
He's repping Chesapeake Red right there. That is not pink. That is Chesapeake Red Pants.
The official Gucci Pants. And there it is, Black Knight for today. Gucci Pants bringing a little surprise to deal with the double Rollins, perhaps. We'll see what happens.
Now, the question is, we know Gucci Pants has a tendency to ride the siege engine.
Yes.
Will we see that in competitive play here on Throwdown Thursday? I would say not, but I wouldn't put anything past him. All right. In the number 3 chair for Team Feed Me, give it up for the EP of Breakaway, Mr. M. Priest.
M. Priest bringing on the DPS. We know it is a lot of damage that this guy likes to do. He will challenge the demolition builds that have been made famous by people like Shark, and he's done a good job shutting it down. Right now, there's a lot of characters that he can pick from. Let's see who he picks for today. And Victor.
Victor, changing it up.
So it looks like it's going to be Victor making his grand entrance over here with the play of Matt Priestley. But with the players that we've already announced, Victor seems like it's an amazing choice.
We talked a lot about mind games, and we are definitely seeing here with the character selection. As we go to our 4th member, the cleanup for Team Feed Me, give it up for the Maddie Awesome 20.
Yes, Maddie Awesome 20 has been said to be
repping
called
the selfie dad.
He's been the super secret pick, if you will, like when we did our draft. Not much was known about this guy, but his performance thus far on Throwdown Thursday has been amazing.
We've only seen him Rollins, though.
And I think we will continue to see that Rollins. But you can't discount the fact that whenever we saw it, it was amazing.
Truth.
So far, the comp's looking really strong, David.
All right, and of course, the coach. We talked about him earlier. Give it up for my favorite tea, Earl Grey.
You know, I have to say, this is definitely my favorite coach of this season. I've been seeing what he's been doing with his players, the positive reinforcement that he's doing with this guy. This guy's working out of office hours, trying to figure out what they could do to secure like a non-loss championship for this season.
I don't know. That's high praise, and I like Earl Grey, but I'm liking UX Killer too. If I had to make my pick, I'm saying UX Killer takes the team to another undefeated victory.
And you know what? Let's do the opposite. The only right thing to do, and that's for me to make my prediction for Zin Ramu and Team Feed Me to win. Who do you guys think is going to take it for this week's match between Otterhead and Squirrel Posse versus Zin Ramu and Team Feed Me? Let us know in the comments below. Let's start up game 1.
All right, tonight's matchup is between Team Feed Me and the Squirrel Posse on Atlantis.
This is going to be an exciting match as there's so many paths for each one of these teams. There's a double Rollins over here on Otterhead as well. But we also have the crazy odd pick of a Victor plus Black Knight, and we all know that that team can do so much damage. So far, the picks look pretty standard. And Priest going with the contract, trying to get as much money as possible, just getting it through assists or kills. We'll see what happens. Here we go, round 1.
All right, we're following Gucci Pants. He's down the middle with the Relic for an early rush. Gucci Pants throwing it uphill to Zinramu with a nice catch, but it does get intercepted by Thorgrim on the other side there. Now we see that Orgoth has the Relic. He now gets snacked at by Gucci Pants. Passing down here. Both these teams came to play with some heavy action here in the beginning of the match. We're only at 3 minutes and 49 seconds left to go. We've already seen multiple Relic possessions, fumbles, interceptions, and tries to get some moves now with D-Mac in control with the Relic. Passes it upfield, does get missed though as Gucci Pants comes up with the Relic. He's crossing midfield now, but there's Tovar there as Alona. He's getting hit. He's able to pull out quickly though, saving himself. But man, first kill of the match happens, and it happens to be Orgoth. It happens to be Matty Austin.
And this is the power of the Brawn that we were talking about earlier, as right now, well, both teams are going in it right now, as we have 4 seconds to wait before Gucci Pants and that Black Knight can come back into the picture. But let's talk about the advantage that Red Team has right now with that gold buff. That's 3,000 gold for that entire team, distributed in an amount of 750, and that's a great item equipment purchase option that you have for every member of the team.
All right, let's also talk about the ways to win in here in Breakaway. If you're coming to Breakaway new to us, you don't understand this game, it's all right, we'll explain it right now. 3 ways to win in Breakaway. It's a team battle sport. You see Otterhead there with the ball, that's known as the Relic. You take that Relic, you bring it over to your opponent's relay. That's that base circular disc in the distance, as we see D-Mac making his way closer and closer to it. And that is the way to score. That's the primary way to score in Breakaway. The other way to score is you wipe out the entire team. Every time you kill someone in Breakaway, they respawn. The more you kill them, the longer that respawn wait. Hold on, we see some action here with Matty Awesome. They're able to save the day and clear the Relic. If you wipe out that other team, you will get the second way to win the round. We'll talk about the third way when that clock ticks down with 2 minutes and 10 seconds left to go in round 1 of this undefeated bout between the Brains and the Brawn.
That was an amazing defensive line that everybody on Feed Me had right there. They were dealing with so much pressure, but somehow we're able to reset it out there. And look at this pressure right now coming in from the Red Team.
Tremendous amounts of pressure from the Red Team there. We see Otterhead trying to make a push there. Does get stopped right as he jumps up to throw it. There's no tuck rule here in Breakaway, so the Relic gets fumbled down to the bottom. It could be anyone picking it up. All you gotta do is hit the player one time, and they will force the fumble here for the Relic. We now see Zinramu trying to clear the Relic in there. He's able to do so. Tovar with a nice juke. Throws it upfield, though. Does get stopped by Matty Awesome. Matty Awesome plays one of the best defensive Rollins characters here in the league. And now we see on a Breakaway is Zinramu doing some great acrobatics to try to dodge. But there's D-Mac there with some great defensive Rollins. Otterhead pretty low on health. He's got to worry about M. Priest there, who's just chews him up there as Victor, playing that X-Factor character that maybe the Squirrel Posse did not anticipate there.
No, this duo combo between M. Priest and Gucci Pants with that Black Knight. Number one, there's so much ability.
Here
Hold on a
Gucci
second.
Pants passing upfield. Does get intercepted, though. But now on the second attempt, Matty Awesome throws it, but gets stuck in the middle. Otterhead picks up the Relic in the rebound situation. Rorgoth able to clear the Relic. We're down to 54 seconds left to go.
The pass alley-oop siege engine is down. Let's see what type of pressure they can push on, but look at this turnaround for Orgoth, ignoring that buildable in play and now moving it now in their favor.
All right, we're at 43 seconds left to go. You see that yellow line in the center of the field. That is the halfway mark or the line of scrimmage here in Breakaway. If you take that Relic when time ticks down to 0, you may not just see a territory win though, because there's a push there, but does get stopped in the middle of it. With 30 seconds left to go, as time ticks down to 0, whatever base the Relic is closest to, the other team will score the point. As we see now with the Gucci Pants able to bring the Relic back to midfield, we see Tovar here on the push. Tovar doing a beautiful job of passing and then using the dash ability, the Sunburst move from Alona. Cruiser teleports her forward. She's able to get the Relic all the way even closer to the base there for the blue team side. But oh my god, we're down to 10 seconds left to go. Zinramu on the final push. He gets stopped. Matty Awesome on the rebound. He's unable to do it. Gucci Pants activates pull as Zinramu throws it across with 2 seconds left to go. 1 second, Zinramu!
Zinramu closing out with that first point due to the territory win. Amazing play right there. However, let's give credit to where it's due. Black Knight activating Thorns right there on that scrimmage line, just bringing every single member from Team Otterhead via the Squirrel Posse in just one crazy lump, making it impossible to deny Zinramu's push. Let's talk about these equipment buys right now as we have level 2s across the board with Otterhead, Orgoth, and it seems like they have a little bit of a little issue right now. And
we're going to take a quick break here as it looks like some technical issues there that may have impacted that move there from the Squirrel Posse. We're going to come back here, see what's going on. You can see, though, a pretty aggressive play early
Yes.
on there.
You know, right out the gates, the double Rollins plays just causing so much disruption and just very hard to deal with. But I have to imagine that it's hard to learn to play with as well. There's a lot to manage as the character is just so mobile, can get around from A to B no problem, so many options. As a coach, it's a lot of responsibility, and hopefully the team had enough time to kind of go through the reps.
Yeah, I gotta say, man, I wish we had more cameras here in the studio, because if you could see the look on Priestley's face when they picked that double Rollins, it was classic. I mean, I want to try to reenact it for the people who weren't able to see it. It was basically like this. You say double Rollins, I'll do the expression. Go ahead.
Double Rollins for the pick.
I mean, basically, it
That's
was
exactly what it was.
Like, I mean, he looked over at the Gucci and Zinram, he's like, what do we do? Like, I don't never seen this before.
I also
So-
like the pick from Black Knight on Gucci pants. We
That
know
was
that
an interesting switch.
he is a Thorgrim main, and he wants to be able to run that relic. I think Shield Wall just does as much as it can for somebody as aggressive as Gucci pants, but I like how he put himself aside, dealt with the double Rollins, and that's exactly why they were able to score that first point, David.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like we said, we mentioned mind games. We've already seen him. The Victor pick of Priestley. That was a big surprise, and the shocker expression happened certainly on the Scroll Posse. They were looking at him. They were almost, and I'm not as surprised as the double Rollins, but equally, though, they were looking a little scared. They had a
Yes.
huddle, little mid-huddle after the pick, and they're like, what do we do here? How do we deal with Victor? And I will say, Priestley is playing a pretty solid Victor. He's using,
Yes.
he's rocking that biohazard skin. It's that probably the sweetest skin we have in Breakaway right now. And he's playing well.
Contract as a first buy is always great, and it seems like his team was able to support that equipment purchase as well. Guys, if you haven't already, please give us a follow on every single one of our social channels, and please let your friends know about this as well. Look for updates on everything that we have from Facebook, on Twitter, and if you want to watch any of the awesome videos that we've captured, whether it's VODs or just all the new updates that will be coming out for Breakaway, check us out on YouTube. We also want to continue to learn who do you want to see win today's match between Squirrel Posse and Team Feed Me, and it's looking pretty crazy. Pretty tight right
That's
now.
right.
I'm liking my prediction, David.
I will say, hop on over to the Twitter, so just twitter.com/playbreakaway, and tweet us, hashtag Zinram, or hashtag FeedMe, hashtag Squirrel Posse. Give us your signs of encouragement. We will read them here during the broadcast. I still think that the Squirrel Posse can pull it off. I have faith. I look at Ashley. She is determined. She is, like, passionate. She's all over it. She's got the brains versus the bronze. She will defeat them.
You know, this is one of the most balanced teams that we've seen here, and so far it seemed to be pretty awesome in terms of the teams that have been playing for the Breakaway Office League. But we're seeing some high caliber play, and it's only been one round.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it is impressive when you are able to get it all the way down to a territory situation. That is definitely a good sign of the, you know, basically of the teams playing equally, right?
Absolutely.
Like equally matched teams, you're going to get it down to, you know, the clock ends up being a factor, which is the interesting thing about Breakaway is, again, there are those three ways to win.
Yes.
So if you score right away, well, it could be a little one-sided. Maybe you get a team wipe, but that territory win, that is basically saying this match has to end, someone needs to be a winner, and this time the clock was in favor of the Feed Me.
So, folks, this is what's happening right now. We ran into a small technical difficulty, but what we are going to do is emulate exactly what happened in the previous match, which is Team Feed Me in the lead with one round versus Squirrel Posse. So as we get that set up, we want to thank you for your patience. We appreciate it very much. Sounds like things are about to get underway as we add up to these rounds. David, now, just to remind the folks, you know, there's no changing in any of the characters of the teams.
That's right.
It will still be a race to 3 rounds between these two guys, and it sounds like things are about
All right,
to get
we're going to
into
switch
it.
it back to the game here. Here we go. Round 2 now of the first game between Squirrel Posse and Team Feed Me. Who you think's going to win? You're still going with the Feed
Absolutely,
Me's?
you can't turn back now. I'm going with these guys, and I know the chat is on my side this time, David.
All right, here we go.
All right, so right now, item buys very close to how it was. The contract is back into play as well as the cooldown. So we're having a split buy over here by the carry M Priest.
Talk a little bit about the contract, Rich. What does that do?
So the contract is a great item for characters like Victor or anybody that does PvP because it gives you and grants you additional gold whether you get the kill or assist. So as long as the person that you hit gets hit within 15 seconds from you hit it, you will back yourself an additional gold bonus, which is great for somebody like any of these carries, especially Victor, because you're going to be dishing out a lot of damage in the very early rounds of the game.
All right, here's Matty Awesome trying to go upfield. Passes it. Oh, quick score there for Feed Me. Beautiful pass from Matty Awesome to
jump air pass onto their carries every single time. And watch that. Behind the back of Alona not knowing where to shoot, where to aim, making it very easy for a now 2-0 lead for Team Feed Me.
I will say, I was talking a lot to Otterhead prior, and I know you have detailed interviews, but I was just chit-chatting with him before, seeing how things are going. He felt pretty cocky. I don't think he's feeling as cocky right now.
You know, it's pretty tough. However, I would be pretty cocky right now when I have 3 members on the team with level 3 items, as well as myself having a heroic. Let's see what happens, because Zin Ramos seems to be ignoring every equipment purchase that Squirrel Posse has. Let's see what happens in this round 3.
All right, Gucci Pants throwing it upfield. Tovar able to take the relic. Rebound plus relic equals relic.
Yes.
And he's able to go upfield now. Gucci Pants there, getting the relic, but deciding to leave it because you got the infamous Light of Judgment. That's that mirror. Every character in Breakaway, each warrior has 2 buildables they can throw down there. So that buildable you see there, that mirror, it acts as a turret that deals more and more damage over time. And that is a great buildable from Alona.
Look at this turnaround now from Gucci Pants. Great defense. Just what I'm seeing.
D-Mac passing it upfield to Orgoth. Orgoth passes it back to Tovar. Tovar going up the middle. Tovar tries to throw it, does get stopped, but there's, look at that on the rebound. What great second effort there from the Thorgrim. Give it up. That is why he is the GM, ladies and gentlemen, Otterhead.
Otterhead running it back, being able to take on that rebound. And that's the power of the relic running ability of Thorgrim. That shield wall is going to provide you with a lot of opportunities to position yourself to get rebounds like that. Save your relic roll whenever you need it. And here we are. 2 rounds to 1. Team Phoebe in the lead, but Squirrel Posse's looking strong. Look at the gold difference between these 2 folks. 10k gold difference in terms of net worth, and that's exactly why you're seeing 4 heroics, which is represented by the color purple on the right-hand side of the screen. It's going to make every here. What does that mean, David? That just means that every team fight is definitely going to be in the favor currently of Squirrel Posse. But let's see if that'll actually happen.
And I will say it is impressive that both Rollins characters on the Squirrel Posse went the Chark build. They went Demolition, and they have demolished those buildables, used that gold, and that's probably part of the reason why the gold differential is the way it is. We see Otterhead using a Ragnarok. That's the ultimate ability of Thorgrim. That's when he takes his giant hammer, jumps up and smashes down to the ground. It deals us vast amounts of AoE damage and pushes the opponents back. We see Tovar now with control of the relic. Right there at midfield as D-Mac is now in control. He decides to go upfield. He gets stopped by Gucci Pants, who's playing against the Black Knight character. We see D-Mac going up right side. He does get stopped there. Otterhead with control of the relic. He gets stopped. He fires his Ragnarok. He also uses the shield wall. That gives him some invulnerability for a short period of time. And there's D-Mac there with Rollins in the back. Purple Rollins using the barrage ability, which fires off successive rounds of fire there, just dealing massive amounts of damage for anyone who gets in the face of that barrage. There's Orgoth on the left side, dashing to gain some extra ground. Each character gets an invulnerability dash once they hold the relic. Orgoth throwing it upfield, does get caught midair by Matty Awesome, making a great interception. Clearing the relic back to midfield with Zinramu now in control. He's leading the charge with a healing character, Rich.
Yes. Leading the charge with that type of character is definitely high risk, high reward, because there's a lot of mobility with the character. But look at this pressure right now. That shrine is showing you that this is the real estate that the red team wants to play in. It's constant pressure, and this is why we're seeing so many attempts in the push by the red team.
All right, you saw that Maelstrom there get fired off there by Victor. Maelstrom is a massively powerful damage, but it doesn't matter because you've got Orgoth dashing it right in there as Rollins.
This is the money game that everybody so fears. The thing that Chark made so scary, and it's also been made famous by some of the players such as DM Brandon. Shout out to that guy playing during Alpha. But now, right now, they are dealing with 2-2, but the gold deficit is still a continuous problem that these guys have to deal with. The money problem still exists. 15,000 to 28,000. But the equipment is exactly what's making it hard. Orgoth with attack damage, demolition, supported by a D-Mac, level 3, going for the cooldown and a little bit more sustained with the chalice. And of course, the Alona with level 4 heroic on cooldown, enabling so many heals. Here we go, David. Let's jump into it.
All right, we see Matty Awesome right around the relic. He gets stopped right as soon as he gets it with Tovar, who's picking up the relic and trying to run it as Alona. He's like, you know what, I'm not going to run it as Alona. I'm going to throw it upfield because Orgoth is on the charge.
That
Orgoth, beautiful pickup. He's got to deal with that Maelstrom. Again, that's the ultimate ability of Victor, as you called, Rich. We see the barrel dropper fall down. That shoots exploding barrels to anyone who hits it. Orgoth going up the other side. He does get stopped there. You see Otterhead using it, but there's Tovar there. Quick dashing it in there. Throws it up there. The hands go up. There is Orgoth. Massive amounts. That's 2 quick strikes from Orgoth. Give it up for Team Squirrel Posse.
Squirrel Posse holding down Snowball in full effect right there. 3 rounds straight, starting off again with round 2 with all those items and equipment. There was almost nothing that Zinramu and Team Fimi was able to do at that point. Such amazing plays. As a single player, we got to see Otterhead just use Ragnarok, enable so many paths for either one of the Rollins to go in. Lavar was also there for his defensive play. Nothing was on the field for buildables for Team Feed Me, and every buildable was there in an aggressive push for Squirrel Posse. So fantastic game for these guys, closing it out in a 3-2 victory, but very convincing one.
All right, Rich. Both teams came with their mind game starting lineup. Do you anticipate any changes happening in the characters?
Now, right now, I think the characters, somebody like Zinramu is a player that can adapt. His strength as a GM, as a coach, has been his ability to adapt, his adaptability, and I really feel like they may stick to the same comp. I think the one change that I could anticipate perhaps is maybe Gucci Pants going with the Thorgrim. We didn't see the power of his relic movement and his power of disruption in team fights because he's using a character like Black Knight. Was it bad play? Absolutely not. It enabled so many relic scores for their team. It was the first point that was awarded to them, enabling Zinramu to move in. But I think his power, and the people want Thorgrim, and they could be a pick.
Since Big Red could go Thorgrim, I want to know, at what point in time do we think that Priestley goes back to Anmani? When do we see that?
It could happen. Right now, we're going to find out in just a little bit. I do like the Victor play, something I wouldn't give up. He did a lot of damage.
He did a lot of damage. The Maelstrom is powerful. That is a super powerful weapon, especially because the Squirrel Posse tend to huddle up closer together. But let's see what we got here.
So here we are, game 2 between Squirrel Posse and Team Phoebe. Team Phoebe with a 1-game lead. Looks like the comps are sticking the same. Gucci Pants continuing with that Black Knight. And again, Squirrel Posse with that double Rollins pick. And Priest again going with that contract, hoping that he can get the goal that he needs through assists and kills. 1 second, let's go for it.
We also see that we see that Orgoth was going for the Chark build. It'd be interesting to see if buildables get placed there on Team Feed Me. So look for those blue X's on the screen. That's going to let you know if they are playing the Starvation route, which has been the proven Throwdown Thursday counter to the Chark Demolition Rollins build.
Now the Maelstrom is played, but look at the dodge right there by all members of the red team getting out of there, not dealing much damage, but the shrine is also going to be available for all members of red to heal on.
That's right. So you got Tovar there placing the shrine, the healing shrine. That will heal anyone in the same vicinity on your team. You see Gucci Pants seeing that shrine. He's like, that's got to go away. But he's unable to hold it off as you got Tovar, you have Orgoth in the mix there, just fighting off Gucci Pants. And that healing shrine remains strong. We see Tovar now in control of the relic. He is at midfield, passes it over to Otterhead. Otterhead taking it upfield to the left side. He's going to decide to take the high road on the elevator. But Matty also picks it off, forcing the fumble there as the relic pops straight up in the air. But Orgoth quick with the rebound, got a nice cover barrage from his teammate D-Mac. And Matty Awesome coming up with the relic, clearing it back to midfield. Gucci Pants is fighting on the top of the rock. He is king of the rock at the moment. Can anyone dethrone the king? No, because Gucci Pants now jumps off the rock. He's going back behind the line there, waiting for Zinramu to cast Radiance. That's that green aura you see expire from Zinramu, the healer, to whatever character. Right now he's healing Priestley. You see Gucci Pants in the center there. He throws it up back to the other team just because they need to pull back and retreat. Tovar throwing it up to Orgoth. Orgoth's going to take the high road with Tovar doing a beautiful sunburst.
That sunburst was so clutch. The only offensive ability that Alona has, and used it in perfect timing to get Gucci Pants out of there.
And there's Tovar with the score.
Such a good play all around.
That was expert play, Rich.
It was 10 seconds of continuous, constant pressure, and somehow they were able to get it in. The lane switch from high road to wet was so good. Toss it over to the elevator, block Gucci out of there, and there were like almost 3 options that he had for a pass. Great play by Squirrel Posse.
Play of the round was by far that sunburst.
All right, so here we go. Level 3 items now on deck. Gucci Pants with the armor. Zinramu pushing that sustain. On the opposite side, we have Orgoth now going on with that destructible demolition build. Let's see what it does, because right now it seems like Team Phoebe's in the lead in terms of economy as they secured that second gold buff in a row.
That's right, and not a lot of X's there for the blue side. They are definitely in full starvation mode. They saw the demolition build, and they're like, we are going all starvation, no buildable strategy. We saw that pioneered here on Throwdown Thursday in week 2. We saw it again in week 3, and now we are seeing it in week 4 as the melee mashup is happening right at the center of the map there with Tovar taking the relic. He does get stopped. You got Tovar going against Gucci Pants, and now Orgoth able to get in the mix there. There's Gucci Pants with the relic. He's forced to fumble instantly with those 2 Rollins characters. You see D-Mac there in the purple. He uses Barrage. Matty Awesome coming up the relic. He's going midfield. Matty Awesome decides to change direction. He's waiting for his team. Nice pass upfield to Zinramu. Zinramu changed directions, does get stopped by Tovar. Tovar with control of the relic. You gotta watch out for Thorns. That's from Gucci Pants. Thorns is an area that just pulls everyone towards the Black Knight, that big tanky beast. Gucci Pants throwing the relic upfield, waiting for Zinramu to get it, but Zinramu uses his teleporting ability, and they're unable to capitalize though, but that was a beautiful offensive strike there for Team Feed Me. Otterhead now in position, taking it back to the other side. We see Matty Awesome in jail. He's able to break free, and there's Otterhead going the high road all by himself. Rich, he could do it. He's got to dodge a couple people. He jukes off field, passes upfield to Orgoth, uses the shield wall to gain ground. Orgoth in position. Nice Ragnarok there from Otterhead. Zinramu able to come up with the relic though and taking it back to midfield. He's hot on his tail is Orgoth, who's able to force the fumble there. You have Gucci Pants doing a nice overhead slash,
look at that
destroying Tovar.
Such a great combo right there by Gucci Pants, combining Thorns as well as overhead smash, just completely eliminating a loader from the picture, which I feel is actually one of the main problems that they've had to deal with from an offensive standpoint, David.
Absolutely, and I will say Matty Awesome looks like he could be able to score right here, but unable to do so. Gucci Pants can't come up with the rebound. He's been unable to really do a lot of damage, but Priestley with the score!
And Priest going in with this squishy, risking it all. Folks, this is the character that has the lowest HP right now out of the team. Risking it all, not really having an offensive role or defensive role, but somehow going for the jump shot. Great play right there by M. Priest, neutralizing the pressure that's coming from
I will say,
Posse.
Rich, never in my wildest dreams did I ever think I'd ever utter the words M. Priestley with the score on a Throwdown Thursday. So, mad props to M. Priestley.
Earlier, I was talking about the benefits of having a contract. Look at that. Even though he's 0-0-2, that's still damage. I mean, that's still gold that he's acquiring over time. That's why he has a level 3 attack damage item, and he's definitely going to be a character that's going to be insanely impactful for any team fight that occurs right now.
Okay, Zinramu taking the high road up the elevator. He's like, whoa, look at too many Earth Shatterers. I'm not going that way. He decides to now go down there, and Gucci Pants caught in jail. Gucci Pants able to break himself free. You got D-Mac low on health. You got another buildable trying to get placed. The jail is a very powerful buildable of Rollins. Anytime someone of the opposing team goes over that jail, it pops up. Gucci Pants there. Look at all those buildables getting just annihilated. Zinramu with the pass and score!
Did you see the combo activation first by Mr. Gucci Pants with Thorns, bringing in 3 members to be followed up right there by M. Priest without Maelstrom. You didn't see it right there in the replay, but it happened. All that gold represents the dead people on that team, so you can imagine that that was a great play by them. These guys are doing so well, now in the lead. 2 rounds to 1 is Team Feed Me.
Team Feed Me looking pretty powerful. They are dominating there with that amazing play of, I will say Priestley has certainly been the X factor here with Feed Me today.
You know, he was able to acquire so much money that he now also has a cooldown level 3, so that's going to enable a lot more abilities. David, look at this. Here we go. Zinramu now pushing it in.
He pushed it in, but he did get stopped with those 2 Rollins characters. Very powerful 1-2 punch there on the Squirrel Posse. As we see Zinramu going upfield now, he's got to deal with those Wrecking Hammers. Will he be able to dodge them? No, he passes down to Matty Awesome. Matty Awesome with control of the relic, throws it upfield to Gucci Pants. Gucci Pants, who hasn't really clicked here with the Black Knight. As we see, though, that aside from some clutch plays from Gucci Pants, he really is just struggling trying to adapt to this new character. He probably should go back to Thorgrim. As you see Orgoth doing some massive damage there.
Look at Gucci
Rollins.
Pants kill somebody in the back. David, this is just a different Gucci Pants. He's not running, he's killing things, and it seems to be working out. It's just that we're so used to seeing him run the relic.
This could be. We're used to calling Gucci Pants' name in glory, and he's playing a much different character. He's got a lot of discipline.
Yes.
You got to hand it to Earl Grey for that. As Zinramu with control of the relic. We got D-Mac though in the move. D-Mac on position. D-Mac tried to shoot it, did get forced to fumble though at the last second. Zinramo able to come up with it, gives it to Gucci Pants. Gucci Pants passes it back. Again, another term I never thought I'd ever hear me say is Gucci Pants passing it, because that guy tends to be a ball hog. But this is all new Gucci Pants, to your point, Rich. Black Knight Gucci Pants, much more of a team player. As we see now Tovar with control of the relic, throwing it, but does get popped up, interception at the last second. That's the danger of playing against the Rollins characters. They can pick you off from any spot, and you are forced to fumble with one hit. There's that huge long throw up there, just trying to clear it. Matty Awesome picking up the relic, passes it over to Priestley. Priestley throws it back down in the middle of the field for himself to pick up. He's trying to just throw it in to get as far away from their base as possible. Doesn't look like the red team, though, in the Squirrel Posse. They're not biting, but there's Gucci Pants on the attack run. Gucci Pants going midfield. Gucci Pants forced the fumble. D-Mac coming up with the relic now, going on the opposite side. He's got Priestley throwing down his primary attack, unable to force that fella. And oh my goodness, you have Otterhead falling off, taking a swim in Atlantis. He's got a respawn timer of 3 seconds to go as we're down to 1 minute and 50 seconds left to go. This is game point if the Feed Me team is able to pull this one off.
Oh, one member down over there due to the maelstrom coming from M. Priest. 10 seconds before Rollins can come back into the play. So much dominating team fight coming in from the blue team, led by Gucci Pants and followed up by M. Priest. But Matty Awesome is doing very well as well. Here we are. We're at the 1:30 mark, David.
That's right, Rich. And now we see action happening there as you see Matty Awesome using his barrage ability. That's the ultimate of Rollins, the cowboy character there from the Old West. We got Tovar there, hucking the relic as far as he can, but Zinramo just catches it with the interception, taking it back to midfield. I think this one could go down to the 1 minute mark where territory is in effect. We're down to 1 minute and 8 seconds left to go. Gucci Pants with control of the relic. He's about to throw it across midfield. There's Orgoff to pick it up, take it back to the other side, and now it's down to 1 minute. You see that yellow line at the center of the field. That tells you that territory is now in effect. We're at 56 seconds left to go. As time goes down to 0, whatever side of the ball, whatever side of the field that relic is, the other team will get the point. You see Otterhead now just fighting around into Battle of the Tanks. Otterhead almost able to push off Gucci Pants. He gets out of there, though. He's not going to let that happen today with 140 seconds left to go. Tovar there, almost melted. He uses Sun's Grace. That's the teleport ability of Alona. And smart play there by Orgoth, just throwing the relic out of bounds just to waste some more time, though. As 30 seconds left to go, you got Tovar crossing the field line. They have to keep it on this side if they're going to get that score with 24 seconds left to go. You got Tovar just trying to use his Blessing of the Sun ability to give himself some health. D-Mac with the relic, and there's some Radiance getting cast by Tovar, keeping D-Mac alive as at all possibilities. Nice dash move as D-Mark there on the left side with 10 seconds left to go. D-Mark pass to Orgoth. Orgoth going for the score, shooting from downtown. Picked up by D-Mac on the second attempt, and there's the score.
The Rollins duo in the mix. So much pressure right there. Now that was so well played by the entire team. It was a slow play at the 15-second mark. These guys wanted possession of it, and at most, what they wanted was that relic sword. They were trying to secure that territory win. Here we are, final round in game 2 between these two. Look at the equipment that's in play right now. Gucci Pants with a 4-1-4. Having a contract is definitely giving him a lot of gold, and he's doing very well with an aggressive play, but the player to watch out for is M. Priest. Level 4 heroic attack damage. He's going to get that spike that he needs. This could be the round where he could be melting people, David.
We'll soon see. As Gucci Pants there, he has definitely been the most lethal character on their team. The most lethal warrior, if you will. The deadliest warrior. And now we see the relic there crossing midfield lines. Zinramo, we control the relic. He does get stopped by D-Mac there in the purple Rollins outfit. We see Zinramo again coming up with it. He's being incredibly aggressive as an Alona player, Rich.
So even play between these two guys, but Rollins and Alona on blue are going down very slowly. Looks like he's going to be getting healed right now, but look at this fight. Gucci Pants in the middle, activating Thorns, hitting as many members as possible. Look at his HP. It is not getting touched at all, David.
That's right. You have 3-on-1, and Gucci Pants' health does not move an inch. As Otterhead able to come up with the relic, though. Gucci Pants now needs to play some much-needed defense as Otterhead passes it up to D-Mac. D-Mac and dashes, scores it in, and the Squirrel Posse are up 2-0. Otterhead may get his prediction and do the 3-0.
So much distraction in play right there. We saw in the backlines of that shot that all the buildables were going down. Things were turning into gold. They took advantage of it right away. I think the team fight won, and being led by Gucci Pants just almost got him in too much hype, and it made it hard for them to deal with in that final situation. It was a matter of seconds before they got that relic score.
have to say, the amount of pressure that we're just not necessarily seeing from Team Feed Me, a team that normally likes to rush, this is a very different strategy, and I don't know, Rich, do you think it's working for them?
It's right now. It's not looking that good for them right now. The dual pressure from Rollins seems to be a problem. I'm not sure if Victor is the issue where he's not getting the damage that he needs to deal onto two characters. Again, Rollins is very mobile. You're not going. It's harder to hit with a projectile character. I would almost recommend like a melee character swap. Switch to a Spartacus. Get Rollins out of the picture. At least one of them, because two of them, where you have to choose, like, are they going to go for my buildables, or are they going to move the relic? It's very hard to predict. Right now, as a caster, I can't imagine how hard it is for a player.
Do you think Preezy is going to go Ambani? Because that could work. Long range.
It's a very
He's good with her.
Again, it's very similar. It's all about his aim in that specific game. Like there's going to be a lot that rides on the shoulders of Priestley if he does go with the Ambani. Again, it's single shot versus AoE. Now, in general, the AoE shots are going to be easier to hit, but they're not going to do as much damage as a single target warrior as Ambani. We'll see, but it's your prediction. Once again, David Silverman wins another prediction.
Dude, this is the first time I would actually win in Season 2 of the Breakaway Office League. So, I was nailing it in Season 1. Season 2, it took me 4 weeks maybe to get it right, but, it's not over yet. If you think that Squirrel Posse can take over the 3-0, give us a tweet. If you think it's going to be Sad Ramu, then give us that hashtag Sad Ramu.
All right, so here we are, folks. It's craziest game. This is game many.
It's game 3.
What could be? Could this be our first 3-0 in this season? Wait
We
a
saw
second,
3-0.
David. This is kind of what I'm talking. Everybody take a look on the right
Holy
side. Holy
moly!
There are 4 Thorgrams in play right now.
It's a 4-grum, Rich.
We have a 4-gram over here. 1, 2, 3, 4 Midas touches over here for these guys. Now, this is what I was told. This is kind of the secret that Otterhead was talking about. This is not a troll thing. They have a plan in terms of buildables and real estate. They want to manage the map round by round. Let's see if that plays even happens, or if they have the push power like they do right now just to get it very early in the game.
How would you defend against 4 Thorgrams, Rich?
Now, Rollins is a very good counter pick in this situation. The power of Thorgrim does exist with his buildables. Eliminate the buildables, and again, all he has is running at that point. Because as a Thorgrim, you need an attack damage character to deal at that damage, because he just doesn't do it. But this is the thing. They want to push the fight over to the side lanes. They want to see if they can get those tosses over the ledge.
Oh,
but Gucci
nice.
Pants
Gucci
on
Pants back
Thorgrim.
on Thorgrim. He's on point. He's going to teach him how to play Thorgrim right here. Nice job dashing right through it, though. And we see that the 4-grum doesn't seem to be working right now, as 2 of them are out for 6 seconds more on their respawn. DMAC able to take control of the relic. He's going to the right side there. You see buildables getting completely destroyed. Zenramu switched over to Black Knight. So huge team switch there for Team Feed Me. And the 4-grum, I don't know about this one, Rich.
It could work very early in the round. Walking off the ledge doesn't do much for yourself, and you're going to have to wait 10 seconds before you can get into the fight. But Rollins on blue team also has to wait a little bit, but they do have the gold buff on blue team.
All right, we see Tovar going left side now. He's going to go as fast as he can, but Thorgrim is a slow character. Forced to juke to go the other direction, though. He does meet the fate of a Gucci Pants, though, which is not going to be good for him, because Gucci Pants, this guy, I'd say Gucci Pants, probably one of the best Thorgrim players we have in the Breakaway Office.
Without a doubt, David. We've seen this guy perform so well, especially over here on Throwdown Thursday. Look at that knockout from Rib Splitter, knocking out Black Knight. And here we go, followed up with a Maelstrom. Red team is losing not too much damage because Thorgrim is very tanky.
All right. Oh, look at that. Ball gets destroyed right as it's getting placed. Otterhead there. Can he get the attempt there? Second attempt, third attempt, fourth attempt. Are they able to get it? No, they're not. Gucci Pants doing some, high-flying acrobatics as he's using the slide to gain his quick momentum. And the Relic's already down at midfield, but Tovar's there to pick it up. Gives it over to Otterhead. Otterhead now passes it up to DMAC. DMAC gives it to Orgoth. They are so low on health, Rich. They could go down momentarily. They need to go back to health.
Yes,
go back
two
to
players down with nearly 2% HP right there, making it very dangerous. Any member that approaches this team fight is going to have a lot to deal with because, David, there's no alone at this time around. so I'm not sure what's going to happen.
That's right. You see the jail getting placed there from Matty Awesome, trying to do as much defense as possible. Tovar completely unaided. He tries to get there, unable to do so. There's Orgoth, though. He can't do it. Tovar throws it over there instead of trying to make the score, and Gucci Pants able to clear the relic there, using a nice Ragnarok to take down D-Mac, but D-Mac still has health because Thorgrim is a tank.
You know what the thing is with Gucci Pants, not only does he play the character, but I'm sure that he's aware of how to play against the character. We've seen him dodge Ragnarok at least 3 times in this match, so it's been fantastic as a player, and he knows how to deal with the matchup, and look at that Black Knight position damage, many members so low. This could be a team wipe, David.
It could be, man. We're down to, like, you got one character with an inch of health left. You got another one at like 30% health. We're at 42 seconds left to go. If it's not going to be a team wipe, it could be a score. But Otterhead doing a beautiful job saving the day there, proving why he is the GM. Zinramu on the attack, unable to do it, but you still got to worry about the clock because there's 30 seconds left to go. Priestley trying to score it again. He's unable to do so. You got Priestley activating his shield. Beautiful ability there. Ragnarok gets thrown, but there it is from downtown. The score for Team Feed Me.
The combination shield right there. Shock field, which is defensive move or ability from Victor, it will bubble up, and you see that follow-up from Gucci Pants, using that to gain his ground, get a nice wind up on that relic toss, and getting the first point for this crazy comp against Squirrel Posse. Now, I was expecting craziness, but this is absolute craziness. Now let's talk about this. This is where things could get kind of crazy. Right now, it seems that Gucci Pants and team over at Team Feed Me are doing a great job balancing out the Midas 5s that Squirrel Posse has done. They've shut that down, and they still have a lead of 6K. But at the later rounds, maybe even as early as next, the Midas touch and its power could come into play, and it could make it very hard for Squirrel Posse. But here we are, round 2.
Yeah, you saw Priestley in the distance there take over that gold buff. To your point, Rich, the Midas touch gives your team gold over time. So if you are Team Feed Me, you need to be feeding off that gold as much as possible in round just to keep the gold differential, you know, at some equal footing. Because if you lose the gold race, we've seen it happen. When you play the long game, whoever gets the most gold tends to be the one to win. We saw a nice rip splitter completely whiffed there by Gucci Pants. Beautiful back toss from D-Mac, who makes Gucci Pants pay. And Gucci Pants goes flying out of the match.
Otterhead using that great toss right there. You know, very early in the match, within its first 30 seconds, 2 members from the red team did go down. But somehow now they're able to push on the pressure as Lovar and Otterhead are now moving in on the left side. Almost on contested.
You got GL Tovar using a nice back toss there. He picks up control of the relic. He decides to go upfield there. Throws it up, but there's Zinramu activating Thorns, pulling everyone closer together to him. The mighty Thorgrim, they are very weak. They are dying left and right. Lots of kills happening from Feed Me. They are literally getting fed, Rich.
Yes, the money is coming from the kills. Let's not forget about the 3K gold that they were able to secure this round as they got the gold buff. But look at this, so much damage. The follows, the combos. Matty Awesome, everybody on the team is doing great. Here we are.
Matty Awesome tries to get around the wall, unable to do so, as Gucci Pants again falls into the drink. We got Tovar doing a beautiful job gaining momentum using that slide, that very underappreciated ability that every character has in Breakaway. You slide down those inclines, you gain extra momentum, faster movability, which is beautiful when you're trying to cover a long period of ground, just like we saw Tovar do. He's charging up his throw of the relic, just bringing it downfield, but he throws it right into Gucci Pants' lap, doing a beautiful Julio Jones catch in honor of my friend there, repping the 11 for the ATL in honor of Super Bowl. As we see Matty Awesome now with control of the relic. He passes it back to Gucci Pants. Gucci Pants going upfield. Gucci Pants gets stopped in the last second. Tovar coming up with the relic and clearing it for Team Squirrel Posse.
Gucci Pants at the right place at the right time, and this is where we're used to seeing him on camera all the time. And this time he's playing a screener as he's trying to help move that relic forward. Look at the damage, David. So much red disappearing on the screen. Gucci Pants now with possession of the relic.
Right, Gucci Pants has a relic, uses dash to gain more ground, throws it right up to Tovar, but uses a beautiful back toss to get it back. Uses Ragnarok, but he doesn't see Otterhead, who's able to snake the relic and takes it back. Now Gucci Pants again. Gucci Pants, it's the Gucci Pants show right now, Rich. Where was he? He has awoken. Thorgrim is his character for sure. He's gonna pass it up to Matty Awesome. Matty Awesome with the back score.
The back pass right there. Onto Matty Awesome. Gucci Pants back in his prime. This could be what Feed Me is needed. Activate Gucci Pants, enable win. It's looking pretty good.
Gucci Pants Thorgrim equals win.
Yes. Again, I think, Squirrel Posse wanted to come in here with a comp like this. Hold on, okay, before I get into that story, there are 2 Midas touches over here, Philosopher Stones over here. What these do is they grant every member of gold. Now, since there are 2, it's multiplied, but it is 18-7 in terms of kills, deaths, and assists, and that's being led by Team Phoebe because they're winning every single one of these team fights. It might be too late for that extra gold right now, David.
That's right. This is definitely not a good move here. The Forgrim, seeing his debut here on Throwdown Thursday, I don't think you'll ever see it again.
Maybe not, but they're having a great time. It's for the people, they said. They thought that it could actually work, but Gucci Pants plays this character. He knows how to fight it. Zin Rabo made this character along with others, and look at this. They cannot deal with the damage right now. So much coming out.
All right, Tovar, center of the map. He throws it upfield to the right side, just tries to clear it. Gucci Pants with the relic does get flying, though, right towards camera, as D-Mac is able to get barely an inch of health. And you see another member of the Forgrim posse almost about to go down. They just can't keep the team fights, Rich.
Look at that
Zinramu here for the pass. Zinramu running upfield, does get stopped at the last second, though, as more Forgrims are going down here for Team Squirrel Posse. We see Manny Awesome there with the dash and the score, and there it is. Game 3 goes to Team Feed Me in a 3-0 wipe.
Both chances to win were present right there. Probably another 2 seconds if they didn't want to run the relic. It was going to be a team wipe. Clutch plays. Amazing tactical combos coming in from every member of that team. The running plays from Gucci Pants. This is the Gucci that we've been wanting to see.
That's right.
Never play Black Knight again.
Never play
Sorry.
Black Knight. Gucci Pants, if you are playing Breakaway, you have one character, and that character is Thorgrim.
Yes.
Now, do you predict that we will see the Forgrim? Because I'm saying not a chance in hell.
It's hard, you know. They suffered a 0-3 loss right there, and it would have been the game that they needed to win to secure themselves another point into the series. Maybe they were testing some stuff out, but it could be the mistake. There are many members of that team that were on fire that entire game. Priest may have gotten the reps that he needed to figure out when to hit the combos. Maelstrom killed so many people in every team fight.
That's a good point, Rich. Like, you start getting a little cocky here on Throwdown Thursday, it could bite you.
Yes.
Like, you know, you just sometimes take 6 and the quick win. You know, this could be the proverbial tortoise and the hare race.
It is.
You had the hare get up ahead,
right.
the tortoise and the squirrel race. The squirrel gets in ahead, decides to take a nap, and then next thing you know, they're getting a loss.
So we're starting to feel pretty good over here, and not evening it up. You know, Squirrel Posse still in the lead with 2 games won. Zin, Ramo, and Team Phoebe on the board now with their one, but they got a lot of momentum.
What do you think of that new comp there with Zin Ramo going Black Knight instead of Alona?
This seems to be their power. Like, Zin Ramo knows how to fight and basically bring the action to him. And everyone was just pursuing the role that they've had since game 1.
All right, let's check out game 4. Here we go.
Game 4.
Do we have the Forgrim? That is the question, Rich. And it looks like Forgrim is not happening.
Yes, Slovar back on that Alona, going for the heals. Otterhead sticking to the Thorgrim, and the double Rollins back into the mix of things. This has been a problem for the first 2 games that they played, and let's see what it does, because this could potentially be the last game that is needed from Otterhead and Team to
That's
win.
right. It's match point here if the Squirrel Posse are able to pull it off. Here we go. Tovar now in control of the relic. He throws it over to his friend Otterhead. Otterhead throws it back to Tovar. And could we see some action here, though, with Zinramu with the relic now? And it's action happening there. There's a nice back toss there from Gucci Pants. Gucci Pants playing as Thorgrim, so we know they came to play right now. And we got Orgoth here in the mix now as Otterhead in control of the relic, trying to just clear it from his team. He's got to worry about Matty Awesome there. Remember, you get 1 hit, and then you will have to fumble that relic.
Yes, and that's what causes the relic to go up in the air, which causes a lot of awesome, exciting scrambles. But now Otterhead is moving along with 4 members of the team, moving on to see if they can secure this first point for round 1.
All right, you see Otterhead with control of the relic. He's going right side. Matty Awesome there quickly to greet him with some bullets. Otterhead's like, whoa, I'm going to go a different direction. He decides to go up the left side now. You see a beautiful back toss and sends Zinramu into the drink.
And look at that buildable just go down in such a quick fashion. dash, and here we are now with the push.
Attack run here from Team Squirrel Posse. You got Otterhead there with control of the relic. Otterhead throws it. Oh my goodness, what a catch from Matty. Awesome. Beautiful interception saving the day for the team Feed Me. With Zinramu now throws the relic upfield there. You have DMAC where almost able to get it, unable to do so. Orgoth comes up with the relic but pays a cost. And now Orgoth forced to use his Ragnarok ability just to try to clear away Feed Me, which is all over the ball. Otterhead activating his shield wall just to gain some ground, to get some health, because he is so low on health there. And we see Tovar there upfield saving Orgoth and not worrying about Otterhead, who's now has to go all the way back to his base to get his health. And we see one of the Rollins characters, that would be DMAC, going down. He has to respawn in 7 seconds. And of course, it's a double power play, because also Tovar is out, but he's back in the action now.
Such a great series of kills that were won right there by Victor, being played by Priest. He's doing a bang-up job this early in the game, and I think it's definitely going to help it at the later rounds. But to be playing that well at round 1 with Victor is very hard to do, so props to him. 1 minute and 40 seconds now on the clock, David.
That's right, and now you see Otterhead having to go back to base for a second time. You are losing lots of activity if you have to keep going back to base to heal. So Otterhead maybe playing a little too aggressive as Thorgrim, trying to counter the amazing Thorgrim player that is the Gucci Pants. Gucci Pants with control of the relic. He loses the relic, activates shield wall as soon as he gets started to get hit by that Rollins character for Team Squirrel Posse. Gucci Pants up center of the field. He forces the fumble, able to pick up his own fumble though. Gucci Pants again able to pick up his own fumble. Matty Awesome doing a great job there on defense there for these Team Feed Me. Priestley doing an amazing job as Victor. It's probably some of the best Victor play we've seen here on Throwdown Thursday. There's Victor getting in the back line, making sure that he's staying in the distance there as Otterhead tries to make the push there. Radiant's getting fired there by Tovar, bringing Otterhead back to health. Otterhead using Ragnarok. We're down to 59 seconds left to go. Back toss being activated by Gucci Pants. Gucci Pants with control of the relic. Tries to do the throw, but does get stopped by Orgoth. Orgoth playing an amazing, aggressive Rollins there. Using the buckshot. He uses, gets thrown up in the air from that back toss. Bridge splitter combo, though, does not connect this time around. Maelstrom getting fired in the distance there. We got 38 seconds left to go. The relic is in dangerous territory. If you are Team Phoebe, you have to get that relic across that yellow line in the center of the field. Otterhead just trying to stall and buy as much time as possible.
That platform is just causing so much trouble for them, but now Gucci Pants may have his opportunity.
There's Gucci Pants using the beautiful slide to just gain extra momentum. Matty Awesome in the distance. He's on a breakaway. Can he score? No, he doesn't even need to. There's 16 seconds left to go. 15, 14, Zinramu with the push. You got the light of judgment to worry about, but you're only at 10 seconds. Just stall as much as possible. If you are Feed Me, 7 seconds, 6 seconds. Can Otterhead on the push. He passes up to DL Tovar. Tovar throws it, but the relic is not there, and they're not able to do it.
He got pulled. I don't know if the cooldown on not burst, but dash was down. Did he get pulled by Zinramu at the very end? Whatever it was, great defensive play. Team Feed Me, as again, this is their 4th round straight, David.
Just short on that pass. That has to hurt.
Now, earlier we were talking about momentum. Before I get into that, let's talk about some of these item buys right here. As we have level 3 cooldown by Priest, looks like he's going to want to hit, force more fumbles perhaps. Whatever it is, it's going to be pretty crazy, but they do have a 4,300 lead in terms of net worth as they go into this round 2.
All right, Gucci Pants with control of the relic. He decides to change direction, not sure which way he's going to go. He's coordinating with his team. He had Tovar giving him plenty of time to place that healing shrine. And there in the distance, see Zinramu there taking down Orgoth, as Priestley doing a great job of taking down that healing shrine that Tovar just placed.
Gucci Pants is so good in these 3v1 fights, David. It's just amazing to see what he does. He's also good at being able to recover the relic. And again, the time possessed in terms of the relic has been in favor of the blue team, and it's enabling so many points on the screen.
All right, Otterhead, though, doing his best Thorgrim ability. He got Tovar in the foreground. Tovar gets the pass. Accidentally tries to score, though. Not enough time. Tovar, he's nagging the reaction like, whoops, hit the wrong button there. Orgoth, though, with the quick strike. Throws it upfield just short there. Matty Awesome coming up with the relic and just clears it for his team.
Did you see that, David?
Pants being in the right place at the right time. You know that's why he's wearing the Julio Jones jersey.
That's right.
He's got the relic. He's going to go upfield on the right side now. Getting hit by Otterhead. He's like, no, dude, I play Thorgrim. I know how to do this.
is positioning his zone point. Gucci Pants using that pillar to avoid the barrage. Now it looks like the pressure is coming back again, and Otter-headed team want to win this game. I can feel it, David.
That's right, and the question is, did they get cocky too much for their own good? Because now Tovar, though, can he make the play? No, he gets stopped trying to go midfield. Everyone tries to go up those steps in Atlantis, and very rarely do we see it successful here on Throw It On Thursday. D-Mac taking a page, tries to go right side, though. He doesn't do it. Beautiful Radiance getting cast by Tovar in the distance, healing D-Mac so he doesn't go down. And Tovar is almost down now on health, and Tovar goes out.
Oh! The follow-up! Otterhead coming down from the elevator just to chuck him out. Sorry, David.
No, that was
It's a
beautiful.
moment. That was insane. Such a great play right there.
Zinramu caught in jail there. Then Otterhead able to take the relic. You have the armor buff. We're just staring at it, and are they going to go for it? Oh, Priestley's now going for the armor buff there. Priestley doing a great job taking the armor buff for Team Feed Me. The gold buff, though, did go to the Scroll Posse. And we see that Otterhead is out of the match for 3 seconds. And one of the two Rollins characters is out now for 7 seconds. So we are in a power play situation for Team Feed Me. If they're going to score it, this would be a good time to do it. We see Matty Awesome in the distance there. He could potentially get the relic. You got Priestley right by the relic. Right by the relay for Team Squirrel Posse. Gucci Pants passes it. No, he doesn't. He gets a little too cocky, pays the price for that decision. And now the relic popping up in the air. You got Priestley getting the relic as Victor. Watch out for that. And there we go. The Squirrel Posse in control of the relic. D-Mac clears it upfield, but Matty Awesome, this is a massive amount of pressure happening from Team Phoebe. Matty Awesome going upfield. Gucci Pants trying to pass. Tries to score, rather. Unable to do so. D-Mac trying to just clear it. He gets stopped from the overhead smash from Zenramu. Zenramu using Cool. Zenramu now trying to make a push here as we see D-Mac with control of the relic. And there's Gucci Pants there going up the right side, passing it over to Zenramu, passing back to Gucci Pants. Gucci Pants throws it just short though. Tovar able to get it. The relic is in dangerous territory. Get it out of there. Otterhead, able to do so, but it's still in dangerous territory. Matty Awesome hanging onto a shred of life. He gets melted, and D-Mac now just clearing the relic for the Squirrel Posse. What a defensive
What
move.
a series of plays between both teams. We're down to our last 30 seconds, but now looks like the red team who wants to move in. Will Squirrel Posse do it this time? Let's see.
We're down to 19 seconds left to go. That yellow line is in effect. The Squirrel Posse are in winning position here. If they can hold off for 13 seconds, you have Otterhead with control of the run with Zenramu. Oh my goodness, Zenramu almost had it over the line. We're at 7 seconds, 6 seconds. The relic is right in dangerous territory. Matty Awesome though with it. Can Matty Awesome clear the line? No, he can't. There's the score for the Squirrel Posse.
Otterhead, Gucci Pants, two best sorghum plays that we've ever seen on Throwdown Thursday. Early we've seen Otterhead go for the toss-up, but look at this, so much pressure on the line. Phenomenal play by both these guys. We need to know, who do you think is going to win? Let us know your predictions. Check it out, here we are. Otterhead has a level 4 heroic armor up piece. D-Mac with attack damage. Demolition on Orgot. This team wants to fight this round. Let's see if it comes true, David, as we go into round 3.
You saw Otterhead trying to do the back toss. Almost did the Thorgrim for Gucci Pants, but Gucci Pants a little too far away, unable to fall off the map. And Gucci Pants now passes it up to Matty Awesome. Matty Awesome with control of the relic. He passes it back to Gucci Pants. Gucci Pants with control, going center field. Gucci Pants does get stopped though, as Priestley now has control of the relic. Priestley gets hit, relic pops up in the air. Gucci Pants coming up with the relic. Gucci Pants passes back to Zenramu. Zenramu with control of the relic. Matty Awesome now has the relic, and now Zenramu has the relic. The relic is just getting relayed complete the entire Feed Me team, but now Orgoth has control of the relic, passes it upfield to Otterhead. Otterhead uses the dash just to gain some ground. Matty Awesome unable to get a hit off, and he goes down. Orgoth here, can he get the quick strike? No, he can't, because Zenramu's there with control, clearing the relic for Team Feed Me. And look at that rib splitter happening. He just made it look good, but it didn't hit anybody, Rich.
It's the combo that comes about when Gucci Pants and Zenramu activate both of their ultimates. So much happens, and there's not much that the opposite team can do, but I love this separation in teams. If two people get caught, they're two members from Scroll Posse ready to take on that rebound, and that's why we're seeing so much pressure from these guys right now.
All right, you saw Otterhead do a nice Ragnarok there just to try to level the field a little bit, take a breath, clear around some guys. Gucci Pants activates his ultimate, his Ragnarok ability, and there's Gucci Pants sliding down, try to get some more ground, unable to do so because he falls right in the lap of Otterhead, forcing the fumble there with D-Mac now able to pick up the relic. Matty Awesome with a quick shot, taking him down, forcing that fumble. There's the jail, watch out for that, Tovar. Nice job dashing around it, but you gotta worry about Zenramu, and Otterhead's caught in jail. Otterhead in a very dangerous situation. He's got to break himself out. He's able to do so, and Zinramu on the breakaway pass gives it up to Gucci Pants. Gucci Pants get a little somber now. Gucci Pants with control. He gives it up to Zinramu. Gucci Pants now going up right side there, passes back to Zinramu. Zinramu gives it back to Gucci Pants. Gucci Pants using Ragnarok. There's Orgoth in the distance there, using his ability. Got D-Mac. You are not getting through the line of Rollins characters. Forget the buildables. And here's Otterhead going the wrong way. Otterhead, what are you doing?
No,
what are you
looks like
doing?
he's trying to reset. He is low on HP, David, and at
That's
the moment,
dangerous, though, man. You don't go back to base.
You're absolutely right. With an aggressive team like Team Feed Me, they will try to take advantage of that. But at some point, you have to choose HP or defending the relic, and you know they're the ones playing up there. I'm sure that there was a reason. We got to ask him why later.
If he wins, we'll certainly ask him where was he going. All right, we see the relic back at midfield. D-Mac able to juke Priestley going right side now. He's going to go the high road, taking the elevator. Misses it by a fraction of a second. That's going to impact their strategy. Passes it to Orgoth, though. Orgoth looks out for that Maelstrom. You see that electric field there. That's the split-second indication that there's a Maelstrom coming. You get out of that electric field there, you're going to pay the price. And there's a beautiful shot of Matty Austin using his barrage before Otterhead throws the Throgram ability, tossing him over there. Otterhead about ready to score. Otterhead dashing behind the wall. They didn't even see it coming. And there's score number 2 for the Squirrel Posse.
It was a great toss right there, starting off that push with Otterhead pushing out Rollins out there. And look at the one-on-one. Otterhead, Gucci Pants. This time, it goes to Otter.
You do not see Gucci Pants miss like that often. And he was completely in the wrong position. He was hitting forward. Otterhead was behind him. Very uncommon to see Gucci Pants make such a mental error like that and cost his team the point, no less.
Potentially game point right here as Team Feed Me is down 2 points. Oh, down 1 point. But right now, all Squirrel Posse needs is this 1 point, and they will be this week's winner for
and
the Breakaway Office League.
Maintaining their undefeated streak too, Rich.
David.
Orgoth on the quick. Oh my goodness! I don't even think they knew what happened. I didn't even know what happened.
I knew what happened. Team Feed Me just completely forgot about what happened. Squirrel Posse came through for the win. And there you have it. This week's winner.
Undefeated champions of Throwdown Thursday. Give it up for the Squirrel Posse.
Squirrel Posse doing a fantastic job that time around. Now, we are going to ask some questions to the folks. But please, if you haven't already, I want you guys to hit us up with any questions or comments that you have for the games. Don't forget to hit us up on things like our Facebook page, Twitter, as well as YouTube. Everything over at Play Breakaway. We're about to get underway and bring on our awesome interview with the one and only, the GM.
All right. Yes, absolutely, Rich. We see some sportsmanship happening here, there. Some hands getting shaken there. From very nice of the Squirrel Posse to shake the hands of the Feed Me. Feed Me had a little bit of a food coma there in that last round. I don't know, like that just came out of nowhere. And as you mentioned, Rich, we will soon be joined by the man himself. And here he is, actually. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you the remaining. Hold on. We're almost there.
We're almost there.
The undefeated, maintaining his streak, the coach of all coaches, the GM of the Squirrel Posse. Here he is, Otterhead. Otterhead, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a big build-up. Man, what a game. That was a lot harder than it looked.
Now, I have to ask, the foreground, really?
I may have overthought that one. We were trying to break the meta a little. We didn't think they'd take down all the thumpers in mid. They did it like right away. We were planning on running out and having control mid already and being able to rush into it, but it just did not work out. And they started spiraling on the gold, just like out of control. So
it's all right. You were already up 2-0, so smart on you to try that strategy when you already have a commanding lead. But some people on the chat thought it was a little trolly.
It definitely was trolly. We were trying to break the meta a little. It's good to see the meta like hold up though. Like they played it right, and we lost. You know.
All right. Now
we did win the other 3
the
bets.
double Rollins though, no one saw that coming. I mean, the shock on Priestley's face was priceless. I wish we had the camera on it. When we called out the second Rollins, he was like stunned. Talk to me about that strategy.
So last week last time I scrimmaged against them, they were running Zin on Sparty, and he was super sticky, and we were trying to like get away from him being able to take out our back line. And so we came up with the dual Rollins covering each other, Russian red, which worked the first match, but they were all over it the second match. Like they got 2 out of 3 reds, I think it was. So.
Now, how did you prepare for this match, and how is it different than your first match against Bao?
These guys had a plan and they stuck to it, but Bao's team adapted on the fly, like in real time. And once I think we sort of saw their plan, like every time Gucci was out front rushing, and they baited us one time, got up onto high road, and we were caught out. But once we knew that was what was going on, it was pretty easy to adapt to, stop that rush, and then rebalance and start pushing ourselves.
Now, you guys, and again, props to Ashley. She does an amazing job coaching you guys. What was your thing? Like, you guys were going strong, won the first match handily, first game handily, second game handily. The foreground, okay, it didn't work too well. Going, though, it was not necessarily a clear sweepingage of the game 4. How did you adapt your strategy?
I mean, we were two rounds down in that first match, right? So, like, things were starting to look a little grim, and we were thinking the dual Rollins wasn't going to work out. And I think we just needed that time to adapt to the hard rush and how to stop it. And their ball control was amazing, right? Like, Gucci and Zin were passing back and forth all the time. It was so frustrating, and they knew to tie me down. Anytime I ran in, I was getting pulled in by Black Knight. I couldn't, like, throw out of it. So good props on them on their strategy. Like, they locked me down. I was actually not the factor that I was.
Otterhead, congratulations. You maintain your undefeated streak. I'm sure we will see you in the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Week 4 of Throwdown Thursday. The Breakaway Office League is complete.
Yes.
Be sure to follow us on our social channels.
You know, we got a lot of new people over here on Twitch chat. We want to thank you very much for tuning in for this week. You can't go anywhere. So if you haven't already, don't forget to check us out on Facebook, Twitter, as well as YouTube. Check out all the info that we have over there. If you haven't already, please hit that follow button on the bottom. Get all the notifications the second that we go live. We're going to be back again next week.
Actually, we have a surprise tomorrow, right?
Yes, absolutely. We have an awesome surprise as we have a guest, the one and only. Should we save it for now? Zappis is going to be joining us for our broadcast. Tune in tomorrow in the afternoon, 1 to 2 p.m. Pacific is when it's going to start, and then we're going to broadcast for as long as he can. For all of us over here at Amazon Game Studios, I'm Filthy Rich.
I'm Mr. Sill.
And this is Otterhead. We'll
Yeah.
see you folks next time.
Have a good night.
Welcome, everybody. You're watching Throwdown Thursday live over here from Amazon Game Studios. I'm Filthy Rich.
I'm Mr. Sill. Rich, it's great to be back here for another fun-filled week of Throwdown Thursday Breakaway Office League Season 2 action. Last week was week 4. We had a great showdown between the Squirrel Posse and Feed Me. It was the brains of Otterhead and Ashley versus the brawn of Zinramu. And pretty much a little bit one-sided. Advance pass on the field does get intercepted though. But now on the second attempt, Matty Austin throws it but gets stuck in the middle. Otterhead picks up the relic in the rebound situation. Rorgoth able to clear the relic. We're down to 54 seconds left to go. But we're down to 10 seconds left to go. Zinramu on the final push. He gets stopped. Matty Austin on the rebound. He's unable to do it. Gucci Pants activates Paul as Zinramu throws it across with 2 seconds left to go. 1 second, Zinramu!
Amazing play right there.
Mac passing it upfield to Orgoth. Orgoth passes it back to Tovar. Tovar going up the middle. Tovar tries to throw it, does get stopped, but there's, oh, look at that on the rebound. What great second effort there. All right, you saw that Maelstrom there get fired off there by Victor. Maelstrom is a massively powerful damage, but it doesn't matter because you've got Orgoth dashing it right in there as Rollins. Orgoth going up the other side. He does get stopped there. You see Otterhead using it, but there's Tovar there. Quick dashing it in there. Orgoth's going to take the high road with Romarch with a beautiful sunburst.
That sunburst was so clutch. The only offensive ability that Alona has, and used it in perfect timing to get Gucci Pants out of there.
And there's Tovar with the score.
Such a good play all around.
That was expert play, Rich. Matty Awesome looks like he could be able to score right here, but unable to do so. Gucci Pants can't come up with the rebound. He's been unable to really do a lot of damage, but Priestley with the score!
And Priest going in with the
Priest for
push.
that
Wow.
pops up. Gucci Pants there. Look at all those buildables getting just annihilated. Zinramu with the pass and score!
Did you see that combo?
Nice dash move as D-Mark there on the left side with 10 seconds left to go. D-Mark pass to Orgoth. Orgoth scoring for the score. Shooting
Oh!
picked up by D-Mac on the second attempt, and there's the score. Otterhead able to come up the relic though. Gucci Pants now needs to play some much needed defense as Otterhead passes it up to D-Mac. D-Mac just dashes, scores it in, and the Squirrel Posse are up 2-0.
We have a 4 Grim over here. 1, 2, 3, 4 Midas touches over here for these guys.
But Otterhead doing a beautiful job saving the day there, proving why he is the GM. Zinramu on the attack, unable to do it, but you still got to worry about the clock because there's 30 seconds left to go. Priestley trying to score it again. He's unable to do so. You got Priestley activating his shield. Beautiful ability there. Ragnarok gets thrown, but there it is from downtown, the score for Team Feed Me. It's the Gucci Pants show right now, Rich. Where was he? He has awoken.
He has
Thorgrim
awoken.
is his character for sure. He's got it. He's gonna pass it up to Matty Awesome.
Oh!
Matty Awesome with the back score.
The back pass right there. Awesome, Matty Awesome. Look at that
Zinramu
pass.
here for the pass. Zinramu running upfield. Does get stopped at the last second though, as more Thorgrims are going down here for Team Squirrel Posse. We see Matty Awesome there with the dash and the score, and there it is. Game 3 goes to Team Feed Me in a 3-0 wipe. Zinramu with the push. You got a delay of judgment to worry about, but you only got 10 seconds. Just stall as much as possible. If you are Feed Me, 7 seconds, 6 seconds. Can Otterhead on the push. He passes up to DL Tovar. Tovar throws it, but the Relic is not and not able to do it.
He got pulled. Great defensive play.
Zinramu, oh my goodness, Zinramu almost had it over the line. We're at 7 seconds, 6 seconds. The Relic is right in dangerous territory. Matty Awesome though with it. Can Matty Awesome clear the line? No, he can't. There's the score for the Squirrel Posse.
Right now, all Squirrel Posse needs is this 1 point, and they will be this week's winner for
And
the Breakaway office.
Maintaining their undefeated streak too, Rich.
David.
Orgoth on the quick, oh my goodness. I don't even think they knew what happened. So there you have it. With a score of 3-1, the Squirrel Posse advanced to maintain their undefeated streak and got a little trolly in the process there.
You know, it wasn't just that, but they brought out a lot of great strategies that we're seeing for the first time over here on Throwdown Thursday. The double Rollins pick, I guess the symmetry that we got to see between D-Mac as well as Orgoth, and the way that they moved the Relic, but of course, they're known for their defense. Like, they're so hard to score on, and they were able to close it out. I wanted Feed Me to win that one. You know, you had some of my favorite players out there on the entire season. You have Gucci Pants there. You also have Zinramu. You know, they were the team that I was rooting for. However, it was just nearly impossible for any goals to get scored in any single time that they tried to run.
Yeah, you know, Otterhead and Ashley's doing a great job coaching that team. They are definitely the team to beat. And we're going to see them again tonight on Throwdown Thursday as the Squirrel Posse face off against the Berserkers. So, you know, this is truly the David and Goliath match of the Breakaway Office League. You got the number 1 seed in Squirrel Posse going up against the number 4 seed in the Berserkers. But I would not count out Willette and his team. You know, they're unpredictable. The community's rallying for them. I was actually talking on the Discord channel today. Flipped Up was all up on Berserker Mike. The community wants this to happen. They want the upset of the century to happen right here and tonight. You think it's going to happen, Rich?
I think it could be. If it's one team that could do it, it's the combination that exists on the Berserkers. You have somebody as crazy as Mike who has an amazing combat range, being able to play almost any character in the game. But then you have Chark, and now Thrill House is back in the picture because the last time that team was here, they didn't have him on the squad. So we got the OG team all playing today, and these guys are hungry, David.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the interesting thing will be, it's been a couple weeks since they played last. have they figured out the counter to the starvation shark strategy? Because that has definitely been the weakness of that team. But before we get to today's match, let's give a quick shout out to our sponsor, Asus, the official monitor and system provider for Breakaway. The VG248QE, it's a 24-inch monitor well known to the competitive scene in esports for its 144 Hz refresh rate with 1 millisecond response time. With this monitor, you won't miss out on that quality experience, performance, or precision while playing Breakaway. And the G11 desktop sheds light on uncompromising performance. This powerful machine allows you to play Breakaway without sacrificing your gameplay experience, giving you the ability to stream in the best possible quality.
David, I think it's about that time. Let's see this matchup for man versus Myth. Let's get into these teams.
That's right. We're going to introduce the Myth or the Belichick team first. Kicking it off, the GM of the Squirrel Posse, it is Otterhead.
Otterhead, we've seen that Thorgrim just do so much damage, whether it's running the Relic or playing that defensive line or just assembling the team and building the comps that are needed to remain undefeated. Let's see who he locks in today, and there you have it, Thorgrim for the pick for our GM.
Whoa, he's faking us out. The GM is changing his mind at the last second. How does that happen?
Again, this team is full of surprises, David. Black Knight looks like it's going to be the pick for Otterhead. We have yet to see him play Black Knight over here for Throwdown Thursday, but I can almost promise that it's going to be...
They are definitely living up to the Belichick term, already changing the rules as we play here. A lot of hate's going to come up on the chat for that. My love for the Patriots. In the next number 2 spot, we have, kicking it up, is Orgoth.
Orgoth, we've seen that amazing Rollins play here, never missing a blast and always hitting those barrage shots. And he's going to be bringing out the one and only Morgan for today. Ooh. Wow, so many surprises.
Definitely changing up that team comp. In the number 3 chair, a guy who's actually fighting food poisoning. Who knows what's going to happen when you got D-Mac here?
Yes, D-Mac has been showing us his amazing Rollins play. I'm wondering if we're going to see a surprise for today's pick. Hopefully he feels better throughout the broadcast, but there it is, Rollins for D-Mac.
All right, he's going to be Rollinsing to the bathroom, hopefully. Maybe not, hopefully not. And our number 4 chair, the cleanup guy, the guy who loves to write the signs behind us in Throwdown Thursday, giving us that Good Morning America Today Show feel. It's none other than GL Tovar.
One of the strongest defensive players that we have ever seen play in the game of Breakaway. Is it going to be the tanky Thorgrim, or will it be the heavily mobile Alona? Let's see who it is for today's pick. Well, wait a second. And Bonnie, a more DPS, very squishy type of role. This team is bringing out the secrets.
Yeah, now aside from D-Mac, who's playing his consistent character, this is all new characters for the entire team, right?
You know, this could contribute to their awesome coach or the GM.
That's right. Let's give a shout out to the GM or the coach of the Squirrel Posse, A Shrine, aka UX Killer.
UX Killer. This, we're seeing a lot of amazing secrets being brought to the table for today's Throwdown Thursday, and I would almost bet that it's because of UX Killer. She's an amazing player, but so far has proven to be an amazing coach. Good luck to them today.
You gotta wonder, Rich, are they actually trying these new characters to prepare for their next battle?
I think experience here on Throwdown Thursday is very hard to come by. Scrims just don't bring out the hype and the feel that happens when you play. And again, for the record that they have, today is the time to do it if they wanted to experiment.
All right, well, let's see who they're going to be facing up against as we introduce the Berserkers. Kicking it off is the GM, Berserker Mike.
Yes, the man of mystery himself. This man can play every single character in Breakaway to a skill that we can't even explain. I'm very curious to see who he's going to be bringing out, and it's going to be the Black Knight.
Ooh, it's a battle of the GM Black Knights, Rich.
We've seen him run the Relic or attack. Regardless of what it is, Berserker Mike can come through.
All right, in the number 2 chair, back from being out of the office, we have Thrillhouse.
Thrillhouse, as soon as he wakes up, he's going to be bringing out an amazing play, whatever it is. And Bonnie has been his pick over here on Throwdown Thursdays. But like we mentioned earlier, he wasn't with us the last time around. And there it is. We're going to be locking in that Ann Bonnie for today's pick for Thrillhouse.
All right, in the number 3 chair, hopefully he wakes him up. Oh, Thrillhouse is up now. Give it up for the Knock-Naz.
Knock-Naz. There is Bonjour for all the people out there. He's played a lot of Alona for these Throwdown Thursday events. I want to see it again because it's been a very balanced play. And there it is. Locked for today, Alona for Knock-Naz.
And finally, in the number 4 chair, the man who loves to feed on those buildables, the Chark.
The Chark himself, there he is. You know, this is a guy where you can always see all the gold going to him, but he's been evolving as a player, learning how to share that wealth with his team, and hopefully it's the one thing that they need, and there it is. He's going to be using the mobility that's embedded into Rollins, and there you have it for the Berserkers.
Dude, he just made a shark. That was
Yes,
amazing.
That was. I like it.
That is definitely going to be a gift coming up in the next week. And finally, the coach for the Berserkers, Great Trip.
Great Trip.
In the shadows.
Yes, in the shadows. You know, this guy's always coming up. Earlier, I got to see them just chat about different strategies, try to think out their game plan. I don't want to spoil it for the people tuning in at home, but you can definitely expect some awesome formations, team fights from these guys, and we may also see some cool new tricks when it comes to running that relic.
All right, that's in the industry what we call a tease, and we are about to get started in Game 1, the best of 5 series. First team to win 3 games wins the match. Rich, predictions, what are you thinking?
I'm definitely going to go for the Squirrel Posse, David, on this one. Their record proves it, so I'm going to go with what I think has been doing well in terms of stats. How about you, Dave?
That is a wise pick on Squirrel Posse, but you know what? I'm going to give it to the Berserkers because I think Squirrel Posse is getting a little too cute for comfort. I think that's going to bite him like it did with the Foregrum.
All right, folks, so here we go. Best of 5, Game 1. Now we're starting to check out what these players are equipping themselves with in these items. We're seeing a lot of variants. D-Mac going with what you see, that silver ball right there is a demolition. He's going to be matching up with Chark, which is on the blue team, trying to take out as many buildables as possible. But we'll go through these updates as we watch these players get stronger round by round. Here we go, David.
That's right. That demolition ball actually gives your team the ability to gain extra gold when you destroys better damage against buildables. So if you're going for that destruction build, it's definitely going to be advantageous. We see Berserker Mike in the center of the match with the relic.
Yes, and as he's moving that relic, you can see that the red team was able to acquire that gold buff, giving that entire team 3,000 gold so that they can purchase more equipment. But David, looks like we got ourselves a little rush, and the red team is going to have to play a little D right now.
We see Otterhead with the relic there, activating Thorns. Maybe a little bit premature, but does pass the relic off to Tovar. Tovar now jumping around as Ambani passes it back to Otterhead. Otterhead going up the left side there. You see Orgoth there firing cover there as Morgan Le Fay. Another Thorn gets activated there from Berserker Mike. No, D-Mac firing his barrage. That's the ultimate ability of Rollins. Every character in Breakaway has an ultimate ability there. You just saw Rollins. He's the cowboy western themed character there. Up there at the top of the middle of the field there. We see Thrillhouse on the attack run there. Does get stopped by Tovar, doing a beautiful job as Ann Bonnie, who's our pirate-themed warrior in Breakaway. There's 3 ways to score in Breakaway. The first thing is you take that relic there, with Otterhead has right there, and just pops up in the air. You bring that over your opponent's base, that little circle you'll see. In this case, it will be blue. That is the relay. So the red team needs to take that relay, the relic, into the relay in order to score. Another way to win is every time your character dies, you have to respawn. If you're able to wipe the entire team and put them all on respawn, that's the second way to win on Breakaway. We'll talk about the third win when the time ticks down with 2 minutes and 18 seconds left to go in the first round of Game 1 of this match between the Berserkers and the Squirrel Posse.
You know, so far, David, there's so much action, and the team fighting has definitely been on the side for the Berserkers. These guys have definitely been doing work, as we're seeing all these deaths come on from the red team, which is going to be harder for them as respawn timers do increase for the amount of deaths that occur within a round.
And there goes Berserker Mike. And to your point, Rich, he's now out for 8 seconds. That's his second level of destruction, if I'm not mistaken. As we see Orgoth pretty low on health as Knocknos going on the offensive there as Alona. He's got to watch out for Otterhead. He gets out of the way, but he falls off. Oh, no, it's...
Looks like Charsky fell off that round.
Fell off the map. Very uncharacteristic of Charsky.
It is his first death, so he's going to be back very shortly. He's going to be there just in case the team needs to play a little bit defense. But now we're down to that 1 minute mark, David.
We see Tovar very low on health. He's got to back out there. We see Thrillhouse manning the center of the match there. As now Berserker Mike takes control of the relic. Decides to go up left side there. Berserker Mike on his attack run. He's getting Radiance. That's that green glow you see coming off of Knocknos. That will kill Berserker Mike over time as long as it is connecting. And every time you have the relic, all it takes is 1 shot for you to force fumble that. So if you're the opposing team, you got to watch out for that Knocknos shooting those sunbursts there against the Morgan Le Fay character, which is played by Orgoth.
So here, it looks like action is right here in the middle of the screen. Chark wanted possession of that relic, but he's having to deal with 4 members of the red team.
We're down to 46 seconds left to go. As time ticks away, you notice that yellow line appear as we get below 1 minute in the round. If your team is able to hold control of the relic and bring it over to the other side of the field, you will actually score that final point, and that's the third way to win in Breakaway. So now we see Berserker Mike taking the relic across the field, bringing it closer to the Squirrel Posse. If time ticks down and the relic remains in the Squirrel territory, then the Berserkers will get that point. But Otterhead able to turn his position now with 22 seconds left to go. Otterhead decides not to even play the long game. He's going right for the score, passes up to D-Mac. D-Mac passes back to Otterhead. Otterhead's got to worry about that Ballista. That's an Anbani buildable. Every character in Breakaway, every warrior has 2 buildables. D-Mac with a fraction of health, throws it in and scores!
With no health, David, he was able to get it in right there. That was so good by him. Watch this replay as these two juggernauts go against each other, but it was D-Mac in the right place at the right time.
With no health, Rich. Unbelievable, and the guy's sick.
Scoring the first point for today's game in favor of Squirrel Posse. So here we are. We're back to the equipment screen, and this is the power that we're talking about. As you see on the left, Chark. With the purple item, that is the demolition item. Because it is purple, he is going to be acquiring extra gold for every for every buildable that he destroys. And it looks like his team is doing pretty well. The match is pretty close. It is 6-5 between these two guys, and the difference in net worth is just less than 1,000. So here we are as we jump into round 2 between these two crazy teams.
All right, we see Chark with control of the relic. Chark being a little bit aggressive, throws it, but does get intercepted there by Orgoth as he passes up to Otterhead. Otterhead taking a relic up there. Will he decide to go the high road? Looking like he decides to change his mind and change direction to try to go back to midfield. He does get stopped, though, as now we see more of a melee brawl happening right there at the center of the map. We saw a nice Aura of Silence get activated by Orgoth. Orgoth again playing as Morgan Le Fay. That Aura of Silence makes any member of the opponent team who gets caught in its wake just go completely silent. They're not able to use their special abilities. It doesn't last all the time, though, as we see Tovar there going up the high road. He's got to dodge that other Ambani. It's a battle of the invasion. Does he able to just dodge as he waits for time to stall?
You know, it's a tough fight or tough decision for Lavar because, in general, Ambani doesn't have much HP. But watch this movement as he's moving along with his team, trying to get this relic score at round 2.
All right, you saw Thrillhouse there, who's also playing as Ambani. He used the Hole Buster. That's when she pulls out that cannon. That's her ultimate ability. And now we see Thrillhouse throwing the relic, doing a nice clear, throwing it, and then catching it himself to gain some extra ground. We see Tovar there in the distance. He's almost out of health. He's jumping around just to try to stay alive. We see Thorns getting activated. That's the ultimate ability of the Black Knight. Not only does it cause damage, but it also pulls you closer towards the Black Knight. There's that circle of spite you see on the ground there, that pentagram. That brings any character in there. They will take 35% more damage, and they're slowed by 35%. So it's a double whammy there, making Morgan Le Fay a very powerful character. We call her the debuffer character. Her whole point on the map is to make all the other characters weaker, thus making your team stronger.
And look at this, Chark now having to deal with all this damage output, just barely makes it out there. Is going to be getting the heal by Nocnaz as we see Red Team now go in for their chance to push. But look at this turnaround by Berserker Mike.
Yeah, Berserker Mike doing a great job using the pull ability to pull a character closer to him. She's able to run, though, and escape, but Chark is almost out of life there. Berserker Mike went for the chase, but decided to be a little bit more disciplined, playing a very disciplined character there. It's kind of original for Berserker Mike, because he normally would just go for that kill.
Otterhead's just been doing so much damage, you know, as Black Knight. Earlier, we got to see him use Thorns to bring in 3 members, but he's always wherever the relic's at, but he will also chase if needed, David.
That's right. There's that beautifully placed Circle of Spite from Orgoth. Well done, sir. He's almost low on health, so he is forced to go back to base in order to recharge there. That's the Elder Stone you see at the distance. That's the Morgan Le Fay buildable. What that does is it charges up when any enemy is nearby, and when it gains full abilities, full power, it will actually set off an explosion of energy, damaging enemies and launching them backwards. So that's kind of a double, another sort of double whammy there. Morgan Le Fay, definitely one of the more advanced characters. So to see her being played so expertly by Orgoth is really a great treat for us here on Throw It On Thursday tonight. With 57 seconds left to go in round 2 rather, of the first game. Will we see a round? Will we see a territory win? Will we see a score? We'll soon find out. Berserker Mike in control of the relic. He is going up left side. You got 3 defenders, all 4 defenders in the distance. You got the Circle of Spike getting dropped there by Orgoth. Orgoth also fired Burden of Sin, which you saw there, which he fired out the Flock of Raisins, which slows the opponents down for 70% of their speed. Berserker Mike trying to charge forward there, unable to do so. He gets stopped in the action there, and Tovar doing a beautiful job of sliding down to gain momentum as he crosses the line, crossing that line of scrimmage there, passing the relic up forward just to gain more ground on it. We're down to 19 seconds left to go in round 2. We have Thrill House there, able to take control of the Relic. Thrill House turning with momentum. Thrill House throws it, but does not able to get the line of scrimmage across. The Relic is still in dangerous territory for the Berserkers. They need to do a better job. Berserker Mike with 5 seconds left to go. 4 seconds left to go. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Can they do it? No, they can't. Give it up for this Squirrel Posse yet again.
Otterhead, again, forcing that pressure, making it almost impossible for any member of the Berserkers to pick up that Relic, and we're able to secure that point right there. It was a great attempt that I like to catch up right there, just a jump ball at the very end between Shark as well as Berserker Mike. But again, Otterhead using that Thorns and doing a great job. Look, here we are as we're into round 3. D-Mac with 2 purple items with attack damage and Chalice. That means he's going to be gaining life, but we're going to see him in every single one of the team fights. But Berserker Mike with a very unorthodox Black Knight going on a level 4 heroic with attack damage. I'm not really sure what he's going for over here, David.
You know, I think he's just kind of playing around. You see Orgoth with control of the Relic. He does get stopped by that beautiful, well-placed hit by Thrill House. All it takes is one shot for you to force fumble the Relic here in Breakaway. So as you see Tovar there with control of the Relic, he's got to not only try to score it, but he's got to dodge as well. Beautiful interception from Thrill House. Thrill House does get the Relic stolen from him. And now a nice placed pull in combination with the Circle of Spite. That is a beautiful 1-2 combo. We actually built both characters to play so well together, Rich. The Black
Yes.
Knight and Morgan Le Fay.
Absolutely, and you know, earlier we were questioning why he's building attack damage. You know, as you build that attack damage, it will scale with every single one of his abilities, including Thorns. But right now, that's what he suffers from. He doesn't have the sustainability. He isn't going to survive many hits. And as a tank or running player, which we know Berserker Mike to be, I'm not sure if attack damage is working out too well for him.
Yeah, I will say, but you do see this continual, beautiful team play. This is just signature Squirrel Posse. They play so well together, although that time, you know, Otterhead got a little too aggressive there. He's out for 10 seconds now. We see Tovar picking up the race. Tovar trying to go up the middle. You got to worry about the knock-knock danger. Oh, he got double jail!
2 people in jail, 2 members down. That's 3 members that were down at the same time almost. It's not looking too good for Squirrel Posse, but here we go. The match is reset. I love right now the fact that Berserkers do have double buffs. And again, this could be the round that could definitely swing everything back around for them. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, you got to hand it to Charsky doing a beautiful job placing those jails. That's a buildable from Rollins. Getting those dual life sentences against the Squirrel Posse. Certainly a great thing to stop their aggressive momentum. He also picked up a ton of gold as well. So this is going to be very interesting to see how the long game plays out.
Berserker Mike is starting to do some damage. He was able to take out the Morgan Le Fay. Orgoth has to wait a few seconds, and now is finally back into the mix. But maybe it just takes a few rounds for Mike to get up in there. And as him and his entire team are now moving forward, we'll see what happens, babe.
All right, look at that. So you saw Knocknoz there use her ultimate ability as Alona firing the Blessing of the Sun. That will heal your character majority of their health. But it's whatever character is the weakest. So in that case, he was the weakest one in the proximity, so he got health. We see Berserker Mike taking the high road, greeted by Tovar, who's like, welcome to the 2nd floor. I'm going to hit you with my rifle. He's forced the fumble. Berserker Mike now going all on Berserker mode. He's got to worry about going Bloodlust because he loses the Relic, and now Squirrel Posse is in a very interesting position to attack there. You got Knocknoz trying to do some defense with Chark. Tovar's on top of the rock, picking people off as Ambani. As we see D-Mac trying to do a beautiful defensive move as Rollins. He's very low on health, though, as is Tovar. We see that D-Mac goes out. We see that Tovar goes out. There's 3 people down. All that's left is Orgoth. Can they take out Morgan Le Fay and get the team wipe? And Novos, come on, get him! Yes, there it is!
Just as you called it out, it's been a while since we've seen a team light over here for Throwdown Thursday, but Chark was doing so much damage. And let's talk about Berserker Mike on that attack. You know, we questioned it earlier, seems to be doing good. This could be the start of a crazy snowball effect for the Berserkers. And look at this screen right here. Chark already with 3 heroics on his team, attack damage, armor penetration, as well as demolition. And Knocknoz is going to be healing his team a lot as well with that cooldown, which is represented by that fan as well as the sword. So let's jump into it. Round 4, David.
All right, we see that Tovar getting out of the way of the Circle of Spite. We see action happening midfield now. We see that the Berserkers are in control of the Relic. The Relic is at midfield. We see Circle of Spite getting placed nicely there. Berserker Mike caught up in the middle of it. He's got to get out of that soup.
Oh, no, David. This is happening.
This is not good. This is dangerous here. But look at those defenses. You got those ballistas. You got the knock-knaws, light of judgments there. They're able to hold them off, and that is the power of buildables, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, they're going kill for kill on that one with the exchange of Rollins and Alona for the Black Knight and Rollins. So much action over here, but I like it. Blue team
All right,
securing
we're
that gold.
seeing Tovar going in for the attack run. He's got to face 3 other folks. He's not able to do it. He gets melted. He's out for 8 seconds. And now we see that there is the Morgan Le Fay in the distance there. We got all 3 members of the Squirrel Posse who are remaining. And finally, pop in another quarter because Zamboni's back to play the action there. Here we see that Berserker Mike has the circle, Orgoth with a circle of spike going up against Berserker Mike. Berserker Mike very low on health. He's on fire though, Rich. What does that mean?
On fire means that this player has been getting more than 3+ kills, and he's going to be acquiring extra gold. So he's definitely somebody, if you had as an opponent, that you need to take out because they will be acquiring extra gold. But
oh, hold on.
there it is. It's gone.
There, Tovar passes the relic up to his teammate, who does not connect, so he has to pick it up himself. He gets stopped, though, by Knock-Knaws and Thrillhouse, as now we see Knock-Knaws getting caught in the middle of that circle spike, beautifully placed by Orgoth, getting comboed from Otterhead, but Otterhead not enough to hold on. He gets melted. Berserker Mike on the attack. Will he be able to score it? Nice job taking down the barrel dropper. Tovar able to take the relic, and whoa, dangerous zone as he is caught in the middle of the action. Chark throws it upfield, not enough on the second attempt. They're still not doing it. He accidentally passed instead of tossed it. And oh, there's a team wipe for you. And that is our first game of Breakaway.
Answering back with a team wipe. It was so close. You saw Thrillhouse jump in the air using that rocket jump right there, but passed it instead of moving it into the relay. You know, there's a lot of excitement, and it's kind of hard to decide when things like that happen. But great play. Point number 1 goes to Otterhead and Squirrel Posse.
That's right. Game 1 goes to the Squirrel Posse. We will see if they are able to continue that trend. Maybe they'll change their team comp, or do you think they're going to stick with what's going?
We'll see what happens, right? At that point, the team, we've never seen them play these characters. It took a little while for them to adapt. I thought at one point Chark and their team got really strong, and it was going to be hard for Otterhead and them to kind of deal with it. But a team wipe at the very end, answering back from a previous team wipe that they lost to. This team, just in general, David, is just looking really, really strong.
Yeah, they're certainly strong. But I will give credit, though, like, the buildables that they placed on the Berserker's defense. You had the 2 lighted judgments.
Yes.
You had the 2 ballistas. I mean, they held off McSabby right there.
Yeah, they held it off right there, and they were also able to get 2 kills out of that trade in that instance. It's looking very even between these guys, even though it's the number 1 seed versus number 4. So far, so good. Great breakaway. What do you guys think at home? Please let us know.
Give your support for Berserker Mike.
Yes.
That team needs it. They need to get a win here on the board. Take down the myth of the Squirrel Posse, if it's even possible, Rich.
We'll see. Oh, I heard from the back that we have a switch
There's
for
a
one of the
switch in
players.
team. Let's take it back to Atlantis here.
All right, here we go. Back to Atlantis, game 2. We have Squirrel Posse versus the Berserkers. Let's jump into this. So just in case you guys are tuning in for the first time, the way that this works is that everybody gets to purchase equipment. These equipment purchases contribute to your gameplay style, and as you will see, these players will get stronger round over round. Let's talk about what we have on screen. Knock-Knaws going with that cooldown on the healer. He wants as many heals as possible. Berserker Mike putting damage on a tank character. Maybe he wants to play that front line, but here we go. Let's jump into it. We'll talk more about that later. David.
All right, center of the match, we see that Otterhead is going to Thorgrim, back to his usual team member. He's able to try to fight up against Black Knight. I don't think Otterhead really stood a chance against Berserker Mike in the previous round when on matchup of Black Knight, so he's switching to his usual comp with Thorgrim. Berserker Mike sticking with what's working. He's doing massive damage there, taking out Tovar. You saw a nice DMAC there being his Alona character, so we're back to the usual Squirrel Posse comp, Rich.
Yes, we are. Berserker Mike, you know, earlier took a little while to get his reps in, but now he's doing the damage. It's all about the heals that Knock-Knaws is giving him every single time. As much damage he's taking in, Knock-Knaws is in the back line, giving it back, but Thrillhouse is the one that's doing damage from that team. But watch this, as Otterhead
Here
now
comes
moves towards the
Otterhead's
elevator.
going to go up the high road. Doesn't get stopped, but look at that back toss, and there's the Thorgrim, everybody.
Bait of the year. If you guys can see it right now, Berserker Mike is not happy, but he will be back in just 1 second with that Black Knight.
All right, Otterhead going up right side using his shield wall. That's a temporary invulnerability. Every character in Breakaway has some sort of dodging ability. With Thorgrim, it gives you that wall of shields, which makes you temporarily unstoppable, but it doesn't last long enough. And clearly, Squirrel Posse with Otterhead, he ran out of gas a little bit too late there. He's out for 8 seconds, but now he's back in the action as Chark with the relic passes it to Thrillhouse. Thrillhouse passes it back to himself some magical way. And there we see Berserker Mike with the relic, throws it, but no, my God, it rolls in, it rolled in, Rich!
It rolled right in. Great way, a great play by Mike. Having to deal with getting tossed off the stage, but here we are, watch this replay, tosses it over the lip, and there it is. Point number 1 to the Berserkers.
You saw that white flash from Berserker Mike playing as the Black Knight. Every character has an invulnerability. We talked about the dodges earlier. If you hit that right mouse button or you hit one of the bumpers on a controller pad, you will get an invulnerability every time you hold the relic. So when you hold the relic, you get a 1 quick second of invulnerability. It's great to use as a dash there to score. You can use it defensively. What else about this equipment are we seeing, Rich?
Right now we're seeing a big advancement for the blue team as they have the gold items, as they're up to level 3 versus their opponents, which are at max at level 2. So I think that everybody, Knock Knots, Berserker Mike, they're going to want to encourage more team fights because it's definitely in their favor, David.
All right, and we see Berserker Mike trying to carry the relic. He's trying to take on 3 members, but he does have knockdowns to your point there. You saw Blessing of the Sun get activated. You saw Radiance. That's the green glow that hit Berserker Mike. Knockdowns do an amazing job keeping Berserker Mike alive. Berserker Mike is on full-on Berserker mode.
Totally dig it. Using the thorns offensively. I love seeing the placement where he's using these things, but we're always seeing the shots from the backline with Thrillhouse, and you can see all the members of the red team just slowly withering away. Right now, if you look at the economy, Berserkers are holding it down, having the gold as well as the
here comes Otterhead, though. Otterhead on the attack run, using the slide to gain extra momentum. This could be it. Yeah, no, at the last second to get stopped on the second attempt, though. Tovar comes through.
Out of nowhere. You know, we almost need this replay to explain what happened. And we're just going to watch in silence, dude.
Look at that.
Epic.
Jumping up to take the rebound and into the house.
That
is why they are undefeated, everybody.
Yes, the jump, man. He just has a pulse for where the relic is going to be. But this is where things could get kind of crazy. The purple item is going to represent a heroic item, as you can see on the left side of the screen, played on by Chark. That means that no buildables will stand in his way, as he will be doing extra damage, but he will be acquiring bonuses as well. But now he will start to build. Look at that money right there. Here we are, round 3.
Tovar now in control of the relic, passes it upfield to Otterhead. Otterhead does lose the relic, but Tovar able to get it. Tovar passes it back to Otterhead. Otterhead passes to DMAC. DMAC gets stopped there, and we have a member falling off as Otterhead decides to take a swim in Atlantis here. And now we have the momentum switching gears as Knockdowns has the relic, able to take it back to midfield. Knockdowns trying to fight Orgoth there. A tank against a DPS, or sorry, a healer against a DPS. That's a little dangerous. So the relic now goes in favor of the blue team, who now is in control with Chark. Chark passing back to Knockdowns. Knockdowns passing to Thrillhouse. Thrillhouse missing the connection there to Berserker Mike, but he gets in on the second attempt. He passes up to Thrillhouse. We're seeing a lot of passing here happen from the Berserkers, trying very different strategies, doing anything they can to try to defeat the Squirrel Posse.
Yes, the blessing of the sun right there that we saw from the blue team's Alona just helped them extend that fight just a little bit longer, but they're still having to deal with a lot of damage coming out from the red team.
Oh my God, Berserker Mike caught in jail, but it's not enough. He's so tanky, he can escape that. And now we see that DMAC there at the bottom. You got Tovar almost out of health. Beautiful Radiance placed at the last minute there from the red team there with the Scroll Posse. Well timed there. Otterhead now facing off against 3 other people. You saw Thrillhouse use the Hole Buster. That's the ultimate ability of Anne Bonnie. She uses that cannon, comes out of nowhere, does massive damage if it connects. And Orgoth now on a breakaway. He does get stopped there with the Ballistas and the Light of Judgments. Again, every character in Breakaway has 2 buildables they can place. The Ballista is one of the buildables of Anne Bonnie. The Light of Judgment, that's that mirror you see there. That is one of the buildables of Alona, the healing character. What that does is it damages you over time. It gets stronger and stronger. So it's a super powerful turret type weapon. And now Otterhead is trying to take 3 other people. Tries to use the back toss there, but unable to get Berserker Mike off the map. He's very low on health. He's going to have to escape, and as he does so, we see Chark in the distance getting health there at the base of the Berserkers. And now DMAC with the relic there, trying to return it back to dangerous territory for the Berserkers. He's going upfield, but there's so much of a great teamwork there from the Berserkers that Berserker Mike is able to get control of the relic. He's going to slide down the stairs there, using his slide ability to gain extra movement speed and momentum. You see Orgoth there in the distance playing as Rollins there, using his multiple abilities there. He's using the
barrage.
The barrage, thank
Correct.
you.
All right, yeah, while that exchange was going on, everybody on the red team did a great job just taking out every single one of the buildables. That would definitely make it harder to score that relic. So we'll see what happens the next time they do have possession. But right now, it looks like Berserkers have their chance to do it because there are two members that are very, very low, but now starting to gain health. We'll see.
That's right, and the Berserkers have both crystals. So in every map in Breakaway, there are two different crystals that your team can get. In Atlantis, it's the gold crystal and the silver crystal. The gold crystal gives your team a gold bonus, and the silver crystal gives you a bonus in armor. So definitely making you valuable in these team fights. We see two members of the Berserkers are on fire. We see the health is almost diminished there on Squirrel Posse, as we see that Tovar's almost out of health. We saw that D-Mac there went out as Alona. He just came back to life. So we got to watch out for these fights here because this is going to be a deadly game real fast here as we're in game 2.
Oh, the early pass, passed it
And
back.
here's Berserker Mike for the score!
Berserker Mike, there it is. This is the world where we like to see Mike, but it's all about the damage that's coming out the hand Bonnie. But here we are. Let's celebrate this amazing roll right there by Berserker Mike to get a nice free win. He wants him. He's
This guy
calling him
is
out.
seriously angry. Berserker Mike's in full-on beast mode here.
And now watch the evolution of all these characters on the left side of the screen as they add purples on there. However, the Squirrel Posse is challenging it as well as we're starting to see some cooldown on D-Mac with that fan right there, as well as Orgoth now making sure that all buildables are going to go down. This could be the last round that we see because Berserkers only need one more to win.
That's right, you see Berserker Mike using the Thorns ability. Again, that's the ultimate ability of the Black Knight. He brings all the characters towards him and they get damage done over time. Otterhead trying to fight Berserker Mike there in a battle of the tanks. Neither one of them able to come out on top. And somehow Orgoth now with control of the relic. He's running it all the way to the left side there on a type wick. Breakaway does get stopped there with Berserker Mike coming up with control of the breakaway. He clears it, and you saw Retribution there, which is the ultimate ability of Spartacus there at the distance, where he smashes you up with his swords and he smashes you back down in a 1-2 hit combo. That healing shrine there is another buildable. That's the second buildable of Ambani. You just saw that get destroyed. Otterhead very low on health, but you saw the Radiance get cast by D-Mac trying to bring him back. He's not going to make it, though. He goes down right when he activates his ultimate, that Ragnarok ability that we see so much on Throwdown Thursday.
So we got a nice exchange between the Rollins and the Thorgrim between both teams, but you can look at this. The blue team is doing a great job securing these buffs once again. Thrill House is still on fire from the previous round, so the more he plays, the more money he's going to be getting. And now watch Berserker Mike with the damage output on a double kill!
Look at that! Double kill! And you got Orgoth almost out of health. He's got to run back to gain life. He goes down, but it's not enough time because it gave just enough time for Tovar to come back, and now D-Mac is back. But man, these team fights are wicked. They're even taking the fight to him all the way to their base, and they're able to score it and get a win, Rich.
Just to take it in right there. So much damage coming out of every single member of that team. Knocknaz with some of the best heals that we've seen from him to date. Holding it down, it's 1-1, David. We got ourselves a match.
That's right, this team came to play. They're like, I don't care if they're undefeated. I don't care if the odds are stacked up against us. We are beating these teams.
So it's all about the economy play versus, we're seeing a very traditional kind of balance play that, Squirrel Posse, and they're executing very, very well on it. But these unorthodox builds that we're seeing on Black Knight, damage coming out from him, it's almost making it hard for the Squirrel Posse to decide what they do with these characters.
That's right, when you're... When you got nothing to lose, man, you're going all in, trying everything, and we're seeing Berserker Mike and his team get completely scrappy. You got Grey Trip coaching them, being like, you know what, just throw away the playbook and let's just play dirty in a smash-mouth battle of Breakaway.
I do love the decisions that they're making whenever they have possession of the relic. If you watch these team fights, they're almost positioning to provide themselves the best positioning for the team fight and ignoring the movement of the relic. They're dropping it, they're fighting. Charsky's going in there, clearing buildables. All in all, fantastic play from the Berserkers. And it's only game 2 that just finished up.
That's right. We're in game 3 now. We're tied up 1-1. Who do you think's going to win? Do you think it's going to be #Berserker, #Otterhead? Give us your thoughts. We'll read them out on Twitter. If you put a tweet to @PlayBreakaway, you can follow us on all of our social channels. We're @PlayBreakaway. So this is This is quite a match.
Yes, here we are, jumping right into it. We're back in Atlantis, Game 3. Here we are. So now, looks like we're going with some standard builds, but watch over here on the bottom right, represented by that hand, Midas Touch, which is a very cool item which helps that player build gold for himself and his team later on if they decide to upgrade it all the way. But looks like we got some standard stuff. Berserker Mike with the offensive, I get it, it's hard to even say it, Black Knight as they're going into this.
That seems to be working for him. And I will notice, though, that, Berserker Mike got a quick strike, throws it and scores!
You know what, this
They
guy,
got him with their pants down, Rich.
so good. It's just taking him by surprise. What do they do about this? It's about his navigation. Such an exquisite choice and great timing on that roll right there as he was able to get it in. Only 2 players to challenge him that time. Maybe
And look at A Shrine there. UX Killit is not looking happy right now. She is clearly upset with her team. How do you let that happen? That is just embarrassing.
You know what? Somehow in all of that, Charsky was able to get enough gold to get a level 3 demolition item right there. Again, which is sometimes the catalyst to all things great for the Berserkers. Here we are as we jump into round 2.
That's right. It was a battle of the gold, but when it comes to gold, you are not beating Chart.
No,
that guy is
not.
the king. He is the gold vacuum, if you will, but it comes at a price.
But look at this. The team fight's always winning, and now currently in the favor of the Berserkers all the time, David. They're encouraging it. They want it every single time.
Absolutely, and you look at that little base of healing shrines there in the right side of your screen. You saw that the Scroll Posse was able to take out one of them, but one of them still remains. It is worth noting, though, that the Scroll Posse changed back to their original team comp from the first game. So they won the first game, they lost the second. They're like, we're going to go back to the team comp of the first game. Now we see Knocknaz in control of the relic there for the Berserkers. He's going up there. He decides to use his teleporting ability, but he doesn't have the relic, so that's a problem there.
Let's see what happens as Outerhead is able to return it out towards the mid. I'm just almost like, it's hard to talk just watching this Black Knight dish out the damage from Berserker Mike. But again, let's call out the fact that these guys have the buffs that are represented in the stones on the top left portion of the screen. The gold means that that team has acquired 3,000 gold distributed equally across the team, and the silver is 20% armor that is shared for all the members on there, making it harder for anybody to fight them in a team fight. But watch this.
That's right, you see the Berserker Mike passes the Knocknaz. Knocknaz passing it up to Thrillhouse. Thrillhouse unable to get it in there. Nice moves from the Squirrel Posse, able to fend off that assault. They're trying to go in on the second attempt there with the Berserkers, but look at this, taking the fight downtown. D-Mac very low on health. He has to go back. He's going to be their main defender, though, as Knocknaz now with control of the relic. He decides to not use it. He uses Sun Grace to teleport out of there, and Tovar gets control of the relic, able to take it all the way to midfield. And now we see the battle where it was at the base of the Squirrel Posse is now midfield, and it's going back to the Squirrel Posse.
It's such a back and forth tug of war between these two guys. I love seeing in the back earlier, Chark pulling out and just using that healing shrine to reset the positioning. Watch this, look at the damage.
This is the power of buildables, man. You have
Berserker
the ballistas. You have getting used by the Circle of Spite.
Berserker Mike, so accurate. Pinpoint accuracy with these combos, never dropping a single one, allowing so many of these offensive opportunities for himself and his team.
Yeah, the kill board here is going to be ridiculous when we pull that up next. You have seen so many kills happen on the side of Berserker Mike. It could tell that Berserker Mike definitely comes from a fighting game background, because this guy is certainly playing a little bit Mortal Kombat Street Fighter-y.
Yes. Hopefully we get to see some of this. Watch this as 4 members of the blue team are now going in. Great deny right there from Red.
Tovar doing a great job of coming up there with the relic, just clearing it back to midfield. And it definitely feels like the Squirrel Posse are back on their heels there, just trying to stop the onslaught that is Berserker Mike, which literally has their foot at the throat of the Squirrel Posse.
You know, with all that said, it is so close between these two. You know, if you look at the net worth, 10 to 9K, but watch this, LeVar is now going in.
That's right. So he hurt us, though. But Otterhead trying to pick it up for him, though. He gets stopped in the middle of the action there. Beautiful Thorns getting activated by Berserker Mike. Berserker Mike sacrificing himself, but Thrillhouse with the kill shot. Doing a beautiful job there, taking out Otterhead. Otterhead down for 19 seconds. That's because he dies. Every time you die, it gets longer and longer is your respawn time unless you buy the Grim Reaper item, which none of the teams have right now. We're down to 30 seconds left to go. You see that yellow line to the center of the field. That is the line of scrimmage. You must cross that while time expires in order to get the territory win. The third way to win in Breakaway. Berserker Mike doing a beautiful Thorns action there, taking two of the members out. They're on a power play. Here comes Drillhouse for the score. Unable to do it on the first attempt, on the second attempt, no. On the third attempt, no. They're inching closer and closer and closer, but time is ticking away and it's not on the side of the Squirrel Posse. They're not going to be able to get it in time. We're down to 0 seconds. Chuck up another one for the Berserkers.
Thrillhouse activated a double kill with an amazing hole buster right there, right before we wound down to that 10-second mark. But again, the damage, the team fighting, the Berserkers are living up to their name for today. Now, items here. It looks like armor is now being bought by Otterhead. Orgoth continuing on with that Midas touch, trying to get that extra gold. And Thrillhouse opting out to choose for armor penetration, which is that gold shield right there before attack damage. I think is actually what's helping so much in these fights.
These fights are unbelievable. The Berserkers are just completely dominating the Squirrel Posse in team fights there. They have a lot of squishy characters with the Morgan Le Fay, the Anne Bonny, the Rollins. Very, very squishy, and they are just falling apart when they get these fights there with the beautiful team play that is the Berserker Mike attack with Thrillhouse, probably some of the best Anne Bonny play we've seen here in Throwdown Thursday.
Absolutely.
There's that Chark doing a beautiful
Look
job
at that.
taking down.
Berserker Mike just on top of it every single time. Like, you know, the overhead smash is one of his strongest attacks, but it's also very hard to hit. I have yet to see it miss for today's broadcast, David. Great play by Berserker Mike.
Absolutely, and it's important to call it. The whole team is actually performing incredibly well. You had Charsky doing his job, taking down those buildables. That healing shrine was a last-ditch effort for the Squirrel Posse, trying to just survive there.
Oh! Yep, he said bad words, Mike. It was crazy over there, David. Mike almost survived, didn't quite do it, but look at that.
Look at that. Oh, two
Whole
people
buster.
Gone, man.
Thrillhouse has the golden shot. You can't get into team fights. I think he just has his eye on the right targets, aiming for squishies first, shredding down the tanks, but it's also Mike as well. Great play by the entire team.
Absolutely there. You see the Burden of Sin get fired there from Orgoth. That's when that flock of Ravens go in there. They cause a 70% slowdown for 3 seconds, which can be devastating. But we see Berserker Mike on his attack run. There's the Elder Stone there. Berserker Mike ignoring it. But no, Tovar coming up with the relic. Tovar's done a great job of doing defense for his team, Rich.
You know, all day he's been playing that line, but there's only so much you can do. The offensive formations that the Berserkers have been pushing onto this team have been great. Watch this. I love the plays. Berserker Mike moving it forward. Thrillhouse doing DPS from the back. Thrillhouse, again, so far it's been like one of my favorite players to watch on this team.
Absolutely. But you got to hand it. The whole
Look
team
at that.
Unbelievable. 3 people had health that's like almost completely annihilated. Otterhead goes out. Chark goes out. You got Anne Bonny and you got Morgan Le Fay left. The 2 squishiest characters in the game. They're almost about ready to go out. Orgoth having to retreat back to base. Otterhead able to come back to life in time. But Berserker Mike on the killing death run. Can it go? He passes it up to Anne Bonny.
Yes.
And there it is.
In the back line, you know what? Every single member of this team has been doing fantastic. So much pressure. Chark just gave him the line that they needed to move in. This is the first time, I feel like this is the first time that this team has ever been down 2 points.
I don't think they've ever been down in a fight. And look at them, there's just complete chaos over there on the Squirrel Posse side. They don't know where they're going. They're pointing around. They're like, oh, you do this. Well, why are you doing that? It's absolutely crazy there. And let's take a look over there on the Berserker side, man. These guys are looking pretty happy right about now. You got Charsky smiling, finally, for a first time in Season 2 of the Breakaway Office League. Charsky super happy right now. There he is.
I feel like the nap that Thrillhouse was taking was all they ever needed.
It wasn't a nap, it was meditation.
You have awoken the beast known as Thrillhouse. But here's the thing. Every single round, Charsky secured both buffs, which is just going to make, you know, what is already the strength for the Berserkers, which is team fights, harder to approach for Squirrel Posse. You do have a team that's comprised of characters that do want to fight in those team fights. Morgan Le Fay using that Circle of Spite, encouraging that additional damage. 35% damage for every member in there is going to take it. And then, of course, the Rollins play, which we've seen DMAC build traditionally his Rollins as an attack damage type of carry, Rollins, versus what we've seen over here at Charsky, but they're losing.
Well, what's interesting is that the Scroll Posse, they play a more traditional game. And Berserkers, I mean, they're just tearing up the whole rulebook. They're like, you know, we don't even care about Relic. We're just going for team fights. We're going to kill as many of those people as possible, make the odds in our favor, and then we're going to score it in when they're down to like 1 or 2 people left. And it seems to be working here tonight, Rich.
So the score right now is the Berserkers in the lead with 2 points versus Squirrel Posse with 1. This could be the last game if the Berserkers are able to close it out. Let's take a look at these awesome item buys as Chark, as always, is never failing to surprise us with the 2 demolitions on round 1. Let's see if he can do it again for his team. Berserker Mike is the one to watch. Here we go. Round 1.
I'm a little surprised, Rich, that we haven't seen the Squirrel Posse use the starvation strategy against the Berserkers. We've seen that work so much well in the past there against Charsky, and it's just not working here. They're not even doing it.
That's right. Charsky was able to win that buff in a 2v1 situation, having to deal with and Bonnie as well as Rollins, and again, showing his mastery in the buff possession game.
That's right, and you see more of these red X's go down. Every time you see a red X, that's a buildable getting placed from the Squirrel Posse. And you see that red X, Charsky sees it as well. He's like, ooh, good, more free gold for me. And there he is in the back, taking it down and getting that gold. You're feeding the beast, Squirrel Posse, feeding the beast.
The combination of Chark and Berserker Mike playing that front line is just so strong. However, Chark did go down that time around, but while he's there, he may come back with a crazy item buy. Let's see what happens. As Berserker Mike is still able to survive in a 3v1 on attack damage Black Knight. That's fantastic.
That's right. You see Tovar there in the distance playing as Alona. You got D-Mac going as Rollins. You have Otterhead going back to Thorgrim. And you have Bonnie being played there as well. So it's kind of a mix of the team comps. You've seen the 2 team comps played from Squirrel Posse. They're going halfway in between. They're not sure which way to go, chocolate or vanilla. Now they're doing a swirl. We'll see if it pays off there. And now we see that Otterhead able to pick up the relic, but Berserker Mike is all over him. He missed his overhead slash there, though, Rich.
You know, he missed it. He could die out this time around, getting chased by that Rollins, and D-Mac closes it out. Knocknaz is able to pick up the gold, make sure that that does not go to the opponents. Looks like they're going to have to play defense until Black Knight is in, but here we are, the push coming in now. Oh, my God, the toss by Otterhead.
That guy nails the toss 9 times out of 10.
Yes.
All right. This could be a nice little interesting move here as Berserker Mike hanging on for dear life. Beautiful healing. And we see someone's caught in jail. It's D-Mac able to escape, but he's got a fraction of health left. But he's able to kind of dodge out there. Berserker Mike with control of the relic. D-Mac trying to harass there, but he gets completely melted. 1 slash of the Black Knight. He's out for 6 seconds. And now we see Berserker Mike taking the relic again. He's fighting Otterhead now. It's a battle of the tanks between the Black Knight tank and the Thorgrim tank. We see Berserker Mike jumping up to the center platform where the relic spawns every single round. He's activating his thorns. You got Knockdowns in the distance getting flown up in the air by that Thorgrim character as Otterhead. That's his primary character. Thrillhouse coming up with the relic there, going up the left side there, using a nice dodge just to kind of get away there, but it's not enough because D-Max hits his connect as Rollins. And now the relic is controlled with D-Mac. He's trying to take it up for the Scroll Posse, passes it up to Otterhead. Otterhead's pass gets stolen there by Berserker Mike. And now the relic goes back into dangerous territory for the Scroll Posse. We see Tovar, though, coming up with the relic as Alona, able to clear it, bringing it back to midfield.
Thrillhouse now in the back line, trying to secure and save his Black Knight using that damage, but is taking a lot of damage as well. Knocknaz, as always, on point, helping with the heals. But looks like we're dead center, last minute, split buff between these 2 guys. Pretty exciting, round 1.
That's right, we're down to 52 seconds. You see that yellow line in the center of the field? That is our line of scrimmage. If time goes to 0, wherever side that relic is on, the team will win. If it's on your opponent's side. Otterhead trying to go in for the killing blow, though. Uses his Ragnarok ability. It does miss, but it doesn't matter because they're still in attack position. Using a nice back toss there. Unable to get it in, though. And we see UX Killer is definitely sitting there looking at Tovar, telling him how to play, and there's the score right there.
The follow-up with the Alona score right there. Now, Squirrel Posse showing some life this time around. Watch this replay with the Alona. At the very end, was able to get it for the toss, uninterrupted, great score.
You literally had Ashley, the coach of the Squirrel Posse, hovering over Tovar and telling him exactly what to do.
Yes. All right, so here we are, round 2. Equipment purchases are in. D-Mac, you know, earlier we were talking about his traditional play, has now transitioned over for the demolition build, but he's going with the split buy. As you can see, Chark already has heroic. Knocknaz with a level 3 cooldown, so he's going to be healing his team a lot more.
Chark nailing the gold.
As always, never misses. It's Yes, he just doesn't miss. There's no need for a stat. He's 100%.
All right, we see action happening there. Little early rush there happening on the side of the Berserkers. Otterhead able to clear it. You see that ballista placed right there. That's an Anbani buildable. Another red X for Charsky to soak up gold on as he does so.
He'll soak it up every single time, and I love the support that Knocknaz is able to give him.
There's Shark soaking up the
That's
Light of
1,000
Judgment
gold,
as well.
David.
And here's Berserker Mike going in for the score!
Yep, I think he was looking for the jump. That's why he did not want to go for the attack, because let me explain for you folks at home, you were unable to intercept if you're in the middle of an attack animation, so you definitely have to choose your battles. It looks like Mike won that one, David.
And look at that, you might have seen it in the distance there. We actually saw the coach, Boba Fett, coaching, showing up some signs and support for the Berserkers. Maybe he feels a little burned because his team got beaten by the Squirrel Posse. Everyone is going up to try to defeat it. This is history in the making. This is match. If the team is able to win, if the Berserkers are able to pull it off and win 2 more rounds, they could come up with the upset of the Office League here in Season 2. We're down to 3 minutes and 50 seconds left to go in this monumentous history-making round here of Breakaway.
You know what? I thought that we were going to watch a season where we could potentially have an undefeated team, but I'm very happy to say that Mike and team have stepped it up. But watch this as Orgoth is now walking
Orgoth on a breakaway. He's got to worry about those turrets. Is he able to do it? He's got a bunch of people catch him. He's not able to do so. Berserker Mike coming up the relic. He's gaining momentum, but he's got to worry about 3 characters now. Orgoth very low on health. He's got to worry about that. He does get healed in the last minute by Tovar, doing some nice healing. And Berserker Mike picking up some gold. Why is there gold on the map? What's Charsky doing?
That's exactly what he's doing, David. He's sharing the wealth because at this point he has enough and he has more than he needs. And this is exactly what he's been training up on, sharing it around. But watch, look at this pressure now turning in from Squirrel Posse.
Again, beautiful back toss there from Otterhead. We see more gold happening there, flowing in the map there as we see D-Mac getting knocked out. He's down for 3 seconds there for the Squirrel Posse. Very dangerous territory they're playing up by that water there. And Ragnarok does get activated there. That's when Thorgrim jumps up and smashes down with his hammer. It deals AoE damage, and it also deals...
He wants it!
There's the back toss!
And escapes free.
As Tovar there, completely undefended, tries to throw it. On the second attempt, he's able to do so. And look at Tovar. Tovar, he looks so happy with
yes,
himself.
he was able to make it that play around, that time around, excuse me, for that amazing score. And you can see that that is so disruptive. There it is, the man himself.
2 scores now. Both scores of this round have come from that man right there. The man before that guy.
So it's a great switching
There he is.
strategy. It seems like just giving the relic to Tovar is the thing to do. Oh, wait. Yes, I said it correctly. As they were able to secure those 2 points. But however, it's not done just yet. Shark 2-2-0, but with two level 4 heroics may be what the team needs for the reverse sweep.
Yeah, I will say the Scroll Posse though seems like they're winning in the kills though, so maybe they found a counter to that team fights. We see A Shrine there in the distance here, UX Killa. She is really getting into the face of every single member of her team, looking right on top of their screen and telling them exactly what to do. You see Chark there doing the buildable thing. He's doing his thing. You got Knocknaz casting Radiance there. This could be a quick thing for Berserkers. Are they able to get it in there? You got to worry about D-Mac had his barrage. Thrillhouse throws it from downtown, just short of the goal there. And Thrillhouse throwing it out of bounds. Don't worry, it'll respawn back where it landed, just trying to buy some time there. As you see, Thrillhouse throwing it again, coming up short. Beautiful job clearing the relic there, but Berserker Mike coming up the relic, and he scores it in for his team!
And there you have it, it was a right call. I feel like Berserker Mike just depended on the fumble to get force right there and banked on it. Watch this as he's able to get it. It's uncontested, only an Anbani to help deny that point. And tie game.
This is it. If the Berserkers win this round, they will have pulled up the upset of the entire Breakaway Office League Season 2 season.
So here we are, we're jumping into it. 3 members now with heroics equipped to go into this final round. Will the Berserkers do it and do the impossible, David?
I know,
and win?
nobody saw this happening. Someone get the Berserkers a slingshot because they're slaying Goliath right here on Throwdown Thursday.
Wow, great heal right there. That coming in from Knocknaz, giving everybody full health. Great team fight displayed by both these teams. Here we go.
All right, we see see Chark activating his barrage ability, trying to just provide some cover. He got knockdowns with 2 healing shrines. One of them does go down, though. Orgoth doing a good job taking out that buildable. He's trying to take down the other one, but he gets melted. And now we see that Otterhead is also very low on health. But don't worry, you got Orgoth there playing as Alona, trying to heal him, but Thrillhouse is just jumping, dodging everyone, bobbing and weaving, bobbing and weaving. He does get hit, though, finally, from Orgoth, though, doing a nice job picking him off there as the Anne Bonny character. You see Otterhead jumping up from downtown there. This could be it, folks, but no. Orgoth coming out and saving it. Berserker Mike on the second attempt, unable to do so. Here we go, attempt number 3. Chark goes it! Chark gets it! They win! Oh my goodness, guys! History in the making! They pull off the upset of the season! Unbelievable!
Yes, there it is. The Berserkers winning for today, doing the unexpected, beating the undefeated Titans known as the Squirrel Posse. Fantastic play by everybody on the Squirrel Posse. We almost seen them come back towards the very end. It was a very close between these two guys. So here we are, folks. Please, I'm excited to see what you guys think. We'll see you folks, and we're going to bring on our coach himself.
Unbelievable! Ladies and gentlemen,
guys,
give it up for Berserker Mike!
Mike.
I was going to say my team did a fantastic job this week. Great coordination. We didn't falter. We stayed with our lineup, and we're like, this is the loadout that we're going with, and we just brought it. We had no fear. Like, we were playing with house money.
I have a question, David. So tell me about this Black Knight attack damage build. I questioned it at first at round 1, but you just surprised me, and it feels like it's what helps take this whole game.
Absolutely, because I knew I like to focus ball a lot, and so building the attack damage when everyone was on me, especially with Dark Call, is slowly whittling them down and giving all of my my outside line, backline guys, like time to just really melt everybody. And then with my Devastation, just getting those final hits in. So I kept getting my gold earn up, and then I kept on snowballing. So then I was able to just push, and not that I didn't care, but I could force the action a lot more. So I felt really good about it.
Now, what awakened in your team this week that we just haven't seen before? What was it? Like, something happened. This is definitely a different Berserker team than we've ever seen before.
I think it was the return of Thrillhouse, finally actually being able to play as a unit, and no one had us winning anything, and that kind of pissed us off.
Playing angry.
Yeah, a little
Full
bit
on
of anger
activated.
So the true essence of the Berserkers coming out.
Nice.
It was
Now,
good. Good.
It's worth noting you guys scrimmaged with Phil's Battleman yesterday.
Yes, we did.
And what happened there?
We actually beat them like, what was it, 2 games
3-0.
to 1? Was it 3-0?
3-0.
On one of those matches, yeah. We tried some different comps, but Bao was gracious. He was like, yeah, play our team. It was awesome. So gave us some reps, and I think that's all we needed to kind of like solidify everything.
I will say that was some amazing breakaway action. Congratulations, Berserker Mike, getting your first win there, taking down no more undefeated Squirrel.
Got one W for the fans.
But that W, that's a big W. That's a capital W right there.
Well, now Darren gets to hold that L. So
yes,
that's all
hold
that
that
matters.
L. So there you have it, and they quote, hold that L, Daryl, or Darren.
Darren,
Folks,
broken heart, dude.
You know, if you have friends that didn't get to watch today's broadcast, please let them know that they can tune in, watch all the VODs that exist for everything, for all things Breakaway. And if you haven't already, please check us out on Facebook, Twitter, as well as YouTube for all the Breakaway content that you need. And for anybody that's new to the channel, please hit that follow button on the very bottom. This way you get the updates the second that we go live. Today was a fantastic broadcast.
Nobody saw this coming.
Fantastic game.
Maybe they should have. I don't know.
From all of us over here at Amazon Game Studios, I'm Filthy Rich.
I'm Mr. Sill.
And I'm Berserker Mike.
Have a good night, everybody.
Welcome, everybody, to Throwdown Thursday, live over here from Amazon Game Studios. I'm Filthy Rich.
I'm Mr. Sill. Rich, we have an amazing show in store for everybody today. It is Sudden Death Land here in the Breakaway Office League Season 2. Before we get into that, though, last week's match was epic. It was the ultimate David and Goliath matchup between an undefeated team against a team that was winless. I say was winless because you got to check this action out. Otterhead decides not to even play the long game. He's going right for the score. Passes up to D-Mac. D-Mac passes back to Otterhead. Otterhead's got to worry about that ballista. That's an Anbani buildable. Every character in Breakaway, every warrior has 2 buildables. D-Mac with a fraction of health, throws it in and scores!
With no health, David, he was able to get it in right there. That was so good by him.
The Relic is still in dangerous territory for the Berserkers. They need to do a better job. Berserker Mike with 5 seconds left to go. 4 seconds left to go. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Can they do it? No, they can't. Give it up for this Squirrel Posse yet again. Gets stopped though by Knock Nos and Thrill House, as now we see Knock Nos getting caught in the middle of that circle spike, beautifully placed by Orgoth, getting comboed from Otterhead, but Otterhead not enough to hold on. He gets belted. Berserker Mike on the attack. Will he be able to score it? Nice job taking down the barrel jumper. Tovar able to take the Relic, and whoa, dangerous zone as he is caught in the middle of the action. Shark throws it upfield, not enough on the second attempt. They're still not doing. He accidentally passed instead of tossed it, and oh, there's a team wipe for you, and that is our first game of Breakaway. Shark with the Relic passes it to Thrill House. Thrill House passes it back to himself in some magical way. And there we see Berserker Mike with the Relic, throws it, but no, it got it rolls in. It rolled in, Rich.
It rolled right in.
Uh-oh, here comes Otterhead though. Otterhead on the attack run, using the slide to gain extra momentum. This could be it. Yeah, no, at the last second to get stopped on the second attempt though. Tovar comes through.
Out of nowhere.
This is gonna be a deadly game real fast here as we're in game 2.
Oh, the early pass passed it
And
back.
here's Berserker Mike for the score!
Berserker Mike, there it is. And now watch Berserker Mike with the damage output on a double kill.
Look at that! Double kill! And you got Orgoth almost out of health. He's got to run back to gain life. He goes down, but it's not enough time because it gave just enough time for Tovar to come back. And now Z-Mac is back. But man, these team fights are wicked, and they're able to score it and get a win, Rich.
1-1, David. We got ourselves a match.
That seems to be working for him. And I will notice, though, that, Berserker Mike got a quick strike. Throws it and scores!
You know what? This
They
guy
got him with their pants down, Rich.
so good.
Berserker Mike took a beautiful Thorns action there, taking 2 of the members out. They're on a power play. Here comes Thrill House for the score. Unable to do it on the first attempt, on the second attempt, no. On the third attempt, no. They're inching closer and closer and closer, but time is ticking away, and it's not on the side of the Squirrel Posse. They're not going to be able to get it in time. We're down to 0 seconds. Chuck up another one for the Berserkers. Orgoth having to retreat back to base. Otterhead able to come back to life in time. Berserker Mike on the killing death run. Get it going. Passes it up to Anbani, and there it is. Otterhead trying to go in for the killing blow, though. Uses his Ragnarok ability. It does miss, but it doesn't matter because they're still in attack position. Using a nice back toss there. Just unable to get it in, though. And we see UX Killa is definitely sitting there looking at Tovar, telling him how to play. And there's the score right there.
The follow-up with the Alona score right there.
There's Shark soaking up the...
That's 1,000 gold,
as well.
David.
And here's Berserker Mike going in for the score!
Yep. I think he was looking for the jump.
As Tovar there, completely undefended, tries to throw it on the second attempt. He's able to do so. And look at Tovar. Tovar, he looks so happy with it.
Yes.
Drill House throwing it again, coming up short. Beautiful job doing the Relic there, but Berserker Mike coming up with the Relic, and he scores it in for his team.
And there you have it, right? It was a right call. I feel like Berserker Mike just depended on the fumble to get force right there.
If the Berserkers win this round, they will have pulled up the upset of the entire Breakaway Office League Season 2 season. But Thrill House is just jumping, dodging everyone, bobbing and weaving, bobbing and weaving. He does get hit, though, finally, from Orgoth, dude, doing a nice job picking him off there as the Anbani character. You see Otterhead jumping up from downtown there. This could be it, folks. But no, Orgoth coming out, saving Berserker Mike on the second attempt. Unable to do so. Here we go, attempt number 3. Chart! Chart gets it! They win! Oh my goodness, guys! History in the making! They pull off the upset of the season! Unbelievable!
Yes, there it is. The Berserkers winning for today, doing the unexpected, beating the undefeated Titans known as the Squirrel Posse.
And there you have it with a score of 3-1. The Berserkers get their first win, and the Squirrel Posse get their first loss.
Yes, fantastic play all around, but we just seen so many amazing strategies executed over there. Berserker Mike going with the offensive Black Knight and just doing his thing, Chark just playing the economy game and just helping his team exceed everyone's expectations when it came to gold. I didn't see him under any time, but just great play all around.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
Absolutely, Rich. Like, you wonder why. Now you know why everyone tries to starve Chark. Because when you let Chark feed, you lose. And speaking of feeding, tonight's matchup, we got Team Feed Me going up against Steel's Bowman. Now, this match is going to be amazing. We'll talk a little bit more about it momentarily. Before, though, we want to introduce a new segment here to Throwdown Thursday. We call it the Breakaway All-Star segment. What this is about is it's a way for us to profile people who have just kind of risen above the cream of the crop in these office leagues. The first candidate here is someone who will be very familiar for you. In fact, some people even wanted to run for president in 2020. Let's give it up for our first Breakaway Office League All-Star, Butterbeanie. There's that yellow line again, but Butterbeanie picks it up. Again, probably one of the best defensive players we've seen play Breakaway to date. All right, Butterbeanie now trying to make a push there. Butterbeanie completely uncontested. Butterbeanie gets over. There you go,
All right.
Butterbeanie. Following him. Keep it going there. Butterbeanie trying to cross it. 4 seconds left to go. Can they able to do it? Throws it over.
Oh my God!
Butterbeanie with the dash. Oh my God, where did that come from? Butterbeanie saving the day.
Butterbeanie, the hero that old Rusty Robot team needs.
Clearly the MVP for the blue team. She does defense, she does offense, she heals her team. Oh my God.
The warriors I usually play are Alona, which is who I played in the last tournament. I really like characters that have a lot of like movement and ability to get away from stuff. So Alona's got her teleport. So I really like being able to just kind of run around and get out of sticky situations quickly. So I think the Butterbeanie for Prez meme, I guess, kind of started in the last inter-office tournament.
The blue team has both buffs, Rich, so they're getting health and they're getting damage.
There was a play where I think Gucci Pants was running the relic and pretty much uncontested. He was about to get it in, and I was playing as Alona.
But Gucci Pants, can he get in there? Nice dodge pass and throws it in.
And I used my teleport to get up there and intercept the relic and slide down at the last minute.
But no, look at that interception from Butterbeanie. Where did that come from? Butterbeanie on a breakaway.
It was an intense moment for me. All I can say is that I hope I live up to the title of president.
And there you have it, our first Breakaway All-Star, Butterbeanie. We saw her in her interview talking about the last time she faced off against Gucci Pants with that amazing heroic save. Will we see it again today? Who knows? But what we do know is that whoever wins will go to the Breakaway Office League Season 2 Finals, and whoever loses will be warming up the bus on that very long journey out of the studio and around to the other side of the glass.
Oh my goodness. Well, you know what? Today's broadcast is only brought to you by somebody very awesome.
That's right. Let's give a quick shout out before we get into the max. Our official system provider and monitor sponsor, Asus. Asus and the VG248 QE. It's that 24-inch monitor, well known in the competitive scene in esports for its 144 Hz refresh rate with 1 millisecond response time. With this monitor, you won't miss out on that quality breakaway experience. And of course, the G11 desktop, it sheds light on uncompromising performance. This powerful machine allows you to play Breakaway without sacrificing your gameplay experience and giving you the ability to stream in the best possible quality. Rich, tonight's matchup, we said it before, it is win or go home.
Yes.
Let's introduce these two teams, give them that proper welcome. Kicking it off here on the red team, we have none other than the GM of Team Feed Me. Here he is. Does he finally get the gesture right? It is Zinramu.
Yes, we've seen Zinramu again masterfully play every single character that has been over here for Throwdown Thursday. I've been excited to see the Throgrim, but I also want to see some of the DPS coming out of him, whether it's going to be through Spartacus or maybe we're going to see a wild card this time around. Looks like the character pick is coming in, and it's going to be Black Knight.
Ooh, that's a surprise pick from Zinramu.
Absolutely.
All right, in the number 2 chair, a man who traveled all the way from 1983 to bring us this jacket. Give it up to Gucci Pants.
Gucci Pants coming into the mix. Looks like he's ready to run in real life just as much as he is in game. This is a fantastic player who just all around is the focus of attention because he adds so much pressure to that relic. We've seen him play that Thorgrim, and knowing that Black Knight is in from Zinrama, and there it is to confirm Thorgrim for Gucci Pants.
That's right, we saw Gucci Pants last week try to play any other character than Thorgrim. That equals a loss, so no surprise. Gucci Pants going back to the character that he knows. It is Thorgrim. In our number 3 chair, the executive producer of Breakaway, give it up for M Priest.
There it is. He's going for a variation on the Feed Me right there. We've seen him play a lot of DPS characters in the series, from Victor to Bonnie. And Bonnie's been one that's been doing so much work. Today I'm hoping to see that in, but I'm ready for a surprise, and there it is. Looks like Alona is in for today's pick.
Let the mind games begin, Rich. And finally, in a surprise move, we had to make a last Feed Me. A new member of Team Feed Me has joined. A new challenger has entered the ring. Give it up for the one and only Trey Bones.
So there it is. For anybody who hasn't gotten a chance to see this guy play, these are the characters that he loves. We know that he loves the tanks, but he's also ready to bring out that Morgan just in case. But one trait that he does have is that he is an amazing relic runner, and looks like today he's going to be locking in that 18% pick from the alpha phase for Morgan.
All right, and you see there's definitely some dissension in the ranks here on this controversial substitution. But we have had clearance from our esports manager, so this is a sanctioned move of subbing out Matty Awesome for Bones. So let's introduce the team that they're going to be facing off against. Here we go, Feels Bowman, and of course leading it off, the GM of Feels Bowman, none other than the man who had the highest score in the draft. Just call me Bow!
So Bow is, again, one of the most adaptive players that we've seen play this game, leads his team to many, many victories, and I've seen these guys practice a whole lot here for scrims that have happened during this week and also the week before. I'm wondering who he's going to be playing today. We've seen him play a lot of Spartacus. He loves the flanking role, loves to deal a lot of damage, but he also has the ability to run, and looks like for today, it's going to be Spartacus for Bow.
That's right, Rich, you called it. In the number 2 chair, a man of mystery. Not much is known about this man, but his name is awesome. Give it up for Tick Trip.
Tick Trip has been playing a lot of Black Knight. He's been playing him ever since the entire Alpha series, and he's been coming through on so many clutch pulls that just enables himself to run a relic, but give pass needed so that people can go in. And there it is, locking in for today. Tick Trip is going to be playing Black Knight.
All right, the number 3 chair. This character here, this individual, this player, he is definitely the X factor of Team Feels Bowman. If he's on a good game, their team wins. If he's on a not so good game, well, their team maybe doesn't win. But we have faith in the man. He did his family proud the last time he faced off in Throwdown Thursday. Here he is, Spooky Forest.
Spooky Forest has been known to play the Rollins. The first game was kind of tough because, again, they're playing a Throwdown Thursday. The caliber of play is top-notch. He came back the next game to score the first time, and looks like it's going to be played with the same character, and it's going to be Rollins on Spooky Forest.
All right, and finally, we have none other than the one and only Breakaway All-Star. Give it up for Butterbeanie.
Butterbeanie, you've seen her talk about some of the strats that she's been bringing to the table every single time that she's been playing. The Alona play has been fantastic. We've also seen some Morgan from her as well. And I'm very excited to see who she's going to be bringing it out. And looks like there it is, the fan favorite, Alona, for Butterbeanie.
All right, now let's introduce the coaches of today's matchup. Coaching Team Feed Me is none other than Earl Grey.
Earl Grey, yes. Whole lot of Greys here in the office, but leading the team for Team Feed Me is one of the strongest Alona players out here. Great counterplay to kind of deal with Butterbeanie on the other side, but they also have an amazing coach as well.
Absolutely. There's a lot of Greys going on in the rehearsal. It's a little confusing there, but let's not forget, though, that Earl Grey is the mastermind behind that maybe a little controversial substitution. We'll see how the next coach is able to deal with it. It is none other than the coolest man on Team Breakaway. Give it up for the coach of Team Feels Bowman, Boba Fett.
Boba Fett, again, we mentioned it before. Boba Fett, one of his responsibilities over here is making sure that the maps and stages that are played on Breakaway are awesome and top-notch. This guy has a lot of knowledge, plays the game a whole lot, and as you can see, is able to take his team to many victories. We'll see. A lot is on the line for today. So for all of you at home, we want to know who you think is going to win. Do you think it's going to be Team Feed Me, or will it be Just Call Me Bow and
Team Feels Bowman? You know, Rich, I'm going to go with Feels Bowman. I think they got it. I think they're hungry. Butterbeanie's got to be feeling good about being a Breakaway All-Star. Now's their chance to prove it. I'm going with them.
So, folks, for everybody tuning at home, we have something very special for all of you. Do us a solid. Those clips ready, so if you see something awesome that happens, we're going to be talking about a giveaway that takes place later on. But for now, let's jump into Game 1 between Team Feed Me and Feels Bowman.
Rich, who you taking?
Right now, it's pretty even across the board. I'm going to go with Fields Bowman this time around, but look, here we go. As Zinramu now has possession, they're going to be pushing on this pressure so early.
All right, that's right. We see Zinramu trying to make the early attempt there as the Black Knight. He gets stopped, though, in that spike trap. That's one of the buildables of the other team's Black Knight. Every character in Breakaway, each warrior, but hey, look, Zinramu for the quick score. Look at that. He feed me on the board.
Yeah, perfectly exemplifying one of the three ways that you can score and win in a game of Breakaway, as Zinramu was able to take it in for that beautiful relic toss.
Absolutely there. You saw this team defeat the buildables. We talked briefly about buildables. Every warrior in Breakaway has 2 buildables they can build. That spike trap, that's one of the buildables of the Black Knight. We saw the other character team able to take it out, allowing Zinramu to just charge forward and get that quick score. What you're seeing here is our item inventory buys.
Yes, as you can see on the left side of the screen, the silver representation of those icons means that these are at level 2. Every item and equipment purchase goes up to level 4 with amazing perks. We're going to go through those stories as these matches progress. And look, as Red Team is continuing on this pressure.
It is definitely a pressure. We got Gucci Pants. We know he likes to run. Gucci Pants playing as Thorgrim. He's our Viking-inspired character. He's a great tank who also has some pretty impressive defensive buildables. But Spooky 4 is coming up with the relic, taking it back as far as he can, but he gets caught in the action. Once you have control of the relic, that's that spear. Anytime you get hit, whether it be like a Thorgrim hammer like you just saw there, or a shot from a Rollins gun, you will have to force fumble, and that relic will pop up in the air, leaving it open for anyone. And whoa, look at that. Black Knight on Team Phoebe just went for a drink.
Yes, King Trip is out of the fight, and another member over on Red Team is out as well, so they're going to have to wait 5 seconds before Thorgrim can go in, and this is a great opportunity for Butterbeanie and team to move forward with the relic.
Right. We see Butterbeanie heading up left side. He decides to change direction. Look at that ramp! Beautiful ramp place there. Butterbeanie with the dash and the score!
An offensive ramp used, and the ramp, just to remind people, is the buildable that Spartacus has. Look at this position and placement as she's able to go in, still has the ability to dash in just in case. He uses it right there at the last second to even it up between these two titans of teams.
Both teams playing like they know the stakes. The winner of this team goes to the finals. The loser will have to watch the finals on Throwdown Thursday in 2 weeks. We've seen some amazing action happen in both teams. Rich, now we're in the level 3 of equipment.
Yes, we at level 3 is represented by those gold icons that we have. Butterbeanie has a fan-looking thing, which is a cooldown equipment item, which is going to result in her dishing out more heals for her team as it's definitely needed. And look,
here's Butterbeanie on the attack run. She's going up the left side there. You see Zinramu in the distance as the Black Knight. He uses the Thorns ability. That's the Black Knight's ultimate ability. Every single warrior in Breakaway has 4 key different special abilities that they can do. They have their primary attack, and they have 3 special attacks, with one being an ultimate attack. You just saw there the ultimate of the Black Knight. That's when you see the red aura around him. Not only does that pull everyone towards the Black Knight, but it also deals them damage over time. That big pentagram in the distance there, that's the Morgan Le Fay ability called Circle of Spite, which not only slows the opponents down, but it also allows them to get more damage impacted by their team. Nice save there by Bones playing as Black Knight. You just saw him activate Aura of Silence. That means all the other characters are unable to use their abilities for a short period of time. Look at that nice program move there from Gucci Pants, tossing him up in the air with a back toss. And now we're seeing the tables get turned with Kick Trip getting control of the relic. He's forced to fumble it though, and a lot of red on the board here. As we see Zinramu now making a move, but he's got a lot of X's on the map. You see in the top right corner, those are all the buildables being played by Team Fields Bowman. Here we go. Ben Priest trying to make a push there going up, but no, he's unable to do so. That ramp, quick action there from Butterbeanie. She goes off the ramp and it quickly clears the relic back to midfield. And now we see in the distance there, we have Zinramu trying to get rid of that buildable, that epic ramp there from Spartacus, one of the most dangerous buildables in Breakaway, with 2 minutes and 33 seconds left to go in game 1.
And yes, that's right. And as we can see, Gucci Pants now wants to put on the pressure. It's going to be approaching from the right elevated area. This could be his shot, but we also have many pass opportunities.
Nice pass from Gucci Pants to Bones. He tries to take it in, but unable to do so. And Butterbeanie comes up with the save. Priest comes back with the rebound on the second attempt. He's going for glory, but oh my God, what an interception from Fields Bowman. And now Butterbeanie back with the relic. She's got Bow on the wing, on her wing. Bow does a great job peeling back, trying to take down the defenders there, covering the distance for Butterbeanie. She forces the relic up in the air though. You got Bow, and you got the rest of the team now catching up there. Here comes Butterbeanie. Butterbeanie on the aggressive run on the left side there. Butterbeanie avoiding that circle of spite beautifully. Here she goes, tries to throw it, does get stopped though. And now you see Gucci Pants trying to play some defensive action there with Thorgrim using his ultimate ability with the Ragnarok.
Gucci Pants maximizing on the use of that Ragnarok, hitting 3 enemies out of there, enabling himself and his team to push on that relic. Now looks like positioning is reset, but it seems like the blue team has a little bit of an advantage as we have Zin Ramu all the way in the back line versus Tick Trip's very aggressive Black Knight.
You see Bones going up the right side now, trying to make an aggressive move. Nice pull ability of Tick Trip there, playing as the Black Knight. Pulls another ability that Black Knight has. You see that circle of spite activated right by their base. That's going to be dangerous. Oh, with the throw pass. Beautiful move and nice score.
So good. The chemistry between these aggressive relic runners. Gucci Pants, Trey, aka Bones, watch this. Let's not even talk over it, and let's just watch this. There it is. That pass. We don't normally get to see that level of high execution played over here because, again, the positioning needs to be exquisite, and these guys did a great job doing it. The red team is very close to closing it out as the rounds are now 2-1 with red in the lead, represented by Team Feed Me. So as far as items, it seems like these guys are very close. The net worth displayed on the top of the screen is showing how many items or equipment pieces these teams have purchased, and the difference is just 100 gold, so anything can happen at this point. Let's get back into that.
Okay, we see battling happen down in the center of the map there. Bones trying to play some of his buildables to Morgan the Fake. He plays down the Elder Stone. What this is it gathers up charges over time, but it doesn't matter because Gucci Pants tries to go for the deck, but he's caught in jail. Gucci Pants trying to break himself out. Gives enough time for Tick Trip to go off the ramp and just quickly clear the relic back to midfield. You see that circle of spike get activated by Bones there in the distance there, slowing down the opposing team. Butterbeanie coming up the relic, going up left side. Butterbeanie's on the chase though. Priestley tries to attack her, but she's able to dodge that pretty quickly. Zinramu there getting healed. That's that green aura cast by Priestley. That's called Radiance. That's one of her Alona's special abilities, healing him over time as Gucci Pants comes up with the relic, but quickly Bao's able to pick it, turn the table. And now you gotta worry about that Elder Stone. As it gains more and more power, it will fire off an attack against the nearest enemy. So you gotta watch out if you're the blue team, because that's gonna be a dangerous buildable for you up there on the high road of Atlantis.
We can see the possession over there. It seems like they understand that Gucci Pants needs to run this relic. He has the ability to depend on his teammates to be where they need to be for opportunities for passes, just like we saw over there. And look at this. Again, I love the real estate control. Red is moving on in, and Gucci Pants is in the place that he loves to be in.
Gucci Pants trying to go for it though, but look at that beautiful move of attacking the Spartacus right before he goes off the ramp, not giving him a chance to get the rebound, but it's not enough because on the second attempt, Team Field's Bowman was able to get the relic out of there, and now we see Butterbeanie in the place she loves to be with the relic, just waiting, buying time, slowing things down a little bit. We showed you the first way to win in Breakaway. Another way to win in Breakaway is you wipe out the entire team. There on Team Feed Me side, on the top right corner of your screen, you see the Alona character. She has 5 seconds left to go. If you wipe out that entire team, then that's the second way you can win. We'll talk about the third way when time ticks down here in the round with 1 minute and 58 seconds left to go. It's still game 1 of our Throwdown Thursday winner-go-home match.
So this is the combo that we want to see. We want to see this combination of Zin Ramu and Gucci Pants moving on in. These guys are so strong, but now the commitment that you see from the backline as Bones is able to move in is going to help try to secure more real estate. These guys want control, and Gucci Pants' team want to go in. However, on the blue team, as you can see on the top left side of the screen, is that Spartacus with the flames on top of him. This means that this guy's on fire and he's been doing damage. However,
Gucci Pants with the throw clears it through the light of judgment. Gucci Pants again, you chalk it up for the 80s kid. He's got the power there. Where's Huey Lewis in the news?
So much pressure from the entire team of Team Feed Me, almost suffocating Field's Bowman and limiting what type of options they have from an offensive standpoint. They get caught with the relic and almost don't know what to do. We're seeing a lot of possession of the relic in the hands of Butterbeanie, who again is an amazing relic control player, but 3 members moving on forward. The defensive line being led by Bones, using that aura of silence, which will hit opponents in the air as well on ground, is great to have on their team. Great pick all around from these guys, but still a very close game.
Yeah, the speed of play we're seeing this time around is pretty uncanny. Like last week's matches, they kind of went down to territory wins, which is the third way to win when time expires. These guys came out fighting right away. Zinramu and Team Feed Me, they were like, we're just going in, all rush.
You know, if it was anything like it was for the last Throwdown Thursday, we've seen the team that lost win the first round. it could be a moment where the other team can absorb as much data or information from theirs. And I think if there were to be a team to do that, it would be Feels Bowman, as they do have very strong, competent players. The leadership of Bao, the support and play of Butterbeanie, and you know, if you do have a highlight video, you gotta have some hype driving you a little bit.
Absolutely, and you know, you definitely have Tick Trip right now talking about they're trying to work on strategies. You got Boba Fett in the background there just watching over Spooky Forest.
Yes.
You got to wonder if that's his job, just coach him.
Speaking of strategies, if you want to partake in an awesome event that we have going on close to the end of the show, hook us up and follow us on the page, but also check us out. We're going to be doing something very cool on Twitter. We asked you earlier to take some cool clips of action that takes place for this broadcast as well as any other. Let's jump into Game 2 between Feels Bowman and Team Feed Me. So for as far as equipment buys, it looks like we got some standard stuff across the board. However, look at this buy that we see on the bottom left side of the screen by Spooky Forest. Going with the armor penetration. Perhaps the threat of Zin Rabu, which is the character represented on the top right, and Black Knight is a threat to the point where Spooky Forest needs to penetrate that armor, and watch as these guys now go in.
You see Bones going for the quick rush. Nice move there from Just Call Me Bao, who switched characters to Thordrum, and now trying to take it all the way through. We got Butterbeanie there playing her typical Lona character. You see a nice Gucci Pants Ragnarok get activated. Massive melee happening in the ground there. Gucci Pants also activated his shield wall ability. Every character, every warrior in Breakaway has a defensive move. It's activated by the right mouse button. If you're Bones, you're going to teleport forward with Morgan Le Fay. That's the dash ability that is also activated by the stage key every time you hold the relic. So every time you pick up the relic, you get one quick dash. It resets in I think about 10 to 15 seconds. Here we go, Gucci Pants with the attack run there. But look at that, beautiful! Ragnarok knocks Gucci Pants out of the map there. He's out for 6 seconds. The Black Knight is out for 7 seconds. This could be a nice momentum shift here. The move they need for Team Feels Bowman to get on the board and play a little threat action and be a little bit more aggressive.
Spooky Forest diving out to the water and is going to have to wait 5 seconds before he can come back in. I think that minor error was the reason that the red team was able to reset the pace. It looks like action is back here in the middle.
That's right, you see that Elder Stone there. It's just soaking up energy, waiting to gather enough until bam, it explodes as you just saw there on cue. As we see Zin Ramu with control of the relic, he does get stopped there. Nice move from Spooky Forest, playing that defensive Rollin character. You see Gucci Pants pass back to Bones. Fast throws it upfield. Fucked up though by Bao, who has control of the relic now and just clears it out of his way. You see the wall in the distance there. That's one of Thorgrim's most powerful buildables. Put the giant defensive wall up. You can see that last match, we did not see any Thorgrim walls get put down last game.
And it could be one of the reasons why Bao went for the pick. They may need a way to stop these runners, but Gucci Pants is now advancing.
Here we go, Gucci Pants passing through that Light of Judgment. He's able to score one.
Gucci Pants only to be challenged very late, maybe a little bit too late for Bao, but was able to get that pass in that time around. You know, that right there, Light of Judgment, isn't going to force a fumble. However, it will do damage over time. Bao needed to hit him, and there it is. Point scored by Gucci Pants. So as we jump into it, we're in round 2 as these players are now getting stronger. Butterbeanie has a level 2 cooldown equipment item, and on the other side to counter that, M Priest with the Alona has Midas Touch, which is the hand, as well as cooldown. So Midas Touch is a cool item as players will be able to acquire gold. Perhaps gold is something that they're suffering by. The net worth doesn't really show that, but maybe they have a bigger plan, David. Let's jump right back into the action.
All right, you see a nice forward base getting placed there by Team Feed Me. They're doing a great job of having a forward encampment, which is great considering their strategy is very much on the rush. We see Zin Ramu here going in for the rush. He's got one defender left to go, but it's Bao, and Bao, of course, gets the relic. And now Gucci Pants on the second attempt, passes upfield to Zin Ramu, but unable to do so, and someone's caught in jail. And look who it is, it's Gucci Pants.
No, he can't do it all. Watch
tries to do it, but unable to do so. And here you see where the wall is actually going to hurt you.
Oh!
On the second attempt, look at that ball.
Barely making it in. I wasn't even sure if it made it in, but that was a good toss. So close, basically on the lip right there of the relay. Let's watch the replay.
Saw that Alona using the Sunburst. That's her defensive kind of AoE pushback ability. It doesn't really work when you're jumping through the air. So beautiful move by Bones.
So Team DB is sitting on a really solid lead right now. They are under in terms of net worth. Let's see what happens at the result of these equipment buys. But Butterbeanie is getting a little bit stronger. It may be the thing that they need. Right now, Bones is a problem having that cooldown, having all these abilities readily available for him to move on in. And here it is, again, pressure. First touch of the relic, as usual, for Team DB.
Right, Zinramu playing as the Black Knight, running up field, taking the high road. He's got to worry about Sick Trip. Doesn't really worry about Sick Trip. He uses his dash to get right past him. He's got to worry about the rest of the team there. As Feels Bowman does a great job. Now Bow with control of the relic though, but there's a pull ability from Zinramu doing a great job of getting Bow back, forcing that fumble. And Precy's able to pass it up to Gucci Pants. Gucci Pants on the second attempt. Does get stopped though, but here we go with Precy on the rebound. He actually activates Blessing of the Sun. That's the Alona's ultimate ability where she heals whatever character's healer. If there's no other character near her, she will heal herself, whatever character needs it more. In that case, it was then Priestley. Now we see Bones trying to activate everything he's got as Morgan Le Fay there, getting enough clearance for Gucci Pants to go right upfield again. He tosses the relic in there. Now he's gonna use his dash and throws it right in.
Oh no, again, so close. Look at the celebration moment right there by Gucci Pants. Their team is able to close it out. That match 3 scores to none, David. These guys are looking insanely strong. Again, there is a lot on the line. This is win or go home, and it is currently 2-0 with these guys in the lead.
Yeah, it is not looking good for Feels Bow, man. They're gonna be feeling pretty salty, man, pretty soon.
So, you know, for anybody tuning in right now, you are watching Breakaway live over here from Amazon Games. I'm Filthy Rich.
I'm Mr. Sill, and Rich, like, how would you coach if you're Boba Fett? How would you coach Feels Bowman to come back? They have not been able to counter this Morgan Le Fay combo with Alona in the back line.
There are a lot of problem points for defense right now. I think what we're seeing in a lot of these relic runs is there's at most 2 people playing D, where we've seen Just Call Me Bow, who I believe is a much better relic runner, and he's on the back lines playing D. So we're not really seeing his full max capacity as a contributor to the team. They may have to pull back a little bit, force a team fight. Not so close to the relay, but just maybe try to get one person out and move forward. They have to pull away from rushing so much and maybe just, you know, claim more of the map, but in a slower pace. Bank on their team fighting, because we know right now that the strength of team feed me exists in running. We don't know if that exists the same way that it does for team fighting, so they may have to go that route.
One thing I think is interesting, though, is Spooky Forest. This is a great opportunity to test out that chart build and try to take down those buildables. And they had a very aggressive forward-facing base there, and Team Feels Bowman, they just left it there.
Agreed.
And that's going to haunt you every single time. So you got a guy like Rollins, give him the demolition. That's that spiky ball thing you see in the equipment purchase. He needs to buy that and start taking down those buildables for his team.
Yes, they can start to identify different team focuses, maybe just start to play or go for one target at a time, eliminate, go for the slow play, and that could be what they need. What do you guys think at home? What could Bow and Feels Bowman do to help him in this 2-0 deficit right now? Let us know in the comments below. Let's jump into Game 3.
All right, we see a Priest going back to Victor.
Yes.
We saw his premiere of Victor last week on Throwdown Thursday, or 2 weeks ago on Throwdown Thursday. And once again, Spooky Force, he is not taking my advice. He did not buy the demolition ball.
So, M Priest going out there with the switch. Maybe they're just trying to stop any adaptation that Feels Bowman can make right now. But looks like the team fight is starting, and again, possession by the red team. Gucci Pants in that front line. This guy is just stopping it.
That's right. For our new people watching, joining us right now, you are watching Breakaway. It's a team battle sport from Amazon Game Studios. We see Bones playing as a warrior named Morgan Le Fay. She passes it up to Gucci Pants. Gucci Pants trying to take that ball. That's the relic. You got to take that to your opponent's relay or the goal. You see Gucci Pants making it closer and closer attempts. But there goes Zinramu now on the offensive. He's completely wide open. Throws it right in.
Again, maybe the positioning. Positioning needs to be fought to where I believe they're banking off the counter push. But I think the Bow needs a little bit more support. Spooky Forest just unfortunate that time around, unable to get the fumble, and what looks like a free toss for Zinramu. This is 4 rounds straight won by Team Feed Me, baby.
Yeah, it is not looking good. It looks like, hopefully the trend does not continue, but if it does, Feels Bowman feeling pretty heartbroken in that long, painful walk back to their desks.
Yes. So as we look at the top of the screen, net worth just represents what these players have purchased in terms of equipment. And now look at this aggression, and there was a challenge by Just Call Me Bow. As he has a Spartacus play, he could be going out for more flank damage this time around. But again, one of the most important parts of every round is that first team fight, and that was one that looks like was won by, again, Team Beatty.
Yeah, you got to hand it to Bones. guy is definitely turning it over to a whole new level. Look at him use those amazing abilities. Every warrior in Breakaway has 3 special abilities they can do with their primary attack and a dodge. You saw that one right there. Program, our Viking, used the back toss. As Zinramu now tries to get a hold of the relic. He's activating his ultimate ability, but there's an ultimate ability from Gucci Fans playing as the Viking there. As Zinramu trying to make the push. Zinramu on the second attempt, but Gucci Fans goes, and he's able to score it in.
This could be a world record fastest match that we've seen over here on TDT. As Gucci Pants and Zinramu, just watch that chemistry between you two guys. We call that styling on the internet space. These guys are now styling.
Yeah, this is something, Rich. I did not expect this match to go so one-sided.
Yes, it's looking pretty grim right now. Feels Bowman and team are currently on the ropes. If they lose any rounds for the next, what could be, for the next series of minutes, they could be out. We're going to see Fiji at the very end for the final.
That's right. This is match point for Team Fiji. As we see a nice circle of Spike getting thrown down there. From the Morgan Le Fay. Bones doing a great job playing Morgan. If you want to learn how to play Morgan, here's the way to do it. Gucci Pants for the win! Gucci Pants scores, and there's your victor on the Throwdown Thursday. That's probably the fastest Throwdown Thursday we've ever done. Give it up for your champions, your victors, Team Feed Me!
Yes, great play by Team Feed Me. Amazing leadership skills right there, shown off by the coach as well as the GM. These guys have all had times playing against each other, and looks like we're going to go off and kind of show the celebration moment. Great sportsmanship by both these guys. We want to know what you guys think of it over at home. The handshakes. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Butter Beanie close it out that time.
No, we did not see a lot of Butter Beanie. There was just no time, Rich. Like, it was unbelievable.
Yes.
For the first time, I am ending a match, and my voice isn't even hoarse.
Yes, you know what? Before we get into the interview, if you haven't already, check us out on All Things Social. If you want to stay up to date for all the things that we're doing over here, check us out on YouTube, Facebook, as well as Twitch. And we're going to get ready for an interview with the winner.
All right, the winner, the GM of Team Feed Me, Zinramu.
I think I got it down.
That was nice.
Great play, boss.
Thank you.
Now, I will say, amazing.
Whew.
How much of that do you attribute to the controversial pick of Bones?
I think Trey Bones helped out a ton. He brought in a rush mentality, and I think you saw that executed today. I don't think we got a single kill, or maybe 1 or 2, all 3 matches. The focus was 100% on the relic.
Now, feels Bowman. They've a little bit hit and miss here on Throwdown Thursday, but the team next week, or in 2 weeks that you're going to fight, the Squirrel Posse, you know that Darren's sitting there watching, taking notes. What are you going to do?
Yeah, Belichick, the Eagle coach.
He is the Belichick.
Well, the nice thing is we have seen them bleed. They can be beat. We have a game plan. Berserker Mike set it up for us. We know how to beat these guys. And I think now, with Bones on our team, we have the right personnel to make it happen. That Morgan pick is going to be big.
All right. Well, Zinramu, I got to say, I am blown away right now. I thought it would be a much more even match. Good job making me look bad in front of our viewers, but hell of a match. Great work. Zinramu, give it up for Team Feed Me.
So, that's not the end of the show, David.
Oh, no.
Earlier we were talking about a cool promo that we have lined up for you folks. We got to see a lot of Black Knight being played over here. Dave, you can hang out. We are going to kind of showcase for the first time this awesome, to scale, this very small but yet awesome Black Knight statue that we have. And earlier we were telling people to take little clips. So this is what we want you to do. Take a look at all the things that we're going to be doing over on Twitter. The official rules are going to be posted over there. But the rules are going to be very simple. Follow us at @playbreakaway.com. Use the hashtag Breakaway, but also share a clip of an awesome moment that you've seen, whether it's of us being jokesters or of gameplay that you've seen, for a chance to be 1 out of 10 players to win this awesome statue.
That's right. So all you got to do, like you said, Rich, follow us at @playbreakaway on Twitter. Tweet us with the hashtag Breakaway. And, of course, send us that Throwdown Thursday clip that's your favorite with that hashtag, and that's it. That's all you got to do. 1,
and,
2,
you know,
3,
if you want an autograph by the man himself, Mrs. Zinramu, we got some space on the bottom on there for you.
He looks hungry.
Yes, make sure to help us feed. But yeah, let us know what you think is awesome. It's going to be very simple. We're going to be posting up the official rules up on @playbreakaway on Twitter. And you know what? While we're talking about social, if you haven't already, make sure to check us out on all of our pages. Check us out on Facebook, Twitter, as well as YouTube for all your Breakaway action and needs. If you wanted to see any of the events that took place over here for Throwdown Thursday, YouTube is a great place for that. But again, the assignment is on. Hit us up with a clip. Let us know what you think is awesome. And please give us a follow. So
next week, we have a very special rebroadcast of the entire season of the Breakaway Office League Season 2. You can watch all 6 episodes happen in the round-robin format. It starts at noon next Thursday. We will be live tweeting or Twitch chatting. So you can watch us chat it up on Twitch. Get some funny commentary, a little Mystery Science Theater-y maybe. We'll show you what happened really behind the scenes, behind the camera, behind the screen, whatever you want to call it. But and just get ready, because in 2 weeks, on March 2nd, you're going to see this guy go up against the match of his life. Zenrama, you kind of threw it down there to the Squirrel Posse. Any last-minute taunt you want to give out?
I think we got their number. We know how it's done. We got a game plan. We're going to execute. Coming at you.
So there you have it, everybody. So from all of us over here at Amazon Game Studios, I'm Filthy Rich.
I'm Mr. Sill. We'll see you guys next time.